Chapter 1. Departure. Chen the Useless. Chen the Useless. Where are you? Come out quickly. In Lin City, within the second-tier Chen family, Chen Fan was diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen. Suddenly, he heard his sister-in-law, Chen Ruo, shriek with biting sarcasm. He emerged with a composed expression, fixing his gaze upon Chen Ruo, who was adorning an adorable set of pajamas. Chen Ruo, do you think calling me brother-in-law would cost you a piece of flesh? He remarked. After all, I have been married to your sister for 3 years. Today marks our wedding anniversary. You ought to show me some respect. Chen Vo rolled her eyes and scoffed. You deserve to be called brother-in-law? Hurry and take a look at yourself in the bathroom mirror, you useless thing. She approached the dining table, surveying the spread of delectable dishes, accompanied by 11 roses symbolizing eternal love. With a disdainful expression, Chen Ruo spat into the meticulously prepared food. Before Chen Fan could explode with fury, she tossed a phone at him. Still dreaming of celebrating your wedding anniversary with my sister? Your fantasies are quite amusing. Go on, take a look. My sister is already at the hotel with young Master Zhao. You should just accept this green hat, my dear brother-in-law. As she spoke, Chen Ruo threw a bag at Chen Fan's feet. Out tumbled a vividly green hat. Boom! Chen Fan felt a rush of blood surge to his head. He opened the video on his phone, revealing his wife, Chen Fan, entering the hotel with a handsome young man. The two appeared intimate, laughing and engaging in conversation, resembling a loving couple. From this angle, the man's arm was even draped around Chen Fan's waist. Damn, that wretched woman! Chen Fan's fury erupted instantaneously. He strode purposefully towards the door, while Chen Ruo's anxious shouts trailed behind him. Chen the Useless, where are you going? Stop right there. If you dare ruin my sister's affair with young Master Zhao, I will not let this go. Yet, Chen Ruo merely pretended to shout a couple of times, offering no genuine attempt to stop him. Chen Fan hopped onto his second-hand electric scooter, revving the throttle as he sped towards the hotel depicted in the video. In the Chen family's living room, Chen Ruo's mother, Zhao Soa, descended the stairs. With a knowing tone, she inquired, Ruo, did that useless one really go to the hotel? Yes, Mom, Chen Ruo replied, her face gleaming with delight. I tricked him into thinking my sister was with young Master Zhao at the hotel that he bolted out immediately. If this affects my sister's work, she will undoubtedly divorce him. Having let that useless man live off us for 3 years, it's high time he was sent packing, she proclaimed maliciously. But will your sister be angry if she finds out? Zhao Cuihua expressed some anxiety. Not all, Chen Ruo asserted confidently. We are her closest family. How could she possibly be upset with us over a leech? Let us await the good news. Meanwhile, Chen Fan arrived at the hotel entrance. He gazed at the luxury car parked outside, identical to the one he had seen in the video, the very vehicle his wife Chen Fan and that Zhao fellow had arrived in. The last shred of hope in Chen Fan's heart was swiftly shattered. Chen Fan, I have been a part of your Chen family for 3 years. I have silently paved the way for you, introducing various resources. Without me, your Chen family would merely be an inconsequential clan in Lin City. Now that the Chen family has flourished, yet your family despises me, calling me useless. Even you, on the very day of our wedding anniversary, repay me in this manner. You truly are something. Chen Fan offered a desolate smile, his emotions swirling in a tumult of complexity. But ultimately, he gritted his teeth and strode into the hotel. He was determined to find Chen Fan and demand an explanation. What had he done wrong? Why treat him this way? This hotel, named Lanyue, was a partner establishment of Chen Fan's company. The luxurious suites on the 3rd floor were reserved year-round for hosting company guests. It was inevitable that Chen Fan would be on the 3rd floor. The hotel staff recognized Chen Fan and did not stop him as he ascended. Room 3103. Chen Fan's exclusive chamber. Chen Fan arrived at the door, and just as he steadied himself, he heard faint voices from within. Hey, take it slow. Is it necessary right now? Could there be any issues? Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. Trust me. Then you may proceed. A mere exchange of dialogue shattered Chen Fan's composure in an instant. He let out a roar, delivering a powerful kick to the specially designed door of the suite. Bang! The door, which would ordinarily require specialized tools and a half-hour to breach, was felled by Chen Fan's single strike. The occupants of the room, a man and a woman, stood in shock, While Chen Fan charged in, he was about to confront them when he beheld his wife, Chen Fan, standing impeccably dressed by the table, her beautiful face as cold as ice. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Jia, leaned casually against the wall, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain. On the table lay 2 open contracts, one of which bore Zhao Jia's half-sign name. You're negotiating a business deal? Chen Fan's mind exploded with realization, a sense of dread washing over him. Connecting the dots from the earlier conversation, it seemed they were discussing matters related to the signing. He had foolishly barged in, and now he was at a loss for how to proceed. Just as Chen Fan grappled with his turmoil, Chen Fan approached him, her expression a stormy shade of fury. Her piercing gaze felt like 2 daggers embedded in his heart. Chen Fan, you had better provide me with an explanation today. Chen Fan's tone was icy. Just as Chen Fan opened his mouth to explain, her phone chimed with a new voice message. She clicked it open and listened intently. Chen Ruo's anxious voice emanated from the device. Sister, something terrible has happened. Just now, brother-in-law asked where you were, and I told him you went to the hotel with young Master Zhao. Before I could clarify that you were signing a contract, he rushed out the door. I'm worried he might misunderstand you. Has he caused you any trouble? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's complexion darkened further. Chen Fan muttered a curse under his breath. Before he could utter a word, Chen Fan slapped him across the face. The force of the blow left him dazed, barely able to steady himself. Wife, please let me explain, Chen Fan pleaded helplessly. Silence. Chen Fan glared at him, her fury palpable. Chen Fan, you have been a part of my family for 3 years without any contribution whatsoever. How dare you doubt my fidelity? Do you even consider yourself a man? Get out this instant. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan felt a surge of anger within him. It is important to note that everything concerning the Chen family was orchestrated by him, Chen Fan. How could Chen Fan assert that he had no contributions? Furthermore, today's events were instigated by Chen Ruo's deliberate deception. Additionally, why would Chen Fan choose to sign a contract in a hotel? As a man, should he not harbor suspicions? Now, Chen Fan was not only confronting him, but doing so in the presence of another man. She struck him and commanded him to leave. Such indignity was intolerable. Chen Fan shot a fierce glance at the two before turning to leave. Suddenly, he heard Chen Fan's voice behind him. Wait a moment, Chen Fan. A flicker of hope stirred within him. Could it be that Chen Fan was about to apologize? But in the next breath, her words shattered his composure entirely. Since you trust me so little, let us divorce. Tomorrow morning at 7, I will be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chen Fan's shoulders trembled and his eyes turned red as he turned to face the coldly indifferent Chen Fan. With a sorrowful smile, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be a divorce. Chapter 2. The confrontation unveiled very well. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Chen Fan, I sincerely hope you will not come to regret this. Chen Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth, delivering his harsh words. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jia interjected from the side. Wait a moment. He positioned himself in front of Chen Fan, regarding him with contempt. You, worthless wretch, dare to suggest that Fan might regret her decision? Years ago, you were like a drowned dog, pulled from the water. It was the benevolence of old Lady Chen that took you in. After 3 years of living off the Chen family, you're only now facing divorce, which is already a kindness beyond measure. How dare you show disrespect to Fan? Chen Fan sneered, retorting, and what do you propose I do? Quite simple. Zhao Jia grinned, pointing to the ground beneath him. Kneel down, bow respectfully to Fan a few times, and apologize for your previous attitude. Chen Fan's chest swelled with rage. And what if I refuse? If you refuse, I shall break your legs today. Zhao Jia stepped forward, delivering the threat without hesitation. Having practiced Taekwondo for several years, he was a bona fide blue belt expert. To strike down a man who lived off others was a trivial matter for him. Chen Fan felt a surge of delight within. He had been seeking an opportunity to teach this man a lesson, and now he had presented his face willingly. Just as he prepared to act, a cold voice interrupted. Zhao, do not waste time on inconsequential individuals. Our matters are of greater importance. Zhao Jia raised an eyebrow, casting a discerning glance at Chen Fan. Fan is right. Our issues are indeed paramount. He then pointed towards the corridor, mockingly stating, Chen the wretch, be gone. We shall not see you off. Clenching his fists, Chen Fan glared at Zhao Jie's insufferable face. Finally, he took a deep breath and turned to leave, not sparing Chen Fan a glance. Anniversary of their wedding. His wife, in a hotel, deemed matters with another man to be of greater significance. What could be more humiliating than this? Chen Fan chuckled bitterly. As he stepped outside the hotel, ready to ride away, his phone rang. Upon checking, he was astonished to find it was a call from his Master-S wife. Master-S wife, what a surprise. What brings you to call me? Chen Fan asked, astonished. On the other end, a sultry voice responded, Xiao Fan. Isn't your anniversary with Pharaoh approaching? I have prepared a gift for you both. Let me know when it would be convenient, and I will have Su Jinjian deliver it to you. Su Jinjian was one of the wealthiest individuals in Lin City, an indisputable real estate mogul worth billions. Yet merely a servant to his Master-S wife. She had countless such servants scattered across the Dragon Country, some of whom had even risen to prominence. Over the years, Su Jinjian had followed her orders, and the Qin family had transformed from an inconsequential clan into a second-tier family within a mere 3 years. It was merely a matter of him bestowing several multi-million-dollar projects upon Su Jinjian, which was no longer needed. Chen Fan spoke with a tone of disappointment. He then briefly mentioned Qin Pharaoh's intention to divorce. What? On the other end of the line, the voice of his mentor's wife sharply escalated. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, What on earth is Qin Pharaoh thinking? Does she not comprehend her own standing? If it weren't for you, what would the Qin family amount to over these years? And now she dares to betray you. You stubborn fool. I have always stated that the gratitude owed to you by the Qin family would be repaid in another manner. You insisted on adhering to old Madame Qin's wishes and marrying Qin Pharaoh. Now you regret it, don't you? Chen Fan scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. Indeed, he regretted it. He had once believed that with genuine affection, even the coldest stone could be warmed. Now, he realized it was not a mere stone, but a block of deep, impenetrable ice. Not only was he unable to thaw it, but he also found himself drenched in its chill. Divorce, he thought to himself. Once this is done, the next one will surely be more agreeable. Chen Fan felt a sense of liberation in his heart. All right, I don't blame you. After all, you've always been a person of deep loyalty. How about this? I recall there's a fine young lady in Lin City. I will arrange for you two to meet. When you introduce her to Qin Pharaoh, it will surely make her regret her decision. With that, his mentor's wife hung up the phone, rushing off to make arrangements with her usual decisiveness. Chen Fan chuckled softly. What his mentor's wife suggested was not entirely out of the question. However, merely using another woman to provoke the Qin family would not suffice. He needed them to realize the true treasure they had let slip away. With a cold glint in his eyes and a surge of indignation within, he put away his phone, just as he was about to mount his electric scooter and head home to gather his belongings. A Mercedes-Benz C-Class suddenly blocked his path. Emerging from the vehicle were his sister-in-law, Qin Ruo, and his mother-in-law, Zhao Cuihua. Upon seeing Chen Fan, they approached him with an aggressive demeanor. Chen Fan's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Ruo. Qin Ruo, did you deliberately say those things to create misunderstandings about your sister? Now that she intends to divorce me, are you satisfied? Ha ha ha, of course I am satisfied. Qin Ruo replied with an exuberant grin. I've long wanted to rid myself of you, this useless waste. Previously, it was Grandma who prevented it. But now that she has been in a nursing home for half a year, this is the perfect opportunity to get rid of you. Furthermore, Qin Ruo rolled her eyes and mocked. Don't you dare claim that I deceived you. If you hadn't mistrusted my sister, would you have fallen for it? It truly echoes that saying online. The less capable a man is, the more he tends to be suspicious. Seeing this woman not only unrepentant, but rather triumphant ignited a surge of uncontainable fury within Chen Fan. As he gripped the handlebars of his scooter, the veins on his hand stood out. At that moment, Zhao Cuihua suddenly interjected, Enough, Ruo, there's no need to waste your breath on this useless fellow. Subsequently, with an air of arrogance, he looked down at Chen Fan, wearing an expression of superiority. Tell me, Chen Fan, after your divorce from my daughter, did you seize the opportunity to demand any form of compensation? I am well aware of my daughter's temperament. She would never part with a sum of 100,000 or 8,000, would she? Let me make this abundantly clear. You, a worthless parasite who has feasted and lived off my family for 3 years, will not take a single penny with you. Now that you are divorcing my daughter, you must leave with nothing. Chen Fan scoffed. Rest assured, the money of the Chen family is something I find distasteful. Now step aside, for I must return to gather my belongings. As he spoke, he prepared to ride away on his electric bike. Chen Ruo was skeptical that Chen Fan truly intended to forego any divorce compensation. She believed instead that he had merely angered her sister, who had chosen not to provide him with any. Seeing Chen Fan display such audacity in her presence filled her with irritation. She rushed over, seizing his electric bike, and sneered, "You worthless fool, your words are more melodious than your actions. Is this not my family's vehicle? Quickly vacate it, lest you tarnish my family's property." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of crimson flashing deep within. "Very well, Chen Ruo, remember your actions today. There will come a time when you will kneel before me, begging for mercy." As the words left his lips, Chen Fan released the handlebars, catching Chen Ruo off guard. The sudden loss of support caused the electric bike to tip backwards, sending her stumbling. "Ouch!" she cried, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. "You have gone too far. Hurry and move the bike." With a cold smile, Chen Fan retorted, "I apologize, but I am not worthy to touch your family's vehicle. You may move it yourself." "Initially, I sought to coexist with you as an ordinary person, but you have shown no appreciation. Now, I shall no longer pretend. I am revealing my true self. I have plenty of money." With that declaration, he raised his phone to his ear and, in a commanding tone, coldly instructed, "Hello, bring my Rolls-Royce over. I need a ride home." Chapter 3. Stealing money to buy a villa? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Chen Ruo and Zhao Cuihua were initially taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. Zhao Cuihua laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face as she pointed at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, I truly did not expect you to possess a talent for comedic storytelling. Do you have any inkling of how much a Rolls-Royce costs? Even if you saved your entire life, you couldn't afford even the small golden emblem of a Rolls-Royce." Chen Ruo tugged at her mother's sleeve, scoffing, "Mom, this useless person is merely attempting to salvage a shred of dignity. If you expose him so eagerly, he might become infuriated." She then regarded Chen Fan with a teasing expression. "Chen, my mother is joking. She does not doubt you. However, I am curious. How long would it take for you to drive that Rolls-Royce here? We have yet to witness such grandeur. Could you allow us a glimpse of a luxury car worth millions?" As Chen Fan hung up the phone, a smile crept upon his lips. "All right, considering our long acquaintance, I might just let you touch it." No sooner had he spoken than the mother and daughter of the Chen family erupted into laughter once more. Chen Ruo laughed so hard that she clutched her belly, exclaiming in delight. Her gaze towards Chen Fan was filled with pity. "Chen, you haven't gone mad because my sister is divorcing you, have you? If so, I can assist in contacting a mental health facility. After all, you've done her laundry and cooking for 3 years. I can at least help with this." Chen Ruo maintained a stern expression as she shook her phone. Meanwhile, Zhao Cuihua, with all the indignation she could muster, shouted, "Did you hear that? You good-for-nothing? Ruo is willing to help you contact a psychiatric hospital. You should hurry and thank her. You truly lack any upbringing. I cannot fathom how Feirong endured you for 3 years. You have wasted 3 years of her youth. A failure like you should have been drowned at birth, not salvaged to bring us misfortune." Before she could finish her sentence, a horn suddenly blared from around the corner. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent Rolls-Royce appeared, the gleaming golden emblem at the front symbolizing nobility and status. Zhao Cuihua was dumbfounded, suspecting she was hallucinating. Chen Ruo was equally bewildered, her mind a blank slate. It was not until the multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce came to a halt beside Chen Fan that they finally grasped the reality before them. They stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as if they might fall from their sockets. At that moment, an elderly gentleman dressed as a butler stepped out of the car, eagerly opening the door for Chen Fan. "Young master, please step inside." The butler's voice resonated like thunder in the ears of Zhao Cuihua and her daughter. Exchanging glances, they wasted no time in rushing forward. However, before Zhao Cuihua could reach Chen Fan, the butler stepped forward to intercept her. With a twisted expression, she unleashed a barrage of curses. "You, Chen Fan, is this how you spend the pocket money my daughter gave you? Renting a luxury car just to show off? You are truly a hopeless waste of space." "Absolutely," Qin Ruruo added, equally incensed. She placed her hands on her hips, spewing words fervently. "When my sister's new company was established, she never even considered renting such a car. And you, worthless fool, are indulging yourself first. Do you even take a moment to reflect on your own appearance? Do you think you are deserving of this?" At that moment, Zhao Cuihua exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Ruruo. "Dear daughter, this good-for-nothing's private savings are likely meager. He probably hasn't rented it for long. We should seize the opportunity to enjoy ourselves, lest time slip away." "Indeed," Qin Ruruo nodded in agreement. The two plotted to push past the butler and ascend into the vehicle for their enjoyment. To them, Chen Fan's car was surely a rental, especially since he had just made a call to the car rental company. Chen Fan sneered, dismissing the two madwomen. He turned to the butler beside him and said, "Old Pang, you know what to do, right?" "Yes, young master." The butler, referred to as Old Pang, exerted force with his hands, pushing Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruruo aside. "Get away quickly, lest you soil my young master's eyes." Old Pang scolded. Zhao Cuihua glared, retorting, "How dare you call him a young master? Does he even deserve to be seen by you? And you, old fool, are you not just an actor he hired? Whatever he paid you, I shall give you double if you promptly remove yourself. This is a car rented with my daughter's money. On what grounds do we not have the right to sit in it? Which production team do you belong to? If you don't leave, I shall report you." Qin Ruo chimed in, her expression twisted with fury. "Old dog, do you lack perception? We are your benefactors, so get out of our way." As they attempted to force their way into the car, Old Pang snorted and swung his arm. With two resounding slaps, he sent them crashing to the ground. Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo were left in shock and disbelief, their faces reflecting the incredulity of being struck by this old man. The butler didn't even spare them a glance. He merely bowed respectfully to Chen Fan, saying, "Young master, the matter has been resolved. We may take our leave." Chen Fan nodded, casting a cold glance at the mother and daughter duo as the car window slowly ascended. It was only when the Rolls-Royce drove away that the peculiar pair realized what had transpired. "This is outrageous," Zhao Cuihua exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stomped her feet. "That good-for-nothing, living off others, dares to command an actor to strike us. I will not rest until I dismantle him." Qin Ruo's expression was equally dark as she declared, "Mother, let us hasten after him. I am eager to see how long this good-for-nothing can maintain his facade." Let us go, Zhao Cuihua urged. The two climbed into a Mercedes and swiftly pursued the departing Rolls-Royce. Meanwhile, within the hotel room, the contract between Qin Feirong and Zhao Jie was finally signed successfully. Zhao Jie opened a bottle of red wine, gallantly pouring a glass for the lady. Qin Feirong raised her glass, smiling warmly. "Mr. Zhao, we are now partners in this endeavor, awaiting your assistance in securing the billion-dollar investment project from the Wen family. We shall proceed to develop it together on a 50-50 basis." Zhao Jie laughed heartily and promptly replied, "No problem. I shall certainly not disappoint Feirong." He took a small sip of wine, noticing Qin Feirong's luscious red lips, her beauty surpassing that of blooming flowers. His less than honorable thoughts began to surface uncontrollably. He leaned closer, his other hand attempting to embrace Qin Feirong's waist inappropriately. Suddenly, she stepped away, grabbing the trench coat from the hanger, her tone cold as ice. "Now that the contract is signed, let us take our leave. It is unwise for a man and a woman to linger alone in a hotel, as it may attract unwarranted gossip." She was well aware of Zhao Jie's intentions. Zhao Jie froze for a moment, struggling to force a smile. "What's the matter? Feirong, are you still thinking about your useless husband?" Qin Feirong's expression shifted slightly, yet she said nothing, turning to leave. Enraged, Zhao Jie smashed his wine glass onto the carpet, red wine splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua stealthily followed the Rolls-Royce in their car. Upon witnessing the luxurious vehicle halt before an opulent residential complex, their expressions shifted to one of disbelief. Then they observed the security guard respectfully saluting Chen Fan in the back seat, permitting the Rolls-Royce to enter. A wave of intense jealousy and incredulity washed over the mother and daughter. "Mom, could it be that this good-for-nothing has stolen our family's money to buy a villa?" Qin Ruo exclaimed, her face pale. "Is there any doubt? It must be so." Zhao Chuihua's face twisted with jealousy, her anxiety causing her to stomp her feet. "Daughter, we must hurry inside. I told you this good-for-nothing wouldn't be so honest, refusing the divorce compensation. He's been waiting for us here. Truly a beast." Chapter 4. The villa dispute. Chen Fan was undoubtedly aware that he was being followed. However, he remained unfazed. The presence of two deranged women did not guarantee their entry into the community. This residential area belonged to Su Jingjian, and the most opulent villa within it had been gifted to him for the purpose of caring for his ailing mother. As Chen Fan arrived, he instructed the elderly driver to halt the vehicle before the most luxurious villa in the community, marked with the number 001. Outside stood a gentle woman clad in a maid's uniform, waiting with a warm smile. "Aunt Su, why are you standing here? Please come inside." Chen Fan greeted her with a smile. "Young master, you have returned," Aunt Su exclaimed with joy, ushering Chen Fan into the villa. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua had reached the entrance of the community. Staring at the grand and resplendent gates reminiscent of a royal palace, Zhao Cuihua's envy was palpable. She was almost drooling. Quickly, she rolled up her sleeves to wipe her mouth, simultaneously feeling a surge of resentment. Their family resided in a mere ordinary community. Although they lived in a row house, it paled in comparison to the lavishness of this estate and the single-family villas that radiated opulence. To them, their home felt like a dog kennel. How dare that worthless Chen Fan live better than us? It's utterly absurd. Zhao Cuihua fumed. "Dear, let us hurry inside," she urged her daughter. Qin Ruo nodded in agreement, and mother and daughter resolutely attempted to enter. The security guard, upon witnessing their actions, swiftly blocked their path. "What are you doing? You are not residents here. You cannot enter. Step aside. A good dog does not obstruct the way," Qin Ruo retorted fiercely, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the guard's face. Seizing the moment while he was dazed, she and Zhao Cuihua strode in boldly, akin to generals inspecting their territory. Onlookers, witnessing the commotion, were taken aback and began to follow, eager to witness the spectacle. Once the guard regained his composure, he immediately reached for his walkie-talkie to call for backup. Meanwhile, within the villa, Chen Fan inquired, "How my mother?" as he sipped the tea brewed by Aunt Su, his expression filled with concern. Aunt Su furrowed her brow and sighed. The old lady's condition remains unchanged. Chen Fan paused, placing his teacup down. "Aunt Su, please carry on with your duties. I will go check on my mother." With that, he ascended the stairs with a brisk pace. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, lay a frail woman with graying hair, quietly resting on the bed. This woman was Chen Fan's mother, Su Chaoga, once renowned for her beauty, now reduced to such desolation. Approaching her, Chen Fan took her pulse and scrutinized the sophisticated medical equipment beside her. He felt a profound sense of bewilderment. The readings on the machines indicated normalcy, yet despite his countless attempts at various treatments over the years, he had been unable to rouse his mother from her slumber. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from downstairs, seemingly Aunt Su embroiled in a dispute with someone. Frowning, Chen Fan hastened down the stairs, only to find Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua had somehow followed him to the villa entrance. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, a desperate attempt was made to breach the villa. Aunt Su, with all her might, endeavored to restrain the 2 individuals. Qin Ruo, her face contorted in rage, raised her hand high, poised to strike Aunt Su. "Stop this at once," Chen Fan bellowed, descending the stairs in fury. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the sole of his size 42 shoe landed squarely on Qin Ruo's grotesque visage, sending the deranged woman sprawling. Zhao Cuihua, who had also raised her hand, ready to assault Aunt Su, was rendered pale at the sight of her daughter being kicked away. Her arm, once raised in aggression, now bent at an unnatural angle behind her back, feigning nonchalance as she scratched an imaginary itch. Chen Fan cast her a cold glance and remarked, "Do you also wish to experience a kick?" Terrified, Zhao Cuihua hastily retreated. Once a safe distance separated them, she turned and shouted with a facade of bravado, "Chen Fan, you beast! Return our villa at once." "Our villa?" Chen Fan retorted with a mocking laugh. "By what authority do you claim this is yours? Call out to it and see if it responds." At this, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Zhao Cuihua's face flushed a deep shade of liver, her mouth agape in stunned silence, unable to formulate a retort. Disregarding her, Chen Fan approached Aunt Sue. "Aunt Sue, are you unharmed?" he inquired with genuine concern. Aunt Sue had been not only his mother's maid, but also a companion since their childhood. After his mother fell into a coma, she meticulously cared for her and accompanied Chen Fan as he grew. In his heart, Aunt Sue held a place equal to that of his mother. Fortunately, his timely intervention had spared her from harm. Otherwise, he would have ensured that Qin Ro and Zhao Cuihua paid dearly for their madness. "I am fine, young master. But these two?" Aunt Sue questioned, perplexed, recognizing them as the mother and daughter from the Qin family. She recalled the meager and perfunctory wedding when the young master was to wed Qin Farong, where she had attended in her capacity as an aunt. She had believed that someone of the young master's stature deserved more than such a lackluster ceremony to cross a pivotal threshold in life. Yet Chen Fan, entranced by Qin Farong's youthful visage, had been impervious to her counsel. How could it be that merely 3 years had passed, and their relationship had deteriorated so drastically? Meanwhile, Zhao Cuihua, having helped the still wincing Qin Ro to her feet, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Fan, her expression twisted with outrage. "Chen Fan, you beast! The Qin family sustained you for 3 years without any contribution from you, and now you dare to steal my daughter's money to purchase such an extravagant villa? Now that we have unmasked your deceit, you even have the audacity to strike me." As Qin Ro, her features grotesquely contorted from Chen Fan's kick, regained her composure. She noticed the gathering crowd and began to twist the narrative to her advantage. "Everyone come see. This man is Chen Fan, a son-in-law of the Qin family. He has been borrowing money for groceries from my sister. Stepping out, I could barely afford to ride the dilapidated second-hand electric bike my family owns, let alone take a bus. How could a person like him, who appears to be of such lowly stature, afford an extravagant villa? Even selling both his kidneys wouldn't suffice. He must have stolen my sister's money to purchase that mansion. Now, my sister intends to divorce him. Shouldn't we demand he return the villa?" Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Goodness, is it truly so? The audacity of that son-in-law is remarkable. People are far too kind nowadays. In earlier times, such a person would have been dealt with severely. I remarked that the villa, numbered 001, is rarely occupied by its owner, revealing perhaps a fear of being discovered. Stealing money to buy a villa is one thing, but to hire a housekeeper as well? He must not be welcomed at home, choosing instead to flaunt wealth here. The residents exchanged scornful glances and chuckles. Aunt Sue quickly waved her hands, insisting, "No, you misunderstand. This villa belongs to our young master. It was personally gifted to him by Mr. Su Jinjian." At this revelation, the residents were momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter. This housekeeper is quite loyal, defending her master. One mocked, "Do you know who Su Jinjian is?" He is the big boss of the entire community, one of the wealthiest in Lin City. "You'd best be careful with your words." Another remarked, noting Aunt Sue's apparent simplicity and lack of education. It was clear she believed everything the man said. The crowd continued their jeering, each taking turns to ridicule Aunt Sue. Her face flushed crimson. Aunt Sue stood speechless, unable to counter their accusations. She was merely a maid by Su Chaoga's side, seldom venturing beyond the confines of the house, focused solely on caring for the lady and the young master, and typically avoiding conflict. At this moment, she felt utterly helpless, her eyes welling with tears. Witnessing Aunt Sue being bullied ignited a fire within Chen Fan that he could no longer suppress. Just as he was about to reprimand the mocking residents, the property manager arrived, flanked by a group of security personnel striding over with urgency. Who is causing a ruckus here? Do you have a death wish? The portly manager bellowed, hands on hips, his fierce demeanor sending the residents scurrying to either side. Chen Ruo, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, boldly stepped forward, exclaiming, "What are you security guards doing? Why have you only just arrived? I command you, immediately apprehend this worthless Chen Fan." The manager's expression soured as he waved his hand, prompting a swarm of security personnel to rush forward. Chen Ruo sneered triumphantly, relishing in her perceived victory over Chen Fan. "Now, let us see how you pretend to be impressive. Kneel and kowtow to me and my mother, and perhaps I'll persuade them to go easy on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. If you end up getting severely punished, losing a hand or a foot, it will be entirely your own doing." Chapter 5. The tables turned. Who is truly being taught a lesson remains uncertain. A cold smirk graced Chen Fan's lips as he observed the two hysterical women, Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo. "Huh, Chen Waste, are you out of your mind?" Chen Ruo scoffed, hands on her hips. "What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? You are merely a dog raised by the Chen family. If you wish to be a dog, then accept the fate of a dog, sneaking into your master's residence. You truly possess audacity." The sound of approaching footsteps from the security guards echoed behind them. Chen Ruo's expression swelled with arrogance. "Chen Waste, we've given you a chance. If you squander it, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." She turned around, commanding the group of security guards with a loud voice, "Seize him at once. Break his legs." Smack! Before she could finish her sentence, one of the guards had slapped her sharply across the face. "How dare you bark orders at us?" Chen Ruo stood there, stunned, clutching her face in disbelief. The onlookers from the neighborhood were collectively taken aback. How had the situation deviated from their expectations? At that moment, Chen Ruo stiffly turned her head, glaring at the guard, her fury boiling over. "You wretched doorkeeper, how dare you strike me?" Slap, slap, slap. Several more resounding slaps landed on her face, causing her once somewhat attractive features to swell painfully. Amidst the chaos, someone took the opportunity to kick Chen Ruo, sending her crashing to the ground, where she writhed in agony, unable to rise. Witnessing this, Chen Fan could not help but chuckle. Chen Ruo was indeed a fool, daring to insult the guards in front of so many. Who else but she would deserve such punishment? What are you doing? How dare you strike my daughter?" Zhao Cuihua finally regained her composure and rushed forward, pushing the guards aside to assist her daughter. "I will file a complaint against you all, and I demand that you pack your things and leave." Zhao Cuihua resembled a madwoman, pointing at the guards and screaming hysterically. At that moment, the portly manager stepped forward. "I apologize, but only residents of this community have the right to lodge complaints against us. And you? What are you even worth? Furthermore, you assaulted our security and intruded upon the premises with the intent to harm the residents. I will call the police right now and have you all arrested." Saying this, he indeed pulled out his phone. Panic flickered in Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo's eyes as they recoiled. Zhao Cuihua hastily defended themselves. "You misunderstand. We are residents of this community. This waste is our son-in-law. He bought this villa with the money he stole from my eldest daughter. Now that he wishes to divorce my daughter, we must reclaim this villa." Chen Fan could no longer endure their nonsense and coldly interjected, "Silence, you two brainless fools. Do you have any idea how much this villa is worth? If I had truly stolen such a large sum from Chen Pharaoh, would she not have noticed? Do you think her a fool?" Chen Ruo retorted with unwavering confidence, "The absence of evidence does not imply your innocence. Where did you procure the funds to acquire such an opulent villa? If you possess such wealth, why would you choose to become a son-in-law in our household? Do you find that reasonable?" Upon hearing her words, the residents nodded in agreement. Indeed, why would a wealthy individual opt to be a son-in-law, a position often deemed inferior? Who would willingly seek such humiliation? This person, not only stealing his wife's money to purchase a villa, but also permitting the security personnel to assault his sister-in-law and mother-in-law, deserves no mercy. The residents expressed their disdain. Silence. Suddenly, the portly manager bellowed, commanding the attention of everyone present. His fierce gaze pierced through the crowd as he declared, "Cease your baseless gossip. This villa belongs to this gentleman. Stop eavesdropping and disperse immediately." The residents shrank back, casting fearful glances at the manager before retreating to their homes, no longer willing to witness the spectacle. Do not underestimate this hefty figure. He is merely a property manager by title, but he holds another, more formidable identity. He is one of the 13 protectors under Su Jinjian, a man who ascended from a street thug to become one of the wealthiest individuals in lynching. His business acumen is noteworthy, yet his formidable background is even more significant. Years ago, Su Jinjian's notorious reputation was enough to silence even the most unruly children. This manager, groomed by Su himself, may now present as a mere property manager, but his ruthless nature remains intact. What nonsense about being a property owner? I stand for the owner. At that moment, the manager turned his gaze towards Zhao Cuihua and her daughter, coldly asserting, "If you too wish to continue this commotion, I am more than willing to oblige." With a wave of his hand, a security guard promptly produced a baton and handed it to the manager. Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo recoiled in fear, hastily gesturing, "We won't cause any more trouble. We're leaving." Without a backward glance, they fled. "Mr. Chen, my apologies for our tardiness." Once the manager and his entourage departed, they immediately sought forgiveness from Chen Fan. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Should you allow such individuals to wreak havoc again, you shall explain it to Su Jinjian yourself." Understood. The manager, drenched in cold sweat, realized the gravity of the situation. While others perceived Chen Fan as merely a son-in-law, he was far from foolish. The true extent of Chen Fan's terrifying identity was beyond his imagination. He merely knew that his boss was the illustrious Linchang tycoon, the infamous Su Wangye, who commanded respect even from those who were his subordinates. "Let us return, Aunt Su," Chen Fan said, turning to her. Aunt Su nodded, and the two made their way back to the villa. Once inside, Chen Fan's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" He answered, "Greetings. May I inquire if this is Chen Fan?" On the other end of the line, a melodious voice emerged. "I am Wenren. A senior provided me with a number, urging me to reach out to you. Are you available now? I would like to meet you." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan paused for a few seconds. Without a shadow of a doubt, this was his master's wife, seeking a new match for him. Truly, she was efficient. At that moment, his temper was quite high, and he needed an outlet. Thus, he replied, "All right, just give me an address, and I will come to find you tonight." "Tonight?" The woman, named Wenren, responded with a hint of surprise. "Is that inconvenient?" Chen Fan grinned. "Not all. Let's meet at 7 o'clock at the Golden Emperor restaurant." "Where are you?" "I shall come and pick you up." On the other end of the call, Wenren replied with a faint smile. Glancing at the time, Chen Fan noted it was already 6:30. She certainly had a decisive character. However, his notion of the night referred to the quiet hours of the night, a time when one is restless and unable to sleep. Was this girl being intentionally obtuse? Or did she genuinely not understand? Or perhaps she was feigning ignorance? As Chen Fan pondered, he changed into a fresh outfit. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua stormed out of the community, their faces flushed with fury. Qin Ruo cradled her swollen face, quietly weeping. "Daughter, do not cry. I will call your sister right away and have her teach that good-for-nothing a lesson, to avenge you." Zhao Cuihua's face turned pale with rage. Grabbing her mobile phone, she dialed her eldest daughter. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Cuihua's voice erupted in despair. "Pharaoh, hurry and save your sister. That good-for-nothing Chen Fan is going to beat her to death." Chapter 6. To the hospital for an abortion? What are you saying? Fiefan Beauty Company. Qin Pharaoh was taken aback by the sudden news. "Mom, what on earth is happening? How did you and Chen Fan get into a conflict?" She hurriedly exited her office and rushed towards the hospital as informed by Zhao Cuihua. At the entrance of the community, Zhao Cuihua hung up the phone and smiled at Qin Ruo, saying, "It's done. Your sister is quite upset. We need to head to the hospital immediately to prepare, or she won't believe us." Qin Ruo nodded, ready to leave with her mother. At that moment, they spotted Chen Fan leisurely strolling out of the community. That useless Chen. Does he still dare to show his face? Zhao Cuihua fumed. Suddenly, a screech of brakes pierced the air. Both Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo turned to see a Bentley come to a halt not far from Chen Fan. The car door swung open, and a stunning woman in a sleeveless long dress, with cascading long hair, stepped out. She regarded Chen Fan with a captivating smile that could enchant anyone. Her face bore 2 faint dimples, and her large, alluring eyes seemed to conceal a spring of charm. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, not expecting the person on the phone to be so strikingly beautiful. In terms of looks, she was indeed comparable to Chen Fan. One must admit, the teacher had quite an eye for beauty. "Hello, are you Miss Wenren?" Chen Fan approached and inquired. "That's me. You can call me Sia, Mr. Chen. Shall we get in the car? We can discuss matters while we eat," Wenren Sia replied, eyeing the man before her with a smile. The two then entered the car and drove away, oblivious to Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ro, who were stealthily watching from the side. What a little scoundrel! Zhao Cuihua's eyes blazed with anger. He hasn't even divorced my daughter yet, and he's already flirting with another woman. Such a lowly creature deserves to be struck by lightning. We must hurry to the hospital. I need to tell your sister about this. Qin Ruo nodded, and the two hastily drove towards the hospital. After spending money to secure a hospital room, they began to prepare for the ruse. By the time Qin Fan arrived, Qin Ruo had already applied dark red eyeshadow and smeared blood-like marks on her face and arms. Her forehead was wrapped in several layers of gauze, making it appear as though she had suffered severe injuries. Zhao Cuihua sat by the bed, feigning tears. Qin Fan's breath caught in her throat, filled with rage. She immediately took out her phone, locating a very familiar number and dialing it. Just as Chen Fan and Wenren Sia arrived at the Golden Emperor restaurant, Chen Fan received a call from Qin Fan before they could even enter. "Mr. Chen, whose call is that?" Wenren Sia, noticing Chen Fan's furrowed brow, couldn't help but ask. Chen Fan snapped back to reality, his expression nonchalant as he replied, "My soon-to-be ex-wife." With that, he pressed the answer button. Since Wenren Sia was introduced by the teacher's wife, she naturally understood his current emotional state. Chen Fan had no intention of concealing anything, so he answered Qin Fan's call right in front of her. "Chen Fan, where are you?" Qin Fan's icy voice came through the phone, as if Chen Fan owed her a substantial sum of money. Chen Fan scoffed and replied indifferently, "What is it to you? Speak quickly. I'm busy on a date." There was a pause in Qin Fan's breath, and a flash of anger crossed her beautiful face. How dare Chen Fan reveal his true nature at the mere mention of divorce? He had never spoken to her in such a manner before. However, this was not the time to indulge his whims. Thus, Qin Fan's domineering voice returned. "I don't care where you are or what you're doing. Get to Linqing First Hospital within 10 minutes. Linqing First Hospital? Chen Fan frowned. What is the hospital for? Are you going to terminate a wild man's child? Are you out of your mind? Qin Fan's tone suddenly escalated, becoming sharp and piercing. The divorce is between us. Why are you taking out on my sister? What has she done to deserve this? Is it necessary for you to be so brutal, leaving her in such a state? You better come over right now and apologize to her, or I will never forgive you." Hearing this, Chen Fan felt a sense of relief. It wasn't he about an abortion, so there was no cause for alarm. Although he had decided on the divorce, he still did not wish to be cuckolded. The notion that one must wear a bit of green to lead a fulfilling life was merely an excuse for cowards to justify their compromises. He hoped that Qin Fan had not been reckless. Otherwise, it would not simply be a matter of divorce. It would leave her family with profound regret. He would ensure that Qin Fan faced dire consequences. "Qin Fan, are you aware of the circumstances? Setting aside the facts, why would I target your sister among so many? Does she bear no blame?" Chen Fan retorted with a cold smirk. Qin Fan scoffed. "When a dog goes mad, it will bite indiscriminately. My sister is innocent. She has never stirred up trouble. She simply had bad luck and was bitten by you. I once felt a twinge of guilt towards you, but now it seems that divorcing you is the wisest decision of my life. You are truly a despicable person, a thoroughly wretched individual." With that, Qin Fan hung up the phone without giving him a chance to respond. Chen Fan glanced at his phone and snorted. For 3 years, he had toiled selflessly in the Qin household, yet Qin Fan chose to remain oblivious to his efforts. Whenever Qin Ro uttered a word against him, Qin Fan would unleash a torrent of insults without listening to his explanations. This had been the pattern for 3 long years, and as they approached divorce, nothing had changed. You should have seen through it long ago. He turned to the woman beside him and smiled nonchalantly. Miss Wenren, I apologize for the spectacle. Wenren suppressed a smile, shaking her head. It is evident that Mr. Chen is not particularly adept at verbal disputes. This indicates that you are a pragmatic man. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, casting an unexpected glance at Wenren Shiyu. Such emotional intelligence is remarkable, subtly complimenting him. Mr. Chen, shall we proceed inside? Wenren Shiyu invited once more. Chen Fan nodded, following closely beside her as they entered the restaurant. In the hospital room, Chen Fei Rong ended the call, but her anger had yet to dissipate. The 10 billion investment from the Wenren family, even with the support of the Zhao family, was not a guaranteed deal. She had been exceedingly busy during this period, and now Chen Fan not only failed to assist her in the slightest, but also misjudged her fidelity. To make matters worse, he had taken out his frustrations on her sister, landing her in the hospital. This was utterly disheartening. Ruo, how could there be a conflict between you and Chen Fan when you and mother are doing well? Chen Fei Rong asked with genuine concern. Chen Ruo sobbed quietly, covering her face with a pillow, pretending she had no desire to speak. However, she was truly afraid of being discovered by Chen Fei Rong. The injury on her face was fabricated. Zhao Chuihua immediately exclaimed with clenched teeth, "This is all the fault of that ungrateful Chen Fan." We were wary of his intentions, fearing he might take this opportunity to demand divorce compensation. We thought to warn him a bit, but do you know what we saw? Chen Fei Rong furrowed her delicate brows and gently shook her head. We witnessed him leave shortly after, only to meet a beautiful young woman. She was driving a Bentley, clearly very affluent. My sister and I promptly confronted him. After all, you are not yet divorced. Even if he is eager to find a new partner, he should not behave in such a manner. To our surprise, this ungrateful wretch, in a fit of rage, struck your sister. My poor daughter, you truly have suffered too much. Woe is you. Sao Kuiwa concluded, Fiyingtios. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei Rong's exquisite brows immediately knitted together. Even though she had prepared herself to divorce Chen Fan, for some inexplicable reason, the thought of him associating with another woman ignited an unexpected fury within her. Chapter 7. Zhao Jie's deliberate provocation. At that moment, Chen Feirong's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Zhao Jie. After a fleeting look at her mother and sister, Chen Feirong stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, Zhao, is there something you need? Feirong, I would like to invite one of the senior executives from the Wenren group to dinner at the Golden Emperor restaurant. Hurry over. Zhao Jie's voice was hurried. Without giving Chen Feirong a chance to decline, he abruptly ended the call. Chen Feirong cast a resigned glance at her phone. Indeed, she had business dealings with Zhao Jie. However, beyond professional matters, she preferred to limit her interactions with him. Yet, Zhao Jie seemed certain she would refuse, providing her no opportunity to voice her objections. If she did not attend, it would undoubtedly offend him. Thus, she turned to Zhao Cuihua and said, Mom, I'm going to have dinner with Zhao Jie. If Chen Fan comes to apologize to Ruo, please let me know. With that, she turned and left. Zhao Cuihua's face brightened, and once she confirmed Chen Feirong had departed, she eagerly nudged her younger daughter. Ruo, it seems your sister's gone to dinner with young Master Zhao. Chen Ruo sprang up, her face alight with joy. Wonderful. It appears sister has truly moved on from that useless Chen Fan. Let us go take a look. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Cuihua replied to Chen Ruo. The two quickly tidied themselves up and left the hospital. Meanwhile, at the Golden Emperor restaurant, Zhao Jie hung up the phone and grinned at a well-groomed man beside him. Senior executive, I'm counting on you. Zhao Jie winked at him. Gao Wentao responded. Rest assured, if Xiao is on the hunt for romance, I will assist you without fail. Zhao Jie smiled with satisfaction, handing over a card. 5 million, a small token of appreciation. If you manage to win over Chen Feirong, a grand reward awaits you. Gao Wentao beamed with delight, eagerly accepting the card. Just then, Zhao Jie's gaze swept over to the entrance of the restaurant, and he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Chen Fan, he could not fathom how a man who was regarded as less than a dog within the Chen family had the audacity to enter such a prestigious establishment. Was he here to apply for a dishwashing position? Upon reflection, it made sense. Soon to be discarded by Chen Fan. He likely had nowhere to stay and had resorted to seeking a job that provided meals and lodging. However, just then, an extraordinarily beautiful woman entered, standing beside Chen Fan and flashing him a breathtaking smile. How is this possible? Zhao Jie's eyes turned crimson, his breath quickening. This worthless man. Not only did he manage to marry a woman of Chen Fan's caliber, but now he was dining with another stunning beauty who matched her in looks, figure, and grace. How could this be justified? Jealousy distorted Zhao Jie's features. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode over. Mr. Chen, let us proceed to the private room number 1. Wenren said apologetically, gesturing towards the most prominent private booth in the hall. The Golden Emperor restaurant was the most renowned high-end dining establishment in Linqing. It was rumored that the owner of the restaurant had substantial connections. Even someone of her stature recognized its prestige. To reserve a private room here, one must do so at least 3 days in advance. Currently, she and Chen Fan have made a last-minute arrangement. Securing a private area in the main hall is already quite commendable. However, in reality, this restaurant is a property under the ownership of Su Jinjian, which has long been entrusted to Chen Fan, provided Chen Fan wishes it. The first private room is always at his disposal. Nevertheless, as when Wenren is the one treating and merely for a meal, Chen Fan perceives no necessity to make a grand show of it. After all, pretense should not be overt. It must be executed with finesse to leave a lasting impression. As they took their seats, Wenren received the menu from the waiter, intending to hand it to Chen Fan. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched it from her grasp. Chen Fan looked up to see Zhao Jie's obnoxious grin. Zhao Jie, what are you up to? He queried. Who might that be? Zhao Jie squinted, a sneer playing on his lips. So it's the infamous waste of the Chen family. What is this? Just cast out by the Chen family and already eager to find a new home? Zhao Jie deliberately raised his voice, instantly capturing the attention of several diners in the restaurant. What? The Chen family's son-in-law? Is that the one named Chen Fan? Murmured the patrons, their voices rife with intrigue and derision. Chen Fan was expelled from the Chen family and divorced Chen Fan. The diners exchanged whispers, their gazes towards Chen Fan laced with mockery and amusement. The Chen family, while not a prominent clan in Lin City, had Chen Fan, a celebrated beauty. The news of the Chen family taking Chen Fan as a son-in-law had once stirred the city, breaking many hearts that night. In a certain sense, Chen Fan has become the nemesis of most men in Lin City. Today, anyone wishing to humiliate him would surely have the support of onlookers. Ignoring the scrutinizing glances, Chen Fan coldly addressed Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, return the menu. I shan't stoop to your level. He did not wish to appear overly aggressive while sharing his first meal with a stunning beauty like Wenren. Instead, Zhao Jie mischievously waved the menu in front of Chen Fan, withdrawing it swiftly and taunting. Want the menu? Sure. Just kneel and kowtow 10 times while calling me daddy 10 times, and I shall hand it over. After all, I've heard you often kneel to wash Chen Fan's feet. If you enjoy kneeling so much, why not kneel for me? Immediately, laughter erupted throughout the restaurant. Zhao Jie then turned to Wenren, his derision morphing into feigned politeness. My dear lady, how could you dine with such a waste? Surely you aren't deceived by him? I must inform you, he is notoriously known as a good-for-nothing in Lin City. Dining with him will only diminish your stature. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Zhao, do you believe I wouldn't dare to strike you? Zhao Jie froze momentarily, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the most hilarious joke in the world. Beside him, Gao Wentao laughed so hard he doubled over, unable to straighten up for quite some time. Chen Fan, I never anticipated that you possessed the talent for humor. Are you attempting to make me laugh myself to death in order to inherit my fortune? Ha ha! Zhao Jie wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. He leaned closer to Chen Fan and whispered, Chen, do you truly possess the audacity to confront me? Why did you scurry away from the hotel room today? You may be unaware that after your departure, Fei Rong and I signed our contract and then enjoyed a romantic bath together. Furthermore, I must confess, Your wife is indeed quite enchanting. That skin, that delicate waist, and... Oh my goodness. Chen Fan, suddenly incensed, sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful punch directly to Zhao Jie's face. Caught off guard, Zhao Jie was unable to react and was sent flying, crashing into a dining table and leaving it in ruins. Lying amidst the chaos, he let out a loud wail. Just as Chen Fan intended to follow up with a kick, a familiar voice filled with ire erupted. Chen Fan, you good for nothing. What madness are you up to? Cease this immediately. Turning around, Chen Fan found Qin Fei Rong approaching, adorned in a stunning outfit, her anger palpable. Before he could question her, she swiftly raised her hand, aiming a slap at Chen Fan. Chapter 8. A clash of titans. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the restaurant. However, the slap did not land on Chen Fan's face, but was instead firmly grasped in his hand. Chen Fan, do you dare to obstruct me? Qin Fei Rong exclaimed in fury, her disbelief evident as she gazed at the man. With a cold expression, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and demanded, Qin Fei Rong, you must honestly confess, after I left today, what transpired between you and Zhao Jie at the hotel. Qin Fei Rong's breath caught in her throat as she retorted angrily, Chen Fan, what do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of infidelity? And what else should I think? Chen Fan's eyes glinted dangerously. Qin Fei Rong, my devotion to you stemmed from my deep love for you. However, my affection comes with a prerequisite, your loyalty to me, without ever betraying me. It appears you have indeed strayed. Haven't you? Seeing me confront your lover has enraged you. Hasn't it? You wish to slap your own husband in front of him to uphold his ludicrous dignity? Chen Fan's words rendered Qin Fei Rong pale as a ghost. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with disappointment as she looked at him. Chen Fan, do you truly see me as nothing more than a wayward woman? My anger at you is due to my professional collaboration with Zhao. Your attack on him is nothing but a deliberate act of disruption. I understand your resentment over our impending divorce, but you cannot be so petty as to mock my career. Look at yourself. Do you even resemble a man? Chen Fan laughed bitterly in his rage. Oh, how do you know I'm not a man? We have been married for 3 years, yet you remained untouchable, claiming our feelings were not yet cultivated. Now that we have entered into the physical aspect of marriage, you argue it would tarnish the purity of our bond. How absurd. He spat aside and continued fiercely. When you and Zhao Jie were indulging in a bath together at the hotel this afternoon, did you not think the feelings were underdeveloped? Qin Fei Rong's expression shifted as she turned to Zhao Jie, who bore a look of panic, having not anticipated Chen Fan would expose their affairs so openly. He quickly interjected, Fei Rong, don't listen to this worthless scoundrel. He is simply resentful for losing you to me and is deliberately seeking to provoke trouble. I am here today with a senior executive from Wenren Group to discuss collaboration. Why would I utter such words? He is attempting to tarnish my reputation. Upon hearing this, Wenren Shiyu furrowed her brow. A senior executive from Wenren Group? Who might that be? At that moment, Gao Wintao cleared his throat and staggered forward. Hello, President Qin. I am the deputy manager of the business department at Wenren Group. My surname is Gao. He extended his greasy hand toward Qin Fei Rong. Qin Fei Rong's brows knitted slightly, yet she forced a smile and gently shook his hand. Gao Wintao's eyes flickered as he slyly brushed his finger against the palm of her hand, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Qin Fei Rong suppressed her disgust. Feigning ignorance, Gao Wintao then declared, President Qin, I can assure you that what Zhao said is entirely true. It is this worthless Chen Fan who is deliberately provoking trouble. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fei Rong glared at Chen Fan with fury. Do you have anything to say now? Chen Fan, you have truly disappointed me. Look at you. Full of lies, petty-minded, and lacking ambition. Marrying you was the gravest mistake of my life. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a surge of anger boiling within him. At that moment, a delicate hand stealthily reached out and firmly grasped his palm. A melodious voice resonated in his ear, quietly diffusing his inner turmoil. President Qin, this seems rather unfair. They are in cahoots and naturally will corroborate each other's claims. And you take their word without question? Chen Fan was slightly taken aback, glancing in astonishment at Wenren City beside him. The woman's profile resembled a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by the heavens, stirring a flutter in his heart. Wenren turned her head and offered Chen Fan a gentle smile, akin to a soft beam of light illuminating him amidst the profound darkness, calming him down. Chen Fan had not anticipated that someone would come to Chen Fan's defense. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a woman whose beauty and figure were comparable to her own, and perhaps even surpassed her in grace. A wave of anxiety washed over Chen Fan. "Who are you?" she asked sharply, directing a frosty glare at Wenren. Wenren raised the hand that was clasping Chen Fan's, retorting, "Isn't my relationship with Chen Fan quite evident?" Chen Fan's expression froze as she recalled her mother's words in the hospital. It seemed that this so-called waste had already found a replacement. She cast an irritated glance at Chen Fan, sneering, "Chen Fan, you're quite impressive, aren't you? You mentioned divorce at noon and found a new partner by the afternoon. Yet we are not divorced yet. Perhaps you should be more mindful. You have no shame. And yet I still possess some dignity." Chen Fan shot back, "Chen Fan, what right do you have to speak to me? Who was it that, on our wedding anniversary, was at a hotel with another man? And you deceived me by saying you were discussing business. Are there no tea houses or CAFS nearby? Did your business discussion lead you to a hotel? Do you think I'm a fool? If I had arrived a little later, would you have ended up in bed?" At this revelation, the onlookers erupted in a chorus of gasps. While they relished the spectacle of Chen Fan, the so-called useless son-in-law, they were equally intrigued by the scandal involving the beautiful CEO, Chen Fan. What kind of peculiar habit was it to conduct business in a hotel? Moreover, from Chen Fan's implication, he had caught her in the act? No wonder he sought a divorce. Facing the multitude of curious eyes, Chen Fan's expression darkened abruptly. "You worthless Chen, what nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, a sharp outburst echoed from outside the restaurant as Zhao Tsuhua, accompanied by Chen Ruo, stormed in. Zhao Tsuhua's face was contorted with rage as she pointed at Chen Fan, shouting, "You worthless Chen, how dare you tarnish my daughter's reputation in public? Do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart?" Chen Ruo immediately spoke up. "Chen, you think everyone is like you, merely engaged in mundane chores such as laundry and cooking? Zhao has just returned from a business trip. He was so exhausted that he lacked the strength to return home and opted for a nearby hotel. Yet even so, he still remembered the matter concerning my sister and requested her to come to the hotel to sign a contract. Do you presume everyone shares your sort of mentality? Indeed, the more inept a man is, the more he tends to be suspicious. My sister marrying you is truly her misfortune, you pathetic man." The crowd suddenly understood. It was indeed the case that Chen Fan was excessively paranoid. Chen Fan, as a woman striving to uphold a company, undoubtedly faced immense challenges. As her husband, Chen Fan not only failed to empathize with her, but also cast doubt on her fidelity, even resorting to spying on her. In that moment, the onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Fan. However, at that moment, Chen Fan was oblivious to their sentiments. Her gaze was fixated on Chen Ruo, whose smooth, fair complexion and unblemished forehead startled her. Just moments ago in the hospital, hadn't Chen Ruo appeared gravely injured? Why did she seem perfectly fine now? At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly interjected, "Chen Ruo, that's not how you spoke to me at home." Chen Ruo's expression shifted, her heart racing as she retorted, "Chen, what do you mean? I spoke to you just like this at home. Yet, your heavy suspicion led you to ignore my explanations and chase after infidelity. My mother can attest to this." Zhao Tuan nodded vigorously, assertively proclaiming, "Yes, it's this useless man who is both incapable and suspicious." "Is that so?" Chen Fan scoffed, pulling out his phone to play a video. Chen Ruo's sharp, cutting voice emerged from the device. "You worthless man, still fantasizing about celebrating a wedding anniversary with my sister. You should hurry and take a look. My sister has already gone to a hotel with young Master Zhao. You might as well wear that green hat with grace, my dear brother-in-law." The moment Chen Ruo heard her own voice, her face turned ashen, and her gaze became hollow. Chen Fan glared at her sister, her chest heaving with fury. Chapter 9. You will soon cease to be a lass. How enlightening today has proven to be. Indeed, My sister-in-law and mother-in-law have conspired, alleging infidelity on the part of their daughter. If I were in their shoes, I too would be deceived. This family is truly fascinating. The most critical point is that in the end, they face divorce. What does marriage ultimately bring to a man? Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Chen Ruo's complexion shifted between hues of blue and purple, utterly captivating. Zhao Tsuehua, a woman of a coarse background, paid no heed to such matters. She retaliated, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Fan, berating him vehemently. Chun, I knew you were up to no good. What kind of normal person records videos at home? You have long been digging a pit for Ruo, deliberately ensnaring her, haven to you? To claim you lack ability is one thing, but to harbor such malevolent thoughts. You, a worthless wretch, do not deserve to exist in this world. You ought to be struck by a car or struck down by lightning. Enough. At this critical juncture, Chen Fan interjected with a thunderous command, halting her mother's tirade. She stared blankly at Chen Fan, momentarily at a loss for words. It dawned upon her that everything was instigated by her sister and mother. She had even slapped Chen Fan at the hotel. The thought of it made Chen Fan feel rather awkward. Yet before she could speak, Chen Fan sneered, "What? Does President Chen also believe my recording of this video is of ill intent?" Chen Fan was about to deny it when Chen Fan continued. Perhaps you have forgotten that I have a habit of recording videos on our wedding anniversaries to create compilations for later viewing. It appears that this is no longer necessary. Rest assured, tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I shan't delay you. Upon hearing the word delay, Chen Fan inexplicably felt anger rise within her, especially when she recalled the beauty by Chen Fan's side. Who is truly delaying whom? Chen Fan replied coldly, "Chen Fan, it was merely a misunderstanding as a grown man. Can you not exhibit a larger capacity for forgiveness? Moreover, if you weren't so inept, we would not have reached this juncture. Why not reflect upon your own shortcomings rather than perpetually feeling wronged by others?" Chen Fan scoffed. Has President Chen's memory failed her? Let us not forget who assisted you in securing your first business when your company was newly established, or who introduced you to your first batch of clients. I observed you working tirelessly, neglecting meals and rest until you were utterly exhausted. Only then did I set aside my own affairs to care for your well-being. In the end, I was the one at fault? Chen Fan furrowed her brows, impatiently retorting, "Enough. What merit is there in discussing such trivial matters? Your actions, apart from moving yourself, hold no significance. You remain utterly oblivious to what I truly desire. I seek a dependable man who can shield me from storms, not merely a caretaker who inquires about my well-being." Chen Fan's expression froze, and he suddenly felt like a complete farce, having relinquished everything and silently devoted himself behind her. In her eyes, was he merely a caretaker? Chen Fan pointed at Zhao Jia, who was watching the spectacle beside him, and mockingly exclaimed, "Is he the one who shelters from the wind and rain?" Chen Fan shot a defiant glance at Chen Fan. "Indeed, it is precisely a man like Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao can secure a 10 billion investment from the Wenren Group for me. What can you do? You don't even know which way the door of the Wenren Group swings open. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself with Zhao Xiao?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment once again. "Goodness, I just heard that the newly appointed young lady of the Wenren family is looking for an investment partner in Lin City, planning to invest 10 billion. Is it already confirmed for Fei Fan Beauty? What? I'm still preparing the bid. How could it be confirmed already? Who can you blame? Just blame yourself for not being Chen Zong and for not knowing Zhao Xiao." The crowd was filled with bewilderment. Wenren Xia's delicate face changed slightly. The 10 billion investment plan was proposed by her, yet she was unaware that the investment was going to Fei Fan Beauty. At this moment, Zhao Jia strode forward with his head held high, looking smugly at Chen Fan. "Now do you understand, Chen the Useless? You and we are simply not from the same world. Being with Fei Rong will only drag her down. Only a successful person like me can provide her with substantial support. The Wenren family is one of the 3 giants in Lin City, alongside Su Jinjiang, the business magnate. Today, I can connect Fei Rong with the Wenren family, and tomorrow, I can take her to dine with Su Laoda. This is my capability." The patrons in the restaurant immediately cast admiring glances at Zhao Jia. However, at that moment, an incongruous voice interjected. On what grounds can you be so certain that the 10 billion investment from the Wenren Group is intended for Fei Fan beauty? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Jia turned towards the voice and discovered that it came from the beautiful woman beside Chen Fan. Already envious of the quality of beauty by Chen Fan's side, Zhao Jia felt even more irritated by the challenge from her. He forcefully pulled over Gao Wentao, stating proudly, "Do you see this gentleman? The deputy manager of the business department of the Wenren Group, Mr. Gao. The 10 billion investment plan is managed by the business department. Whether it goes to Fei Rong Beauty or not is entirely up to Mr. Gao." Zhou Ye boasted loudly. Although Gao Wentao felt somewhat uncomfortable, he thought that having already boasted, it would be embarrassing to deny it now. So he lifted his head, assuming an air of entitlement. Zhao Xiao is correct. The 10 billion investment plan is indeed under my full responsibility. I'm not afraid to tell you that I will invest in Fei Fan Beauty. Who has any objections? Gao Wentao's confidence stemmed from having overheard the department head discussing the situation with the young lady of the Wenren family, specifically mentioning Fei Fan Beauty. Though this company was relatively new, it had demonstrated impressive performance in various aspects. Those who understood the market knew that there existed an unwritten rule in the industry. Any venture that successfully captures the attention of women's wallets has undoubtedly seized the market. The beauty industry, if diligently cultivated, offers substantial profits, which is why he exudes such confidence. Wenren Xia let out a cold laugh, astonished that a mere deputy manager of a small department dared to make decisions on her behalf regarding a project she had yet to finalize. How amusing. She fixed her gaze on Gao Wentao, her tone laced with intrigue. You are the deputy manager of the business department at Wenren Group, correct? Gao Wentao stood tall, nodding with self-assuredness. Indeed, beautiful. Is there a problem? How about we go to a nearby bar for a drink? Feel free to ask me anything. I assure you, I will speak candidly and without reservation. He flashed a sly smile at Wenren Xia, thinking to himself that perhaps this stunning lady had recognized Chen Fan's ineptitude and was seeking his affection, which would be an incredible stroke of luck for him. However, in the next moment, Wenren Xia's words fell upon him like a bucket of icy water. Rest assured, you will soon no longer be the manager of Wenren Group. At this pronouncement, the crowd turned, astonished, to gaze at Wenren Xia. Chapter 10. Release your grip first? A sudden chuckle broke the tension, and soon a wave of laughter erupted among the diners. All eyes were playfully fixed on Wenren Xia, a striking beauty whose looks were undeniably captivating. Yet, how could she speak without a filter? Surely, she did not believe she could dictate the fate of a manager within the Wenren Group. Did she? The mockery continued as onlookers scoffed, questioning how a woman involved with a worthless son-in-law could possess any sense of normalcy. Seizing the moment she had previously hesitated to take, Qinro stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wenren Xia. Who do you think you are to address Manager Gao in such a manner? He is the deputy manager of the Wenren Group, a significant figure in Lin City. You, a disgraceful woman entangled with a useless son-in-law, should silence yourself. If I hear another word from you, I will sew that mouth shut. With that, Qinro turned her attention to Gao Wentao, adopting a flirtatious posture as she purred, "Hello, Manager Gao. I am Qin Farong's sister, Qin Ruo. Please, do not be upset. I have already taught this ungrateful wretch a lesson. Manager Gao, do you have some time later? Perhaps we can enjoy a night out at a bar?" As she spoke, she subtly tugged at her clothing, revealing a generous expanse of alluring skin. Gao Wentao swallowed hard, realizing that while Qinro may not possess the beauty of Qin Farong or Chen Fan, she was still a striking woman in her own right. It was evident that she harbored an interest in him, and the notion of sampling this enticing appetizer before the main course was quite tempting. With that thought, Gao Wentao flashed her a flirtatious smile. Wenren Xia, however, paid no heed to the lunatic antics of Qin Ruo. Instead, she took out her phone and sent a message to her assistant, instructing her to immediately inform the head of the business department to expel a certain deputy manager Gao from the company. After sending the message, she coldly addressed Gao Wentao. In 5 minutes, you will bid farewell to your current position. You are unworthy of remaining in the Wenren Group. Upon hearing this, Gao Wentao was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Could this woman truly have some influence? Chen Ruo, witnessing Wenren Ci's audacity in addressing Gao Wentao, was overwhelmed with rage. She charged at Wenren Ci, her face contorted in fury as she shouted, "You insolent wretch! Did you not hear what I just said? I will tear that foul mouth of yours apart and see if you dare to speak again." Just as she reached Wenren Ci, before she could lay a finger on her, Chen Fan delivered a swift kick, sending Chen Ruo sprawling to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. "Ah!" Chen Ruo screamed in agony, her face contorting in pain. Zhao Cuihua, startled, scrambled to her daughter's side. "My daughter, are you all right? Please do not frighten your mother." Furiously, she bellowed at Chen Fan, "You worthless scoundrel! How dare you strike my daughter? I will not let this go." Just as she was about to charge forward, she was restrained by Chen Fan. "Fan, why are you stopping me?" Zhao Cuihua exclaimed, incredulous as she gazed at her eldest daughter. Chen Fan, with a solemn expression, looked at Chen Fan with profound disappointment. "Chen Fan, after this kick, my sister's debt to you will be settled. From now on, we shall no longer owe anything to one another. You may leave." Chen Fan let out a cold snort, his appetite for the meal extinguished. Utterly repulsed by this peculiar family, he turned to Wenren Ci and suggested, "Shall we find another place?" Wenren Ci smiled gently. "All right, I shall follow your lead." Nodding in agreement, they made their way outside. As they passed by Chen Fan, neither of them exchanged glances, resembling two complete strangers. Zhao Jia had initially intended to intervene, but the memory of being sent flying by Chen Fan's punch instilled a sense of trepidation in him. He never anticipated that a mere house husband, engaged in daily chores, could possess such formidable strength. He vowed to recruit more assistants next time, determined to reclaim his honor. As the two departed, Chen Ruo gazed at her sister with anguish. Lamenting, "Sister, why did you let them go? I was the one who was struck. Enough. Wasn't this of your own making?" Chen Fan shot her sister a glare, urging her to cease her embarrassing outburst. Unyielding, Chen Ruo retorted, "I did nothing wrong. Manager Gao is attempting to secure a 10 billion investment for you, making him our ally, right? That woman spoke ill of Manager Gao, and I thought it only right to teach her a lesson. You." Chen Fan was left speechless. At that moment, Gao Wentao stepped in to smooth things over. "It's all right, Ms. Chen. Please do not blame Ruo. She merely wished to help me. If anyone is to be blamed, is that Chen fellow, who has no scruples and resorts to striking girls." He then turned to Chen Ruo. "Ruo, do not be upset. Your sister merely believes it inappropriate for a young lady to engage in such altercations in a crowded place. Moreover, my position in the company is quite secure. No one can jeopardize it with a single remark. Who does she think she is? The daughter of the Wen family? Ha ha!" Gao Wentao chuckled heartily, joined by Zhao Jian laughter. "All right, everyone, please take a seat. I shall visit the restroom and return shortly. You can start eating as the dishes are served." With a grand gesture, Gao Wentao turned and walked towards the restroom. Zhao Jian nodded in agreement and called for Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo to take their seats. Just as Gao Wentao entered the restroom, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, he was surprised to see it was a call from the minister. He quickly answered. Speaking cautiously, "Minister Qian, is there something you need at this late hour?" From the other end, the minister's voice seethed with anger. "Gao Wentao, you are quite something. From this moment forth, you are dismissed from the company. Tomorrow, retrieve your belongings from the trash bin behind the office. You wretched fool." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Gao Wentao stood in a daze, his expression frozen in disbelief. He glanced at the time on his phone. It had been precisely 5 minutes since the enchanting woman had finished speaking beside Chen Fan. At that moment, if he could not comprehend the gravity of the situation, then Gao Wentao would truly be a fool, utterly oblivious. Despair etched across his face. He rushed out of the restroom, pursuing the direction in which Chen Fan and Wenren Ci had departed. Meanwhile, Chen Fan and Wenren Ci had re-entered her luxurious Bentley. In the back seat, Chen Fan shifted uncomfortably, awkwardly rubbing his nose as he tentatively suggested, "Miss Wenren, might you consider releasing my hand?" Chapter 11. The request of Wenren Ci. Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere within the vehicle became palpably charged with ambiguity. The astute driver, recognizing the moment, discreetly lowered the soundproof curtain between the front and rear seats. Wenren smiled sweetly, raising their intertwined hands, and teasingly remarked, "It seems Mr. Chen could be shy after all. Why didn't you pull your hand away just now?" Chen Fan, lowering his gaze with a smile, inwardly lamented, "Alas, I have encountered a formidable opponent. Wasn't I the one teasing her? Why has the tables turned?" "Enough of the jesting," Wenren said, releasing his hand. Instantly, Chen Fan felt a profound sense of loss, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. Why did he have to provoke the situation? Had he remained silent, he could have continued to hold that soft, delicate hand. Now, all that remained was the emptiness of air. The atmosphere shifted from flirtation to awkwardness. Chen Fan took the initiative to break the silence, expressing his gratitude to Miss Wenren for her gallant assistance. "I understand that you were introduced to me by my teacher's wife for the purpose of matchmaking. However, as you must have seen, I am on the verge of divorce. I believe there is no need for haste. How about we exchange WeChat and converse a bit first? I tend to be somewhat conservative in matters of the heart. I dislike relationships that progress too rapidly, as they leave me feeling insecure. Of course, if you are truly in a hurry, we could seamlessly register our marriage on the day I obtain my divorce certificate, provided you have no objections." As Chen Fan rambled on, he remained blissfully unaware of the subtle smile that graced Wenren's lips, her beautiful eyes curving like a crescent moon. "Mr. Chen, you may have misunderstood. I am not the matchmaking object introduced to you by your teacher's wife." "What?" Chen Fan's face flushed crimson, incredulous as he stared at her. "Wait, did I get wrong? The senior I referred to is Su Jinjian," Wenren replied with a faint smile. "Oh, so it's old Su." Chen Fan awkwardly chuckled. "What did he introduce you to me for? Old Su?" A flicker of surprise crossed Wenren's eyes. She hadn't anticipated that the influential Su Jinjian, who held sway over Lin City, was merely referred to as Old Su by Chen Fan. Suddenly, a memory surfaced for Wenren. When Su Jinjian mentioned Chen Fan, his tone was imbued with a deep respect that could not be concealed. What indeed is Chen Fan's true status? Suppressing her curiosity, Wenren's expression turned somber. "When Su Laodao introduced you, he mentioned that your medical expertise is exceptionally profound. I have someone very important to me who suffers from a rare illness. Many doctors, both domestically and internationally, have been unable to assist. Now, we can only place our hopes in you." Chen Fan furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Very few were aware of his medical abilities. Over the years, whenever he found the time, he would immerse himself in the study of medicine. He had long mastered both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, far surpassing the so-called medical sages of today, both at home and abroad. Occasionally, he would publish a paper on international medical forums, generating significant waves of discussion. However, despite his medical studies, he harbored no ambition to become a doctor. His sole purpose in pursuing medicine was to save his mother. Wenren, noticing Chen Fan's silence, felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. She quickly confessed, "To be honest, the one who is ill is my daughter. I implore you, Mr. Chen, if you would be so kind as to assist me, I shall grant you anything you desire." Chen Fan was taken aback, staring incredulously at the woman before him. Surely he had not misheard. Her daughter? Wenren appeared younger than he. How could she possibly have a daughter? Wenren, catching Chen Fan's intense gaze, misunderstood his intent. Biting her luscious lip, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she resolutely declared, "Even if Mr. Chen desires me, I would be willing." Chen Fan nearly choked on his own saliva, hastily clarifying, "Miss Wenren, you have misunderstood. That was not my intention. I was merely curious as to how someone so young could have a child." He rubbed his nose awkwardly. Wenren chuckled softly, explaining, "She is not my biological daughter. I adopted her." "Ah, so that was the case." Chen Fan laughed sheepishly, then added, "Since you have assisted me today, I owe you a favor. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall visit to assess the situation." "Excellent," Wenren exclaimed with delight. She then insisted on treating Chen Fan to a meal, but he politely declined. With no other option, she escorted him to his residence. As Chen Fan was about to exit the vehicle, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Mr. Chen?" He turned to see Wenren CF flashing a playful smile. If you manage to heal my daughter, the condition I previously agreed to will still stand. With that, she closed the door and drove away. Chen Fan stood momentarily in a daze before breaking into a grin. Then I must get my all. In the car, Wenren CF composed herself and raised the soundproof curtain. Afu, how did it go? Her tone turned icy, devoid of the warmth she had displayed while conversing with Chen Fan. The driver, Afu, replied as usual, Miss, I have dismissed Gao and Tao. Additionally, the Chen family has been removed from the candidate list. After a brief hesitation, he added, Miss, Chen Pharaoh's Mei Fong beauty is quite commendable in several aspects. Is it truly wise to eliminate her so hastily? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Wenren CF's eyes turned cold as she questioned softly. Afu felt a shiver run down his spine, promptly focusing on the road, not daring to utter another word. At the Golden Emperor restaurant, Zhao Jie was busy serving dishes to Chen Pharaoh, while also attending to Zhao, Suihua, and Qin Ruo. Help yourselves, and if it's not enough, order more. He was thoroughly attentive. Zhao, Suihua, clapped her hands in delight, increasingly satisfied with Zhao Jie, and couldn't he help but praise Pharaoh. Look at him. This is the son-in-law I desire. Exceptional in character and so considerate. Chen Fan, that good-for-nothing, could hardly compare to even a single finger of Zhao Xiao. Chen Pharaoh furrowed her delicate brows, expressing her displeasure as she remarked, Mother, why do you keep bringing up Chen Fan for no reason? What does it matter about any son-in-law? Zhao Xiao and I are merely business partners. Please refrain from making baseless comments that could tarnish Zhao Xiao's reputation. Little did she know. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Jie abruptly pulled aside his chair, kneeling before Chen Pharaoh amidst the curious gazes of the diners around them. Pharaoh, there is no need for you to feign ignorance any longer. My feelings for you have been evident since the very first moment we met. Today, I wish to take this opportunity, in front of my mother, my sister, and all our gathered friends, to formally declare my affection. Zhao Ye Prothlimit. Pharaoh, I adore you. Will you marry me? With that, he produced a magnificent pigeon egg diamond ring that he had long prepared. The grand gem shimmered brilliantly under the restaurant's vibrant lights, captivating all who beheld it. The surrounding guests erupted into cheers, urging, say yes, say yes, say yes. Chen Pharaoh's complexion turned pale, her astonishment palpable. She sprang to her feet, retreating stiffly a few steps, only to be met with a gentle push from Zhao Suihua behind her. Silly daughter, why are you hesitating at such a golden opportunity? Quickly accept it. Zhao Ruo chimed in. That's right, sister. You aren't still pining over that useless Chen Fan, are you? He can't possibly compare to Zhao Xiao. He is nothing but a pile of refuse. Zhao Jie wore a smug smile, believing the moment was ripe, just a step away from success. He then rose and announced loudly, Today I, Zhao Jie, am proposing to Miss Chen Pharaoh. In addition to this diamond ring worth tens of millions, I also pledge to grant her the billion-dollar investment from Wenren Group, establishing Pharaoh as the undeniable queen of commerce in Linqing. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone gazed at Chen Pharaoh with envy, thinking how fortunate she was. No woman could possibly resist such dual temptations. Chen Pharaoh's mind was a whirlwind, utterly a loss. Just then, her assistant's phone call broke through the chaos. Grasping this lifeline, Chen Pharaoh hurriedly answered, Hello, what is it? President Chen, it's bad news, came the anxious voice from the other end. Wenren Group has just announced that our Pharaoh beauty brand has been eliminated from the election list. Chapter 12. Preparing for divorce, what did you say? Chen Pharaoh's delicate face turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out, leaving Zhao Jie standing in place, holding the diamond ring, grinning foolishly like a fool. The entire restaurant was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Only Qin Ruo, standing nearby, caught the voice from the phone. Zhao Xiao, I just overheard my sister on the phone saying, the Wenren Group has removed my sister's company from the election list. What? Zhao Jie's face was etched with disbelief. Among the guests present, someone pulled out their phone and accessed the Wenren Group's official website. Indeed, they discovered the latest announcement, which stated one singular fact. The removal of Fifan Beauty from the billion-dollar investment plan's election list. There was no reason given, no explanation provided, just a succinct sentence. Yet, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. In Daxia, fewer words often indicate greater matters. There was no room for negotiation. Meaningful glances fell upon Zhao Jie, and someone, unable to contain themselves, let out a chuckle. This was quickly followed by a chorus of laughter throughout the restaurant. What are you laughing at? Who gave you permission to laugh? Zhao Jie broke his composure, turning to scold the crowd. From a throng emerged a mocking voice. Just a moment ago, someone was boasting about delivering Wenren Group's billion-dollar investment, and now their candidate has been removed from the election list? Fortunately, Miss Qin didn't agree. Otherwise, it would have been a loss on both fronts. Ha ha ha. Some even mimicked Zhao Jie's earlier demeanor. I promised to bestow the billion-dollar investment from Wenren Group to Pharaoh. Yet here we are, without even a candidate status. Ha ha ha. Amidst the collective mockery, Zhao Jie could bear it no longer. He seized his phone and hurriedly exited. Zhao Sohua and Qin Ro attempted to leave as well, but were abruptly halted by a waiter. Hey, you haven't settled the bill yet. Settle the bill? For what? Zhao Sohua exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Others treated us. Why should we pay? The waiter shot back, but everyone at your table has left. If they don't pay, it falls to you. Left. Qin Ro was incredulous, pointing towards the restroom. The esteemed President Wenren is still in the restroom. Go find him. Just as she finished speaking, a male waiter shouted, Nonsense. I just came from there. No one is inside. They can't leave. They must pay. He advanced to grab them. In a fit of desperation, Zhao Cuihua threw herself on the floor, rolling and wailing, Oh, come quick, everyone. This black-hearted establishment is trying to kill us. There's no justice, no humanity. They're bullying us. Come see. The scene erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, outside, Zhao Jie caught up to Qin Fan, who was preparing to leave. Fan, wait for me. Only after she allowed him into the car did she step on the gas. Heading straight for the company. Fan, it must be a misunderstanding. I will call Mr. Gao right away to inquire. Zhao Jie wore a face full of embarrassment, reluctant to mention the proposal again. He swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed Gao Wentao. However, no matter how many times he called, there was no answer. How peculiar. Why was no one picking up? Zhao Jie felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The 10 billion investment from the Wenren Group was his crucial leverage in pursuing Qin Fan. Heaven only knew how much he had spent to secure this connection with Gao Wentao. Merely entertaining Gao Wentao at various venues had cost him over 100,000. Now, with this sudden turn of events, he was even more anxious than Qin Fan herself. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, who was driving, suddenly recalled everything that had transpired at the restaurant. She furrowed her brow and pondered aloud. Could it be that woman beside Chen Fan? Zhao Jie was taken aback, but quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. Chen Fan, that good-for-nothing. How could he possibly know someone of that caliber? Fan, do not worry just yet. Before the investment of 10 billion is finalized, the Wenren family will host a high-end cocktail party tomorrow afternoon. We shall attend together. I will have Mr. Gao introduce us to the enigmatic young lady of the Wenren family. Once she sees you, with your talents, she will surely choose you. Qin Fan hesitated for a moment, then sighed. It seems we have no other choice. The following morning, Chen Fan prepared all the necessary documents for the divorce and headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Looking at the marriage certificate, where he appeared foolishly jubilant alongside the indifferent Qin Fan, he clicked his tongue, wishing he could travel back in time to slap himself twice. Deep down, he had sensed that Qin Fan was not fond of him, but back then, he was lost in the throes of infatuation, believing that sincere effort would yield results. Alas, whether results would materialize was uncertain, but the green moss growing on that stone was indeed real. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Chen Fan speculated that Qin Fan and Zhao Jie likely did not engage in anything inappropriate. Otherwise, why would Zhao Jie deny it? Yet, the absence of wrongdoing now did not guarantee the future, so it was prudent to proceed with the divorce, lest he find himself ensnared in a tangled mess later on. Just as Chen Fan was about to step outside, he received a call from Wenren City. Mr. Chen, Do you have a moment? Shall I send someone to pick you up? Chen Fan was taken aback and replied, Miss Wenren, didn't we schedule for the afternoon? I need to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau now, as you're aware of my circumstances. Wenren chuckled apologetically. My apologies, I was too eager. I will arrange for someone to come for you later. With that, she politely ended the call. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan dialed Chen Fei-rong's number. The phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. Just as he was about to hang up, the call connected, only to be met with a man's voice. Chen Fan, are you out of your mind? Why are you calling so early? Zhao Jia's disgruntled tone resonated from the other end. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation akin to his heart being tightly constricted, rendering him breathless. It was merely 7 in the morning, yet Zhao Jia was already by Chen Fei-rong's side. Had they, perhaps, spent the night together? He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and demanded, Where is Chen Fei-rong? Have her come to the phone. Huh? Are you out of your mind? You expect me to just call her? Zoya Stofet. Fei-rong was utterly exhausted last night. She is still asleep. Whatever it is, we can discuss it later. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Chen Fan felt his entire body stiffen, a surge of rage coursing through him, reaching for the heavens. Meanwhile, in the office of Fiefan Beauty, Chen Fei-rong was roused from her slumber by the commotion, groggily awakening from her desk. After returning to the company the previous evening, she had been meticulously reviewing the campaign documents word by word, seeking to identify any personal shortcomings. Having stayed up all night, she was utterly fatigued, which led her to rest her head on the desk for just a moment. To her astonishment, upon opening her eyes, she found Zhao Jia holding her phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone. Chen Fei-rong was instantly filled with rage. Chapter 13. Encounter with Wenren Mushin, what are you doing? Chen Fei-rong suddenly rose, snatching the phone from Zhao Jia's hand. Upon inspecting the screen, she noticed it was a call from Chen Fan. A glance at the time confirmed her suspicion. Chen Fan was likely calling to urge her to finalize the divorce. However, at this moment, she needed to swiftly ascertain the reasons behind her disqualification from the Wenren Group's election. There was no time to dwell on trivial matters of divorce. With this thought, Chen Fei-rong regained her composure. Zhao Jia, sensing the tension, spoke up. Fei-rong, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to answer your call. I noticed you seemed exhausted and wanted you to rest. But Chen Fan kept calling incessantly, and I took it upon myself, hoping you. Enough. No need to explain. Chen Fei-rong interjected, rubbing her aching temples. We can attend the Wenren family banquet this afternoon, correct? Absolutely. Zoyedipyet, puffing out his chest with pride. I secured the invitation long ago. We will certainly gain entry. Chen Fei-rong sighed in relief before saying, You may leave now. I need to review the documents further. Without allowing Zhao Jia another word, she sat down resolutely and began her work, disregarding his presence entirely. After standing idly for a moment, Zhao Jia felt out of place and quietly exited the office. He attempted to call Gao Wintao several times, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, Chen Fan dialed Wenren's number. Mr. Chen, what brings you to call? Came her melodious voice. I have some time now. I would like to check on your daughter's condition. Chen Fan replied. Really? Wenren's tone suddenly heightened, her excitement palpable. Please hold on, Mr. Chen. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away. Not long after hanging up, a vehicle from the Wenren family appeared before Chen Fan. Upon entering, he discovered Wenren was also present. Clad in a blue qipao adorned with a blue and white porcelain pattern, she accentuated her alluring figure exquisitely, every curve perfectly defined. Her long, silky hair was elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, and despite the absence of makeup, her beauty was breathtaking. Miss Wenren, what a surprise to see you here. Chen Fan remarked, astonished. Wenren covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her enchanting gaze lingering on him. How can I not attend such an important matter as this? Mr. Chen? A warm wave coursed through Chen Fan. The respect and tenderness he had never received from his wife, Chen Fei-rong, were now deeply felt from another woman. What could be more ironic than this? The two engaged in pleasant conversation, and upon arriving at the Wenren residence, Chen Fan noticed the lawn was being adorned for the occasion. A red carpet stretched from the entrance inward, leading to a makeshift elevated platform, also draped in red, complete with a microphone at its center. Below the platform, several square tables covered with white linens were arranged in an orderly fashion. A selection of exquisite wines had already been arranged above. Wenren explained, "Mr. Chen, there'll be a high-end wine reception here this afternoon. The theme of the event revolves around my billion-dollar investment. Those invited belong to the upper echelons of Lin City society, including some candidates for this investment." Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively wanted to inquire about Fei Fan beauty, but then reconsidered. Regardless of the company or the individuals involved, he felt detached and chose to remain silent. Wenren offered a faint smile and led Chen Fan to her standalone villa. "Miss Mian has just fallen asleep," reported the butler as he approached. Wenren nodded, instructing him to withdraw. Before departing, the butler cast a glance at Chen Fan, who, lost in thought, said nothing in response. "Mr. Chen, my daughter's sleep is quite brief. She will awaken in no more than half an hour. I kindly ask you to take a seat," Wenren said as she seated Chen Fan and personally brewed tea for him. "It's all right at this moment. The only thing I lack is time," Chen Fan replied with a self-deprecating smile. He lifted the cup of tea prepared by Wenren and took a delicate sip. The initial bitterness gave way to a lingering sweetness that flowed down his throat, the fragrant aroma enveloping his senses and clearing his mind. "What a splendid tea," Chen Fan instinctively remarked. Wenren smiled serenely before sharing her daughter's story. "When I was merely 15, I found Mian in the snow. At that time, she was barely clinging to life. After a day and night of desperate efforts, she managed to survive. I thought we could finally be at peace. But a few years ago, she was suddenly diagnosed with a hereditary disease, her heart severely compromised. I traveled across the nation, consulting numerous specialists in cardiology, all of whom deemed her condition hopeless and urged me to let go. However, this child has been my companion for 5 years, during the darkest periods of my life. It was her calls of Mama that rekindle my spirit. I truly cannot let go." As Wenren spoke with deep emotion, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, fixed intently on Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, you're my last hope. I implore you to save Mian. She is the light of my life. If she were to leave this world, I would undoubtedly lose the will to live. If you can save her, I am willing to accept any condition you propose. Just ask, and if it is within my power, I will not refuse." By the end of her plea, Wenren's gaze had grown resolutely firm. Chen Fan had no doubts. Should he be able to save Wenren and request Wenren's favor, this woman would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. For her daughter, she had truly relinquished everything. Was this not akin to his own desperate attempts to save his mother? Returning to the present, Chen Fan smiled at Wenren and reassured her, "Rest assured, once your daughter awakens, I shall pay her a visit. If I possess a means to help, I will not stand idly by." Like a powerful shot of adrenaline injected into Wenren's body, it finally allowed her anxious heart, plagued by years of unease, to find solace. She gazed gratefully at Chen Fan, her eyes seemingly infused with a hint of unspoken emotion. Unfortunately, neither of them noticed this subtle shift. Half an hour passed. Wenren awoke promptly, hearing the sounds of distress emanating from the room. Without hesitation, Wenren led the way upstairs, with Chen Fan closely in tow. Manga. On the pink bed, the delicate little girl was crying inconsolably. Even when Wenren held her close, there was no sign of relief. "Mama, Mushian is in pain. Mushian hurts all over, woo woo woo." The little girl's sobs grew increasingly heart-wrenching. How could this be? She never cried like this when I held her before. Panic surged within Wenren as she anxiously glanced at Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward, and from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of an empty bowl resting on the bedside table. Chapter 14. Who to call Chen Fan received the girl. Wenren from the woman's hands. With 2 fingers pressed together, he unleashed his energy at the tips, gently tapping several acupoints on the girl's body. To his surprise, the once tear-streaked face of Wenren, which had been flushed with distress, gradually succumbed to slumber. Her previously pallid complexion now bore a hint of rosy color. Observing her adorable, plump little face and the softly fluttering eyelashes like a fan, Wenren Shiyu felt her heart melt. Naturally, Chen Fan's abilities astonished her. Since their daughter's heart condition had been diagnosed, she had not experienced a peaceful night's sleep. She would cry and fuss before bedtime, only dozing off after exhausting herself, but would soon awaken again. It had been a long time since she had seen her sleep so soundly. Wenren Shiyu intended to express her gratitude to Chen Fan. However, upon turning around, she found him intently examining the empty bowl he held. "What is the matter?" Wenren Shiyu inquired, leaning closer. As Chen Fan raised his head, his gaze met that of the woman standing just inches away. The faint fragrance emanating from her made his heart race. He quickly averted his eyes and asked, "What is in this bowl?" Wenren Shiyu took the bowl to inspect it, her elegant brows knitting slightly. "It's baby food sent by my family. Is there a problem?" Chen Fan shook his head. "There is nothing wrong with the food. Please keep an eye on the child. I'll step out for a moment." Wenren Shiyu nodded in confusion, unsure of Chen Fan's intentions, but hesitant to press further. In a concealed corner behind the villa, the former butler was hiding, making a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Kai. I'm here to report the situation." A young man had suddenly appeared beside Wenren Shiyu, and she had referred to him as Mr. Chen. "All right, I understand. I will continue to monitor." Upon finishing the call, the butler turned around, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Fan behind him. His face paled, fixated on Chen Fan. With his arms crossed and a mocking smile gracing his lips, Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Who are you speaking with? Why seek such a secluded spot?" The butler felt a chill run down his spine. With a forced laugh, he replied, "I was just making a call to my family." "Is there something you need, Mr. Chen?" "Indeed, there is," Chen Fan replied with a cheerful nod. "I simply wish to see how long you can maintain this charade." At these words, the butler's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he drew a sharp knife from his waist and lunged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smirked, deftly flicking a small stone with his foot. The stone flew like a bullet, striking the butler's wrist with precision. The knife slipped from his grip and clattered to the ground. The butler, eyes wide with fear and disbelief, stared at Chen Fan. He had never expected that this seemingly amiable man, wearing a smile, was also a master in his own right. And when had he discovered his true nature? In a calm tone, Chen Fan remarked, "Although Mu Mian has a heart condition, however, she struggles to attain a deep slumber, often succumbing to tears and convulsions, none of which bear any relation to heart disease. It is you." Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. "You have secretly poisoned the supplementary food she consumes daily. This insidious toxin, if not meticulously examined, would remain undetected. Many physicians instinctively associate certain symptoms with cardiac issues. You are truly malicious, sparing not even a 7-year-old girl. Speak. Who compelled you to commit such an act?" As he spoke, Chen Fan advanced swiftly, delivering a brutal kick that shattered the butler's kneecap. The butler cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in pain. At that moment, Wenren Shiyu, alerted by the commotion, hurried in with a cadre of bodyguards. Taken aback by the scene before her, "Mr. Chen, what is going on?" she inquired, bewildered. Before Chen Fan could respond, the butler cried out in distress, "Miss, please save me. This man is a fraud. He intends to harm a young lady. Just moments ago, I overheard him on the phone, discussing poison and guaranteeing her demise. He means to kill me to silence me. Look at that knife. It is his." As he spoke, he struggled to inch closer to Wenren Shiyu, ultimately clutching her legs. "Miss, my death matters not. As long as I can protect the young lady, my sacrifice holds value. You must not be deceived by him." The butler's desperate wails, coupled with his bleeding knee and tear-streaked face, evoked a semblance of loyalty and devotion. Having served Wenren Shiyu for nearly a decade, his fidelity had long been tested. Could it be that Chen Fan was indeed the one at fault? The bodyguards cast cold, scrutinizing glances toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained silent, his steady gaze fixed upon Wenren Shiyu. She stepped forward, bending to retrieve the gleaming knife, her expression inscrutable. In a hoarse voice, she queried, "Mr. Chen, will you not provide me with an explanation?" Upon hearing this, the butler's lips curled into a knowing, sardonic smile. Yet, in an effort to conceal his true intentions, he lowered his head, shielding his face, feigning an appearance of victimhood. But in the next moment, a sickening sound echoed. The blade pierced through his chest, its bloodied tip emerging from his back. The bodyguard stood in stunned silence. The butler's eyes bulged. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Wenren, who stood mere inches away. He gasped, his throat producing a wheezing sound, struggling to comprehend why it was she who had stabbed him. Surely, he had not given himself away. At that moment, Wenren's hoarse voice, resonant with an otherworldly menace, whispered in his ear. You may have thought that by continuously drugging Mian, she would remain in a state of oblivion, thus preventing her from unveiling your transgressions. However, after Mr. Chen's brief treatment, Mian regained consciousness for a few moments. She implored me, expressing her aversion to the medication, claiming it was exceedingly bitter. I was perplexed, for I had not administered any medicine to her. From whence had she procured such a remedy? Then, Mian pointed towards the bowl designated for supplementary food. The butler's eyes widened in shock, and blood began to trickle from the corners of her mouth. She had not anticipated that the truth would be unveiled in such a manner. It was no wonder that when Lin City had come accompanied by bodyguards, she had indeed come seeking retribution. Upon realizing this, the butler lost her breath, her body collapsing heavily to the ground. Lin City, her countenance devoid of emotion, relinquished her knife and cast a glance at her bodyguards. They understood the unspoken command and promptly moved to secure the scene. As when Lin City turned, her face once again radiated a dazzling smile. She addressed Chen Fan, saying, "Mr. Chen, I apologize for the disturbance. Did you happen to overhear with whom she was conversing on the phone?" I did not catch the name, but she referred to the other party as President Kai. Chen Fan replied candidly, "President Kai?" Wenren City's expression darkened, a glimmer of menace flickering in her eyes. At that moment, her assistant rushed in from outside. Chapter 15. The Hard Candy President. "We have a visitor," the young assistant announced. "Please attend to them. I shall descend shortly," Wenren City instructed in a detached tone. In her heart, the significance of Wenren far surpassed that of her work. "Understood," the assistant replied, hastily departing. "Mr. Chen, Mushian has awoken. You may wish to go see her," Wenren City added. "Very well, let us proceed," Chen Fan responded. Upon entering the little girl's room, Chen Fan observed that Mushian's condition had markedly improved. Her dark eyes sparkled with beauty. "Mommy." Upon seeing Wenren City, the girl transformed into a small bundle of joy, leaping into the woman's embrace with fervor. Simultaneously, she shyly peeked out, curiously assessing Chen Fan. "Uncle, who are you?" the little girl inquired softly. "Mushian. This is the doctor uncle your mother has found for you," Wenren City hurriedly introduced. Upon hearing the word doctor, the little girl's expression fell. Pouting, she protested, "Mushian doesn't want a doctor. Mushian doesn't want injections or medicine." With that, she burst into tears. Wenren City, at a loss, could only offer gentle reassurances. At that moment, Chen Fan stepped forward. He regarded Mushian's rosy cheeks and chuckled lightly. "Mushian, I promise you, we won't administer any injections or medicine, and we will still be able to cure your ailment. Do you believe me? Really?" Mushian sniffled, her expression reflecting skepticism. "But I heard from the housekeeper that when one is ill, they must take medicine, otherwise they won't get better." Mushian didn't want her mother to worry, which was why she had taken the medicine she was given. "It tastes so terrible," the little girl remarked innocently, causing Wenren City's countenance to darken significantly. It was all her fault for being careless. She had failed to notice that someone close had been bribed by her adversaries. Had Chen Fan not come today to uncover the truth, she might have remained oblivious. If anything were to happen to her daughter, regret would be too late. With this thought, Wenren City felt a twinge of resentment towards the housekeeper for meeting such a swift end. "Now, Uncle will demonstrate something for you." Chen Fan pondered briefly before addressing Wenren City. "Miss Wenren, do you have any discomfort?" "Discomfort?" Wenren City was momentarily taken aback by Chen Fan's intention. Chen Fan smiled. "Mushian, it seems you do not trust me. Let us cooperate and show her." Only then did Wenren City comprehend. However, in that moment, she could not articulate any discomfort she might have. Matters like menstrual irregularities were hardly something one could mention to a man. As Wenren remained in contemplation, the little girl in her arms blinked her sparkling eyes and raised her chubby little hand as if to answer a teacher's question. I know where mommy is uncomfortable. Chen Fan's eyes lit up, encouragingly prompting, Good. Muxian, tell uncle where your mother feels unwell. Here. A light sound echoed through the room. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He witnessed Wenren Mumming's chubby hand grasping a soft area. Wenren's face instantly flushed crimson. She swiftly pushed her daughter's hand away, glaring at her with beautiful eyes, exclaiming, Wenren Mumming, is your bottom itchy? Wenren Mumming puffed up her cheeks and retorted, Of course it is. The last time the doctor's sister checked on Mumming, she also took a look at mommy, right? The doctor's sister mentioned that there was something hard like a candy lump there. We need to hurry to the hospital. Mumming was awake then. I already knew. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. The doctor must have referred to a lump. The emergence of a hard mass in that area could be minor or severe. The most alarming possibility was breast cancer. This illness has a higher cure rate the earlier it is detected. By the time it reaches an advanced stage, even with treatment, the patient would endure immense suffering. Chen Fan gazed intently at Wenren, who sat silently by the bed. Have you been to hospital for a diagnosis? Wenren smiled bitterly and shook her head. With matters at the company, family issues, and my daughter's concerns, when would I have time to go to the hospital? It's probably just some nodules. It's nothing. However, Chen Fan maintained a stern expression, not acquiescing to her words. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, If Miss Wenren trusts me, allow me to examine you. Miss Wenren, do you wish to collapse before resolving Mumming's issue? As soon as he uttered those words, Chen Fan felt a sense of disquiet. Yet, having spoken, he felt it would appear cowardly to retract his statement. He forced himself to appear composed, locking eyes with Wenren in a calm gaze. Wenren discerned nothing unusual in Chen Fan's eyes. She glanced at her daughter, who, although unaware of the significance of the hard candy lump, simply hoped for her mother's good health so that she could always be by her side. Looking into her daughter's beautiful, clear eyes, Wenren offered Chen Fan a faint smile, saying, Very well, then I shall trouble you, Mr. Chen. With that, she gently placed Wenren Mumming on the bed and began to unbutton her qipao. As she moved, a vast expanse of fair skin came into Chen Fan's view. Wenren's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Chen Fan's breath quickened as he witnessed the qipao near its opening. He stepped forward, swiftly gathering the garment back together. Mr. Chen? Wenren looked at him in confusion. Chen Fan awkwardly smiled and said, Well, I forgot to mention, you need not remove your clothing for the examination. It will only involve touching some sensitive areas of Miss Wenren, so I wanted to ask for your consent first. Upon hearing this, Wenren expressed surprise. However, she soon noticed Chen Fan's awkward posture and the unnatural expression on his face, realizing he was somewhat flustered. Not wishing to embarrass him further in front of her daughter, she decided to acquiesce to his approach. It was difficult to imagine that a man married for 3 years could still possess an innocence akin to that of a fledgling. Wenren inexplicably found Chen Fan in this state rather charming. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, she playfully fluttered her alluring eyes and teased, Mr. Chen, must you truly keep your garments on? It's quite all right. I trust in your character. I merely fear that the sensation might be lacking through the fabric. Perhaps you might reconsider? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a warmth rising to his nose, as if something were about to burst forth. He hurriedly recited a calming mantra, turning half his body away, and resolutely declared, No need. That is something others cannot achieve through clothing. I'm not like them. Wenren laughed even more joyfully. She opened her arms and straightened her posture, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an inviting glimmer. Then what are you waiting for, Mr. Chen? Come fort. Taking a deep breath and regaining his composure, Chen Fan approached Wenren and sat down before her. He lifted his hands, slowly extending them forward. Meanwhile, the petite Wenren Mumming, understanding the situation, promptly covered half of her eye with her chubby little hand. Just as Chen Fan's palm was about to make contact, a sudden crash echoed through the air. The door to Wenren Mumming's room was forcefully flung open. Chapter 16. Wu Runhai as Chen Fan furrowed his brows. He immediately rose to his feet. However, his earlier actions had not gone unnoticed. Behind him, an exaggerated voice rang out. "Oh, Wenren Xie, with so many guests downstairs. You choose to clandestinely meet your little lover in this room. And what's more, in front of your daughter? How desperate can you be?" Turning around, Chen Fan found himself face to face with a young man sporting ash-gray hair and an iron ring adorning his nostril, striding in with an air of arrogance. Following him were several towering bodyguards. Meanwhile, Wenren Xie's assistant was being forcefully restrained, her mouth covered by one of the bodyguards. Wenren Xie's expression turned icy. She coldly retorted, "Wenren boy, who gave you the audacity to intrude into my room? Release my assistant at once." The young man named Wenren boy smirked coldly. He raised a finger, and the bodyguard immediately released the assistant. The assistant hurried over, speaking in a tone of self-reproach. "President, I couldn't stop young Master Boy." "Enough. It's not your fault." Wenren Xie interrupted, raising her hand. Her beautiful eyes, frosty and piercing, fixed on Wenren Boy as she enunciated each word. "Wenren Boy, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I will break your legs with my own hands, just like last year. I wish to see how your incompetent father, who squanders his days in debauchery, can remedy the situation." Wenren Boy's expression shifted dramatically, as if haunted by a terrifying memory. He instinctively touched his thigh, seething with rage. "Wenren Xie, even when faced with death, you still dare to act tough? Last year was merely a lapse in my vigilance. Today, let us see who will bow down to whom." With that, he waved his hand forcefully, shouting, "Everyone, seize this shameless woman and her lover." I am even more curious as to what qualifications a woman with such a chaotic private life possesses to represent the Wenren family. If my grandfather continues to favor you, there may be more than just me who objects. A sinister smile crept across his face, but quickly faltered. To his astonishment, none of the bodyguards moved, as if they were all frozen in place. "What are you all doing? Did you not hear my command?" Wenren Boy bellowed at the bodyguards, but still, no one paid him any heed. At that moment, Wenren Xie's voice, laced with amusement, echoed, "Wenren Boy, have you not considered who pays their salaries?" Wenren Boy's face turned ashen. In the next instant, Wenren Xie clapped her hands. The bodyguards in the room promptly bowed in unison. "Greetings, miss," Wenren Xie coldly commanded. "What are you still standing there for? Take our young Master Boy away. I shall personally break his legs." "Yes." The bodyguards moved to act, but in a panic. Wenren Boy dropped to his knees without a second thought. "Sister Xie, I was merely jesting. Please, show mercy and forgive me this once." In the face of her cousin's pleas for mercy, the esteemed president remained unmoved. Wenren Boy gritted his teeth and hastily turned to the side, beseeching Chen Fan. "Brother-in-law, say something." Chen Fan rolled his eyes, disinterested in his plight. What brother-in-law? He hadn't even divorced yet. Seeing himself on the verge of being dragged away by bodyguards, Wenren Boy was terrified and immediately yelled, "I truly was joking. I have something important to discuss. This concerns Mian." The little girl on the bed widened her adorable eyes and pointed her chubby finger at herself, letting out a soft "oh." Only then did Wenren Xie speak up. "Release him." Thud. Wenren Boy fell unceremoniously to the ground, grimacing in pain. Yet he dared not delay and quickly said, "Sister Xie, my father knows you have been troubled by Mian's condition. He has used his connections to gather some highly skilled medical experts for a consultation regarding Mian. They are all here now. Would you like to take Mian for a visit?" Wenren Boy bitterly regretted his decision, wishing he could slap himself. It was merely a message relay, yet he had to complicate matters, leaving himself in such a predicament. Wenren Xie furrowed her brows, her enchanting eyes flashing with skepticism. It was truly absurd. Her father was a debauched gambler, unable to manage his own wife and children, yet he had the audacity to concern himself with her daughter. While I appreciate his good intentions, I have no need for them. However, you should be grateful that your legs are intact. Remember to thank your father. Show him out. With a mere gesture, Wenren Xie signaled for the bodyguards to escort him away. After all, the man meant well. It would be difficult to explain to grandfather if his legs were truly broken. Yes, just as the bodyguard were about to act, Wenren Boy shouted, "Sister Xie, listen to me. Among the experts is a Professor Wu Renhai, whom he tried to contact previously, but he happened to be abroad. He just returned yesterday, and my father managed to intercept him. Are you sure you don't want to see him? What? Wu Renhai? Wenren Xia's delicate face slightly paled. It is worth noting that before Su Jinjian recommended Chen Fan to her, Wu Renhai was the embodiment of all her hopes. This expert had made remarkable contributions in the field of cardiology. Every paper he published was awarded accolades. Many cardiothoracic surgeons in major hospitals experienced significant advancements in their skills, simply from a few pointers he offered. Even foreign doctors held Wu Renhai in the highest esteem and respect. Wu Renhai could be regarded as the undisputed authority in the realm of cardiology. Previously, she had intended to invite Wu Renhai to diagnose her daughter. However, she happened to learn that he was abroad receiving an award, and after that, he would be traveling the world, engaging with doctors and experts from various countries, and would not return for at least 6 months. In order to shield Wu Renhai from the fervent attention of his devoted medical admirers, his itinerary remains shrouded in secrecy. No one is privy to the destination of his next journey. Otherwise, Wenren Xiu would undoubtedly pursue him abroad, beseeching his assistance. Now that Wu Renhai has been invited, she is determined not to let this opportunity slip away, though she has already secured Chen Fan's involvement. With a sense of helplessness, Wenren Xiu casts a conflicted glance at the man beside her. Chen Fan, however, remains unfazed. He is not a professional doctor. His assistance in treating Wenren Mian is merely a favor for Wenren Xiu. Moreover, he and Wu Renhai share a long-standing acquaintance. It has been several years since their last meeting, and today presents the perfect occasion to reconnect. Miss Wen, it's perfectly fine. Let us go together. If old Wu can cure Mian, it will save me the trouble, he assures her. Upon hearing this, Wenren Xiu breathes a sigh of relief. Yet, before she can respond, Wenren Boyi, unable to restrain himself, exclaims loudly, "What a joke. You're just amusing yourself, aren't you? That's the illustrious Professor Wu. Not some old Wu to be casually referred to. You, a mere gigolo. Are you truly on familiar terms with him? Best keep your mouth shut." Chapter 17. The choice of Chen Fei roamed upon finishing his words. Wenren Boyi cast a provocative glance towards Chen Fan. Earlier, he had sought Chen Fan's assistance in speaking on his behalf, but Chen Fan had chosen to ignore him. Now, he relished the opportunity to retaliate. After all, he was merely a kept boy by Wenren Xiu. Did he truly dare to act arrogantly before him? Did he truly believe he was of any significance? Once Wenren Xiu grew weary of this fellow, he would summon 20 robust men to thoroughly teach him a lesson. Such malicious thoughts festered within Wenren Boyi's mind. Yet, before he could fully contemplate his schemes, a resounding slap echoed sharply across his face. Wenren Boyi's astonishment and fury surged. Just as he was about to confront the audacious individual who had dared strike him, Wenren Xiu's cold voice rang out, "Apologize to Mr. Chen. Otherwise, I shall continue to slap you until you admit your wrongdoing." "See, you hit me?" Wenren Boyi clutched his face, his expression a blend of sorrow and indignation. What had transpired? Just moments ago, he had been delivering warmth to Wenren Xiu, informing her about Professor Wu Renhai. How could the tide turn so swiftly? All for this insignificant kept boy. Wenren Boyi seethed with anger, feeling a tempest of rage building within him, akin to a restless volcano on the verge of eruption. Wenren Xiu's demeanor grew colder as she raised her hand once again. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen." Wenren Boyi pivoted sharply, executing a standard 90-degree bow in apology, nearly knocking his forehead against Chen Fan's knee. Chen Fan's expression turned peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that Wenren Boyi was somewhat unhinged. Perhaps he should have old Wu take a look at him later? Enough. Let's be on our way. Chen Fan gestured, signaling for Wenren Boyi to rise. After all, Wu Renhai was a towering figure in the medical field, and it was rather inappropriate to keep such an esteemed individual waiting. Though privately, old Wu always referred to Chen Fan as his senior, as he had gained his current medical prowess through a few casual tips from his master's wife. He was not a true disciple. Chen Fan would never acknowledge the title of senior. He preferred to engage with Wu Renhai as a friend. "Then let us depart." Wenren Xiu lifted her daughter and, accompanied by the group, made their way outside. As they passed the lawn below, Chen Fan noticed that the once desolate estate was now dotted with numerous guests. These attendees were elegantly attired, adorned with gold and jewels. The men exuded an air of confidence, their wealth apparent, while the women were graceful and alluring, mingling in clusters, engaging in warm greetings and clinking glasses. Wenren had not yet prepared to entertain them and would undoubtedly not linger. Accompanied by a multitude of bodyguards, they swiftly navigated through a side path towards another villa where Wenren and a group of medical experts were resting. Among the gathering of guests, Wenren stood alongside Zoya. Both were splendidly dressed, with the man handsome and the woman beautiful, resembling a perfect pair as they stood together, welcoming those who approached for a toast. It is often remarked that the two are remarkably well suited for one another. Chen Fan has the intention to clarify, yet she is consistently interrupted by Zhao Jie, who expresses his gratitude toward the other party, bound by the necessity of future collaboration with Zhao Jie. Chen Fan refrains from asserting herself. She furrows her brows in displeasure and turns her head slightly away. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly catches sight of a group of bodyguards escorting a few individuals, hurriedly passing along a nearby path. Among them, one man bears a striking resemblance to Chen Fan. Doubting her own perception, Chen Fan blinks and looks again, only to find that the figure has vanished. Surely, she must have been mistaken. A self-deprecating smile crosses her lips. In such a setting, someone like Chen Fan would undoubtedly lack the qualifications to be present. Her attendance here is solely due to Zhao Jie's assistance in procuring an invitation. It seems she must expedite her divorce. Being entangled in such trivial matters has left her disinclined to focus on her work, to the extent that she has begun to experience hallucinations. Fan, what are you looking at? Zhao Jie notices her distraction and cannot help but inquire. Nothing, Chen Fan replies, shaking her head, unwilling to engage further in conversation with Zhao Jie. While Chen Fan has disappointed her, it is primarily his lack of ambition that repulses her, his life revolving around mundane meals of 3 dishes and a soup. Such a lifestyle is beneath her, as she is a woman of strong professional aspirations. She has no need for Chen Fan's tenderness and consideration. Conversely, Zhao Jie possesses an overwhelming desire with a clear objective, to possess her physically. This, too, she finds repugnant. Were it not for their collaboration, a man like Zhao Jie would not even warrant a glance from her in this lifetime. If forced to choose between the two, she would undoubtedly select sister. Suddenly, the voice of her younger sister, Chen Ruo, interrupts her thoughts. Chen Fan turns to see her sister, now clad in an elegant gown, walking arm in arm with their mother. Ruo, mother? Chen Fan exclaims in surprise, approaching them with a hushed tone. How did you both come here? Who provided you with invitations? Need you even ask? Naturally, it was my excellent son-in-law, Zhao Cuihua, dressed in a deep blue cheongsam adorned with floral patterns. Carries a hint of graceful charm, despite her slightly plump figure. After all, having given birth to daughters like Chen Fan and Chen Ruo, her youth must have been quite remarkable. Yet, her humble origins are evident, and no amount of adornment can conceal her rustic demeanor. Son-in-law, Chen Fan is taken aback. Are you referring to Chen Fan? Zhao Cuihua immediately scowls, reprimanding her. What nonsense are you spouting? That good-for-nothing Chen Fan could never be worthy of being my son-in-law. I am, of course, referring to Zhao Jie, the esteemed young master. As she speaks, she approaches Zhao Jie with a benevolent expression, grasping his arm. Zoya, scratching his nose, adopts a contrite demeanor. Fan, I feel terrible for the embarrassment I caused you at the restaurant last night. I was hoping to make it up to you in some way. I recall mentioning that she and your mother have yet to visit any upscale venues, so I took the liberty of securing 2 additional invitations for them. You don't mind, do you? Chen Fan maintained an expressionless demeanor, refraining from uttering a word. Should she dare to blame Zhao Jie, Zhao Cuihua would undoubtedly engage in endless nagging. Having arrived, how could she send them back? Very well, let be as it is. Chen Fan's tone was tinged with impatience. She glanced at her sister and mother, admonishing Ruo, Mother, this place is unlike home. You must temper your dispositions. If you offend any significant figures, I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you understand? I heard you. I heard you, dear sister. You are quite bothersome, Qin Ruora retorted nonchalantly, tugging Zhao Cuihua aside. Such words were hardly worth her attention. In her eyes, there were no eminent officials here. All she saw were individuals adorned with ostentatious gold and diamonds. Zhao Cuihua shared the same sentiment, perceiving only glimmering suitors, having the opportunity to attend such an affair. How could they leave empty-handed? Ruo, I've heard that the Wen family has a wealthy young heir who is still single. You must keep a keen eye for him later, if you manage to catch the attention of the Wen family's young master. The Zhao family will surely treat us with the utmost respect, Lu Cuihua exclaimed, wiping her lips with excitement. Rest assured, mother, I have it all under control, Qin Ruoro replied, equally exhilarated. The members of the Wen family have yet to make their appearance. They're probably still in the villa. Shall we sneak over to take a look? Chapter 18. The indomitable spirit of Wenren CM, my daughter. You are truly brilliant, Zhao Cuihua praised with delight. There's an old saying in the great Xia. Opportunities are always reserved for those who take the initiative, while other women foolishly wait. They are preparing to storm the enemy's stronghold. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing smiles, and, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, they swiftly made their way toward the villa ahead. Meanwhile, within the villa, Chen Fan and Wenren City had already encountered a group of medical experts. However, to Chen Fan's astonishment, Wu Renhai was nowhere to be found. Wenren City furrowed her brows and inquired, Wenren Boyi, where's Professor Wu? Wenren Boyi scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Isn't Professor Wu supposed to be here? I just heard them say he arrived. Wait a moment. I'll call my father. Feeling uneasy, Wenren Boyi was about to step away when suddenly, a nonchalant voice interrupted him. Hold on, there's no need to call. The team of experts in the hall parted to make way for a young man in a white lab coat, who swaggered up to Wenren City. His gaze was lecherous as it roamed over her exquisite face and the alluring figure accentuated by her blue and white porcelain qipao. Finally lingering on her upper body as he gulped audibly. You must be Wenren City. I've heard you've been searching for Professor Wu. Who are you? Wenren City tightened her brows, a flicker of displeasure passing through her captivating eyes. An expert surnamed Li, who had previously collaborated with her, promptly stepped forward to introduce. President Wenren, this is Mr. Lin Fong, Professor Wu's chief assistant. Assistant? The disdain in Wenren City's eyes deepened. How could a mere assistant dare to flaunt Wu Renhai's name? Noticing her discomfort, the expert hurriedly added, President Wenren, you may not be aware, but Professor Wu holds a prestigious position. Most people never even have the opportunity to request his assistance. The numerous surgical cases that are now being studied as textbooks were actually performed by Mr. Lin, with Professor Wu merely supervising and guiding. Mr. Lin's medical skills far exceed your expectations. Upon hearing this, the disdain in Wenren City's eyes gradually faded. However, before she could respond, Lin Fong sneered. It seems that the renowned beauty of Wenren does not trust my medical expertise. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. With that, he turned to exit. Having trained under Wu Renhai, Lin Fong was exceptionally skilled for his age, and he had recently received news that he would soon be designated as an associate academician. With such strength and stature, everyone should treat him with the utmost respect. Many young, beautiful women had even offered special services to persuade him to perform surgeries. He had heard of Wenren City's beauty. Her looks were stunning, and her figure was simply magnificent. Originally, I intended to seize the opportunity for some indulgence today. However, that woman dismissed me with disdain. He would not tolerate such insolence. He aimed to make Wenren Ciyu acutely aware of the consequences of provoking him. Unless she willingly sacrifices something, he would not relent. As Lin Fong brushed past Wenren Ciyu, he could not resist taunting her. With the meager strength of your Wen family, you dare to aspire to summon Professor Wu? Such folly. It would be prudent to dispel this delusion and confront reality. Wenren Ciyu's delicate visage paled slightly, feeling a twinge of regret for her earlier demeanor. Just as she was about to speak, pleading for Lin Fong to stay, Chen Fan preempted her, firmly grasping Lin Fong's shoulder. Lin Fong, immobilized, seethed with rage. He turned to glare at Chen Fan, demanding, Who are you? Release me at once. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, replying coldly, "I am Chen Fan, also a physician. Your attitude is quite concerning. I recall that old Wu, compassionate and benevolent, would assist anyone in need, be they esteemed dignitaries or destitute beggars. As his assistant, how can you exhibit such arrogance? Are you not tarnishing old Wu's reputation?" Lin Fang's pupils constricted as he glared at Chen Fan in fury. "A doctor? Which hospital do you hail from? And who is your mentor? What gives you the audacity to dictate to me, referring to Professor Wu in such a familiar manner? Are you courting death? Mark my words, you will regret this today." "Wenren Bo-e," Lin Fang bellowed. Wenren Bo-e hastily approached, eager to please. "Are you blind? Summon someone to detain this fellow and break his limbs. I dare anyone to challenge me." As Lin Fang's words hung in the air, Wenren Shiyu spoke up loudly. For the sake of her daughter, she was willing to make certain concessions and sacrifices. However, Chen Fan was someone even Su Jinjiang held in high esteem. She did not believe that a cunning fox like Su Jinjiang could be easily deceived by a mere youth. Chen Fan undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities worthy of her investment. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Wenren Bo-e appeared troubled. He was tempted to comply, yet after having exchanged harsh words with Chen Fan, he had already received a slap from Wenren Shiyu. Now, to detain Chen Fan and inflict harm upon him, surely he would be the one to suffer in the end. Upon hearing Wenren Shiyu's words, Lin Fang erupted in sardonic laughter. He glared fiercely at Wenren Shiyu and declared, "Very well, one family. Today I, Lin Fang, will make this clear. Anyone in the medical community of Lin City who dares to accept an invitation from the Wen family is opposing Professor Wu." With this declaration, a cacophony ensued as the gathered medical experts collectively took a step back, swiftly creating distance from the Wen family. Wenren Shiyu's lovely face turned slightly pale. Yet she was not inclined to yield. While merchants are driven by profit, they must also adhere to their principles and possess fortitude. Otherwise, one may never achieve great success in this lifetime. In the entire assembly, only the expert surnamed Li, who had collaborated with the Wenren family, did not retreat at the first sign of trouble. He hastily remarked, "President Wenren, do not act on impulse. Which family has not faced their share of calamities and ailments? Offending Professor Wu would sever the Wenren family's path to prosperity." With his lead, the other experts began to voice their concerns. "President Wenren, I advise you to reconsider. For the sake of an obscure little doctor, inciting the ire of Mr. Lin and Professor Wu will surely lead to your regret." What little doctor? Could he be the paramour of Wenren Xie? If he truly were a doctor, would he dare to address Professor Wu so casually? Alas, it is said that Wenren Xie is astute and destined to elevate the Wenren family to greater heights. However, it now appears that the family may be undone by her actions. Professor Wu has treated patients across the realms of politics, business, and military. Offending him would seal the Wenren family's fate. The clamor of voices continued to escalate. A triumphant sneer appeared on Lin Fang's face as his gaze roamed over Wenren Xie's exquisite figure. He insinuated, "Wenren Xie, do not say that I do not offer you an opportunity. Right here before me, break this young man's hands and feet, and find a way to please me. I may yet consider retracting the previous prohibition." Wenren Xie's countenance darkened considerably. Yet she bit down on her silver teeth, refusing to yield. Her enchanting eyes burned with indignation and defiance. This scene profoundly shook Chen Fan's heart. Was this the sensation of being resolutely chosen? For some inexplicable reason, his nose began to tingle with emotion. "Very well, then wait for your demise." Lin Fang was truly enraged now. He delivered a harsh ultimatum and was about to shake off Chen Fan's grip when he discovered that not only had Chen Fan not released him, but his fingers on Lin Fang's shoulder began to exert pressure. Lin Fang's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could utter a cry of pain, a sickening crack echoed, resonating from his scapula. Chapter 19, Who Dares to Defy the World? Lin Fang cried out in agony. His eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Chen Fan. Before he could utter a word, Chen Fan had already delivered a resounding slap that sent him flying. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom Chen Fan's ruthlessness. To strike Lin Fang, was tantamount to severing his own path to survival. The numerous experts in the medical field ceased to persuade Wenren. Instead, they retreated, wary of being associated with the Wenren family. Even those experts who had partnerships with the Wenren family, like the specialist surnamed Li, silently distanced themselves, contemplating the termination of their collaboration, even if it meant incurring a penalty for breach of contract. At that moment, the little girl in Wenren's arms suddenly began to breathe rapidly, her complexion turning an unnatural shade of crimson. Her eyes lost their luster, and her small hands clutched her mother's clothing tightly. Weakly, she murmured, "Mama, Mian feels unwell. Mian can't breathe." Wenren's delicate face turned deathly pale, her grip on her daughter tightening, as if fearing the child might vanish from her embrace. Mian, don't scare me. Mama is here. Hold on tight to Mama." "Okay," she said, her voice trembling with tears. Yet, the little one's breaths grew increasingly shallow, her once rosy and cute face now turning ashen and devoid of color. "Doctor, please help my daughter." Wenren's pleading gaze swept over the surrounding medical experts. However, these experts averted their eyes, glancing about nervously, some even feigning to clean their ears, appearing utterly indifferent. This scene ignited a profound fury within Chen Fan. How could these scoundrels disregard the desperate pleas of a mother? How could they turn a blind eye to the cries of a young child? All because Wenren had offended someone named Lin Fong. They were merely afraid of being implicated. Such individuals were unworthy of being called doctors. Such people did not deserve the title of medical experts. At that moment, a harsh laugh echoed through the air. Lin Fong, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with malice. "Wenren, are you scared now? What happened to your arrogance just moments ago? Weren't you disdainful of flattering me? Now, you will watch helplessly as your daughter meets her demise. She will perish because of your foolish ignorance." Upon hearing these words, Wenren's face turned even graver, her delicate frame swaying precariously. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a pair of strong arms reached out from the side, taking the child from Wenren's grasp. It was none other than Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen?" Wenren's eyes lit up with hope, as if she had found her anchor. Her pleading gaze fell entirely upon Chen Fan. "Rest assured, I am here." Such a simple statement filled Wenren with newfound strength, stabilizing her trembling form. "Is there an operating room available here?" Chen Fan inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. "The condition of Wenren is quite dire and necessitates immediate surgery." Wenren, tears streaming down her face, nodded vigorously in agreement. Given her daughter's unique circumstances, she had already transformed the second floor of the villa into a state-of-the-art operating room, equipped with all the necessary instruments. "Very well, let us promptly transfer Mumming to the operating room. Additionally, I require 2 assistants," Chen Fan stated. Although he could perform the cardiac surgery alone, the complexity of Mumming's condition warranted the presence of 2 experienced aides to significantly enhance the success rate. However, to his astonishment, a wave of derisive laughter erupted in the hall. The assembled experts and professors regarded him with a look of amusement. "Mr. Chen, do you truly expect to select 2 of us to assist you?" They scoffed. "A nameless junior doctor requesting us esteemed experts to serve as your aides? Have you not yet awoken from your slumber?" 2 of the experts could not restrain their scorn for Chen Fan. Another expert then turned to persuade Wenren. "President Wenren, it appears your daughter may not endure much longer. It would be prudent to beseech Mr. Lin for forgiveness while you still can. At this juncture, only he possesses the means to save your daughter. With your beauty and figure, surely you can find a way to win his pardon, correct?" As he spoke, his gaze lingered suggestively on Wenren, implying that she might need to make some sacrifices. Suddenly, Chen Fan intervened, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the expert sprawling to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. "Silence. Unless you wish to assist," Chen Fan declared coldly. "Utter another word, and I shall remove you, Tom." The unscrupulous experts had fully provoked his ire. A minute passed with no response, and as the experts reveled in their mockery, an unexpected voice broke through. "I shall be your assistant," exclaimed an expert named Li, stepping forward boldly. The other experts were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and outrage. They glared at Li, exclaiming, "Li Kai, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are courting disaster." Lin Fong, in a fit of rage, pointed at Li and shouted, "Li Kai, if you dare assist this Chen, I will call the dean and demand your expulsion." Li Kai, his face pale with determination, retorted, "There is a patient in need of saving. You, who were the title of expert in don white coats, turn a blind eye and create chaos instead. Have you lost your sense of humanity? If anyone is courting disaster, it is you." With that, Li Kai resolutely approached Chen Fan and stated, "Brother Chen, I am here to help. But let me be clear, I cannot guarantee success in the operation. Are you certain you can manage?" A confident smile crept across Chen Fan's face as he replied, "Rest assured, I will succeed." "Excellent." Li Kai responded visibly. At this moment, Wenren Mian, cradled in Chen Fan's arms, gradually opened her eyes. She laboriously extended her chubby little hand and tugged at Li Kai's sleeve. Her voice frail yet still obedient as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Li." "Oh, no need for thanks. It is I who am ineffectual. I hesitated and was overcome with fear just moments ago. I am truly sorry, Mian. Li Kai's eyes instantly reddened. He had been Wenren Mian's attending physician, and her gentle and understanding nature had always endeared her to him. At this juncture, Chen Fan handed Wenren Mian over to Wenren Shiyu. "Miss Wenren, I shall step outside to make a phone call and summon an assistant," he stated, glancing disdainfully at the group of experts centered around Lin Fong. "Those quacks are repugnant to me. Please wait a moment." With that, Chen Fan strode out of the villa. Wenren Shiyu also took out her phone, searching her contacts for a doctor who could assist. Over the years, in her quest to treat her daughter, she had befriended many physicians. However, her calls either went unanswered or reached those who were out of town and unable to arrive promptly. A look of confusion crossed her face as she sensed something amiss. At that moment, Lin Fong, standing opposite her, sneered, "President Wenren, do you feel as though you cannot find any help? I advise you not to waste your efforts. I have already made it known in the industry. Anyone who dares to take on work for the Wenren family is directly opposing Professor Wu Renhai, essentially courting disaster. You might as well start making arrangements for your daughter's end." "Ha ha ha." With that, Lin Fong erupted into boisterous laughter, followed by the cacophony of laughter from the doctors and experts behind him. Wenren Shiyu gritted her teeth, resolute in her determination not to yield. She refused to believe that Lin Fong could truly sway all the doctors to his will. Outside the villa, Chen Fan found Wu Renhai's number on his phone and dialed it without hesitation. Just then, Qin Ruo and Zhao Chuihua, stealthily approaching the villa, suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette at the entrance. "Mom, isn't it that useless Chen Fan?" Qin Ruo exclaimed, grabbing her mother's hand with urgency. Chapter 20. The Fury of Wu Renhai. It truly seemed so. Zhao Chuihua held a remarkably vivid impression of this worthless son-in-law. With just a single glance, she confirmed Chen Fan's identity. What was this good-for-nothing doing here? Qin Ruo anxiously glanced at her mother. Could it be that he had come to steal something? Zhao Chuihua speculated. In her view, Chen Fan, having been expelled from the Qin family, possessed no means of survival. Any petty cash he had secretly acquired from Qin Pharaoh was surely squandered on renting villas and flaunting luxury cars. Now, at his wit's end, he likely sought to resort to theft. "Mom, this is bad," Qin Ruo suddenly exclaimed, startling Zhao Chuihua. "Daughter, please don't startle me like that." Zhao Chuihua patted her chest. "But Mom, have you forgotten? My sister is entangled with company matters and hasn't yet had the chance to divorce this good-for-nothing today. If he steals something and is caught, it will undoubtedly reflect poorly on our Qin family." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuihua's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, how had she overlooked this crucial point? "No, we must drive him away. We cannot allow him to sully our family name while engaging in such disgraceful acts out there." Zhao Chuihua's expression darkened with fury. Qin Ruo nodded in agreement. "Let us go. We must confront him now." With that, this peculiar mother-daughter duo rolled up their sleeves and stormed towards Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had just hung up the phone with Wu Renhai, who fortuitously was nearby and could arrive in just 3 minutes. During the call, Chen Fan succinctly relayed the events occurring in the hall, inciting Wu Renhai to curse vehemently. He vowed to come immediately and ensure that Lin Fong and that group of so-called experts and professors would pay dearly for their actions. Before ending the call, Chen Fan reminded Wu Renhai to keep their relationship under wraps and to devise his own reasoning for their association. After hanging up, Chen Fan took a deep breath, preparing to seek the butler to escort him to the estate's entrance to meet Wu Renhai. After all, the one family estate was vast, with dozens of villas within. If he didn't assist, Wu Renhai's arrival could be delayed once more. However, before he could locate the butler, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Chen the good-for-nothing, stop right there. Turning around, Chen Fan discovered the peculiar duo of Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua striding purposefully towards him. Chen, the good-for-nothing, you truly have some audacity. Who gave you the courage to come here to steal? Do you believe I want to call the police to apprehend you? Qin Ruo rushed forward, seizing Chen Fan by the collar and interrogating him without any courtesy. Impatiently, Chen Fan shrugged off her grip and retorted coldly, Qin Ruo, what madness has possessed you? If you're unwell, seek a doctor. If you're well, then keep your distance and cease bothering me. After being harshly pushed aside by Chen Fan and subjected to a scathing reprimand, Qin Ruo's temper flared instantly. She immediately bared her teeth and lunged at Chen Fan. You worthless fool! How dare you insult me? I shall make it my mission to end your life today. Chen Fan had been married to her sister for 3 years, and during that time, he had devoted every moment to appeasing them. He willingly took on all the arduous and menial tasks, even offering to wash her feet, the feet of his sister-in-law. However, he had not anticipated that in the blink of an eye, this so-called worthless man had grown a backbone. Not only did he dare to insult her, but he also had the audacity to retaliate. If he was not taught a lesson today, would he not expect to ride roughshod over them in the future? Seeing Qin Ruo in a fit of rage, Chen Fan's last vestige of patience evaporated. He deftly evaded her attempts to claw and bite at him, and with a swift kick, sent her sprawling. The expensive dress she had rented at great expense was instantly soiled and disheveled. Zhao Cuihua stood nearby, dumbfounded. She had never imagined that a dog raised by the Qin family would dare to bite its master. How dare you, Chen? You strike my daughter, and I shall confront you. She opened her arms and let out a shrill scream, charging at Chen Fan. Chen Fan spun around, his fierce gaze startling Zhao Cuihua. The once aggressive expression on her face instantly morphed into one of fear. I warn you, do not disturb me again. Chen Fan declared, his tone chilling. I am on the verge of divorcing your daughter. My affairs are none of your concern. Should you dare to trouble me again, I assure you, I will make you regret it. Upon hearing this menacing proclamation, Zhao Cuihua recoiled, unwilling to confront Chen Fan at that moment. She hurriedly assisted Qin Ruo to her feet, whispering, let us go find your sister. This fool only dares to bare his teeth at us. He will cower when he sees her. We must ensure he is expelled before he is caught in his thievery, or else this burden will fall upon our Qin family. Qin Ruo nodded tearfully, and together with Zhao Cuihua, they fled in a panic. Fools! Chen Fan cursed under his breath. It was truly unfortunate to be ensnared by such trivial matters without having done anything wrong. It seemed that indeed, his fortune had taken a turn for the worse lately. Just then, a servant passed nearby. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to intercept him. Excuse me, where might I find your steward? Which steward do you mean? The servant inquired, puzzled. The Wenren manor was vast, and it was impossible for there to be only one steward. There are those responsible for security, landscaping, and various property maintenance tasks. The one who receives guests, Chen Fan replied. A figure of Wu Renhai's stature would certainly have entered through the main gate, and the steward responsible for reception would be the first to receive news. It would be most prudent for him to guide Chen Fan directly to Wu Renhai. Oh, he is in the banquet area. Please follow me, the servant said with a slight smile, turning to lead the way. Chen Fan promptly followed. However, he had barely departed when a sleek black business vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the villa. The door swung open, and a flustered, elderly gentleman with white hair emerged. It was none other than Wu Renhai, a highly esteemed figure in the contemporary medical community of the Great Xia. Chen Fan was taken aback by the magnitude of Wu Renhai's reputation, It rendered any personal introduction unnecessary. As soon as Wu Renhai departed, his personal assistant promptly contacted the Wenren manor, alerting the butler responsible for guest reception of the esteemed doctor's arrival. Upon hearing it was Wu Renhai, Ma Shan immediately cleared the way, personally escorting him to the villa. This fortuitous timing, however, led to an unfortunate intersection with Chen Fan as they narrowly missed each other. At that moment, the medical professor was consumed by a singular emotion: anger. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by an unmistakable agitation, akin to a dormant volcano ready to erupt, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Without waiting for the butler to guide him, Wu Renhai stormed into the villa with an ashen face. Inside the villa, Wenren City frantically dialed multiple numbers, but her calls fell on deaf ears. No one was willing to assist. Li Kai, standing nearby, attempted to make a few calls as well, but not only did he fail to find any help, he was ridiculed and mocked in the process, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Ha ha! I wonder if you all have a problem with your brains or your hearing. At that moment, Lin Fong stepped forward with a smug expression, declaring, I told you. Anyone who dares to take on a task from the Wenren family is directly opposing Professor Wu Renhai. Who in the domestic medical field would dare offend him? No sooner had he spoken than a voice, laced with restrained fury, resonated from hallway. Oh, how was I unaware that Wu Renhai has such a formidable reputation, capable of compelling all doctors in the country to stand idly by in times of need? Hearing these words, Lin Fong's expression soured. He might exploit Professor Wu Renhai's name for his own dubious endeavors, but he could not afford to let anyone hold it against him. Otherwise, he would bear the brunt of Wu Renhai's wrath. Was the speaker out of their mind? He turned to reprimand the individual for their insolence, but in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air, striking his face with tremendous force. Lin Fong was left dazed, unable to muster any resentment. He stood frozen, staring at the furious Wu Renhai before him, his mind buzzing with confusion. How had Wu Renhai arrived here? Lin Fong, you're courting death. Wu Renhai's veins bulged as he bellowed. Lin Fong's face turned pale, and with a thud, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Chapter 21. The Banquet Conflict. Professor Wu? What brings you here? Lin Fong exclaimed, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. He had not anticipated Wu Renhai's actual presence. Who could have betrayed the secret? A multitude of medical experts gathered around, their excitement palpable as they beheld Wu Renhai. Professor Wu, it is truly an honor to see you. Professor, I am Wang from the first hospital. Do you remember me? Professor, their essay dinner tonight. Would you do us the honor of attending? A chorus of voices clamored for Wu Renhai's attention, oblivious to the simmering rage boiling within him. Wenren City, holding her phone in a daze, was astonished that Wu Renhai had indeed arrived. Although she was uncertain of his purpose, this was a golden opportunity to seek treatment for her daughter, Mian. She could not afford to miss it. Without a moment's hesitation, Wenren City scooped up her daughter and pushed her way forward. Excuse me, Professor, please take a look at my daughter. She is in grave danger. Before she could finish her plea, a medical professor suddenly charged forth, colliding heavily with her and knocking her to the ground. Get lost, you blind woman, he hissed. Wenren City reacted swiftly, shielding Mian's head, but even so, the little girl succumbed to unconsciousness. Mian, please don't scare Mama. Wenren City panicked, calling out desperately. Wu Renhai, witnessing this distressing scene, disregarded his intention to reprimand Lin Fong. He pushed through the throng of specialists and approached Wenren City. Yet, the professor who had knocked her down remained oblivious, blocking Wu Renhai's path. Professor, I am Han Kai, a cardiovascular specialist from the Aoli branch. I wish to request. Out of my way. Wu Renhai roared in fury, causing Han Kai to freeze in shock. Wu Renhai shoved him aside and hurried to Wenren City. Give me the child, taking the little girl in his arms. He examined her with great care and quickly declared, Is there an operating room? Get her in at once. Yes. Wenren City promptly called for her assistant to prepare the operating room, ushering Mian inside. Professor, Lin Fong approached timidly, but before he could speak, Wu Renhai coldly interjected, We will settle accounts after the surgery. With that, Wu Renhai deftly donned a sterile gown and entered the operating room. As the door closed behind him, Wenren hurriedly made her way to a small room adjacent to the main hall, which housed live surveillance of the entire surgical procedure. It was not a matter of distrust towards Wu Renhai. Rather, she was fervently eager to learn the outcome of the surgery. The gathered medical experts also converged, eager for a glimpse of Professor Wu's surgical livestream. Such a rare opportunity for learning was not to be missed, lest they regret it for months to come. However, Wenren was not one to be generous. She had not forgotten the contemptuous expressions of those experts just moments ago. Get them all out. Wenren commended. Understood. The bodyguards of the Wen family sprang into action without hesitation, swiftly expelling all the experts. A few defiant specialists received a few slaps on the spot, quickly yielding and only daring to glare indignantly at Wenren. Inside the surveillance room, Wenren was preoccupied with the happenings in the operating room, while also pondering the whereabouts of Chen Fan. Why hadn't he returned yet? Little did she know that Chen Fan was currently bustling along, eagerly following a servant in search of the steward. Meanwhile, Qinro and Zhao Cuihua had arrived at the estate's lawn. The banquet had officially commenced, with a plethora of affluent men and women mingling, some of whom were prominent figures on the wealth rankings. When the disheveled and tearful Qinro made her appearance, she immediately drew considerable attention. Qin Feirong had just finished a conversation with a partner when she turned to see her sister approaching her with a face full of grievance. Beside her, Zhao Cuihua was scolding and spitting words like a raucous peasant woman, completely out of place in the current environment. Noticing the multitude of curious gazes directed at them, Qin Feirong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she confronted them. Mother, Ruo, what are you doing? Do you not realize the occasion? What sort of impression are you giving? Qinro had intended to report her grievances to her sister, but was met with an unexpected reprimand from Qin Feirong, which only intensified her feelings of injustice. Zhao Cuihua quickly adopted a sorrowful expression, exclaiming, Feirong, how can you say that? Are you implying that you are ashamed of your mother and his sister? You haven't even asked what we've been through. Qin Feirong felt a headache coming on. Her mother was a master at feigning such pitiful expressions, and, as her daughter, she could not remain indifferent. At that moment, Zhao Jie stepped in to mediate. Annie, Ruo, you've misunderstood Feirong. She is merely concerned about your troubles. He then turned to Qin Feirong with a gentle gaze. Feirong, do not be anxious. Let us first hear what Annie and Ruo have encountered. Zhao Cuihua promptly chimed in. Exactly, Zhao Xiao speaks wisely. This stubborn girl is less caring than Zhao Xiao. Hearing this, Qin Feirong had no choice but to suppress her anger and patiently inquired. All right, what exactly happened? With whom did you have a conflict? Wiping her tears, Qinro replied with a pitiful tone, Sister, that useless Chen Fan hit me. What? Qin Feirong was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. What nonsense are you talking about? What is this occasion? How could Chen Fan even get in here? It's true, Zhao Cuihua interjected upon noticing her daughter's disbelief. That worthless fellow must have used some trick to sneak in and steal something. When Ruo and I stumbled upon him, we were worried he would tarnish your reputation since you are not yet divorced. So we tried to stop him, and that's when Ruo was struck, Zhao Cuihua said, feigning tears as she recounted the tale. Damn that Chen Fan. He truly is a relentless spirit. Zhao Jie bellowed from the side. Do not let me catch sight of him. Otherwise, he shall face the consequences. Just as Zhao Jie finished his menacing declaration, he spotted Chen Fan swiftly walking by, trailing behind a servant. Chen Fan. Zhao Jie's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly shouted. Qinro and Zhao Cuihua were startled, hastily retreating behind Qin Feirong for cover. Upon turning around and seeing Chen Fan, Qin Feirong's brows furrowed immediately. Chen Fan, you truly are here? Chen Fan cast her a sidelong glance, utterly disinterested in engaging. He was eager to escort Wu Renhai over and commence the surgery. He had no time to indulge in their incessant prattling. Observing Chen Fan's disregard, Qin Feirong's face darkened with frost. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Jie shouted, Chen Fan, I command you to stop right now. As he spoke, he hurried forward, positioning himself between the servant and Chen Fan. The servant, taken aback by this unexpected confrontation, simply mumbled an apology before hastily retreating. This infuriated Chen Fan. With the servant gone, who would guide him to find the steward? The surgery awaited. Reluctantly, Chen Fan prepared to return to the villa to have Wenren contact the steward for Wu Renhai's reception. However, before he could take a step, Zhao Jia intercepted him once more. Where do you think you're going? Zhao, yes, knitted. Mind your own business and step aside. Chen Fan retorted bluntly. I have pressing matters to attend to and no time to waste on you. Zhao Jia, upon hearing this, felt as though he had heard the greatest joke. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he looked at Chen Fan and scoffed. Chen Fan, open your eyes and see clearly. This is the Wenren family estate. Tonight's banquet is attended by distinguished millionaires and elites. What worth do you possess? A pathetic live-in son-in-law, soon to be divorced, dares to be here? You claim to have important matters. What could possibly be of significance to you? Are you hoping to sneak in and pilfer something valuable since you've been ousted from the Qin family? Zhao Jia's words instantly drew the attention of many. Numerous guests began to murmur among themselves. What? He has a live-in son-in-law? No wonder he dresses so plainly. He hardly looks like someone attending a banquet. The security of the Wenren family appears inadequate, allowing such a person to mingle among them. How unfortunate. I feel the very air has been sullied. Is there not a security guard to remove this waste? The crowd exchanged barbs, deriding Chen Fan. Clenching his fists, Chen Fan seethed. Zhao Jia. I grant you one final opportunity. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being unkind. Zhao Jia felt a jolt of fear at these words, his mind flashing back to the incident in a restaurant when Chen Fan had dispatched him with a single move. His expression shifted, and he instinctively took a step back in trepidation. It was then that a cold, indifferent voice resonated. What audacity! At the Wenren manor, who would dare to treat the guests of the Wenren family with disrespect? Do you think the security personnel of the Wenren household are merely idle? Accompanied by the sound, a man clad in a tailored suit emerged from the crowd, followed closely by a formidable entourage of towering security guards. Chapter 22. Butler Xingzhan, the butler of the Wenren family, has arrived. A guest recognized his identity and exclaimed loudly. It is said that the Wenren family is hierarchical, with distinct divisions of labor across various fields, each overseen by a different butler. Each butler is a paragon in their respective domain. This particular butler, Xingzhan, a former Special Forces soldier, possesses formidable martial arts skills. After retiring, he took on the responsibility of security at the Wenren estate. That son-in-law dares to cause trouble here. I foresee his demise. Someone added. Xingzhan, listening to the murmurs in the crowd, wore an expression of satisfaction. He fixed his gaze on Chen Fan and sternly declared, You were quite arrogant a moment ago. Why the sudden silence? Quickly explain how you managed to enter. If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, do not blame me for being harsh. Chen Fan, now infuriated, realized that the more anxious he became, the more vile individuals seemed to swarm around him. However, he truly had no time to waste. He was racing against death. With this thought, Chen Fan replied, I have no time to explain. Someone will inform you of my identity later. With that, he attempted to leave. Seeing that Chen Fan disregarded him, Xingzhan erupted in fury. You seek death, he coldly commanded. You three, teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, 3 security guards swaggered toward Chen Fan. You should kneel and bow. I might go easy on you. One guard sneered. Brother, we practice boxing. If you refuse to cooperate, we'll break your arms and legs. Another threatened. Are you scared, boy? Kneel down and accept your fate. The third taunted. Before they could lay a hand on him, they attempted to intimidate Chen Fan with their bravado. In a moment of panic, Chen Fan glanced back at the approaching guards and thought, is this never-ending? Just as the guards were about to strike, Qin Feirong suddenly stepped forward and exclaimed, Chen Fan, can you not act like a child? I'm already overwhelmed. Can you refrain from causing more trouble? At her words, the 3 guards immediately halted. Xingzhan raised his hand, and they stepped aside. Qin Feirong was quite renowned in lynching. Her intervention warranted some respect from Xingzhan. Chen Fan couldn't help but scoff, saying, I already told you. I'm very busy. Please do not add drama to the situation. I shall take my leave now. Chen Fan, who is adding drama? Me or you? with your continuous disruptions? Chen Fan retorted coldly. As long as we remain married, you are still my nominal husband. Any trouble you create will be attributed to me. I do not expect your assistance, but could you at least refrain from harming me? We will settle the matter of you hitting my sister later. For now, you must admit you entered a steal. As long as no damage has been done, the Wenren family will not make things difficult for you out of respect for me. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief regarding the woman's mental state, and it was far from trivial. He himself was unwell, yet he had previously confided in such a person, laying bare his heart and soul. The woman, Wenren City, whom he had known for merely a day, dared to challenge Lin Fong publicly on his behalf. In stark contrast, his wife, Chen Fan, with whom he had shared 3 years of marriage, hastily concluded he was a thief based on mere whispers. Truly, the disparity between individuals is maddening. However, this realization only solidified his resolve to pursue a divorce. He declared, Chen Fan, you need not sacrifice your own dignity for my sake. Our marriage is irreparably broken. It will be prudent for you to tend to your own affairs. At this proclamation, the guests were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Fan, the seemingly subservient son-in-law, would exhibit such defiance. It appeared he was intent on severing ties with Chen Fan entirely. How intriguing! Chen Fan's delicate features hardened in anger. She could not comprehend why. Despite her commendable self-restraint, Chen Fan consistently provoked her to lose control with just a few words. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him and retorted, Chen Fan, do not presume that opposing me will garner my attention or respect. You still fail to grasp what I truly desire. You are correct. Our marriage is indeed finished. Your fate is of no concern to me. With that, Chen Fan stormed away in a fury. However, Chen Ro was not inclined to let Chen Fan off so easily. She grasped Zhao Jie's arm, shaking it gently, and pouted, brother-in-law, look at my sister. She wanted to even stand up for me and just walks away. How will I face anyone after being humiliated by this worthless man? I don't care. You must teach him a lesson. Zhao Jie, feeling the softness of her arm, found himself momentarily distracted. He immediately shouted, fear not, Ruruo, just for your calling me brother-in-law. If I do not break this brat's legs today, I shall forfeit my surname Zhao. Xing, what are you waiting for? Take action. With a grand gesture, Zhao Jie commanded. Xing, the housekeeper, wore a grim expression as he signaled to the 3 security guards. They grinned menacingly and closed in on Chen Fan. Kid, you seem eager to meet your end. If that's the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. The leading guard bellowed, and the trio charged at Chen Fan like a fierce gust of wind. Chen Ruo and Zhao Suohua exchanged knowing glances, envisioning Chen Fan battered and bruised, writhing on the ground. Chen Ruo even resolved that she would demand Chen Fan kneel and kiss her toes afterward. Otherwise, he would not leave unscathed. Zhao Jie wore a mocking smile, finally relishing the opportunity to give this useless man a thorough lesson. Having previously allowed him to escape by mere chance had been exceedingly vexing. This time, there would be no escape. Get down. At that moment, the 3 security guards had encircled Chen Fan from 3 directions. They shouted in unison, their iron fists slicing through the air, ready to strike him down. If such a blow were to land on an ordinary person, it would surely shatter several bones. Yet Chen Fan remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless, as if paralyzed by fear. The gathering of guests could not help but smirk and shake their heads in disdain. They had initially believed that Chen Fan's apparent bravado stemmed from some extraordinary ability. However, it now seemed he was merely a hollow shell of bluster. Just as these thoughts coursed through their minds, Chen Fan sprang into action with a speed akin to lightning. Bang! 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 3 resounding explosions echoed as his fist struck with unprecedented swiftness. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend how he had unleashed such force. 3 security guards were immediately sent flying, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. The guests stood in stunned silence, their earlier confidence shattered. Those who had once deemed Chen Fan doomed now felt the sting of humiliation, as if they had been slapped repeatedly. Zhao Jie and Zhao Suohua, mother and daughter, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. How is this possible? This waste of a person possesses such capability? No, it must be an illusion. Qin Ruo, unable to accept the reality before her, shook her head in frantic disbelief. Before she could fully process the situation, Xing Zhan emerged, his expression menacing. You young rascal. I had intended merely to teach you a lesson and then toss you into the authorities, but your audacity in resisting warrants a more direct approach. Prepare to face your demise. With a swift motion, Xing Zhan coiled his body like a predatory cheetah, lunging fiercely towards Chen Fan. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, demanding, "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Chapter 23. Su Jinjian arrives. A throng of black-clad bodyguards swept in, forging a path through the entrance. Following closely behind them was a middle-aged man draped in a black overcoat. His hair, a striking blend of black and white, was meticulously groomed. With prominent brows and a square jaw, he sported a bushy beard that converged at his chin, a cigar clenched between his lips. He walked with an imposing gait, exuding the presence of an underground overlord. As he made his entrance, a profound silence enveloped the gathered guests. Xing Zhan displayed a look of reverence, bowing slightly and remaining motionless. Xing Zhan, is this how you treat your guests? The middle-aged man questioned, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he advanced. Xing Zhan, drenched in cold sweat, hastily retorted, Su Lao, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. This individual is not one of our guests. He lacks even an invitation and has intruded to steal. Oh, is that so? Su Lao, Naijali Su Xindiang, revealed a sardonic smile. He received a gold-embossed invitation from one of the bodyguards and handed it to Chen Fan. Casting a glance back at Xing Zhan with an amused tone, now that he possesses this, do you still have any objections? Chen Fan gazed at the invitation in his hand, a look of resignation crossing his face. This old Su, despite his age, still reveled in such theatrics. He had explicitly advised him to conceal their relationship, and now was eager to see how he would navigate this situation. Xing Dan stut dumbao, Famen, Su Lao, that is your invitation, specially crafted for this banquet, symbolizing supreme status. By giving it to him, you have not. Su Jinjian's expression darkened. His gaze turned icy and predatory, reminiscent of a hungry tiger poised to pounce. He demanded, are you implying that without an invitation, my standing in Lin City is not supreme? Am I unworthy of attending tonight's banquet hosted by Wenren? Shall I leave? Though he spoke of departure, Su Jinjian remained rooted in place, while the black-clad bodyguards behind him stepped forward in unison, exuding an aura of palpable menace. Xing Zhan, a former Special Forces soldier, found himself dwarfed by this cadre of elite bodyguards, each one a warrior of exceptional caliber, some even renowned assassins or former mercenary kings. In their presence, Xing Zhan felt like a mere novice. No, that is not what I meant. Su Lao, please do not jest with me. Whether or not you possess an invitation, you are always welcome at the banquet. Please, I implore you. Xing Zhan, trembling with anxiety, lowered his voice in desperation. He feared that if when Ren Xiu learned he had expelled Su Jinjian from the estate, he might as well be celebrating the Qingming festival alone next year. Yet, he could not fathom why Su Jinjian would intercede on behalf of Chen Fan, this seemingly useless son-in-law. Did Chen Fan possess some extraordinary background? The guests present could not help but speculate, their nerves frayed, hands trembling, especially those who had previously belittled and humiliated Chen Fan. Only Zhao Tsuehua and her daughter Qin Ro firmly believe that Chen Fan possesses no remarkable abilities. This wastrel, fished out of the water by the elderly matriarch of the Qin family, is nothing but a pitiful vagrant. Had it not been for the Qin family shelter, he would have long starved to death by the roadside. What significant status could such a worthless individual possibly hold? Do they genuinely believe life is akin to a novel? Qin Ro, brimming with indignation, interjected vehemently, Old Su, you must be mistaken. This Qin character is merely a son-in-law of the Qin family. He is inept and incapable, having married my sister for 3 years, living off our family's resources with no contribution whatsoever. If you support such a person, be wary of the disdain that others will harbor for you behind your back. As soon as her words left her lips, a chill ran down the spines of the guests present. They hastily stepped back, distancing themselves from Qin Ruo. Even Zhao Jie quickly withdrew from the vicinity of this foolish woman. Had she forgotten her senses when she stepped out? How dare she speak to Su Jinjing in such a manner? Surely, she must be courting disaster. As expected, Su Jinjing's countenance darkened to an almost suffocating degree. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "Is that so? Then do enlighten me. Who exactly looks down on me from behind?" Qin Ruo, oblivious to the gravity of her situation, instinctively pointed to the group of guests behind her, intending to suggest that they were all reveling in the spectacle. However, when she turned around, she found that the area was already void of any presence. Even Zhao Jie, whom she had just attempted to charm, had retreated several hundred meters away, wearing a look of disgust directed at her. A sudden jolt of realization struck Qin Ruo as she comprehended that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. With great difficulty, she managed a feeble smile and cautiously regarded Su Jinjing, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Old Su, I may have misunderstood. No one is mocking you. I am the true joke. I am so sorry. Please forgive me." Seeing Su Jinjing maintain his grim expression terrified her, causing her knees to buckle, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Yet at that moment, Chen Fan stood beside Su Jinjing. Her kneeling seemed more an act of submission to him. Infuriated, she ground her teeth, her visage contorting with rage. "You, Chen, get away this instant." Qin Ruo screeched, her voice piercing, "How dare you mock me? Be careful, or I shall gouge out your eyes." Before Chen Fan could respond, Su Jinjing coldly laughed, to bow and apologize with such grandiosity while threatening to harm others. Your sincerity is wholly lacking. Go, teach this young lady the true meaning of sincerity. Yes, two bodyguards in black swiftly advanced. Qin Ruo, pale with fear, screamed in protest. But it was too late. The bodyguard seized her head and forcefully slammed it into the ground. Thud! Instantly, her world spun, her vision filled with stars, and her forehead swelled with a bruise, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Yet, before she could recover, the guards pressed her head down once more, driving it into the ground again. Thud! Another resounding crash, and the blood flowed even more profusely. In that moment, Qin Ruo's eyes rolled back as she fainted. "Oh my heavens, my daughter!" Zhao Zuihua suddenly realized. Crying and jumping, she hurriedly crawled over to check on Qin Ruo's condition. Upon discovering that she still had a pulse, she finally sighed in relief. Su Jinjian waved his hand, summoning two bodyguards back into formation. He turned to Chen Fan, beginning his theatrical performance. "Young man, do not belittle yourself merely because of your status as a son-in-law. In my past, I too was a son-in-law. As the saying goes, when one dies, the bird flies to the heavens. If one does not die, one lives for eternity. A man ought to unleash his potential and strive vigorously throughout his life. I believe in you. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable." With that, Su Jinjian burst into hearty laughter and strode forward. Chen Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This old fellow must have been watching too many television dramas lately. Where does he conjure such peculiar notions? Glancing at the time, he realized with alarm that he had already been out for nearly 7 minutes. He needed to hurry back. Without further delay, Chen Fan took off in a flash. Zhao Zuihua glared at Chen Fan with a twisted expression, her heart seething with a desire to devour him alive. It was all this good-for-nothing's fault. If it weren't for him, her daughter would not have to endure such suffering. Chen Fan, I swear, our paths shall never cross again. Chapter 24. Chen Fan enters the operating room upon hearing Su Jinjin's words. All the guests breathed a sigh of relief. Having initially believed this seemingly worthless son-in-law possessed some remarkable status, it turned out he merely evoked empathy from old Su, who, in his youth, had indeed been a son-in-law for a time, a fact well known throughout Lin City. However, as old Su rose to prominence, no one dared to bring up such matters again. Zhao Jie seethed with resentment, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Chen Fan, this useless individual, possessed little talent, but was undeniably fortunate. How is it that he always managed to escape calamity? Nevertheless, if he were to summon Qin Farong back now to witness her sister's dismal situation, her hatred for Chen Fan would surely intensify, thus amplifying Zhao Jie's own opportunities. With a cold smirk, he picked up his phone to call Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was too preoccupied with his own affairs. He hurried back to the villa, where a female assistant paced anxiously outside. Upon spotting Chen Fan, she rushed forward with joy. "Mr. Chen, you have finally returned. Please come inside. Professor Wu has already arrived, and the surgery just began 5 minutes ago." "Has he arrived? That is splendid." Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, he was momentarily taken aback. The once arrogant group of medical experts now appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, clustered outside a small room, straining to peer inside. Yet, the two bodyguards from the one family stationed at the door were not to be trifled with. Anyone daring to cross the forbidden line would receive a swift reprimand. The experts, having been reprimanded, dared not voice a single complaint. "Step aside, everyone." The female assistant assertively moved through the crowd, clearing a path for Chen Fan. He did not spare a glance at the condescending experts as he made his way directly into the monitoring room. Witnessing this scene, the experts felt a pang of envy, their eyes turning red. Many began to regret having offended Chen Fan and Wenren so harshly earlier, as there was now no opportunity for reconciliation. Inside the monitoring room, Chen Fan focused intently on the live surgical broadcast displayed on the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. He took the medical records and CT scans of Wenren from the assistant and examined them meticulously. Indeed, the findings aligned perfectly with the conclusions he had drawn through his own observations and inquiries. It is well known that the human heart comprises 2 atria and 2 ventricles. The left ventricle serves primarily as a pressure pump, propelling oxygen-rich blood stored in the left atrium throughout the body's organs, while the carbon dioxide-laden blood returns to the right atrium. The right ventricle, functioning as a pressure pump, sends blood into the pulmonary artery for gas exchange. This encapsulates the complete cycle of cardiac function. However, when Wenren's heart exhibited multiple issues stemming from a thickened interventricular septum, resulting in narrowed outflow and inflow pathways for both ventricles. In simpler terms, while the pressure pump of the water pipe functions correctly, the outlets and inlets are excessively constricted. Once pressure is applied, the flow of water accelerates, easily leading to a series of issues such as pipe bursts. The procedure for the dilation of the right ventricular outflow tract is well within the capabilities of Wenren. However, the left ventricular outflow tract, due to its multiple supplying vessels and a wall thickness 3 times that of the right ventricle, presents a significantly heightened level of surgical difficulty. Even Wenren would not dare to assure a 100% success rate. Currently, Wenren is engaged in the dilation procedure of the right ventricular outflow tract. This presents a prime opportunity for Chen Fan. Without hesitation, he instructs, "Miss Wenren, I must enter the operating room now. In the latter half of the surgery, old Wu's abilities will not suffice. I need to assist him." This declaration, overheard by the group of medical experts outside, struck them like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily dazed and their minds buzzing. Wenren, however, remained unfazed, for she had always placed her trust in Chen Fan. It was only in his absence that she felt a lack of resolve. Now that Chen Fan had proactively requested to enter the operating room, she readily acquiesced. Suddenly, a voice protested from outside the room. "I oppose this." Lin Fong stepped forward, his voice ringing out. Wenren and Chen Fan emerged, casting cold glances at Lin Fong. "Lin Fong, I had nearly forgotten to tell you to leave. How fortunate you are to remind me," Wenren replied, icily, then turned to the bodyguards of the Wenren family. 2 bodyguards promptly stepped forward, ready to expel Lin Fong. Preoccupied with her daughter's condition, Wenren had little time to engage with these so-called experts. To her astonishment, Lin Fong had the audacity to step forward. As the bodyguards grasped his shoulders, Lin Fong shouted, "Wenren, I admit I was in the wrong earlier. But you must understand, trusting this Chen will only lead to your daughter's demise." Wenren was momentarily taken aback. The 2 bodyguards paused their actions. Lin Fong continued, "I am Professor Wu's chief assistant, and our collaboration is seamless. This surgery cannot succeed without me. If you allow this Chen to enter, the operation will unequivocally fail. Lin Fong spoke with unwavering conviction, fully aware of the consequences of offending Wenren and tarnishing Wu Renhai's reputation. Once Wu Renhai completed the surgery, it would mark his own demise. He needed to secure a path for himself, ideally garnering some credit during Wenren Mumion's operation, hoping that Wenren would overlook his responsibilities in her delight. Lin Fong's plans were meticulously crafted. Thus, upon hearing Chen Fan's intention to enter the operating room, he immediately voiced his opposition. If Chen Fan were to proceed, what role would remain for him? This scoundrel, relying on his connection with Wenren, aimed to seize the limelight at this moment. Would he not later boast of having assisted Wu Renhai in surgery, reaping financial benefits from it? Lin Fong was all too familiar with such tactics. Yet, Chen Fan merely smiled, an amused glint in his voice as he remarked, "Have you not yet grasped the situation? I am not entering to assist Wu Renhai. To be precise, it is Wu Renhai I have summoned to assist me. In this surgery, I am the primary surgeon." As these words echoed through the hall, an immediate silence enveloped the space. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wenren's eyes gradually sparkled with realization. Indeed, Chen Fan remarked that he needed to step outside to make a phone call and would summon an assistant. Consequently, Wu Renhai arrived. This, combined with previous interactions, indicated that Chen Fan referred to Wu Renhai as Old Wu and that the two clearly had a good rapport. How foolish she was to overlook such a subtle nuance. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lin Fong suddenly burst into laughter. Following a brief silence, the group of medical experts joined in, their eyes fixed on Chen Fan with a mixture of incredulity and amusement. "Did you hear that? It's utterly hilarious," he exclaimed. He actually claimed that Professor Wu was called by him and would serve as his assistant. Ha ha ha. Even stand-up comedians can't match your talent for fabrication. You truly are remarkable. Lin Fong laughed so hard he nearly lost his balance. One medical expert chimed in. "Just now I saw Miss Wenren on the phone the entire time." Undoubtedly, Professor Wu was invited through her connections. "What does that have to do with you, you worthless fool? I've seen people embellish their own merits, but I've never encountered anyone who adorned their face with diamonds. Who gave you the audacity to demand that Professor Wu assist you? Do you believe that if we were to publicize your statement, the entire industry would ostracize you?" "Yes, ostracize. Ostracize." The other experts echoed vehemently. Their voices rose in a fervent uproar. Wenren's expression darkened, and she was about to silence them. But Chen Fan interjected first, his tone laced with intrigue. "Since you all believe I am incapable, how about we make a wager?" Chapter 25. Completion a wager? What is there to bet on? Lin Fong's tone dripped with disdain as he scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. "You, an anonymous barefoot doctor, dare to gamble with us? What do you amount to?" Behind him, a crowd of so-called experts immediately echoed his sentiment. "What if I join him?" Suddenly, the voice of Wenren pierced through the air. Chen Fan was taken aback, casting an incredulous glance at the woman beside him. Wenren offered him a faint smile, her alluring eyes brimming with determination. In that instant, Chen Fan felt a surge of emotion, reflecting on the absurdity of his past as a sycophant. Lin Fong's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Wenren would come to Chen Fan's defense. "Fine, what shall we wager?" Lin Fong gritted his teeth, his tone menacing. Chen Fan chuckled softly and replied, "It's quite simple. Don't you doubt that Old Wu is here at my behest? Once I step into the operating room, everything will be revealed." "Very well, let us wager." Lin Fong fixed his gaze on Chen Fan and declared loudly, resolute in his disbelief that this worthless man could possibly know Wu Renhai. "Chen, should you lose, do not blame us for uniting to blacklist you. I assure you, no one will dare seek your services." Moreover, Lin Fong turned his attention to Wenren. "The Wenren family shall not hold our previous grievances against us." At this, Chen Fan nearly burst into laughter. What threat did this wager pose to him? He was not even a doctor. As for the second stipulation, he glanced at Wenren, who nodded without hesitation. "Very well, I agree. But if you lose," Wenren added, "I shall settle accounts for all your previous misdeeds." Upon hearing this, Lin Fong and the group of medical experts behind him all stiffened. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Deep down, They believed that Chen Fan could not possibly know Wenren. This was merely a ruse to elevate his own status. Once he entered the operating room, they were certain Wenren would unceremoniously expel him. Any questions? If not, I shall proceed. Time was of the essence. Chen Fan could no longer afford delays. This time, Lin Fong and the others did not obstruct him, allowing Chen Fan to don the sterile attire and enter the operating room. Wenren promptly returned to the monitoring room, keenly observing the unfolding events. Lin Fong and several leading experts followed closely behind. This time, the guards at the entrance did not intervene. A multitude of eyes fixated on the surveillance feed, watching as Chen Fan entered the operating room. Wenren, engrossed in the surgery, did not lift his head. His voice was frigid. "Why are you so late? Hurry up and lend a hand. If something goes awry, I won't spare you." At that moment, Wenren had yet to realize that the newcomer was Chen Fan. His tone was far from cordial. With a smile, Chen Fan replied, "Old Wu, it hasn't been long since we last met, yet your temper seems to have intensified." Wenren, in the midst of the surgery, felt a jolt of shock. He hastily looked up, and at the moment their eyes met, the excitement was almost impossible to contain. "Master," Wenren was about to call out to his senior brother when Chen Fan hastily cleared his throat. In the operating room, apart from Li Kai, the second assistant, there were also the anesthetist and the surgical nurse. In the monitoring room outside, a group of individuals was closely watching them through the monitors. If Wenren were to utter the words senior brother, their relationship would be exposed. Realizing this, Wenren quickly corrected himself. "Ahem, it turns out to be you, Xiao Chun. Just in time. We truly cannot proceed with this surgery without you." As he spoke, he relinquished the lead surgeon's position. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the operating room was astounded. Li Kai's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. He had always thought that Chen Fan's previous statements were mere bravado. How could a young man possibly know someone of Wenren's stature, let alone address him as Old Wu? It seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, the reality before him distinctly shattered his previous perceptions. Not only was Chen Fan acquainted with Wenren, but his prowess in cardiac surgery was also superior to that of Wenren. This was why Wenren had unhesitatingly chosen to step aside. Meanwhile, the individuals in the monitoring room were left utterly dumbfounded. No, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Fong's face turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He was in a frenzy, shouting loudly. The group of medical experts behind him appeared despondent, their faces filled with despair. Wenren let out a heavy sigh of relief, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. She turned to the door and coldly commanded, "Bring in a few people to keep a close watch on these so-called experts. No one is to leave the villa until Mr. Chen has completed the surgery and issued orders on how to deal with them." Understood. A group of bodyguards swiftly entered, promptly subduing Lin Fong and the other experts. Inside the operating room, Chen Fan took over the lead surgeon's role, focusing intently on performing surgery on Wenren. Her condition was quite rare, stemming from a congenital genetic disorder. Her biological parents likely realized that their child had a hereditary illness and, knowing they could not save her, callously abandoned her. Fortunately, she first encountered Wenren and now Chen Fan. Such a situation would leave others utterly helpless. Even a professor of Wenren's caliber would only have a success rate of about 50%. However, in Chen Fan's capable hands, the success rate soared to a remarkable 80%. On the operating table, this translated to nearly 100% probability. Time ticked by in the operating room. Apart from the sounds of instruments and machinery at work, only Chen Fan's calm and steady commands resonated throughout. Clamps, scissors, tweezers, wiped sweat. Wenren diligently fulfilled his role as the first assistant, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Fan's every movement. Good, very good. He silently marveled at the prowess displayed by Chen Fan. Each of his movements exhibited an impeccable precision, devoid of even a millimeter of deviation. This meticulous control was a testament to his extraordinary mastery over his own musculature. Throughout his life, since he first stepped onto the operating table, he had performed thousands of surgeries, yet he could never achieve such a level of finesse. The disparity between him and Chen Fan was akin to the chasm between an amateur and a master, an insurmountable gulf. Beside him, Li Kai was utterly mesmerized, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. At times, he found himself unable to comprehend Chen Fan's maneuvers, and there were moments he feared that Chen Fan's actions might harm Wenren Mian. Yet, time and again, the outcomes proved him wrong. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. Li Kai marveled internally, his gaze towards Chen Fan filled with admiration. An hour later, the procedure was complete. Chen Fan delicately sutured the wound and, with a sense of relief, uttered 2 words. These words, transmitted clearly and accurately through an exceptionally effective audio device, reached the monitoring room. Upon hearing that the operation was finished, Wenren was instantly overwhelmed with tears, her delicate frame trembling with emotion. Chapter 26, including me inside the operating room. Applause thundered. Chen Fan calmly waved his hand and subsequently left the chamber. Such a high-level surgery demanded considerable energy from him. Fortunately, in his youth, his mentor's wife had taught him a form of breathing technique. His body had long since transcended that of an ordinary person, allowing him to recover from the expended energy in less than 10 minutes. After shedding his sterile attire, Chen Fan entered the monitoring room, where he discovered Lin Fong and others were entirely subdued by bodyguards, their faces ashen as they crouched on the floor, awaiting their fate. Shortly thereafter, Wenren also arrived. Upon seeing him, Lin Fong immediately appeared as if he had encountered a savior. Professor Wu, please save me. I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Lin Fong scrambled toward Wenren, attempting to grasp his leg. Wenren, however, was not inclined to tolerate such behavior and kicked Lin Fong away. This scoundrel has been using my name to commit heinous acts, while tarnishing my reputation is trivial. If today's delay in treatment resulted in the loss of a life, that would be tantamount to deliberate murder. Such a person is utterly unworthy of practicing medicine. Lin Fong, effective immediately, you are expelled. Wenren bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. I once considered your considerable talent and nurtured you as a successor, yet you have resorted to such callous disregard for life. You have utterly disappointed me. With those words, Wenren effectively pronounced Lin Fong's death sentence. Lin Fong, pallid and despondent, lay on the ground, consumed by regret for his actions that day. Wenren then turned his gaze towards the group of complicit medical experts, a cold smile gracing his lips. And you lot, I will be contacting the hospitals that back you one by one. Not only will I terminate your employment, but I shall also revoke your medical licenses. Allowing such harmful individuals to practice medicine is the gravest disservice to patients. Upon hearing Wenren's declaration, the experts immediately weakened, collapsing to the floor, their eyes vacant and expressions hopeless. A few of the more timid among them even fainted on the spot. Chen Fan and Wenren exchanged knowing smiles. This outcome was indeed the most fitting punishment for these individuals. Xiao Chen, I must take my leave now, Wenren said to Chen Fan. I was initially attending to an old friend's consultation, but your situation necessitated my swift arrival. Chen Fan, filled with gratitude, replied, Thank you, Lao Wu. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. Wenren promptly shook his head, rubbing his hands together eagerly. No need for a meal. If there is an opportunity, may I visit your home? The home he referred to was, of course, the residence of Chen Fan's mentor's wife. It was she who had previously provided Wenren with invaluable guidance, propelling his medical skills to new heights. If he were to receive further instruction, his proficiency would undoubtedly advance even more. Chen Fan was well aware of Wenren's underlying intentions. He chuckled heartily, saying, We'll speak again when the opportunity arises. When the time is ripe, I shall certainly ensure your attendance. Upon hearing these words, Wenren was overwhelmed with joy. Chen Fan's lack of refusal was the most affirmative response he could receive. As for the timing, he was not anxious. After all, haste makes waste. A truth he fully understood. After bidding farewell to Chen Fan, Wenren departed with Lin Fong and the others. Wenren turned around, her head tilted playfully as she gazed at Chen Fan with a beaming smile. Chen Fan felt his heart race under the captivating allure of her enchanting eyes. He awkwardly chuckled. "Miss Wenren, why do you look at me so?" Wenren Xie took several deep breaths to quell her excitement. No one knew that, in her quest to find a glimmer of hope for her daughter, she had spent years without a restful night's sleep, nearly succumbing to depression from the relentless torment of nightmares. Furthermore, little Wenren Mumming was exceptionally perceptive. Though merely 5 years old, she was already aware of her terminal illness. On her 5th birthday, the little girl had scrawled a wish on paper, expressing her desire to abandon treatment. She did not wish for her mother to feel sorrow or to cry in solitude. Had it not been for Chen Fan, Wenren Mumming might have already departed from this world. Without her, Wenren Xie's spirit would have undoubtedly crumbled, leaving her akin to a mere shell of a person. It could be said that Chen Fan not only saved Wenren Mumming, but also rescued her. In ancient times, it was customary to repay a benefactor's life-saving grace with one's own self. Coincidentally, Chen Fan was on the verge of divorce, and she too was single. If she did not seize this opportunity and allowed such a remarkable man to slip away, she would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. With this thought in mind, Wenren Xie resolved herself. She batted her eyelashes, akin to a pebble falling into a tranquil pond, creating ripples that spread endlessly. Chen Fan. Wenren Xie suddenly spoke. Chen Fan was taken aback, staring at her in astonishment. "Miss Wenren, what is it? From now on, simply call me Xie. Only those closest to me are permitted to address me thus," she declared, her lovely cheeks flushing a delicate pink. The formidable, commanding CEO, known for her fierce demeanor, revealed a hint of girlish shyness. Chen Fan regarded her intently before responding with a smile. "Very well, Xie. Wenren Xie tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Revealing a petite rosilleur. She feigned nonchalance and asked, "When will you and your wife be divorced?" "It should be soon, right?" At the mention of this, Chen Fan's mood soured somewhat. They had agreed that today would be the day, yet she had suddenly brushed him off with work-related excuses. He remained perplexed about her true intentions. Wenren Xie felt a pang of regret. Had she not sought to assist Chen Fan by removing the Qin family from the list of potential partners, perhaps today, he and Qin Pharaoh would have already finalized their divorce. "By the way, the banquet has commenced. Shouldn't you attend to the guests?" Chen Fan recalled the pressing matter and inquired hastily. "Of course I must go." Wenren Xie smiled faintly before saying, "Why don't you go ahead first? I will change my clothes and join you shortly." "Chen Fan, I have prepared a grand gift for you as a token of gratitude for saving Mian Mian. Of course, the reward extends beyond that." Fearing Chen Fan might misunderstand, Wenren Xie quickly added, "Mian Mian is my most treasured possession. Your successful treatment of her is invaluable. Henceforth, anything you desire, as long as it is within my means, I shall provide for you, including myself." Suddenly, Wenren Xie took a step forward, her delicate form pressing closely against Chen Fan. Their gazes locked, mere inches apart. At that moment, the angelic visage of the woman, with exquisitely refined features, struck Chen Fan's heart like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly flustered, his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. He hastily stepped back, the unique, tranquil fragrance that clung to Wenren Xie dissipating, leaving him with a sense of loss. Yet, he mustered a calm smile and said, "Xie, please do not jest. I do not require such a reward. I merely seek a few rare medicinal herbs. If you have any connections, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in procuring them. No matter the cost, I can afford it." Unperturbed by Chen Fan's rejection, Wenren Xie found the challenge invigorating. She was well aware that Chen Fan had been married into the Qin family for 3 years and had never even shared a bed with the enchanting Qin pharaoh. Guarded by such a captivating beauty, yet unable to touch her, Chen Fan undoubtedly harbored a volcanic yearning within. She merely needed to employ a subtle strategy to ignite that volcano. There was no doubt he would yield to her. "Very well, I shall keep an eye out for the herbs," Wenren Xie replied, regaining her aloof composure, her tone serene. "I shall head to the venue now. Join me once you have changed." Sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to excuse himself and slipped away. Wenren Xie watched him flee in a flurry, a breathtaking smile transforming her countenance. Chen Fan, give up. You will never escape my grasp, she declared, her alluring eyes glinting with an unprecedented determination. Chapter 27. The one she disdains the most. The recent farce did not disrupt the overall proceedings of the banquet, particularly after the arrival of Su Jinjian, which elevated the atmosphere to an unprecedented peak. Guests attending the soiree gathered around Su Jinjian, toasting him in hopes of securing a lucrative collaboration with one of the three titans of Lin City. Alas, Su Jinjian consumed alcohol throughout the event without uttering a word. Though he appeared affable to all, he remained indifferent to everyone. It was only upon spotting Chen Fan approaching from a distance that he seemed to awaken, abruptly standing upright. Zhao Jia happened to be arriving with Chen Fan at that moment. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jia immediately remarked, "Fan, did you see that? The moment you arrived, even Su has become serious." Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. She did not believe she possessed such influence. It was evident that Su Jinjian was indeed directing his attention towards her. "He must be looking at you." "Zhao Xiao," she replied. The Zhao family was a prestigious first-rate lineage in Lin City, far surpassing the second-rate Qin family by numerous streets. Clearly, only the Zhao family could command Su Jinjian's respect. Zhao Jia proudly lifted his chin, assuring her, "Rest assured, Pharaoh, Su is a significant figure. He will not hold a grudge against someone as inconsequential as Ruo. If you're still concerned, I can introduce you to him right away. I guarantee you'll be fine." It turned out that upon learning of her sister's offense against Su Jinjian, Chen Fan had been so incensed that she ordered Zhao Cuifeng to take her home. Anxiously, she now sought to offer an apology to Su Jinjian. However, the disparity in their social standings made it clear that not only was an apology unlikely, but even the act of offering a toast was beyond her reach. Fortunately, with Zhao Jia's high status, an introduction from him would undoubtedly facilitate matters. "Come, Feirong," Zhao Jia said, adjusting his attire with confidence. Chen Fan followed closely behind, holding her glass as they approached Su Jinjian. "Mr. Su, greetings." Zhao Jia began with a smile, addressing him respectfully. "I am Zhao Jia. My father is Zhao Dafu of the Zhao Group. Do you remember me?" Su Jinjian was contemplating a reason to engage Chen Fan in conversation when Zhao Jia suddenly interrupted his thoughts, causing a flare of irritation. However, years of cultivated composure allowed him to suppress his anger. He merely frowned and replied, "I have some recollection. Does young Master Zhao have business with me?" The moment those words escaped Su Jinjian's lips, Zhao Jia nearly leaped for joy. "Did you see that? Not only is Su speaking to me, but he also referred to me as young Master Zhao." Such an honor was indeed a testament to the Zhao family's exceptional standing in Lin City. The guests who had just toasted Su Jinjian cast envious glances their way, having endeavored to engage him in conversation to no avail. Chen Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhao Jia said, "Su, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. She is the president of Fifen Beauty, Chen Fan. Moments ago, her sister had a minor misunderstanding with you. She wishes to personally apologize to you. I hope, for my sake, you can overlook what transpired earlier." Zhao Jia specifically emphasized my standing. I anticipated a smooth resolution. However, to my astonishment, upon hearing the name Chen Fan, Su Jinjian's expression darkened immediately. His gaze fixated on Chen Fan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Chen Fan felt a surge of anxiety as her once proud demeanor swiftly crumbled. It was not until Su Jinjian scoffed and mockingly remarked, "The most beautiful woman in Linsheng, Chen Fan. Quite a reputation, I must say. It is a pity that at such a tender age, she has lost her way," that the tension escalated. With that, Su Jinjian turned on his heel, denying Chen Fan any opportunity to respond. Upon hearing his words, Chen Fan's complexion drained of color. Zhao Jia stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to process the unfolding events. What was happening with Su Jinjian? Hadn't he shown her respect just moments ago? Alarmed, he turned to Chen Fan and said, "Fan, wait for me. I will find out what is going on." He hastily approached, blocking Su Jinjian in front of a crowd of guests. Zhao Jia, visibly displeased, said, "Su Laoda, is this really the way to handle things?" Su Jinjian paused, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Jia. What do you wish to convey? His words, though brief, dripped with an ominous threat. The stature Su Jingjian now held had been carved out through relentless struggle. To suggest he had risen atop a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood would not be an exaggeration. Such a towering figure could engage in light-hearted banter when in good spirits. Yet that did not imply he would tolerate disrespect. Zhao Jie's audacity to confront Su Jingjian in front of so many was tantamount to courting disaster. The gravity of his miscalculation dawned on him as he found himself trapped in an untenable situation. He was truly out of his depth. It was well known that even his father addressed Su Jingjian with the utmost deference. Why did he have to question Su Jingjian? Su Laodai. I. Zhao Jie stammered, his mind blank, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. With a dismissive grunt, Su Jingjian bypassed him and continued on his way. Had it not been for Chen Fan approaching, Su Jingjian might have unleashed his wrath. Under normal circumstances, a person like Zhao Jie would not have survived a minute. Once Su Jingjian departed, Zhao Jie exhaled in relief, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter from those around him. Zhao Dasha is something else, confronting Su Yi like that. Has he lost his mind? Haha. One mention of Zhao Dasha by Su Laoda has clearly inflated his ego. Does he truly believe he surpasses Su Laoda? The guest's mockery struck Zhao Jie like a barrage of sharp slaps, each one a reminder of his folly. Zhao Jie's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, his embarrassment rendering him desperate to find a crevice in the ground to disappear into. Zhao Xiao, are you all right? At that moment, the voice of Qin Fei Rong echoed through the atmosphere. Zhao Jie immediately struggled to rise, forcing a sheepish smile as he replied, I'm fine, really. Su Laoda was merely joking with me. My father shares an excellent rapport with him. They even drank together yesterday. Fei Rong, rest assured, I will certainly resolve this matter. Just observe. Apart from me, Su Laoda has spoken to no one else. Only I, Zhao Jie, possess such standing. Zhao Jie continued to boast with an air of pride, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been rendered weak-kneed by a single remark from Su Jingjian moments before. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Qin Fei Rong nodded in agreement. She still had faith in the Zhao family's power, although Zhao Jie could be rather unhinged at times. He had never been careless when it came to significant matters. He was certainly more reliable than the headache-inducing Chen Fan. The mere thought of Chen Fan soured her mood further. Here was a grown man who, aside from causing her trouble and annoyance, offered her no assistance whatsoever. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Su Jingjian abruptly halted before a young man, bowing respectfully. Qin Fei Rong felt a surge of astonishment. In Lin Cheng, there existed someone capable of commanding Su Jingjian's deference. What was this person's standing? She hastily turned her gaze towards the young man's face. In the next instant, she was left utterly petrified, standing frozen in place. The young man who had garnered Su Jingjian's respect was none other than Chen Fan, the very individual she held in the lowest regard. Chapter 28, I wish to meet Wenren Sia Chen Fan. Qin Fei Rong thought she was hallucinating and instinctively blinked. To her astonishment, the young man before Su Jingjian was indeed Chen Fan. How could this be possible? Wasn't Chen Fan the ineffectual man who had relied on her protection for 3 years, living off her? How could he possibly know Su Jingjian? And why was Su Jingjian treating him with such courtesy? Qin Fei Rong's mind went blank, and the wine glass in her hand fell onto the grass. Zhao Jie was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. The surrounding guests were equally bewildered. At that critical moment, Chen Fan lowered his voice and reprimanded. Su Jingjian, do not act recklessly. Su Jingjian was taken aback, a cold sweat immediately breaking out on him. He hurriedly bent down, feigning to brush something off his shoe, as if it were dirty, then nonchalantly stood up. Witnessing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan, the son-in-law of the Lin City household, was well known, especially with a wife as breathtakingly beautiful as Qin Fei Rong. It was impossible not to draw attention. Moments earlier, they had insulted Chen Fan alongside Zhao Cuihua and her daughter. If Chen Fan truly possessed an impressive identity, they would be in dire straits. Fortunately, It was merely a misunderstanding. Zhao Jie even burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Damn, you gave me quite a scare. Farong, I almost thought that worthless man had some remarkable status." Chen Farong managed a strained smile, feeling a mix of relief and a tinge of regret. If Chen Fan truly held a significant position, she certainly would not have considered divorce. Ultimately, it was Chen Fan's ineptitude that led her to this decision. She did not need a useless man as her husband. With this thought, Chen Farong intentionally moved to the other side, wishing to avoid an encounter with Chen Fan. Chen Fan noticed Chen Farong's evasive maneuvers but remained expressionless. His temperament was such that he loved deeply when he was in love, yet could sever ties without hesitation when he felt otherwise. It did not matter to him if Chen Farong deliberately avoided him or pursued another man. He had no objections. The only thing he could not tolerate was being cuckolded before their divorce, a situation intolerable to any man. At that moment, Zhao Jie flashed a provocative smile at Chen Fan and hastily pursued Chen Farong. Chen Fan found the situation amusing. "Mr. Chen, do you need me to intervene?" Su Jinjian remarked quietly as he passed by Chen Fan. "No need," Chen Fan replied, taking a sip of his drink, his demeanor calm. "It is futile to advise the damned." Little did she know how exceptional the person she discarded truly was. "I am quite eager to witness the day she regrets her decision." By the way, Chen Fan recalled another matter. He cast a cold glance at Su Jinjian. "Wenren City, this is your final warning. Should you dare to casually disclose my identity again, do not blame me for being impolite." His identity was vast and intricate. If that group were to discover he was alive and hiding in Lin City, the consequences would be dire. It is feared that Lin Cheng is on the verge of unleashing a storm of bloodshed. Before he is fully prepared to settle accounts with that group, he wishes to keep his cards close to his chest. Su Jinjian's actions have severely crossed his bottom line. Were it not for the genuine affection that Wenren City has for her daughter, he would have never intervened. Su Jinjian was drenched in cold sweat, daring not to harbor a shred of dissatisfaction. He was acutely aware that revealing Chen Fan's identity would surely displease him. Yet, many years ago, he had been mercilessly attacked in a fierce struggle over a gaming arcade, nearly losing his life in a heap of refuse. And it was Wenren's patriarch who had saved him. This debt of gratitude must be repaid, even if it means incurring Chen Fan's wrath. At that moment, Wenren City's assistant emerged from the villa. With graceful poise, she ascended the platform, and the spotlight of the banquet hall converged upon her. The once lively atmosphere, filled with the clinking of glasses, fell into an immediate silence as all guests turned their attention toward the assistant. Chen Farong and Zhao Jie stood amidst the crowd. Zhao Jie whispered, "Farong, this assistant is Tan Min, the exclusive aide to Miss Wenren, responsible for nearly all her affairs. I've met her once before. She surely remembers me. I'll take you over shortly to inquire why Fei Fan Beauty was removed from the candidate list. If it's merely a minor issue, I can resolve it. If it involves other matters, I'll have her recommend you. Once Miss Wenren has conversed with you, she will undoubtedly be impressed by your capabilities and proposals. At that point, this 10 billion investment project will surely be yours." Upon hearing this, Chen Farong's face lit up with joy, and she felt an immense sense of relief. She looked at Zhao Jie, sincerely expressing, "Thank you so much for your assistance. Zhao Xiao, I will certainly repay your kindness." Zhao Jie chuckled, his gaze lingering unrepentantly on Chen Farong's exquisite figure. He licked his lips and said, "Farong, you're being too formal. What is our relationship that warrants repayment? I confessed my feelings for you in front of so many yesterday, and you did not refuse. Now everyone knows we are together. Helping you with your troubles is simply what I should do." Chen Farong's smile faltered momentarily, and just as she was about to clarify, Tan Min on the stage spoke up. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the banquet hosted by the Wenren family. I believe you're all aware that tonight's theme revolves around the Wenren family's 10 billion investment project. The evening is divided into 3 segments. The first segment allows for free mingling. In the second segment, our CEO will make an appearance, inviting representatives from the companies that have qualified for investment consideration to the stage to share their collaboration plans. After the CEO provides ratings, It will be determined to whom the Wenren family's 10 billion investment will be allocated. In the final segment, the CEO will announce an important matter. Please bear with us for a moment. The CEO is changing attire and will be here shortly. With that, Tan Min prepare to exit, prompting the guests below to begin murmuring among themselves. Zhao Jia, accompanied by Chen Fan, hurriedly approached Tan Min assistant Tan. Please wait a moment. Zhao Jia directly positioned himself in front of Tan Min. She regarded him with a slight furrow of her brow. You are Zhao Jia, the young master of the Zhao group? As an assistant, Tan Min needed to remember many faces, and Zhao Jia had just enough standing to be recalled. A surge of joy welled within Zhao Jia, though his expression remained composed. Indeed, I am Zhao Jia. It is truly an honor to be remembered by Assistant Tan. Is there something you require from me? However, before he could continue his flattery, Tan Min interjected, I have numerous matters to attend to regarding Wenren City, and I cannot afford to waste time. Zhao Jia, unfazed, pointed to Chen Fan beside him. Assistant Tan, this is Chen Fan, the president of Fan Cosmetics. Her company has previously secured the opportunity to vie for a 10 billion investment from the Wenren Group. Yet last night, the Wenren Group unexpectedly announced the removal of Fan Cosmetics from the list of candidates for that investment. We seek to understand if there has been some misunderstanding. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Fan stepped forward gracefully and extended her hand toward Tan Min. Hello, Assistant Tan. I am Chen Fan. I require a meeting with the president of the Wenren Group. Chapter 29. A different approach to drinking. A flicker of astonishment passed through Tan Min's eyes. The beauty and grace of Chen Fan were surprisingly on par with that of her company's president. However, recalling the president's directive, she coldly stated, I'm sorry, President Chen, but until the results are finalized, the president will not meet with any individual candidate alone. As for the reason behind her removal from the candidate list, Tan Min glanced at Zhao Jia and mockingly remarked, President Chen should reflect on herself. With that, Tan Min turned and walked away. Chen Fan stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend Tan Min's words. What did it mean to reflect on herself? Being removed from the candidate list was not an issue of the company, but rather her own? Yet, aside from her impending divorce from Chen Fan, she had done nothing else. Suddenly, Chen Fan's realization struck her. I understand now. It must be that news of my divorce from Chen Fan has spread. When selecting a partner for cooperation, they surely prefer someone who can focus on work without being distracted by trivial matters. Regret washed over her face. Had she known, she would not have rushed into the divorce. At the very least, she should have waited until securing the 10 billion investment from the Wen family. What should she do now? Zhao Jia stood by in a daze, pondering whether this was truly the reason for Chen Fan's removal from the candidate list. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly grasped Zhao Jia's arm, her demeanor earnest. Zhao Xiao, I know that the Zhao family hold an esteemed position in Lin City. Surely, you have a way to contact Miss One, right? Of course. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia perked up, instinctively boasting, my reputation precedes me. While others cannot meet Miss One, I can see her whenever I wish. Could you possibly convey my message to Miss One? Chen Fan gazed at him with hopeful eyes. You need only inform her that I am temporarily not divorcing Chen Fan, prioritizing collaboration with the Wen family, and I hope she will grant me another opportunity. Zhao Jia was momentarily taken aback. Wait, isn't this counterproductive? How did it end up with Chen Fan wanting to stay married? If she remained married, what chance would he have? Yet, having already boasted, he could not retract his words. With a forced chuckle, Zhao Jia dismissively replied, of course, no problem. I'll call my father. When there's news, I'll let you know. With that, he turned to leave. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan prepared to find Chen Fan to inform him of her decision to postpone the divorce. I cannot let one Chen Fan ruin the achievements the company has worked hard for. He is utterly unworthy. At the entrance of the estate, Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo, who had just been dismissed by Chen Fan, lingered, still reluctant to leave. Mom, my sister is getting more and more unreasonable, Qin Ruo complained. I helped her in such a significant way, getting rid of that worthless Chen Fan, yet she does not even consider helping me in return. There are so many capable young men in the estate. If she merely introduced me to a couple, I would never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of my life. Zhao Cuihua concurred. Indeed, This girl has become excessively cold-hearted. It seems we must rely on ourselves. Rest assured, we possess an invitation. If she dismisses us, why should we comply? Let's return." With that, Zhao Suo tugged at her daughter, making their way back inside. However, Qin Vo felt a twinge of fear, recalling that she might have offended Su Jinjian. Zhao Suo waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, you silly girl, someone of Su Jinjian's stature is far too busy to remember your trivial matters. Worry not, the estate is vast. We can easily avoid any confrontation." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruo felt reassured and followed Zhao Cuihua back into the manor. As expected, the earlier incident had hardly made a ripple. Many had seemingly forgotten about Qin Ruo entirely, their discussions now revolving around the two companies listed on the election roster. Initially, there had been 3, but it was rumored that Chen Cosmetics had been disqualified for reasons unknown. In a corner, Chen Fan was savoring a few pastries with great delight. The highly intricate surgery had taken a toll on his stamina, leaving him famished. As he indulged, a subtle fragrance wafted towards him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a stunning figure. Wenren, now adorned in a different ensemble, approached him from behind. Her long, dark hair was elegantly pinned up with a diamond-studded hairpin, and her flawless visage, accentuated by a light touch of makeup, outshone 99% of the female guests present. The fitted mermaid gown accentuated her curves exquisitely. In that moment, Chen Fan felt a rush of exhilaration. "Do you find me beautiful?" Wenren inquired with a playful smile. Chen Fan forcibly diverted his gaze, preparing to respond, but Wenren, undeterred, closed the distance between them, invading his personal space. The proximity was so intimate that he could feel a palpable pressure against his chest. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, and her breathtaking beauty, so close, stirred within him an impulse to draw nearer. Chen Fan had to admit, Wenren possessed a remarkable charm. Yet, having learned from past experiences, Chen Fan understood that in matters of the heart, a man must take the initiative and avoid falling into the traps laid by women. He compelled himself to regain his composure and step back, creating some distance between them. What brings you here?" he asked, shifting slightly to appear more at ease. "I just heard your assistant mention that you were supposed to give a speech," she replied with a faint smile. "That was indeed the plan," she continued, "but there's a matter that requires your decision, which is why I came to seek your opinion." "What is it?" Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Wenren stated, "Should we offer Chen Cosmetics another opportunity?" Chen Fan was taken aback. Earlier, while enjoying his meal, he had overheard other guests discussing the disqualification of Chen Cosmetics from the election. This must surely be the idea of Wenren, intended to help him vent his frustrations. However, it is rather unexpected that Wenren would specifically entrust this matter to him. It evokes a rather peculiar sensation. During his 3 years in the Qin household, he was never afforded the opportunity to make any decisions. The very thought of expressing dissent would result in a swift reprimand from Zhao Cuihua, or worse, expulsion from the home by Qin Pharaoh. Even amidst the biting cold, he would find himself relegated to sleeping beneath the eaves, barred from entering. This sudden elevation in importance left Chen Fan feeling rather flattered. After some contemplation, he suggested, "Perhaps we could offer another chance. My intentions are not for Qin Pharaoh's sake, but for the employees of that company, many of whom I initially helped recruit. Others placed their trust in me, bringing their families to a fledgling enterprise. It would be unjust to let one individual, Qin Pharaoh, undermine the collective efforts of many. Of course, reinstating her candidacy does not guarantee her access to your investment. That will ultimately hinge on her capabilities." Chen Fan provided a response that was reasonably diplomatic. "No problem," Wenren replied with a smile and a nod. Chen Fan had anticipated that after presenting his proposal, Wenren would take some time to deliberate, considering the enormity of the 10 billion investment at stake. Yet to his surprise, she agreed without a moment's hesitation. The initial intent to eliminate her was to provide a measure of relief for you. Since you do not seem to mind, I shall refrain from making unilateral decisions. Moreover, your kindness in considering the ordinary employees is commendable. Others would hardly concern themselves with their fates, eager for the company's downfall." Chen Fan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. although aware that it was flattery. He found it rather pleasant to hear. Wenren then retrieved her phone and sent a message to her assistant, Tan Min. Subsequently, she brought over 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I'm truly grateful for your rescue of my daughter. Even now, I feel as though I am in a dream. It seems so surreal. For so many years, I lived in constant fear that one night, Mian would fall asleep and never awaken. Just the thought of losing her forever leaves me breathless with dread. Thank you, Chen Fan. Shall we share a drink? As Wenren spoke with heartfelt emotion, her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes and raised her glass to Chen Fan. He smiled and gently clinked his glass against hers, preparing to drink when suddenly she grasped his wrist. A mischievous smile flashed across her face as her delicate hand, holding the glass, slipped past his wrist, adopting a position for a toast. Their bodies leaned slightly closer, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Chen Fan, would you like to try drinking this way? Wenren's eyes sparkled with an inviting heat. Chen Fan's mind buzzed in a daze, momentarily blank. Just then, a piercing bark shattered the moment. Ah, Chen Fan, you spineless coward. Sneaking around in a place like this with my sister. Chapter 30. Regret after 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, Chen Fan turned around and was confronted by Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua, both of whom approached with fiery indignation. Chen, you wretched fool, you are caught red-handed now. Let's see what excuses you can muster. Qin Ruo proclaimed with an air of triumph as she cast disdainful glances at Chen Fan and Wenren. Zhao Cuihua joined in vehemently. You, Chen, are nothing but a despicable cur. You haven't even divorced my daughter yet, and here you are eagerly seeking a new partner? It serves you right for being cast aside by my daughter. A scoundrel like you deserves nothing but the company of other scoundrels. Their tirade drew the attention of several guests nearby. At that moment, Qin Farong happened to be searching for Chen Fan. Upon hearing the voices of her mother and sister, she instinctively sensed trouble and hurried over. Indeed, she found her mother and sister surrounding Chen Fan, hurling insults with such vehemence that saliva nearly splattered across Chen Fan's face. Mother Ruo, what on earth are you doing? Qin Farong rushed forward and positioned herself between Zhao Cuihua and Chen Fan. My dear, you arrived just in time, Zhao Cuihua exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she seized Qin Farong's arm, pointing at Chen Fan with fervor. Ruo and I just caught this good-for-nothing in a clandestine meeting with that shameless woman. How disgusting. They were even toasting with wine. Just the thought makes me want to retch. Sister, since Chen is still married to you, shouldn't you hold him accountable for his infidelity? I recall that infidelity during marriage prohibits him from claiming any joint property. He owns a villa, as you are aware. We must seize it. He should not benefit alongside that harlot. Qin Ruo's venomous strategy was articulated with fervor. Although Qin Farong had mentioned that the villa was not purchased with her funds, she could not fathom how this good-for-nothing had managed to acquire such lavish property. Had he won the lottery in secret? Nevertheless, she resolved that as long as the villa was in Chen Fan's name, it would be deemed marital property and thus rightfully hers. Enough of this. Wenren interjected coldly. You yourself have stated that Chen Fan and your sister are not yet divorced. He is still your brother-in-law, is he not? Yet you incessantly refer to him as a good-for-nothing. Do you possess any sense of respect? Truly, the most uncouth individuals often lack proper upbringing. Moreover, it was meant for Chen Fan and your sister to divorce today. It is your sister who failed to uphold the agreement. How can you blame Chen Fan for that? With conviction, Wenren boldly declared, I genuinely have feelings for Chen Fan. Do you have any objections? She grasped Chen Fan's hand and pressed it firmly against her chest, leaving him momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. What astonished him further was the audacity of Wenren's proclamation. Qin Ruo, taken aback by Wenren's boldness, was infuriated that this woman, who had supposedly been entangled with Chen Fan, dared to confront her with such confidence. Enraged, she was ready to retaliate. But Chen Fan swiftly struck her, causing her to stumble back, half of her face swelling from the blow. You wretched fool, how dare you hit me? You seek death. Today I will expose you both. She spat, but was interrupted by the sharp sound of a slap. Another resounding slap echoed in the ears of the guests. Chen Ruo clutched the other side of her face, staring incredulously at Chen Fan. So he has struck me. Does he expect to choose the day for it? Having already taken one side of my face, does he now wish to present the other for his hand? Chen Ruo, do you not harbor any psychological afflictions? Chen Fan remarked with utmost seriousness. If you truly possess such peculiar inclinations, I could easily make your legs weaken without charge. Would you care to test that? He raised his hand playfully. Startled, Chen Ruo retreated behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan cast a surprised glance at Chen Fan. After all these years of marriage, it was the first time she witnessed such assertiveness from him, albeit in defense of another woman. With a cold scoff, Chen Fan dismissed any lingering thoughts of reconciling with Chen Fan to delay their divorce. Sister, look at him. Chen Ruo protested, her frustration palpable. I don't care. You must help me seek vengeance. Indeed, Pharaoh, you cannot allow your sister to suffer in vain. That worthless wretch must kneel and apologize to her. I refuse to believe he would dare defy your command. Zhao Suihua shrieked, her voice piercing the air. How absurd. You were in the wrong from the outset. Yet you demand an apology from me. On what grounds? Chen Fan retorted, sarcasm dripping from his words. Simply because you are the son-in-law of our family, the one we have sustained for 3 years. Without us, you would have perished on streets. Even a dog I raised knows to wag its tail at me. Yet you, this unruly hound, dare to bite your master. What audacity! Zhao Suihua crossed her arms defiantly, exuding an air of unreasonable obstinacy. Chen Fan felt his anger surge. For 3 years in the Qin household, had he not prepared every meal? Was he not the one who washed their clothes? Zhao Suihua and Chen Ruo had tormented him in countless ways. And despite the demands of maintaining their 3-story villa, with its thorough cleanings 3 times a week, he had never uttered a complaint. Yet somehow, in their narrative, he had become a mere idler, living off their generosity. Just as he prepared to counter her accusations, Chen Fan interjected. Enough. Is it not already shameful enough? Chen Fan, filled with rage, laughed ironically. I am the one who is shamed? Chen Fan, are your ears deaf or your eyes blind? Can you not see who is causing the chaos? Did my mother speak incorrectly? Chen Fan interjected. As a man, why must you always clash with my mother and sister? Do you think this behavior reflects manliness? Chen Fan scoffed, his tone icy. So, a manly person must endure the relentless bullying and humiliation from 2 madwomen without retorting or retaliating. Such manliness, who desires it? I shall not entertain this any longer. The onlookers, intrigued by the spectacle, nodded in agreement. Indeed, men should not be overly sensitive, yet they ought to possess integrity. Once or twice, they could overlook such tantrums. But time and again, that is simply excessive. Even a clay Buddha has its limits, let alone a man. Chen Fan recognized that their position was somewhat untenable. He murmured softly, Chen Fan, it was wrong of me to stand you up today, but I am currently swamped with matters at the company. Please wait a few days. Once I have resolved everything, I will immediately proceed with the divorce. No problem, I can give you time. However, you must manage your 2 wild dogs at home and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Next time, I shall show no mercy. Chen Fan's fierce gaze swept over Chen Ruo and Zhao Suihua. Both women were taken aback, but dared not respond. This version of Chen Fan was indeed somewhat terrifying. At that moment, Chen Fan added, by the way, do keep an eye on the campaign qualification for Fief and Beauty. I have managed to reclaim it for you, though it is of no concern to you. I am doing this for the sake of those loyal employees at the company whom I have personally recruited, and I must take responsibility for them. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression darkened. She glared with her beautiful eyes and retorted, Chen Fan, do you think I am in a good mood right now to be mocked with such matters? Chen Fan was momentarily speechless. Believe it or not, you have a phone. Just make a call and inquire. Enough. Chen Fan shouted angrily. Her eyes blazed, and her chest heaved with indignation. I do not have time to listen to your nonsense. Mom, Ruo, let us go. As Chen Fan turned to leave, she paused after taking just a couple of steps and returned. Her gaze menacingly fixed on Chen Fan and Wenren. Chen Fan, remember, we are not divorced yet. Please be mindful of your personal life. Do not allow my reputation to suffer because of you. At these words, Chen Fan's pent-up fury ignited. Before he could speak, Wenren interjected. I am quite curious about what exactly Chen Fan has done to tarnish your reputation. On your wedding anniversary, you were alone with another man in a hotel. Is that Chen Fan's fault? If your reputation is indeed damaged, isn't it a consequence of your own actions? Chen Fan, not one to argue, found himself the target of their relentless bullying, with falsehoods and slander hurled at him. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not permit Chen Fan to be mistreated. Wenren's resolute declaration touched Chen Fan deeply and left Chen Fan seething with frustration. However, she remained acutely aware of her surroundings, observing the guests, whispering and pointing at them. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan coldly regarded Wenren. Pardon me, may I ask how to address you? Until now, she had not even known the identity of this woman who had an ambiguous relationship with Chen Fan. Wenren smiled playfully. What is the matter? Feeling a sense of urgency? Are you planning to compete with me for Chen Fan as affection? Compete for Chen Fan? With you? Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. She looked down her nose at Chen Fan and Wenren, stating emphatically, only you would cherish a man as utterly worthless as Chen Fan. I only hope you do not come to regret it in the future. Regretful I am for engaging in a heated dispute over such a hopeless and worthless matter. Wenren narrowed her enchanting eyes, her tone laced with amusement. Fear not, for I shall certainly not harbor any regrets. I must even express my gratitude to you for being blind enough to relinquish such an exquisite man to me. As for you, your regrets shall soon unfold. Chen Fan, unwilling to be outdone, crossed her arms defiantly and coldly replied, I am eager to witness how you intend to instill regret within me. Wenren glanced at the clock, a teasing smile playing upon her lips. Just wait. In 20 minutes, you shall come to regret it. With that utterance, the atmosphere between the two women instantly became charged with tension. Chapter 31. Zhao Jie sees his credit very well. I shall wait for 20 minutes. Chen Fan turned and departed. Chen Ruo and Zhao Cuihua followed closely behind. Sister, you are truly too kind, letting that pair of scoundrels go unpunished. I defended you, and yet you slapped me. I feel utterly wronged. Chen Ruo, still harboring resentment from the recent slap, voiced her grievances. Chen Fan, in a resigned tone, replied, enough of that. Tomorrow, I will give you some money to buy yourself something. Look at the circumstances. Although the young lady of the Wenren family hasn't made an appearance, she has been observing every move made by everyone in the estate. I now suspect that my company may be removed from the candidate list due to her knowledge of my impending divorce from Chen Fan. She fears I will not be able to devote my full attention to work, which is why I might be sidelined. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruo and Zhao Cuihua immediately displayed expressions of concern. It was no wonder Chen Fan sought to defuse the situation. She was evidently worried about leaving a negative impression on the young lady of the Wenren family. Daughter, what shall we do about the candidate list? Our family has finally obtained such an opportunity for a turnaround. We cannot afford to miss it, Zhao Cuihua remarked. Chen Fan furrowed her brows, replying, it remains unclear at this moment. If there is truly no alternative, then we will have to. Her words trailed off as her phone suddenly rang. She took it out to find an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. Hello, this is Chen Fan, she spoke in a cool tone. Hello, President Chen. This is from the investment department of Wenren Group. I'm calling to inform you that the candidacy of Fifan Beauty has been reinstated. You are currently at Wenren Manor, correct? Please prepare your speech materials for the upcoming presentation. The voice on the other end stated succinctly before abruptly hanging up. Chen Fan stood frozen in place, momentarily in shock. Daughter, who is that on the phone? Zhao Cuihua inquired cautiously from the side. Suddenly elated, Chen Fan grasped her mother's arm, exclaiming, this is wonderful. Mother, it was the investment department of Wenren Group. They said our company's candidacy has been restored. What? Zhao Cuihua, equally overjoyed, hurriedly clasped her hands together in gratitude to the heavens. This is fantastic news. I knew the Chen family was destined to rise. This is our opportunity, and we must seize it. Chen Ruo, though delighted, interjected, Sister, it is quite strange. Previously, the Wenren Group removed our candidacy without any explanation. Now it has been reinstated without any reason provided. It all seems rather baffling. Chen Fan shared her sister's perplexity, though she could not pinpoint the reason at that moment. Just then, Zhao Tsuhua, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Fan, earlier that good-for-nothing Chen Fan urged you to keep an eye on the company's candidacy, suggesting it would soon be restored. Who would have thought he was actually right? Do you think he knows something? Could it be that he is secretly up to something?" As Zhao Tsuhua finished speaking, Chen Fan impatiently interjected, "Mom, what are you talking about? If that good-for-nothing had such abilities, would he need to be a live-in son-in-law at our home? If he possessed such talents, my sister wouldn't have divorced him. In my opinion, the only one capable of resolving this matter is Zhao Jie, the young master." Chen Fan concurred, saying, "Mother Ruo is right. In fact, not long ago, I sought Zhao Jie for assistance. If all goes well, he must have lent a hand." As for Chen Fan, an image of Chen Fan holding hands with Wenren flashed through Chen Fan's mind, igniting an inexplicable surge of anger within her. Did you not say he was wandering around the estate? He probably just got lucky and overheard some news in a corner. Let's not mention him any further. We should quickly find Zhao Jie and express our gratitude. With that, the three of them headed toward the distant platform. Zhao Jie had just taken a stroll nearby when he turned to see Chen Fan and her family approaching him, his expression shifting to one of urgency. "Young Master Zhao." Before they were even close, Chen Ruo waved at him. Zhao Jie hurried to meet them, feigning a troubled expression. "Fan, I've been looking for you. I just called my father about the Meifeng beauty contest, and it might." Zhao Jie hadn't finished a sentence when Chen Ruo interjected, "Young Master Zhao, there's no need for suspense. We already know." "Know what?" Zhao Jie asked, bewildered. "Hee. Are you about to tell us that my sister's eligibility for the company's competition has been restored? My sister has already received notification from the Wenren group." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie displayed an expression of disbelief. After he had concocted an excuse to leave, he had not contacted anyone, fully aware that the Zhao family had only just managed to scrape into the lower ranks of Lin Chang's elite families. The chasm between them and a colossal entity like the Wenren family was immeasurable. Not to mention, his father was not even in a position to advocate for Wenren. Even if he were, his father would not squander such a precious favor on trivial matters. Therefore, he merely wished to concoct a flimsy excuse to dismiss Chen Fan. However, he never anticipated that the Wenren group would actually restore the eligibility of Meifeng beauty. What on earth was happening? Zhao Jie remained perplexed. At that moment, Zhao Tsuhua began to mediate the situation. With a smile, she remarked, "Fan, look at young Master Zhao. He quietly resolved a significant dilemma for you while pretending to be unaware, aiming to surprise you. Unlike that good-for-nothing Chen Fan, he has done nothing but is already eager to take credit. Clearly, there was no need for Mother to point out who was truly superior. Chen Fan?" Zhao Jie felt even more bewildered. How did Chen Fan become part of this conversation? Chen Fan nodded gently, gazing at Zhao Jie with a serious expression. "Zhao Xiao, I sincerely thank you for this. Meifeng beauty owes you a favor. I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Jie finally grasped the situation. He chuckled heartily, displaying a composed demeanor as he replied, "Fan, you are being too courteous. I've already mentioned that our relationship does not require such formalities. This only makes us seem distant. How about this? The day after tomorrow, I invite you to Dongziju for dinner. You must graciously accept." Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Dongziju? That was well known in Lin City as a romantic rendezvous spot for couples. If she were to go there with Zhao Jie, even if they claimed no connection, it would be difficult to explain. As she pondered how to decline, Tan Min, who had just departed, returned to the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the second segment of the evening banquet is about to commence. Please gather closer to the center." Upon hearing this, the guests immediately moved toward the elevated platform. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan quickly suggested, "Zhao Dasha, let us head over as well." Zhao Jie furrowed his brow, displeased with Chen Fan's attempt to change the subject, yet he restrained himself from expressing his irritation. As the four of them made their way over, they unexpectedly encountered Chen Fan and Wenren, who were walking side by side. The throng of guests pressed the two groups together. In a moment of misstep, Chen Fan stumbled, letting out a shriek as she fell to the side. At that critical juncture, Chen Fan stepped forward and caught her in his embrace. Their eyes locked, and in that instant time seemed to freeze. Chapter 32. Zhao Jie's connections. Chen Fei, what are you doing? Release my sister at once. Qin Ruoro exclaimed, her indignation causing her to leap as if pricked by a thorn, as she pointed an accusing finger at Chen Fan. Chen, you shameless toad. You are on the verge of divorcing my daughter, and yet still dare to covet a swan. Let her go immediately. Zhao Suihua rushed over, trying to pry Chen Fan's grip away. Chen Fan rolled his eyes in frustration. He was merely responding normally. If it were anyone else who had stumbled, he would have assisted them too. This crowd was utterly deranged. With a dismissive gesture, Chen Fan released Qin Fan, giving her a slight shove. She stumbled back, turning to glare at him. Chen Fan, are you so eager to sever ties with me? We are not divorced yet. Disappointment clouded her eyes, causing Chen Fan to feel overwhelmed. Embracing Qin Fan brought him scorn from her family, yet releasing her earned him accusations of being heartless. It seemed that for any son-in-law, even breathing was a transgression. Feel free to think whatever you like. Just spare me the noise. Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with impatience, momentarily silencing Zhao Suihua and Qin Ruoro. Without his retort, they had lost their fervor. At that moment, Zhao Jie observed the poised Wenren beside Chen Fan, his heart heavy with discomfort. He was aware that Chen Fan had been expelled from the Qin family, rendering him unworthy of attending the Wenren family soiree. It must have been this woman who had brought him in, indicating her distinguished status. Resolving to intervene once more, Zhao Jie found it intolerable that this utterly inept individual could effortlessly attach himself to a wealthy woman. Miss, it is a pleasure to see you again. Do you remember me? He approached Wenren, adopting a suave demeanor. Wenren narrowed her eyes, dismissing him curtly. Who do you think you are? I shall not waste my time on inconsequential individuals. Zhao Jie's expression darkened. He had never encountered such an ungrateful woman. Do you realize that by rejecting me, you are forsaking a life-altering opportunity? Undeterred, he pointed at Chen Fan, declaring, I could obliterate such a waste with a mere finger. What can you possibly gain by staying with him? I advise you to leave him immediately and offer a proper apology. Perhaps I could introduce you to some exceptional men. With this proclamation, Zhao Jie crossed his arms, arrogantly raising his chin, anticipating Wenren to discard Chen Fan and submit to him. However, Wenren merely scoffed coldly. Leave. Her frigid tone left Zhao Jie utterly stunned. He had not expected that, even after such an ultimatum, she would remain steadfast in her allegiance to Chen Fan. What could she possibly see in him? Zhao Jie was at a loss. At that moment, Qin Ruo, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected. She hastily exclaimed, Zhao Xiao, do not waste your breath on such an ungrateful woman. Clinging to trash as if it were treasure, she will surely regret it in the future. Who do you consider trash? Chen Fan retorted with a frown. Who else but you? Asking that is just a pretense. Qin Ruo, having forgotten her previous pain, began to mock again. A worthless failure. Every time my sister encounters trouble, you are of no help whatsoever. Aside from spinning around the kitchen all day, what use are you? Chen Fan, in a fit of anger, laughed instead. Gritting his teeth, he said, Am I useless? Do you even know? Your sister's candidacy could only be restored because I spoke well of her. Chen Fan no longer wished to pretend. He needed Qin Fan to understand that he was not a failure. Not just this time, but every opportunity the Qin family had encountered in the past was facilitated by him behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would their partners choose to engage with the Qin family when there were numerous industry leaders and top companies in Lin City? Was it because of her Qin Ruoro's sharp tongue? Or because of her mother, Zhao Suihua's loud and vulgar demeanor? A bunch of mindless fools. Chen Fan had thought that after such a revelation, they would grasp the magnitude of their oversight. To his surprise, Qin Ruo merely paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Chen Fan, are you out of your mind? How dare you claim such credit? You worthless creature, have some dignity. Qin Ruo then forcefully pulled Zhao Jie over and proclaimed loudly, My sister's company regained its candidacy thanks to Zhao Jie, the esteemed Zhao Xiao. He spoke well of my sister's company, and that is why they were given another chance. You? What are you? A failure unworthy of even speaking to them. Spare us the embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's brows furrowed in irritation. He retorted without hesitation, "Fools, you have been deceived by Zhao Jie. What does this have to do with him? The Zhao family's standing in Lin City is not as high as you imagine." Zhao Cuihua immediately countered, "Enough, Chen Fan. Do not sour grapes just because you cannot reach them. The Zhao family status is beyond the judgment of a mere son-in-law like you. Did you not see how respectful Su Laoda, one of the 3 giants of Lin City, was when he greeted Zhao Xiao? It is merely a matter of qualification. All it takes is a phone call from Zhao Xiao." Zhao Cuihua spoke animatedly, as though she herself had been addressed by Su Jinjiang. Chen Fan inwardly scoffed even more. "Is that so? Then why doesn't Zhao Xiao demonstrate his connections? I would like to see how he secures a spot with the one family with just one call." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie felt a sudden panic. He had no such capability to secure a place with the one family with a mere phone call. That was utterly absurd. This mother-daughter duo from the Qin family truly had no sense. Always inviting trouble. Just as he was about to refuse, Qin Ruo, with an imposing demeanor, said, "Zhao Xiao, it's up to you now. Quickly make this waste of space quiet." Zhao Jie was taken aback. "Zhao Xiao, why do you remain in a daze?" Zhao Cuihua nudged him, urging, "Quickly showcase your prowess. Let Pharaoh witness your abilities." Zhao Jie turned to find Qin Pharaoh scrutinizing him with a curious gaze. With no alternative, he reluctantly retrieved his phone, feigning nonchalance. "Very well. Although connections are not something one should flaunt indiscriminately, for the sake of reassuring Pharaoh, I shall provide a demonstration." He deliberately hid the numbers he dialed, cradling the phone against his chest. Before the call could connect, he placed it to his ear, adopting a theatrical tone. "Hello, Master Wenren, it's me, Zhao Jie. Yes, I'm immensely grateful for your assistance regarding that quota. I shall treat you to a meal soon, at our usual place. It's settled then. We shall not miss each other." With that, he intended to end the call. Meanwhile, Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo elevated their chins with a sense of pride, basking in the glory of Zhao Jie's apparent success. "Did you see that? Zhao Jie managed to get through to the eldest son of the Wenren family with just one call. No wonder the quota from Qin Pharaoh's company was reinstated so swiftly. It must have been the direct influence of the Wenren heir." All of this, however, was a complete farce in Chen Fan's eyes. With his exceptional hearing, he had already discerned that Zhao Jie was not speaking to the illustrious young master of the Wenren family, but rather to the customer service of a mobile network. "Dear mobile customer, hello, this is the 10086 service hotline. To check your balance or data usage, please press 1. Chapter 33. Qin Pharaoh advocates for Zhao Jiechun. Do you see this? This is what connections look like." Qin Ruo said proudly, lifting her chin. Chen Fan chuckled. "How could I be unaware? The phone number of the esteemed young master one is 10,086. What? Is he also moonlighting as a mobile customer service agent? You've all been deceived. He doesn't know anyone from the Wen family." Upon hearing this, both Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua were momentarily stunned. "Impossible." Zhao Cuihua was the first to respond, vociferously retorting, "You, Chen, are merely envious. You are filled with jealousy and spouting nonsense." "Nonsense?" Let him reveal his call log. Let us see if the last number dialed was indeed 10086. Chen Fan scoffed. He then approached Zhao Jie. "Zhao, why not take out your phone for everyone to see?" Zhao Jie panicked, hastily concealing his phone behind him, his face turning crimson. "Why should I show you? Are you refusing because you want to obtain young Master Wen's number?" Chen Fan's gaze turned frosty. "I'll count to 3. You better bring it out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chen Fan was determined to expose Zhao Jie's hypocritical facade. He had no desire to endure the sight of such a despicable character for even a second. 3. Chen Fan spoke in a low tone. Zhao Jie's heart raced, his expression taut and unmoving. 2. Chen Fan continued, stepping closer, causing Zhao Jie to instinctively retreat. He had witnessed Chen Fan's methods in the restaurant. 1. Chen Fan barked coldly, ready to snatch the phone. At that moment, Qin Pharaoh, who had remained silent thus far, could no longer contain herself. She turned and scolded, "Chen Fan, have you had enough? Are you devoid of any sense of honor or dignity as a man?" Initially, she thought this was merely Chen Fan's jealousy manifesting in a few harsh words against Zhao Jie. She did not wish to dwell on it. To her surprise, Chen Fan was relentless. Not only did he proclaim Zhao Jie had called 10086 a tired old joke, but he also attempted to seize Zhao Jie's phone. Truly obstinate and irredeemable. "I understand you value face, but there must be limits. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence? By slandering young Master Zhao, do you think it will elevate your own dignity? It will only cause me to regard you with even greater disdain." Chen Fan was taken aback, stunned by her words. "What on earth? Chen Fan, when did you become blind? Just take a look at his call log. Do I need to slander him? Look at your own demeanor now. Do I even need to say more?" Chen Fan retorted. Chen Fan was exasperated. Was this woman out of her mind? With the energy she expended arguing with him, would it be so difficult to glance at Zhao Jie's call log? Helplessly, Chen Fan sighed. Fine, it's me who is slandering. It's me who is psychologically twisted. I deserve to be scornful. Young Master Zhao is indeed the most impressive in all of Daxia. Chen Fan could hardly bear to witness Chen Fan's peculiar demeanor. She pressed on, "What do you mean by that? Am I not entitled to express my thoughts without inciting your displeasure? I once believed you possessed some measure of magnanimity. Yet it appears that was merely a fade. Indeed, I am merely acting." Chen Fan nodded repeatedly. "Please continue, do not stop." "You." Chen Fan's chest heaved with indignation. She had not anticipated that Chen Fan would not only lack any sense of dignity, but also stubbornly refuse to acknowledge his faults. How foolish she had been to once consider him not entirely devoid of merit. Now, as they approached divorce, his true nature was laid bare. It was laughable that she had once perceived any redeeming qualities in him. "All right, Fan, do not let your anger consume you," Zhao Jie interjected, seizing the opportunity to mediate. "Due to some misunderstandings, Chen Fan has harbored animosity towards me. I can understand that, being a man." "Chen Fan, take a good look," Chen Fan retorted, exasperated. "The virtues embodied by Zhao Xiao are ample enough for you to learn from. Must you continue to wallow in mediocrity, deriving satisfaction from my disdain for you?" Chen Fan nodded once more. Yes, you are entirely correct. Zhao Jie is indeed exceptional. You should cherish him dearly. Ideally, once our divorce is finalized, you would promptly marry him. Would you not regret missing out on such a remarkable man? What did you say?" Chen Fan's eyes burned with rage upon hearing his words. She had not anticipated that Chen Fan would not only disregard her advice, but also dare to mock her. When had she ever stated her desire to be with Zhao Jie? The divorce was necessitated by Chen Fan's lack of ambition and unwillingness to improve. What did that have to do with Zhao Jie? Chen Fan, cease your sarcastic remarks. Whether my sister marries Zhao Xiao is none of your concern. Your incessant prattling is truly nauseating. It is always the inept who delight in spreading rumors. Chen Ro crossed her arms, disdain evident in her voice. Although she harbored hopes for her sister and Zhao Jie, she believed it would be unseemly for her sister to remarry so soon after a divorce. Zhao Jie was indeed commendable, but her sister was no less worthy. It was essential that Zhao Jie did not easily win her over. Chen Fan, however, had no desire to engage further with these self-important individuals. He turned to leave, prompting Wenren to follow swiftly. "Chen Fan, wait for me," she called out. On the stage, Tan Min watched the unfolding scene with growing alarm. The second segment of the banquet was about to commence, wherein the three representatives, including Chen Fan, were to present their visions for collaboration should they secure a 10 billion investment from the Wenren family. According to the established protocol, Wenren was to score the three representatives, ultimately determining the chosen partner. If she were to leave now, how could the banquet possibly proceed? Just as Tan Min felt a surge of anxiety, her phone vibrated. She took it out to see. It was an instruction conveyed by Wenren, granting her full authority to oversee all matters. However, the outcome for the victorious company had already been predetermined. Upon seeing the name of that company, Tan Min's expression changed dramatically. She promptly picked up the microphone and announced to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. I hereby declare that the second segment of the evening banquet officially begins. May I invite the three candidates to the stage?" As soon as her words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. "Daughter, it's your turn to perform. Hurry up," Zhao Cuihua urged repeatedly. "Sister, rest assured. With Zhao Xiao's endorsement, victory is surely yours," Qin Ruo seized the opportunity to say. Hearing this, Qin Fan cast an expectant glance at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Yet he stammered, "Yes, Ruo is right. Fan, just give it your all." At that moment, Zhao Jie experienced a sense of being trapped. Yet he did not wish to lose face before the goddess. Thus, he could only pat his chest in assurance. Qin Fan smiled gently, adjusted her exquisite gown, and confidently strode towards the stage. Chapter 34. Elimination. As Qin Fan graced the stage, an enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The title of the most beautiful woman in Linqing's business community carries significant weight. Competing alongside her were representatives from two other beauty companies. The first representative was a man, a youthful figure whose sharp jawline suggested he had undergone cosmetic procedures. Although he presented under the banner of beauty, the company was essentially a cosmetic surgery institution, leaning heavily towards sharing content related to aesthetic enhancements. Without a second glance, Tan Min marked the company with a resounding X. After the man finished his presentation, he gazed at Tan Min with eager anticipation. Her expression remained impassive as she decisively declared, "Eliminated." He descended the stage, dejected as if struck by frost. The second company, named You Beauty Makeup, was represented by its general manager, Ruan Hongzhuang, a mature and elegant woman, adorned in a vibrant red Chinese cheongsam. What might seem provocative on an ordinary woman exuded charm and grace on her. The allure she radiated was of a nature best admired from afar, perfectly complementing her demeanor. Every gesture, every smile captivated the audience. As Ruan Hongzhuang made her entrance, she cheerfully presented her ID, revealing her age to be over 40. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their eyes fixated on her remarkably youthful visage, seemingly defying the passage of time. Her skin was impeccably maintained, giving the impression of someone in her early 30s. "Incredible! This beauty is nearly the same age as my mother," exclaimed a well-dressed young man, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Her skincare is as flawless as my sister's, truly remarkable." A middle-aged man beside him, frowning, inquired, "Young man, are you from the post-2000 generation? Surely you've heard of the ancient master of poetry from Linqing?" "Of course, I know the master. He's the one whose painting fetched a staggering 3 billion. The young man answered nonchalantly, though his gaze remained fixed on Ruan Hongzhuang's enchanting figure. With a cold chuckle, the middle-aged man recited, "The 3 wonders and 4 prodigies of Linqing, wielding fists, palms, legs, axes, swords, and halberds. On the other side, the mandrake buries the withered bones. In pursuit of fragrance and shadows, Ruan Hongzhuang." The young man was momentarily taken aback, his body bristling with an involuntary chill. Though youthful, he understood certain taboos, such as the significance of the 3 wonders and 4 prodigies of Linqing, representing the 7 peak warriors of the city, rumored to be invulnerable to bullets. The mention of the mandrake and the other side alluded to 2 notorious assassin organizations in Linqing. The ominous names hinted at a connection to the underworld, suggesting a grim fate. Yet he had no inkling of the last line, "In pursuit of fragrance and shadows, Ruan Hongzhuang." This woman evidently had a formidable reputation, standing alongside the 3 wonders and 4 prodigies, the other side, and the mandrake. "Isn't she the owner of a beauty company?" The young man behind her broke into a cold sweat, no longer daring to harbor any ill thoughts towards Ruan Hongzhuang. On stage, Ruan Hongzhuang deftly commanded the atmosphere, elevating it to successive crescendos. She then began to share the company's partnership plan, analyzing everything from official policies to local markets, from consumer habits to the marketer's perspective. With remarkable clarity and organization, the audience applauded continuously, except for Zhao Cuihua and her daughter Qin Ruo, who wore expressions of disdain. "Humph, that old woman in her 40s is still flaunting herself on stage," She truly lacks shame. Chen Ruo scoffed. Indeed, it's evident she hasn't had a man in ages. Just look at her desperate demeanor. It's impossible to conceal. Zhao Cuihua added with a sour tone. Although she too was in her 40s, she felt a world apart from Ruan Hongzhuang. At that moment, Chen Fan on stage felt immense pressure. In Linxiang, her beauty company was a well-established name, while Fifan Beauty appeared as a mere fledgling in comparison. With Ruan Hongzhuang's exceptional presentation, Chen Fan had little confidence of surpassing her. Now, she could only hope that Zhao Jie had indeed intervened on her behalf. Just then, Ruan Hongzhuang concluded her sharing, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Fan, it's your turn, Ruan Hongzhuang said, stepping to the edge of the stage, smiling as she handed the microphone to Chen Fan. Do not feel pressured. I am merely here to participate and enjoy the atmosphere. This billion-dollar investment does not weigh heavily on me. Chen Fan could only smile wryly. If it was merely for the sake of participation, why then was Ruan Hongzhuang performing so impressively? What a joke. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. She had led the Chen family from obscurity to a second-tier status, relying on her unwavering will and strong mentality. If she were to falter at the slightest challenge, the Chen family would have long been devoured by their rivals. At that moment, Tan Min raised the microphone. In the expectant gazes of the many guests, she spoke with an indifferent tone. "You beauty is eliminated." The audience erupted in gasps of disbelief. How could Ruan Hongzhuang, who had performed so excellently, be eliminated? Even if Chen Fan had not yet spoken, surely they could at least give Ruan Hongzhuang a pending status. To eliminate her outright, what was that all about? In that instant, everyone realized that there were undercurrents in the selection process, yet no one dared to voice it openly. Ruan Hongzhuang maintained a faint smile, unperturbed by her elimination. As she had stated, she had merely come to partake in the excitement, to make an appearance. A billion-dollar project might be coveted by others, but to her, it was merely optional. However, she felt a twinge of curiosity. If even she could be eliminated, what caliber could the final Chen Fan possess? If she truly surpassed her, Ruan Hongzhuang would have nothing to say. But if her performance was merely average, she must find an opportunity to meet Wenren. Below the stage, Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo immediately leapt up in excitement. With a total of 3 candidates, the first 2 had been eliminated. Thus, Chen Fan emerged as the final partner. "Zhao Xiao, you are truly remarkable," Zhao Cuihua exclaimed, turning to Zhao Jie with fervor. "Remain humble," Zhao Jie modestly replied, though his pride was palpable, his brows nearly soaring with delight. He too was exhilarated, nearly bouncing with joy. Remarkably, not only had there been no blunders, but Chen Fan had indeed triumphed. Though the reasons remained unclear, they had become inconsequential. Now it was up to Chen Fan. What excuse could she possibly have to refuse him? Zhao Musit, brimming with excitement. On stage, Chen Fan shared in the jubilation, yet she adhered to decorum, making her way to the center of the stage. There, she eloquently presented her meticulously prepared partnership proposal. One cannot deny that her command of the audience was on par with Ruan Hongzhuang's. Coupled with her exquisite beauty and flawless figure, along with her reputation as the foremost beauty in the business world, her performance garnered thunderous and prolonged applause from the guests below. Even Ruan Hongzhuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Chen Fan's capabilities. 3 minutes later, as Chen Fan concluded her presentation, she gazed expectantly at Tan Min, awaiting the announcement of the results. Though the outcome seemed apparent, without an official declaration, it lacked legitimacy. As the audience watched Tan Min with eager anticipation, the woman calmly raised the microphone. Fixing her gaze upon Chen Fan, her cool voice resonated clearly in the ears of every guest present. Eliminated. At the moment those words were uttered, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Chen Fan stood frozen, her mind reeling, her complexion draining of color. Chapter 35. The surprise of Wenren. How is this possible? Chen Fan's expression was rigid, her mind in disarray. There were only 3 candidates. The first 2 had been eliminated, so did that not imply her victory by default? Moreover, she believed her performance was commendable. After listening to Ruan Hongzhuang's insights, she made timely adjustments, rendering her plan all the more grand and comprehensive. Why then was she eliminated? The numerous guests present were equally perplexed by the circumstances. Zhao, Suihua, and Qin Ruo, after a moment of bewilderment, immediately erupted in protest. This is a conspiracy! A conspiracy! A conspiracy! Qin Ruo shouted hoarsely, her face contorted in rage. Zhao Suihua dramatically threw herself to the ground, wailing and rolling about. Oh, everyone, come and see. The Wenren family is using their wealth and power to bully others. We cannot survive this. My daughter has sacrificed her health, toiling day and night for this project, and they simply declare her eliminated. Heaven, open your eyes and see. Oh, there is no way out. Zhao Suihua squeezed out tears, her voice hoarse, creating chaos at the scene. The guests gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. At the periphery of the crowd, Chen Fan heard the outcome and looked in astonishment at Wenren Siye beside him. Siye, what is going on? Chen Fan inquired. Wenren Siye smiled gently and replied, Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? Chen Fan furrowed his brow and said, The truth. Very well, then I shall speak the truth. I have long reviewed the proposals from these three companies. Among them, Ruan Hongzhuang's was the best. However, she approached this with a playful attitude, not intending to truly partner with me, hence her elimination. Qin Farong's proposal, while decent, did not meet my standards. This may be attributed to her humble origins, which have constrained her vision and ambition. The Wenren family, even within the entire southern province, ranks among the top 10. What I am doing in Linxing is but a minuscule part of the Wenren family's vast enterprise. Yet I must leverage this portion to prove my capabilities, compelling those within my family to acknowledge my worth and cease their interference in my life. Therefore, my partner must possess a broad-minded perspective and extraordinary talent. Their ambitions must extend, at the very least, to the southern province, the surrounding 3 provinces, and even the nation as a whole. In contrast, Qin Farong aimed to establish the finest cosmetics company in Linxing, a small locale. Isn't that laughable? Chen Fan nodded silently. Given this perspective, it was only natural for Qin Farong to be eliminated. After all, her background dictated her limits. To transcend such limitations, she would require either an extraordinary business acumen or the fortuitous encounter with a remarkable benefactor. She once had such an opportunity, but failed to cherish it. Then who will ultimately be your partner for this project? Chen Fan asked curiously. Wenren Shiyu smiled faintly and said, Do you remember I mentioned wanting to surprise you? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the woman in astonishment. You must have guessed by now. I have just initiated the establishment of a cosmetics company funded by the Wenren Group with a dedicated manager to oversee its operations. However, the largest shareholder, Wenren Shiyu, extended a delicate finger, lightly tapping Chen Fan's chest. Her enchanting eyes blinked playfully as she whispered, It's you. Chen Fan felt a sudden wave of confusion. How had he unexpectedly become the president of a company? He intended to decline, but when Ren Shiyu preempted him, placing her fair finger over his lips, her warm body pressed closer into his embrace as she gazed directly into his eyes. In her captivating eyes, a hint of sorrow and longing flickered. Chen Fan, please don't refuse me. I know you are extraordinary. Whether it's your medical skills or the respect shown to you by Su Lauda, I have witnessed it all. I'm not like that foolish Qin Farong. I understand perfectly. Would you allow me to benefit from this? I wish to take control of my life and achieve remarkable accomplishments within a year that would astonish my entire family. I cannot do it alone, but with you, I am confident I can. Chen Fan instantly comprehended her intentions. She had recognized his uniqueness and sought to bind their fates together. He chuckled softly and replied, But didn't you say you wanted to surprise me? How is it that in the end, you are the one gaining an advantage while I am at a loss? Wenren Shiyu hurriedly responded, Do not rush. The surprise is yet to come. No sooner had she spoken than she unexpectedly rose onto her toes, her soft, red lips gently pecking Chen Fan's mouth before retreating immediately. Her face flushed crimson, and she looked at him with a hint of uncertainty. I wish to offer myself as the surprise. I hope that is sufficient. Chen Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as an inexplicable current coursed through him, rendering him momentarily rigid. If that is insufficient, I have a little more. Wenren Shiyu gazed into his eyes and continued. Are you not angered by how Chen Fan and the Chen family treat you? If we unite, I can help you rise more swiftly. Let those who look down on you kneel before you in repentance. You are meant to be invincible. Why should you endure the humiliation from mere ants? Listening to her words, Chen Fan suddenly felt something within him awakening. Wenren Shiyu was right. He had always placed great value on loyalty and righteousness. His nature gentle and stable. So stable that he allowed others to bully him without knowing how to defend himself. So gentle that he silently endured his wounds. He should not be this way. Had he not been so accommodating in the past, trusting those he considered dear, his mother would not have ended up in her current state. With this thought, Chen Fan lowered his gaze to the enchanting Wenren Shiyu in his arms. He curled the corners of his lips and remarked, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Upon hearing this, Wenren Shiyu's breath momentarily caught in her throat. She instinctively assumed that Chen Fan intended to reject her. However, his next words caused her heart to bloom with joy. Nevertheless, I can agree to the collaboration. Really? Indeed, a gentleman's word is as unbreakable as a team of 4 horses. Chen Fan nodded slightly. At that moment, he lifted his gaze to the figure standing on the elevated platform, a disheveled and disoriented Chen Fan, who had lost an investment project. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Chen Fan, if you desire a divorce, I consent. An empty marriage can be ended without hesitation. I shall make you aware of what true invincibility entails. Recollecting his thoughts, Chen Fan pointed towards a distant throng of guests in raucous celebration. Aren't you going to attend to that? Wenren Shiyu replied nonchalantly. 10 men will handle everything. In Lin City, no one dares to challenge the Wenren family. Those who dare to speak against us shall be cast out. No sooner had she spoken than several towering bodyguards appeared, escorting the wailing Zhao Chuihua and the flailing Qin Ruo out of the estate. Chapter 36. Ambush in the underground garage. The evening banquet concluded abruptly, disrupted by the peculiar antics of the Qin mother and daughter duo, alongside the continued absence of Wenren City. Just as Chen Fan was about to depart, she fortuitously encountered Chen Fan and Wenren City standing together. A wave of displeasure crossed her face as she feigned indifference, only to mockingly inquire, "Congratulations. Have you enjoyed my little misfortune? I assume you're quite pleased, aren't you?" Chen Fan, nonchalant, replied, "Think what you will. I have always said that Zhao Jie cannot be trusted. Yet it was you who insisted on placing your faith in him. If not him, then who would you trust? Me?" Chen Fan retorted sharply. The failure to secure investment from the Wenren family merely indicates a shift in their plans. At least Zhao Jie made an effort to assist me. And what of you, Chen Fan? Other than causing me trouble and distress, what assistance have you provided? Chen Fan fell silent, a sardonic smile escaping him as he turned away. Had he not lent a hand to Chen Fan, the Chen family would still be an inconsequential clan. Engaging in further dialogue with her was akin to attempting to awaken a person feigning sleep, utterly futile. Chen Fan, witnessing Chen Fan's lack of remorse and his cold laughter, could no longer suppress her disappointment. Her tone icy, she stated, "We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau 3 days hence." "Very well. I shall be there punctually," Chen Fan replied without hesitation. A slight pang of anxiety gripped Chen Fan, evoking a sense of suffocation. Yet she dismissed it, attributing her unease to the loss of the Wenren family's substantial investment. "Chen Fan, shall we go to see Mian Mian?" Wenren City extended the invitation, having just received word from the butler that Wenren Mian Mian had awakened. Though still frail, the little girl had been searching for her mother and Uncle Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded in agreement, and the two hastily made their way to the villa. In the sanitized hospital room, they found Wenren Mian Mian, who had just regained consciousness. "Doctor, I just had the longest dream," exclaimed Wenren Mian Mian, her face lighting up at the sight of Chen Fan. She reached out her chubby little hand for him to hold, speaking in a sweet, high-pitched voice that even made Wenren City feel overlooked, igniting a pang of jealousy within her. How fleeting is the affection of girl. After all my efforts in caring for this little one, it seems that a mere few hours with Chen Fan has won her heart, she thought bitterly. Chen Fan playfully pinched Wenren Mian's soft cheek and asked, "Now, little Mian, what delightful dream did you have?" The little girl blinked her bright eyes and excitedly waved her arms. With a childlike exuberance, she recounted, "I saw a big, big monster in my dream. The monster wanted to eat me and kept chasing me. I couldn't run fast because my legs are short, but then Mama picked me up and ran. But the monster was so big that Mama couldn't keep running anymore." Feigning concern, Chen Fan asked, "And then what happened? What came next?" Then a Superman appeared. Bam! Let us vanquish the monsters. The great Superman is none other than Dr. Uncle. Wenren Mian gestured with excitement. Her previous frailty, now a distant memory. This transformation stemmed from her heart's return to normalcy, with blood supply issues no longer a concern. Naturally, her condition would improve. "Dr. Uncle, let me share a secret with you." Wenren Mian mischievously winked, prompting Chen Fan to lean in closer for a whisper. Wenren Shiyu, witnessing this exchange, felt her blood pressure rise in irritation. She glared at the little one on the bed, pretending to be angry. Wenren Mian, "There are no outsiders here. Who are you hiding from?" "Mommy, do you really want to hear it?" Wenren Mian tugged at her little hair in distress. Her delicate features scrunched adorably. "Speak boldly. I refuse to believe there is anything I cannot hear." Wenren Shiyu, now fully engaged, placed her hands on her hips and glared at the little girl on the bed. Wenren Mian hesitantly stammered, "In my dream, Mommy insisted on marrying you, saying that Uncle saved us and she wants revenge on you." Upon hearing this, Wenren Shiyu's beautiful face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Were it not for the fact that the little girl had just awakened, she might have suspected that Wenren Mian had eavesdropped on her confession to Chen Fan, as the details were strikingly similar. Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly, affectionately ruffling the little girl's nose. "Don't worry, Mian. Even if your mother doesn't marry Uncle, this great Superman will always protect you. Now, you've just had surgery, so you must rest well to recover quickly, all right?" Wenren Mian nodded obediently. "Oh, I heard that," she exclaimed, promptly covering her head with the blanket, peeking out just enough to reveal her round, sparkling eyes. Chen Fan was thoroughly entertained by her cuteness. He tucked the blanket around Wenren Mian and nodded to Wenren Shiyu, signaling that it was time to leave. Though she was feeling better, the effects of the anesthesia had just worn off, and it would not be long before she grew drowsy. Staying there would only disrupt her rest. As they stepped out of the ward, Wenren Shiyu instinctively remarked, "Chen Fan, you will surely be a wonderful father." Chen Fan was taken aback, his thoughts drifting inexplicably to Chen Fei Rong. If their relationship had not been so strained, they might have had children by now. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he replied, "It is Mian who is simply too adorable. Anyone who sees her cannot help but want to cherish her. All right, I must take my leave now." Chen Fan glanced at the time and added, "Shiyu, please keep an eye on those medicinal herbs we discussed last time." "Rest assured," Wenren Shiyu replied earnestly. "I just received news that a renowned herbal merchant will be coming to Linchang in a few days. He might have access to the items you need." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's face lit up with joy. The two descended into the underground parking garage. Wenren Xie intended to drive Chen Fan home, but as they approached a striking red Ferrari, Chen Fan's expression abruptly changed. "Xie, be careful," he exclaimed, lunging forward to tackle Wenren Xie to the ground. They rolled behind a sturdy support pillar just as a deafening explosion erupted. A blinding flame shot skyward, illuminating the entire parking facility in an incandescent glow. The luxury vehicles that Wenren Xie cherished set off alarms in a cacophony of sound. Bodyguards from the Wenren family rushed down to assess the situation. Amidst the swirling smoke and debris, Wenren Xie coughed violently from the noxious fumes. She lifted her head from Chen Fan's embrace and gazed at the Ferrari, now reduced to a mere charred skeleton by the inferno. A flash of intense anger ignited in her eyes. Fortunately, she had descended with Chen Fan. Had she been alone, she might have met her demise. "Who did this?" Chen Fan inquired, shaking his head, his tone devoid of emotion. Wenren Xie clenched her teeth and replied coldly, "Do you remember that treacherous butler who betrayed me and made that fateful call?" Chen Fan was taken aback. "That Kai Zong?" Indeed, Wenren articulated with precision. The president of Dongying Heavy Industries, Kai Chenglong. Chapter 37. Trouble for Chen Fan. Why would he want to harm you? Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. Wenren reclined comfortably in the embrace of the man, relishing the profound sense of security that enveloped her. She replied, among the three titans of Lin City. Aside from Su Laoda and myself, do you know who the third is? Chen Fan shook his head. His stay in Lin City was solely due to its remote nature, allowing him to focus on treating his mother. He had paid little attention to the ongoing conflicts in the area. The remaining one is Su Laoda's old rival, Zhonghao. Originally, Lin City was their battleground, and in certain respects, Zhonghao even had the upper hand over Su Laoda. However, after my arrival in Lin City and my connections with Su Laoda, I naturally chose to support him, thereby suppressing Zhonghao. From that moment on, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards me. Kai Chenglong is his most trusted subordinate. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan began to comprehend why Kai Chenglong had resorted to violence against Wenren. As for the bomb, it was not surprising that those engaged in heavy industry would possess a few minds. Acquiring such devices was hardly unexpected. What astonished Chen Fan was the lethal intent behind their actions. At that moment, the voice of Wenren's bodyguard pierced through the thick smoke. Chen Fan promptly said, "Siya, your bodyguards have arrived. We should get up." "All right," Wenren responded, albeit with a hint of disappointment, simultaneously vexed with the bodyguards for their lack of awareness. It was a rare opportunity for her to be so intimately close to Chen Fan, and they chose this moment to disrupt them. Where had they been all this time? In a fit of irritation, she scolded the arriving guards vehemently, instructing them to immediately assess the security situation of the estate. It was unacceptable that their adversary had brazenly infiltrated and installed a bomb. What were these guards doing? Without hesitation, the bodyguards commenced their search. To their shock, they discovered a bomb hidden beneath several of Wenren's frequently used vehicles. Cold sweat broke out among the guards. The investigation revealed that it was indeed the bribed butler who had exploited his authority to facilitate the intrusion. "Let us go. I will escort you home," Wenren declared. The danger now averted. Chen Fan entered her vehicle, heading towards her residence. On their way, Chen Fan's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Chen Ruo. He promptly hung up. In the past, out of consideration for his relationship with Chen Fan, he would have endured her calls, even when she unleashed a torrent of insults. But now, liberated from that obligation, he no longer wished to tolerate her irksome demeanor. However, as soon as he ended the call, Chen Ruo dialed again. He hung up, yet she called once more. After several repetitions, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether she truly possessed such persistence in seeking a quarrel. When he finally answered the phone, before he could utter a word, Chen Ruo's frantic voice erupted from the receiver. "Chen, you useless fool. Where are you? My sister is being bullied. Hurry to the Queen's bar." A cacophony of angry shouts erupted from the other end, followed by a sudden disconnection of the call. "Shall we go?" Wenren inquired, her hands already adjusting the navigation towards the Queen's bar. However, Chen Fan replied, "No, there's no need. If I'm kicked aside when there's no trouble, why would I be summoned only when complications arise? Do they truly regard me as a mere dog?" His response surprised Wenren, yet it elevated her regard for him. When he finally discerned a woman's true nature, he would not linger in indecision, but rather sever ties decisively. Nonetheless, Wenren insisted, "Chen Fan, I believe it is prudent to go. You are not yet divorced. It would be unreasonable to disregard her now." Before Chen Fan could retort, Wenren pressed the accelerator and the vehicle sped directly towards the Queen's bar. Meanwhile, within the booth area of the Queen's bar, Chen Fan reclined languidly in her seat, her gaze unfocused and her demeanor dazed, clearly having indulged in excessive drinking. Chen Ruo stood before her, brandishing a shattered bottle, and shouted fiercely at the group of thugs encircling them, "You shall not come any closer, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Laughter erupted among the thugs, mocking her bravado. "Little sister, how do you intend to be ungracious with us? With this glass bottle?" A bald man taunted as he stepped forward. Chen Ruo felt a surge of anxiety and glared fiercely at the bald man. The failure of a billion-dollar investment had left Chen Fan in a profoundly despondent state. She had declined Zhao Jie's dubious invitation and brought Chen Ruo to the bar to drown her sorrows. Just as Chen Fan was beginning to find solace in her drinks, a man approached, requesting her to join his brother for a drink. In her foul mood, Chen Fan responded by splashing her drink in his face, demanding he leave. This act ignited a furious reaction. He summoned a group of thugs intending to forcefully deal with Chen Fan. Fortunately, she had Chen Ruo with her. Otherwise, she would have been captured long ago. At that moment, Chen Ruo desperately swung the bottle to keep the thugs at bay. Earlier, she had called Zhao Jie, and fearing he wouldn't arrive in time, she then called Chen Fan. This was a spontaneous act born of her anxiety, and she had even forgotten that her sister was on the verge of divorcing Chen Fan. Just as Chen Ruo lost her focus, the bald man slapped her wrist, sending the bottle flying from her grasp. He then seized her in his arms, his hands roaming indiscriminately. This little girl is quite something. It feels marvelous. He laughed heartily. Chen Ruo was engulfed in terror and screamed for help, drawing the attention of numerous patrons. Yet, upon witnessing the menacing demeanor of the bald man and his companions, everyone recoiled, too frightened to intervene. In that critical moment, Chen Ruo bit down on the bald man's arm. In pain, he released her but retaliated with a kick to her abdomen. Chen Ruo cried out in agony as the bald man glared at the bloodied bite mark on his arm, consumed by rage. He strode forward, poised to stomp down on Chen Ruo. Just then, Zhao Jie burst in from outside. "Stop!" he bellowed, rushing in like a divine warrior. The bald man was momentarily stunned, and in that fleeting moment, Zhao Jie executed a swift spinning kick, sending him flying. "Dare to lay a hand on her? Damn it!" The bald man, dazed from a blow, wiped the blood from his mouth and glared viciously at Zhao Jie and Chen Ruo. With a sweeping gesture, he rallied his companions. "Everyone attack. Disable this man and strip that woman." A dozen ruffians, clad in gaudy attire adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, surged forward. Yet, Zhao Jie, a blue belt in Taekwondo, proved to be quite formidable. Faced with this inebriated mob, he managed to dominate the encounter. With a series of agile kicks, left whip kick, right whip kick, a downward stomp, and a spinning flying kick, he deftly evaded and dispatched the thugs. The surrounding patrons erupted in applause, which filled Zhao Jie with pride, nearly lifting his spirits to the heavens. He hastily helped Chen Ruo to her feet. "Ruo, are you all right? Where's your sister?" Upon seeing Zhao Jie, Chen Ruo burst into tears. "Zhao Xiao, my sister is still over by the booth. Please be careful. These men are quite formidable." With a smug expression, Zhao Jie wiped his mouth with his thumb, adopting a posture reminiscent of Bruce Lee. "Formidable? If these losers qualify as formidable, then I must be the reincarnation of Bruce Lee. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one can bully you. Is that so? What if I wish to bully them?" Zhao Jie's grand proclamation was interrupted by a sinister voice that rang out. His expression darkened, pondering who dared to provoke him at such a moment. He quickly turned, only to be startled senseless by a young man, swaying as he approached, clutching a bottle. Chapter 38. You've got yourself in trouble. A figure clad in a floral shirt staggered into view, clutching a beer bottle, exuding an aura of inebriation. Upon spotting him, Zhao Jie sprang to his feet, as if jolted by an electric shock. Guy Sao. Zhao Jie stammered nervously, "I am." But before he could fully introduce himself, Kai Yong lunged forward, smashing the beer bottle violently against Zhao Jie's head. Zhao Jie toppled to the ground, too terrified to resist. "How dare you play the hero in front of me? What are you even worth? Do you believe I won't end you right here and now?" Kai Yong's eyes burned with malice as he pressed his foot against Zhao Jie's head, his voice a menacing whisper. "Kai Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me." Zhao Jie cried out in sheer panic. The name Kai Yong was synonymous with madness in the affluent circles of Lin City. Emboldened by his father Kai Chenglong's influence and power, he indulged in all manner of vices, wreaking havoc without discrimination, targeting both the ordinary and the wealthy alike. Driven solely by whim. This was the terrifying truth that haunted Zhao Jie. He believed that if Kai Yong threatened to kill him, he would indeed follow through. Overwhelmed with despair, Zhao Jie regretted his earlier bravado, wishing he had refrained from trying to impress others and instead avoided crossing paths with such a ruthless character. What was he to do now? Fear coursed through him, causing him to tremble. At that moment, Qin Ruo spoke up. Zhao Xiao, why are you afraid of him? Your father is Zhao Dafu of the Zhao group. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Zhao Jie's heart sank at her words. This foolish woman not only sought to endanger him, but also aimed to implicate his family. Before he could protest, Qin Ruo glared at Kai Yong and threatened. I suggest you release Zhao Xiao immediately. When his father arrives, you will have nowhere to run. Kai Yong was taken aback, astonished that Qin Ruo dared to speak to him in such a manner. He released Zhao Jie and approached her. Startled, Qin Ruo shrieked, Don't come any closer. Zhao Xiao is my brother-in-law. If you dare lay a finger on me, he will not spare you. Brother-in-law, save me, she cried out. Yet, Zhao Jie was already sprawled on the ground, feigning death, cursing the hard-tiled floor of the bar. He wished there were a crack to hide within. Kai Yong laughed lewdly, his hands roaming uninvited over Qin Ruo. Ah, the sensation is delightful. Young girls are simply irresistible. As he spoke, he seized her collar, preparing to tear it apart. In that critical moment, a beer bottle soared through the air, crashing down on Kai Yong's head with a resounding thud. He froze mid-action, slowly turning to see Qin Fan, trembling and barely able to stand, having summoned the last vestiges of her strength to rise after hearing her sister's cries for help. The blow she had dealt Kai Yong was the final exertion of her fading resolve. Let go of my sister, she demanded, her voice slurred with drunkenness. Kai Yong Chao spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with an intense fury. You wretched woman, couldn't wait to be the first to sleep with you? Very well, I shall indulge you, he bellowed, forcefully throwing Qin Fan to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled desperately, attempting to fend off the man. Yet she could not even scratch the surface of Kai Yong's skin. Let me go. Help! Help! Qin Fan cried out, her voice weak and pleading. The patrons in the bar kept their distance, none daring to intervene. With Kai Yong's notorious reputation, anyone who attempted to rescue her would surely meet the same fate as Zhao Jie. Zhao Xiao, please save my sister, Qin Ruo shouted from the side. But Zhao Jie remained motionless, seemingly lost to unconsciousness. Despair enveloped Qin Fan as Chen Fan's face suddenly appeared in her mind. Oh, Chen Fan, where are you? Please come and save me, she implored helplessly. Ha ha ha. Save you? Kai Yong sneered, gazing at the woman beneath him, whose beauty surpassed even that of Qin Ruo. Even the emperor himself could not save you. Today I shall bang. A loud explosion echoed as another bottle shattered against Kai Yong's head. A sharp pain surged through his skull, and his vision clouded with crimson. Viscous liquid streamed down his face as he slowly turned to find a tall, youthful figure standing behind him, Chen Fan. Beside him stood Wenren, who had arrived in haste. At that moment, Chen Fan grasped a basket of empty bottles, his gaze coldly fixed on Kai Yong. Do you dare to strike me? Kai Yong was taken aback. In one night, he had been hit by 2 bottles. Was his reputation in lynching no longer effective? Before he could contemplate further, another bottle came crashing down on his head. Bang! The shards scattered across the floor. Yet Kai Yong remained standing, though the blood flowed more freely from his wounds. Chen Fan clicked his tongue in surprise. Your head is quite resilient, isn't it? Care to try another? Fury surged within Kai Yong, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce at the slightest opportunity. But bang! Chen Fan seized a 3rd bottle and swung it forcefully against Kai Yong's head. This was swiftly followed by a 4th, 5th, and 6th. Bang! 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 In the bar, Chen Fan wielded the empty bottles one after another, relentlessly striking Kai Yong's forehead. The sound of shattering glass resonated throughout the establishment, leaving the patrons wide-eyed in shock, gazing at Chen Fan as if he were a monster. Goodness, this guy is ruthless. Does he not realize who he is hitting? My word, Kai Xiao's head is indeed tough. He's taken quite a beating. I can't believe he's going for a 2nd round. Someone might die. As Chen Fan returned with a 2nd batch of bottles, Kai Yong finally could not withstand the assault and toppled to the side. Yet, Chen Fan was still not satisfied. Seizing the wine bottle, he aimed to hurl it at the prostrate Kai Yong on the ground. Although he was on the verge of divorcing Chen Fan, she was, after all, someone with whom he had shared 3 years of his life. 3 years. Even the most insignificant of creatures, such as cats and dogs, forged deep bonds over such time. How much more so for humans? The thought of what might have befallen Chen Fan had he arrived moments too late sent chills through Chen Fan's mind. At this moment, he felt an inferno of rage blazing within his chest. It was imperative to unleash it. Just then, however, Chen Fan began to regain her senses. Her mind finally cleared enough to recognize the man, barely clinging to life due to Chen Fan's assault. Kai Yong, the young heir of Dongyin Heavy Industries. Chen Fan, no. Chen Fan's heart lurched. She struggled to rise, waving her hand in a futile attempt to intervene. Yet it was too late. Bang! The wine bottle shattered upon impact with Kai Yong's head, sending him into violent convulsions as blood spewed from his mouth and nose, rendering him unconscious. A wave of shock rippled through the bar, quickly plunging it into a stifling silence. It was over. Chen Fan's delicate face drained of color, leaving her pallid and shaken. She glared at Chen Fan, her voice laced with fury. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea the catastrophe you have caused? Chapter 39. Will you conquer me? What did you say? I am merely venting for you, and yet you blame me? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, gazing at the woman in confusion. However, Chen Fan, filled with agitation, exclaimed, "You could have easily prevented this. Why did you allow him to be beaten so severely? Do you have any idea who he is? You have brought me such great trouble. I feel as though you are leading me to my doom." At that moment, Chen Ruo rushed over, having overheard the onlookers discussing the gravity of the situation regarding the man lying on the ground. She realized that he was of considerable significance, and now, having been reduced to this state, none of them would escape unscathed. Without hesitation, Chen Ruo pointed at Chen Fan, her voice piercing as she declared. Everyone saw it. He was the one who struck first. We are in no way involved. His name is Chen Fan. Those of you filming, focus on him. We don't even know him. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression darkened significantly. Before he could speak, Zhao Jie chimed in, "Yes, Ruo is correct. This is solely his responsibility." Turning around, he noticed Zhao Jie, who had been feigning unconsciousness, now standing up with a righteous demeanor. "Fei Rong, he is the one who attacked. It has nothing to do with us. We absolutely cannot let him escape." Zhao Jie stared intently at Chen Fan, visibly anxious that he might flee. "Have you ever considered what your fate would have been had I not arrived?" Chen Fan's cold gaze swept over Zhao Jie and Chen Ruo. Zhao Jie, puffing out his chest, retorted, "What fate could we possibly have? We live in a society governed by law. Kai Xiao was merely joking with us." "Exactly. Who asked you to meddle?" Chen Ruo spat vehemently, resembling a deranged woman. "Is that what you think as well?" Chen Fan, dismissing the two fools, turned to Chen Fan, his tone icy as he inquired, "I." Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Her situation had indeed been perilous, had it not been for Chen Fan's intervention. She shuddered to think of the consequences. To claim she was not moved would be a lie. Yet, the person now beaten so brutally was Kai Yong. The thought of the impending retribution sent a wave of dread through her. "You have been excessively impulsive." Chen Fan's expression was one of profound disappointment. Sighing, she remarked, "Chen Fan, when will you learn to be more mature and composed? You must understand that violence never resolves any issues." Listening to her admonishment, Chen Fan felt a chill wash over him. He gave a self-deprecating smile and waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this. Let it be my folly. You all may leave. I shall bear the consequences alone." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's beautifully arched eyebrows knitted together in concern. "Chen Fan, can you refrain from speaking such childish words? Can you truly shoulder this alone?" "This is not your concern," Chen Fan replied firmly. "If I say I can bear it, then I shall. It has nothing to do with any of you." As he spoke, Chen Fan strode directly towards the individual beside him, who was capturing photographs with a mobile phone. He faced the camera with an assertive demeanor and declared, "Kai Chenglong, is it? I am Chen Fan. It was I who dealt with your son. If you possess any courage, come at me directly. I await your arrival." Having uttered these words, he dismissed any further concern for Chen Fan and her companions. Turning away with Wenren siya. Chen Fan, sister, why do you care about his life or death? Chen Ruo interjected, grasping her arm to prevent her from pursuing Chen Fan. Chen Fan gazed at Chen Fan's retreating figure, feeling a pang in her heart, an indescribable discomfort welling within her. Yet, at that moment, she had no time to dwell on her feelings. She swiftly turned her attention to Zhao Jia. Zhao Xiao, could you assist me by leveraging your connections to convey my situation? Kai Qinglong's family is affluent and powerful. I certainly lack the standing to meet him directly. You are the only person I can rely on, if you can ensure Chen Fan's safety. I. Chen Fan's eyes flickered, and ultimately, with a firm resolve, she bit her lip and declared, I will agree to accompany you to Dongzhou residence. Really? Zhao Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of having Chen Fan accompany him to Dongzhou residence would solidify their relationship beyond doubt. The thought of soon enjoying the company of the most esteemed beauty in the business world ignited a fervor within him, diminishing his fears surrounding the Kai family. Suddenly, he recalled that his father had collaborated with Kai Qinglong on 1 or 2 occasions. He wondered if that connection still held value. Regardless, he could give it a try. After all, he had made the call, and whether it bore fruit was uncertain. If all else failed, he could always manipulate Chen Fan. Once they returned from Dongzhou residence, it would be too late for her to regret her decision. Resolved, Zhao Jia feigned a reluctant expression. Very well, Pharaoh. Rest assured, now that you have said this, I will certainly assist you. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not helping you merely because you agreed to accompany me to Dongzhou residence. It pains me to see you troubled. Each time you frown, my heart aches in unison. Observing Zhao Ye overly sentimental demeanor. Chen Fan suppressed her discomfort and forced a smile. Meanwhile, after Chen Fan and Wenren siya departed, he remained silent with a sullen expression. Wenren siya also refrained from conversation, silently escorting Chen Fan back home. Thank you, Chen Fan said politely as he exited the vehicle. Wenren siya regarded him and suddenly smiled. Chen Fan, I appreciate your efforts. Thank me? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her gratitude. What reason do you have to thank me? Do not feign ignorance. Do you think I am as naive as Chen Fan? Wenren siya replied, pursing her lips. Kai Qinglong, having failed to eliminate me, will surely not relent. By stepping forward and drawing his wrath, you have alleviated much of the pressure from me. Would you not agree that I ought to express my gratitude? Wenren siya understood the situation clearly. Had it merely been the events of the evening at the bar, Chen Fan could have easily walked away without a second thought. However, Chen Fan took the initiative to step forward, boldly declaring his identity. This action, seemingly born out of necessity, was in fact a calculated move that consolidated all the disparate conflicts with Kai Qinglong. Chen Fan smiled and remarked, It seems I have not managed to deceive you. Your intelligence is indeed daunting. However, no one desires a woman of such exceptional cleverness. Wenren siya, brimming with pride, responded with a playful smile, her enchanting eyes crescent-shaped like a luminous moon, and provocatively declared, Only feeble men fear women of great intellect. True strength lies in conquering extraordinary women. Do you wish to conquer me? As she spoke, Wenren siya leaned forward, her form accentuated by the fitted white fishtail gown and tailored blazer, revealing a breathtaking vista. Before Chen Fan could fully appreciate the scene, Wenren siya giggled and straightened up, pressing the accelerator, her sports car roaring into the distance, vanishing at the end of the street. At the Kai family private hospital, Kai Yong lay unconscious, his head swollen grotesquely. The attending physician, trembling, approached a middle-aged man clad in a white Tai Chi suit, his countenance dark and forbidding. Kai. Mr. Kai, the results are in. Speak. The chilling voice echoed like a whisper from the depths of the abyss, startling the doctor. Ignoring the cold sweat beading on his forehead, he lowered his gaze and stammered, Young Master Kai, he has sustained a severe concussion. There is a significant chance he may never awaken. Even if he does, he is likely to become a fool. Bang! Kai Qinglong's enormous hand struck the attending physician's head like a hammer, causing it to explode with a sickening squelch, splattering grotesque red and white matter everywhere. Chapter 40. Chen Fan visits Wulong Villa. You worthless creature does not deserve to exist in this world. Gai Chenglong Uda Li. Contact all the doctors in Lin City. I will offer 30 million as long as they can cure my son. He turned away, his voice resolute. Yes, President Kai. His subordinates respectfully exited the hospital room. At that moment, an assistant stepped forward, presenting a tablet to Kai Chenglong. President Kai, according to the video footage from the scene, it was this man named Chen Fan who inflicted such harm upon young master. He even dared to openly provoke you. Kai Chenglong took the tablet and began to watch. If you have the ability, come at me. I await your challenge. The piercing voice of Chen Fan resonated from video. Kai Chenglong's expression remained stoic, betraying no emotion. Yet those around him recognized that such a demeanor made him all the more terrifying. Who is this Chen Fan? Kai Chenglong inquired with a calm tone. Upon investigation, Chen Fan is merely a member of a second-rate family in Lin City, the son-in-law of the Chen family. He has lived in utter humiliation for the past 3 years, holding a status beneath that of a dog within the Chen household. He is now facing divorce from Chen Fan and expulsion from the family. Tonight, young master had his eye on the Chen sisters, and it was this Chen Fan who clashed with him for their sake. Before the assistant could finish his report, Kai Chenglong's hand struck his face with a resounding slap. You brainless wretch, a worthless fool, how dare you, in front of so many, reduce my son to a vegetative state? A worthless fool, how dare you openly taunt me before so many? Can you not provide any useful information? Speak another word of nonsense, and I will kill you. Kai Chenglong roared, his eyes fierce. The assistant, nearly paralyzed with fear, dared not voice any dissatisfaction. With a bruised face, he replied, President Kai, it seems that this Chen Fan has unwittingly struck gold, as he knows Professor Wenren high. Wenren has been seeking a doctor to save her adopted daughter. Chen Fan ingratiated himself with her, thus gaining her friendship. Perhaps this is the reason he had the audacity to injure young master and challenge you. Moreover, our operatives successfully detonated the bomb placed in Wenren's vehicle. Yet she remained unharmed. According to our informant, it was Chen Fan who rescued her. Upon hearing this, the ferocity on Kai Chenglong's face softened slightly. Wenren must not be easily provoked. We must bide our time for the next opportunity. As for the Chen family, a sinister smile spread across Kai Chenglong's face. Contact Chen Fan and arrange for her to meet me tomorrow. I intend to collect some interest from her. Yes, the assistant, not daring to delay, hurriedly left the hospital room. The next day, Chen Fan sat in her office, lost in thought. She gazed at the phone on her desk, awaiting a response from Zhao Jia. She had not slept a wink the previous night, for reasons unbeknownst to her. The mere thought of Chen Fan possibly being captured by Kai Chenglong kept her tossing and turning in distress. She wished to call the man to inquire about the situation, yet her damned pride restrained her, leaving her unable to lower her guard. Ultimately, she resigned herself to inaction, placing her hopes instead on Zhao Jia's potential to assist Chen Fan in securing a glimmer of hope. At that moment, her phone vibrated unexpectedly, startling Chen Fan. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number, and she answered without hesitation. Hello, who is this? Chen Fan? The voice on the other end was devoid of warmth. It's me. Who are you? Chen Fan's heart raced uncontrollably as she hurriedly inquired. Arrive at Wulong Mountain Villa within 15 minutes. Otherwise, prepare to collect Chen Fan as remains. With that, the call ended abruptly. Panic surged through Chen Fan as she sprang to her feet, desperately dialing Chen Fan's number multiple times, only to be met with silence. Wulong Mountain Villa was the territory of Kai Chenglong. Had Chen Fan been captured? Anxiety consumed her as she paced her office, torn between her initial resolve to disregard Chen Fan's fate and the guilt that gnawed at her conscience for the trouble he had endured to save her. Realizing she could not abandon him, she hastily grabbed her phone and bag, preparing to head to Wulong Mountain Villa. In the car, she called Chen Ruoruo. Ruoruo, I'm heading to Wulong Mountain Villa. Chen Fan might be in danger. If I'm not back in half an hour, call the police. With that, she started the car and sped away. Chen Ruo was taken aback, Wulong Mountain Villa was indeed Kai Chenglong's domain. Her sister was heading there alone, and it was surely a perilous path. In a rush, she dialed Zhao Jia. At that moment, Zhao Jia was at home, enjoying a leisurely bath while contemplating how to swiftly elevate his relationship with Chen Fan after their visit to Dong's residence. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, and Chen Ruo's anxious voice reached him. "Hello, Zhao Xiao. Have you found someone to advocate for Chen Fan?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jia's expression darkened. How could he possibly find someone to intercede for Chen Fan? After returning home yesterday and mentioning the matter to Zhao Dafu, he had narrowly avoided a beating. The Zhao family had painstakingly cultivated a tenuous connection with the Kai family, and Zhao Dafu intended to leverage this connection to elevate their standing further. Now, Zhao Jia was expected to squander this precious relationship on a son-in-law deemed worthless. Were it not for the fact that he was blood-related, Zhao Dafu would have surely dealt with him severely. Feigning regret, Zhao Jia replied, "Ruo, I've tried. Since I got home last night, I've been making calls, but once they hear Kai Chenglong's name, they shy away from the matter. I truly cannot assist this time. Perhaps you." Before he could finish, Chen Ruo interjected, "Zhao Xiao, that useless Chen Fan may already be captured. My sister is on her way to Wulong Mountain Villa. She told me if she doesn't return in half an hour, I should call the police. What should I do? I am terrified. What are you saying?" With a sudden splash, Zhao Jia sprang from the bathtub, revealing a gaunt body ravaged by indulgence. He shouted, "Are you certain that Fei Rong has gone to Wulong Villa?" "Yes, that's exactly what my sister told me." Chen Ruo was on the verge of tears. Zhao Jia immediately declared, "Hurry, we must go there at once. We must intercept your sister. Kai Chenglong is even more deranged than my son. Your sister's visit now would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den." "All right." Chen Ruo promptly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Jia sped away in a sports car towards Wulong Villa. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had just finished treating his mother and was washing his hands as he exited the room. At that moment, Aunt Sue approached him. "Young master, several calls came in for you just now. They were from Miss Chen, but I did not answer." Aunt Sue handed over the phone. Her presence was entwined with the secrets of Chen Fan's lineage, and Chen Fei Rong was unaware of her existence. Chen Fan glanced at the screen and was astonished to see 10 missed calls, all from Chen Fei Rong. What on earth is this woman up to? Chen Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. Just then, Su Jinjin's call came through. Chen Fan answered, "Old Su, what is it?" "Young master, I have something to report." Su Jinjin's respectful voice came through. "After the altercation between you and Kai Yong last night, I had someone keep an eye on Kai Chenglong. The person I placed at Wulong Villa has discovered that Miss Chen has arrived alone. How would you like to proceed?" "What did you say?" Chen Fan's heart jolted. Chen Fei Rong went to find Kai Chenglong, all by herself? Chapter 41. Chen Fan arrives. "Yes, young master." Su Zindian Zetponde. Chen Fan's mind immediately turned to the numerous calls from Chen Fan. "Damn it. She must think I've been captured by Kai Chenglong. I need to head over there right now." With that, Chen Fan hung up the phone, drove out of the villa's garage, and sped towards Wulong Villa. Meanwhile, Chen Fan anxiously approached the entrance of Wulong Villa alone. Nestled on the mountainside of Wulong Mountain, the villa was a lavish gift from Zhong Hao, one of the 3 giants of Lin City, to Kai Chenglong upon his declaration of allegiance. It was said to be worth a staggering 100 million. At present, the villa appeared deserted. However, Chen Fan knew that hidden from her sight were countless elite guards. Chen Fan, captured in such a place, would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Chen Fan, oh Chen Fan, after this, we shall owe each other nothing. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan stepped into Wulong Villa. Chen Fan? Inside the villa, the guard stationed there approached her. "It is I," Chen Fan replied calmly. "I am here. Where is Chen Fan?" "Release him," she demanded, gritting her teeth. "Ha ha ha ha." 2 guards exchanged glances and laughed mockingly. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Fan instinctively sensed something was amiss and took a step back. What a foolish woman. Chen Fan is not here at all. I can't believe our captain's little ruse brought you here. Ha ha. You. Chen Fan's face turned pale with anger, her heart filled with regret. Chen Fan had not been captured. She had been deceived. Damn it. Why didn't I verify the truth first? Chen Fan turned to flee, but the two guards had already blocked her escape route, easily subduing her. "Kulme, let us take her to President Kai," one guard said cheerfully. "This time, the captain will receive the credit, and we will surely gain from it as well." They escorted Chen Fan into Kai Chenglong's study. Inside the study, wisps of fragrant smoke wafted from the incense burner, filling the air with an exquisite aroma. Kai Chenglong, clad in a white training outfit, sat leisurely behind a pearwood table, casually perusing a bound book. "President Kai, we have brought Chen Fan," the two guards announced with delight. "Leave her. You may step outside," Kai Chenglong said in a calm tone. "Understood." The guards respectfully retreated, carefully closing the door behind them. In the study, only Chen Fan and Kai Chenglong remained. Chen Fan remained silent, and Kai Chenglong, unhurried, continued to savor his reading. The room fell into a peculiar silence. President Kai." Chen Fan finally took a deep breath and spoke cautiously. "I am Chen Fan." Hearing her voice, Kai Chenglong set down the book. His lecherous gaze fixated on Chen Fan, admiring her exquisite beauty and alluring figure. Chen Fan donned a tailored women's suit today, complemented by a form-fitting pencil skirt. Her already exquisite figure became even more alluring in this snug attire. She felt the intense gaze of Kai Chenglong upon her, which filled her with trepidation, prompting her to instinctively take a couple of steps back. Indeed, Chen Fan, the most beautiful woman in Lin City's business realm, was truly deserving of her reputation. Kai Chenglong smirked wickedly, his hands clasped behind his back as he approached her with deliberate slowness. "Mr. Kai, this incident was our oversight. However, your son was the one who, inebriated, initially bullied my sister and me. Perhaps we could each take a step back and consider this resolved? If necessary, we are willing to offer compensation. I can send Chen Fan with a gift to personally apologize to you. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Kai Chenglong's expression turned to one of amusement. "Chen Fan, are you attempting to insult me? What do you mean?" Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his words. "You have left my son in a comatose state, and you think a mere apology and compensation will suffice? Do you not realize the humiliation I would endure in lynching thereafter? Even a stray dog on the street would dare to bark at me. To be frank, Chen Fan must pay dearly for injuring my son. He deserves nothing less than to be torn apart. This is the price for the harm inflicted upon my child. As for your Chen family, it depends on whether you can bring me satisfaction today. If I am pleased, your family may survive. If not, you shall be expelled." As Kai Chenglong spoke, he began to unfasten his belt. Chen Fan's face turned ashen, despair washing over her as she realized the peril she had walked into. "Kai Chenglong, do not act recklessly. We live in a society governed by law. I will call the police." In a panic, she reached for her phone to dial for help. Kai Chenglong struck her hand with such force that her phone flew from her grasp, shattering against the wall. "Help! Help me!" Chen Fan's face drained of color as she turned to flee, but Kai Chenglong seized her long hair, delivering a brutal slap to her delicate face. She cried out in agony, her cheeks swelling instantly, blood seeping from her mouth and nose. Dizziness engulfed her as she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Kai Chenglong gazed at the exquisite woman before him, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. What a rare gem. It is no wonder that boy could not resist. Alas, your fortune has run out. Let me, your father, savor the experience. As he approached her, Chen Fan, Zhao Jie, and Chen Ruoruo arrived simultaneously. However, Zhao Jie and Chen Ruo entered through the main gate, while Chen Fan, guided by an informant, stealthily entered the side passage of Wulong Villa. "Sir, Miss Chen has been in the study on the second floor for several minutes. You should hurry." The informant, placed there by Su Jinjian, was well aware of Chen Fan's esteemed status and spoke urgently. "I understand. You may leave now." Chen Fan's expression darkened as he withdrew a baton from the spy's grasp, charging fiercely toward the study on the second floor. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Zhao Jie and Chen Ruo, upon witnessing Chen Fan's car stationed outside, were instantly engulfed by a sense of panic. "It's over. My sister must have already entered. What shall we do?" "Zhao, we can only depend on you now," Chen Ruo implored, seizing Zhao Jie's arm with urgency. Zhao Jie's face turned pale, his heart racing with anxiety. If only he could intercept Chen Fan at the door, he believed his father would have a way to protect them. But with Chen Fan already inside, what options remained? The thought of the prize slipping away to be devoured first by someone like Kai Chenglong filled him with resentment. He forcefully shrugged off Chen Ruo's grip, exclaiming with irritation, "Wait here. I will make a call." With that, he hurriedly moved aside. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to attempt something. Within the estate, a throng of guards wielding machetes and batons charged at Chen Fan with feral cries. Yet at that moment, Chen Fan appeared as if possessed by the spirit of a warrior. He was an unstoppable force, dispatching all who dared approach him with his baton, which left a trail of shadows in its wake. No matter how many guards came at him, each fell with a single strike. Those struck by the baton either suffered broken arms or shattered legs. Those unfortunate enough to be hit in the head were rendered unconscious, succumbing to immediate concussions. Inside the study, just as Kai Chenglong laid Chen Fan onto the sofa, preparing to unfasten her garments, the door burst open with a resounding crash. As two guards forcefully slammed it aside, amidst the cloud of debris, Chen Fan stood at the threshold, bloodied and gripping his baton, resembling a deity of death descending upon the scene. Chapter 42. The villain falls to his own words. Who dares? A good moment was abruptly interrupted, and Kai Chenglong's fury surged. He kicked aside the two moaning guards on the ground, his cold, menacing gaze locking onto Chen Fan as if he were prey. Chen Fan glanced at the sofa and, noticing that Chen Fan was fully dressed, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not arrived too late. "Are you Chen Fan?" Kai Chenglong quickly recognized the young man who had openly taunted him in the video. "Huh, truly a fearless rookie. You publicly provoked me last night, and today you come knocking at my door. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Kai Chenglong cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous pops. Chen Fan sneered, "You should consider yourself fortunate that you haven't had the chance to harm her. Otherwise, I would ensure that you meet a fate worse than death." Hearing such audacious words, Kai Chenglong laughed derisively. He tilted his head to glance at the corridor behind Chen Fan, which was littered with the guards of Wulong Villa, each bearing unique injuries, most dispatched with a single strike. This demonstrated that Chen Fan's combat skills were indeed formidable. No wonder he dared to venture in alone. He possessed some real talent. "Here's the deal. Kneel before me and knock your head 100 times on the ground, and I might consider granting you a swift death," Kai Chenglong declared, his demeanor exuding arrogance as if offering a merciful exit. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback before retorting, "Old dog, are you out of your mind?" Kai Chenglong scoffed, his anger flaring, "Boy, do not presume that you are the only one capable of fighting in this world. Witness this," he shouted, channeling his energy into a powerful palm strike aimed at the screen in the study. With a resounding crash, the screen shattered into splinters. Even the goldfish in the nearby aquarium became agitated, desperately attempting to leap from their confines. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Was this trifling display truly worthy of boasting? Kai Chenglong, however, mistook Chen Fan's silence for shock. With a triumphant grin, he proclaimed, "Chen Fan, you must have heard of the 3 marvels and 4 talents of Lin City. Indeed, my iron sand palm technique is derived from one of the marvels, the Palm Master. He is my mentor, and I have inherited a fraction of his true teachings. If you bow your head 100 times, I could end your life with a single strike, granting you a quick release. But should you refuse to bow, I assure you, I will not kill you swiftly. I will break every bone in your body, rendering you a mere husk, a fate worse than death. And I shall take your woman before your very eyes. So you may comprehend the price of provoking Kai Chenglong." "Ha ha!" Kai Chenglong laughed maniacally, regarding Chen Fan as if he were an insignificant insect easily crushed beneath his heel. "Chen Fan, I will give you 3 seconds. Make your decision swiftly." With that, Kai Chenglong began his countdown. 3. Chen Fan remained unmoved. 2. Kai Chenglong elongated his tone. Yet Chen Fan remained motionless. "Kneel and bow down." Kai Chenglong bow lao. Chen Fan continued to stand still, observing him with the gaze of a spectator examining a clown. "You truly are verbose. If you possess any skills, reveal them." Chen Fan retorted with a grin. "My patience is limited. If you do not act, I shall take the initiative." Seeking death. Kai Chenglong seethed with rage. With a thunderous shout, his palms began to swell with power, his fingers transforming into a deep purple hue, thick and formidable. In the next moment, he forcefully stomped his foot on the floor. The solid marble tiles instantly cracked, spreading a web of fissures like a spider's web. Utilizing this momentum, Kai Chenglong lunged forward at an astonishing speed, arriving before Chen Fan. However, bang! The glass of the study's floor-to-ceiling window shattered into 1,000 pieces. Amidst the cascading shards, Kai Chenglong was sent flying like a discarded rag doll, crashing onto the lawn below, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Despite the soft grass cushioning his fall, he felt as though his bones were shattering with the impact. How is this possible? Kai Chenglong mumbled in disbelief, raising his gaze to the young man, standing indifferently by the window, his heart filled with shock. Had you spoken less nonsense, this would have ended long ago. Truly, a mediocre talent with an inflated ego. Chen Fan mocked. Kai Chenglong's face turned pale as he clenched his teeth, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. In the very moment he had made his move, Chen Fan had vanished into thin air. Before he could discern where Chen Fan had gone, a tremendous force erupted in his chest, propelling him away. It was important to note that his iron sand palms had claimed the lives of no fewer than 80, if not 100. Many so-called Taekwondo masters and karate champions could not even withstand the wind from his palm strike. How had Chen Fan managed to defeat him so effortlessly? A sense of dread filled Kai Chenglong's heart. How had this man accomplished such a feat? Inside the study, Chen Fan assessed Chen Fan's condition. Fortunately, she had merely been knocked unconscious. However, upon noticing her delicate face swollen and bruised, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. In 3 years of marriage, he had never laid a finger on her, even during their fiercest arguments. Yet now, she had been so brutally harmed. That earlier punch should have been delivered with even greater force. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study. The guard from Wulong Villa had rushed over from various locations to provide support. They surrounded the doorway, wielding an assortment of weapons, their expressions grave as they regarded Chen Fan within the room. Perfect. I shall take my anger out on you. Chen Fan grinned wickedly, deftly picking up the baton that had fallen to the ground. One hand gently lifted Chen Fan's delicate, almost boneless figure and carefully placed her upon his shoulder. As he stepped outside the study, "Damn it," the captain of the guard at Wulong Villa bellowed. "If one dares to act alone, we shall confront this pair of scoundrels together and annihilate them." He charged towards Chen Fan, with a dozen figures following behind him like frenzied bulls, their aggressive momentum bearing down on Chen Fan. Unperturbed, Chen Fan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his form reminiscent of drifting willow catkins, gracefully evading the torrent of weapons raining down upon him. With a swift flick of his baton, he sent a multitude of guards sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the villa, Zhao Jie, predictably, found himself on the receiving end of his father's furious reprimands, who threatened to sever their father-son bond should he dare to bring up such trivial matters again. Dejected, Zhao Jie returned, only to be met by Qin Ruo, who hurriedly approached him with concern. "Xiao, what happened? Did you find any assistance?" Just as Zhao Jie opened his mouth to express his helplessness, a thunderous roar of engines erupted behind him. A fleet of several buses, filled to capacity, came rushing forward, stirring up clouds of dust. Once the vehicles came to a halt, a throng of hundreds wielding knives, guns, and clubs emerged, systematically surrounding Wulong Villa. Chapter 43. Zhao Jie in a dilemma. The foremost figure was none other than Su Jinjiang, clad in a black coat with a fierce countenance. "Heavens! Is Big Brother Su? What brings him here?" Qin Ruo exclaimed, her face ashen. Zhao Jie was equally astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Su Jinjiang cast a glance at Zhao Jie. Having no time to spare for the two, with a menacing tone, he commanded, "Everyone, obey my orders. Ensure the safety of a young master and Miss Qin at all costs. That wretched Kai Chenglong dare lay a hand on Miss Qin. I will have his head today." With that, he brandished a machete and charged ferociously into the villa. The guards of the villa, rushing to intercept him, were swiftly dispatched with 2 swift strokes. Falling to the ground, Su Jinjiang had carved his current stature through relentless effort and battle, though now in a high position and seldom engaging in combat. His prowess had not waned. The numerous underlings behind him, witnessing their leader's ferocity, had no reason to hesitate. Apart from a dozen or so left behind for contingencies, the rest surged en masse into Wulong Villa. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Confronted by the bewildered guards of Wulong Villa, Su Jinjiang remained silent, his blades dancing effortlessly. In but a brief moment, the entire villa was enveloped in a shroud of bloodshed. Qin Ruo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched Zhao Jie's arm. Just as Zhao Jie was about to urge her to release him, she exclaimed, "Young Master Zhao, you are incredible. You summoned Big Brother Su with just a phone call. I admire you so much. With Big Brother Su here, my sister will undoubtedly be safe. Oh, if my sister could be with you, it would be her greatest fortune." Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" Su Jinjiang was summoned by him. He had no idea he possessed such remarkable influence. Noticing Zhao Jie lost in thought, Qin Ruo assumed he was merely concealing his capabilities. She smiled playfully and said, "Young Master Zhao, you needn't pretend." Just before entering, Big Brother Su cast a glance your way. Was he not awaiting your command? He mentioned ensuring the safety of the young master and Miss Qin. Miss Qin is my sister, and the young master is none other than you, right? Young Master Zhao, you are truly mischievous. How many more surprises are you hiding from us? Suddenly, Qin Ruo adopted a flirtatious demeanor, casting alluring glances at Zhao Jie. It was only then that he realized she had mistakenly believed he had summoned Su Jinjiang. What a tremendous misunderstanding. Yet, who could say it was not true? A glimmer of insight sparked in Zhao Jie's eyes as he feigned nonchalance and replied, "Ah, I had intended to remain low-key, but it seems you have discovered my secret. Indeed, Big Brother Su was summoned by me. Our Zhao family has immense potential for growth in recent years. Do not be misled by our current standing at the tail end of the first-rate families. In less than half a year, we shall surge ahead. Su Laoda has recognized the potential of the Zhao family, which is why he has chosen to engage in an in-depth collaboration with us. To be candid, he has even acknowledged me as his godson. When his godson is in trouble, how could he not lend a hand?" Zhao Jie boasted animatedly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Beside him, Qin Ruo was nearly overflowing with enthusiasm. However, Zhao Jie cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, "Our collaboration with the Su family is confidential. You must not disclose it to anyone. If our competitors were to learn of our connection, they would undoubtedly target us, leading to unforeseen complications. Do you understand?" After boasting, Zhao Jie began to worry, fearing that Qin Ruo might inadvertently spill the beans. If word reached Su Jinjiang, it would spell disaster for him. Qin Ruo quickly nodded in agreement. She understood that collaborations among prominent families were often shrouded in secrecy, and she dared not speak carelessly. Such indiscretion could invite dire consequences. "Zhao Xiao, rest assured, even if you cannot reveal your relationship with Su Laoda, once you save my sister this time, she will surely be enamored with you. Do not be deceived by her usual icy demeanor. In truth, she admires capable men above all else." "I have high hopes for you," Qin Ruo said, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Jie sighed in relief, thankful that this woman was sufficiently naive. Otherwise, he truly would have been at a loss. Meanwhile, within the estate, Chen Fan had descended from the second floor to the first, leaving a multitude of the estate's guards sprawled on the ground. Just then, Su Jinjiang rushed in with his men. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Su Jinjiang inquired with concern. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Old Su, has it been too long since I've given you a good beating that you're feeling anxious? You worry about me over such trifles?" Su Jinjiang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly chuckled awkwardly. "I dare not presume. It was my blunder. Young master, your brilliance is beyond doubt. Such matters are but trifles for you." "Enough with the flattery," Chen Fan frowned. "What about Kai Chenglong? Have we captured him?" Su Jinjiang turned to a subordinate standing nearby, who promptly reported, "Su Laoda, Chen Xiao, we have searched the entire estate, but there is no sign of Kai Chenglong. He must have escaped. That wretched scoundrel." Su Jinjiang's expression darkened, filled with fury. Quickly send someone to pursue him. He must not escape unscathed. Old Su, I leave this to you. I must take someone to the hospital. Chen Fan instructed Su Jinjiang. Understood, young master. Su Jinjiang replied respectfully. As Chen Fan carried Qin Feirong and reached the entrance of the villa, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao, Jie, and Qin Ruo waiting there. Chen the useless, what are you doing here? Qin Ruo strode over and seized Chen Fan's collar, refusing to let go. I came to rescue your sister, so let go of me. Chen Fan snapped impatiently. You came to save my sister? Qin Ruo seemed to have heard the most absurd joke. With a disdainful expression, she remarked, Chen, you truly excel at embellishing your own achievements. Who knows when you stealthily infiltrated? Were it not for young master Zhao call summoning Su Laoda, would you have had the opportunity to bring my sister out? And now you dare claim it as your merit? Have you no shame? Release my sister at once. Chen Fan furrowed his brow and turned to Zhao Jie beside him. Tell me, did you summon Su Jinjian with a mere phone call? Zhao Jie immediately puffed up his chest, speaking arrogantly. Are you suggesting that it was you who called him? You coward, set Feirong down immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Chen Fan found this amusing. And how do you intend to be impolite? Qin Ruo pointed at the more than a dozen subordinates left by Su Jinjian, glaring as she exclaimed, Are you blind? Can't you see that this place is filled with Su Laoda's men? You just dare to address him by name. You are courting death. She then looked at Zhao Jie. Commanding, young master Zhao, you must order these men to apprehend this waste. Let him understand the consequences of offending you and Su Laoda. Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback. He thought, boasting is one thing, but why is there suddenly a need to get serious? If he could command these men, would he still be unable to deal with Kai Chenglong? Zhao Jie, go ahead and give the command. Chen Fan said with an amused smile. I am quite curious about the consequences of offending you. Hearing this, and seeing Qin Ruo's expectant gaze, Zhao Jie felt trapped in an uncomfortable predicament. Grinding his teeth, he growled, Fine, since you wish for your demise, I shall oblige. With that, he strode toward the group of thugs. Chapter 44. The fox assuming the tigers might. Zhao Jie approached his subordinates, glancing back to find Chen Fan and Qin Ruo intently observing him. An overwhelming bitterness filling his mouth. With such scrutiny, how could he possibly find the opportunity to maneuver? At that moment, a ruffian leader glared at Zhao Jie, coldly uttering, What do you want? If you wish to live, get lost. Brother, please don't be angry. Zhao Jie quickly lowered his voice, ensuring only the two could hear. I am Zhao Jie, the heir of the Zhao group. Greetings, brother. Zhao Jie hastily introduced himself. Upon hearing Zhao Jie's apparent stature, the ruffian leader's expression softened somewhat. Does Zhao Shao have a request? Zhao Jie, relieved, felt a wave of hope wash over him. He promptly replied, Brother, I beg you to have a few of your men assist me. I rushed out today and forgot my bodyguards. That fool over there refuses to let go of my girlfriend, claiming I can't do anything about it. Could you and your brothers come with me and teach him a lesson? I will reward each of you with 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, you can enjoy a 60% discount at any of my establishments. Zhao Jie discreetly turned, out of Chen Fan and Qin Ruo's sight, handing the ruffian leader a card worth 100,000 yuan, accompanied by a VIP nightclub card. The ruffian leader smiled with satisfaction, saying, Consider it done. Zhao Shao's matters are now my concern. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie's smile blossomed. Soon, the ruffian leader led several of his subordinates, following Zhao Jie with an intimidating air. Although Chen Fan did not witness Zhao Jie's clandestine actions, his acute hearing had already caught the essence of their exchange. As the group approached, Chen Fan scoffed, Didn't he realize that Zhao Shao was so affluent, throwing around 100,000 yuan card so casually? Why not grant me one as well? Zhao Jie was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Fortunately, the ruffian leader, dependable in his dealings, strode forward. Towering at nearly 6.5 feet, he glared down at Chen Fan menacingly, growling, what is your attitude? How dare you speak to Zhao Shao like that? You're courting death. Not everyone near Su Jinjian was privy to Chen Fan's identity. Only his trusted confidants and a few leaders were deemed worthy. Those merely tasked with support in this operation were certainly unqualified to recognize Chen Fan. Thus, the ruffian leader perceived Chen Fan as a mere soft target to be easily intimidated. You must be one of Su Jinjian's men? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his face. What did you say? The ruffian leader seethed with rage. This audacious soft target had the gall to utter Su Laoda's name. Now, it would be entirely justifiable to eliminate him. Kid, put her down immediately, and then bow to Zhao Xiao 10 times. Otherwise, I will end you. The ruffian leader's eyes glinted with menace as he shouted at Chen Fan. Are you certain? Chen Fan grinned. It was a novel experience to be threatened by the subordinate of a subordinate. In a heated exchange, a gang member brandishing a baton stepped forward, threateningly pointing it at Chen Fan's nose. Beside him, Zhao Jie and Qin Ro wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Chen Fan, don't blame me for denying you an opportunity. You brought this upon yourself, Zhao Jie proclaimed, arms crossed in arrogance. You useless waste, why must you flaunt before Zhao Xiao? Now look at the consequences. Qin Ruoruo shouted, her voice filled with disdain. You should release my sister immediately. Every second she remains in your grasp is an affront. As Chen Fan remained motionless, gazing at them with a look of bemusement, Zhao Jie and Qin Ruoruo's anger ignited. Zhao Jie turned to the gang leader, issuing a command. Why are you not taking action? Break his legs. The gang leader, equally frustrated, waved his hand, and several thugs surged forward, weapons drawn. Chen Fan cradled the woman in his arms, and she stirred slightly, her delicate brows furrowing as if troubled by a nightmare, instinctively clinging to his neck. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Chen Fan, akin to tumbling into a vast abyss. Though soft, the weight constricted his breath. How ironic, he thought. The benefits of 3 years of marriage that I never enjoyed are now freely offered. Abruptly, a rush of wind howled past his ears. Chen Fan adopted a practiced stance, deftly evading the gang members' attacks with ease. A swift spinning kick sent several thugs sprawling to the ground, bruised and battered. You'll pay for this, the gang leader bellowed, seizing a weapon to join the fray, only to meet a similar fate, sent flying several meters away, clutching his abdomen in agony. Coldly, Chen Fan regarded him and remarked, if I were you, I wouldn't align myself with such scum. If Su Jinjian learns that you've accepted bribes and are using his name to intimidate others, your fate will be dire. His words, though spoken calmly, sent chills down the gang leader's spine. Indeed, Su Jinjian was fiercely protective of his reputation. Though he had risen from the streets, he imposed strict rules upon his subordinates. No coercion, no cheating and gambling, and absolutely no engagement with contraband. Violating these tenets would result in harsh punishment. As the gang leader wrestled with his indecision, Qin Ruo's sharp voice pierced the tension. Chen Fan, can you not stop pretending? You speak of Su Jinjian as if you were intimately acquainted with him. How dare you threaten the person behind Su Laoda with such matters? I perceive you are akin to the immortal who hangs himself, utterly weary of life. Do you comprehend the significance of Zhao Xiao to Su Laoda? He is. Oh dear. Just as Qin Ruo was about to let slip a critical detail, Zhao Jie swiftly stepped forward and covered the woman's mouth. Damn it. If his boast were to be revealed, Su Jinjian would undoubtedly exact a severe retribution. Qin Ruo, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly winked at Zhao Jie to signal her understanding. Only then did Zhao Jie release his grip. At that moment, Chen Fan, cradling Qin Pharaoh, approached them step by step. What are you intending to do? Sensing the menacing aura emanating from Chen Fan, Zhao Jie felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Qin Ruo fared no better, as she leaned on Zhao Jie, both of them retreating in trepidation. Having lived under the same roof as Chen Fan for 3 years, she had no inkling that this seemingly useless brother-in-law possessed such formidable strength. Just as Chen Fan was poised to teach them a lesson, Qin Pharaoh stirred softly in his arms, awakening gently. Chapter 45. Zhao Jie's blunder as Chen Fan lowered his gaze. He found himself locking eyes with Qin Pharaoh's striking almond-shaped orbs. Chen Fan, Qin Pharaoh, her mind swirling in confusion, momentarily believed she was hallucinating. Wonderful, you're safe. Inadvertently, her concern slipped out. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the woman's erratic behavior. Just a few days prior, She was eager to sever ties with him, yet now she displayed such an expression. What could her intentions possibly be? Noticing Chen Fan's icy demeanor, Chen Fan felt a jolt in her heart as rationality swiftly returned. "Sister," Chen Ruo, standing nearby, softly called out. Instantly, Chen Fan snapped back to reality. "Let go of me." She scowled at Chen Fan, her delicate brows knitted tightly. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, releasing his grip and allowing her to stumble to the ground. Chen Ruo rushed forward to support her sister, glaring at Chen Fan with indignation. "Chen, you worthless fool. Are you even a man? Apologize to my sister at once." Chen Fan dismissed the foolish woman, his gaze coldly fixed on Chen Fan as he spoke with a frosty tone. "Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? You were so easily deceived by a mere phone call. Where's your intellect? When did you become so concerned for me?" Chen Fan's face paled suddenly, her heart swelling with a profound sense of grievance. If it weren't for her worry for Chen Fan's safety, she wouldn't have foolishly come here alone, only for this scoundrel to respond with disdain and insult her intelligence. Pain pierced her heart, yet her countenance remained frigid, as if about to freeze. Gritting her teeth, she replied icily, "Chen Fan, do not mistake my actions for concern. I merely refuse to be labeled as heartless and ungrateful. That is why I am involved in your affairs. I would greatly appreciate it if you could act with a modicum of maturity in the future. Stop stirring up trouble and leaving me to clean up your mess. Managing a company alone is exhausting enough. Must you add to my burdens?" Chen Fan retorted sharply. "Then you have the option to ignore it. I've told you, if Kai Chenglong has the guts to confront me, let him. Why must you involve yourself? Do you realize that if I had arrived, even a second later, he would have violated you? Have you considered the consequences of that? But we are married." Chen Fan cried out, her eyes reddening. Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "It's easy for you to say. It has nothing to do with you. But what would others think? You are the one who stirred up this trouble. Why did Kai Chenglong call me? Have you thought about that? Chen Fan, you have utterly disappointed me. You possess no sense of responsibility whatsoever. After 3 years of marriage, all I feel is exhaustion. Do you understand that?" Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Chen Fan felt Chen Fan's words pierce him like delicate silver needles, striking deep into his heart. For 3 years, he had devoted himself entirely to caring for her every need, her emotions, her preferences, her very essence. Yet, in the end, only to receive a simple remark that she was exhausted. Chen Fan could not help but chuckle. He cast a profound glance at Chen Fan, his tone regaining its composure. "Very well. Since the conversation has reached this point, there is no need to prolong it. Remember to arrive at the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. I shall take my leave." With that, Chen Fan turned and departed. Chen Fan stood there, staring blankly at the man's receding figure. She opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words. At that moment, Chen Ruo chimed in. "Sister, why waste your breath on that worthless fellow? By the way, you ought to express your gratitude to young Master Zhao. He is truly remarkable. With a mere phone call, he summoned Old Su. If Old Su had not arrived in time, you would have been in real danger." "Old Su?" Chen Fan's face displayed confusion, but she recalled what Chen Fan had said. "Alas, you should listen to his boasting. That good-for-nothing possesses no real capability, yet relishes in self-aggrandizement. It was clearly young Master Zhao's achievement. He merely took advantage of the situation, carrying you out and claiming he saved you. How shameless." Chen Fan was still in shock. Zhao Jia approached, gazing at her with profound concern. "Fan, are you all right? Upon hearing Ruo mention your peril, I was truly worried. I rushed over without delay, and now that I see you unharmed, I can finally breathe easy." Chen Fan felt goosebumps rise at his words. She awkwardly smiled and replied, "Thank you, young Master Zhao. I owe you a favor." "No need for that. Just remember our agreement," he said. "Agreement?" Chen Fan was taken aback, suddenly recalling her promise to accompany Zhao Jia to Dong's residence. Her expression darkened. She quickly shifted the topic. "Young Master Zhao, I had no idea of your impressive capabilities, able to even summon Old Su." "Of course," Zhao Jia proclaimed with pride, puffing out his chest. "Our Zhao family has a profound partnership with Old Su. We will be steadfast, strategic allies in the future. This is merely a small demonstration. Once you accompany me to Dongzhou residence, I shall definitely introduce you to Old Su. He is one of the 3 giants of Lin City, and his resources are not to be underestimated compared to the one family. Rest assured, I will speak highly of you, and Old Su will undoubtedly grant you abundant resources. Zhao Jie's embellishments grew increasingly extravagant, almost convincing himself. However, Chen Fan remained skeptical. She recalled the banquet at the one family estate, where Zhao Jie had boldly attempted to intercept Su Jinjian, only to be intimidated into near submission by a mere glance. Did the Zhao family truly have such a close relationship with Su Jinjian? Just as doubt clouded her thoughts, Qinro interjected. Sister, it's true. Look at those individuals. They're all Old Su's subordinates. Just now, young Master Zhao approached, and with a single word, they obediently came to assist him, treating him with utmost respect. Zhao Jie puffed out his chest in a display of bravado. Yet at that moment, the ruffian leader approached, clutching his stomach, supported by 2 lackeys. Hey, young Master Zhao, why did you not inform me that this idea would be so troublesome? I do not care, except for the bank card you promised to use for our little performance. You must compensate my brothers and me with an additional 100,000 for medical expenses. Gah! Zhao Jie's expression shifted dramatically, his entire face turning a deep crimson. The 2 sisters, Qin Fei Rong and Qin Ruora, were equally taken aback. Zhao Jie hurriedly stepped forward, feigning authority as he admonished. What nonsense are you spouting? What cooperation in acting? If you continue to speak such drivel, I shall not spare you. As he spoke, he covertly winked at the leader of the thugs, signaling him not to expose the ruse. However, the thug, having already endured a beating, was seething with anger and had no intention of continuing to shield Zhao Jie. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Jie's face, glaring fiercely as he scolded. What are you pretending for? You are not the one being beaten, so of course you feel bold. Hand over the money immediately, or I will ensure your demise. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Ye instantly deflated. He rummaged through his pockets, his complexion draining of color. In his haste to leave, he had only taken a bank card and forgotten his phone. He had no cash on him at all. As the thug advanced menacingly, Zhao Jie, devoid of any dignity, knelt before him. Chapter 46. The Return of Elder Qin Brother. Brother, I was wrong, Zhao Jie exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Before the woman he cherished, kneeling and bowing to another was the most humiliating moment of his life. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet Chen Fan's eyes, feeling as if his face had been slapped numerous times. Brother, I currently have no money on me. Perhaps you could give me a contact number, and I shall repay you a later time? Zhou Ye spoke cautiously. Little did he know that the ruffian leader erupted in fury upon hearing this. With a resounding slap, he struck Zhao Jie's face. How dare you ask me for my phone number? Are you trying to report me to Su Laoda? You must pay today. If you refuse, I'll see to it that you regret it. The ruffian leader was no fool. Handing over his phone number would serve as undeniable evidence against him. Wealthy individuals were notoriously heartless. Letting Zhao Jie go not only meant forfeiting his money, but also the risk of being reported in return. Su Laoda was infamous for his intolerance of betrayal. Anyone daring to cross him would face dire consequences. Brother, I truly have no money. Zhou Ye lamented, clutching his face, filled with regret for his earlier bravado. Why had he chosen to act so arrogantly? Now he faced the repercussions of his actions. Damn it! The ruffian leader spat at Zhao Jie. Stop your whining. Aren't you the scion of the Zhao family? How could you possibly be broke? Trying to deceive me? It seemed that without inflicting some pain, Zhao Jie would not learn his lesson. The ruffian leader accepted a knife handed to him by a subordinate, his eyes gleaming with malice as he approached Zhao Jie. Pale with fear, Zhao Jie's anxiety manifested in a sudden dampness beneath him. Just then, Chen Fan's voice rang out. Wait, I will give you 100,000. The ruffian leader halted, glancing at Chen Fan. He then contemptuously slapped Zhao Jie once more. Consider yourself fortunate. Zhao Jie's face burned with humiliation, receiving slap after slap in silence. Too ashamed to look at the 2 sisters, Chen Fan and Chen Ruo. At this moment, all the bravado he had displayed moments ago crumbled to nothing. Soon, Chen Fan produced a card and handed it to the ruffian leader, who nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Fan suddenly spoke again. "Please hold on. I have something to inquire." The ruffian leader turned to face her. "Is it true that Su Laoda has come here because of someone named Chen Fan?" Chen Fan asked anxiously. Since Su Laoda's arrival had nothing to do with Zhao Jie, it must pertain to Chen Fan. Could it be that Chen Fan was the one who had saved her? If so, her previous remarks were indeed uncalled for. Before she could finish her question, Chen Ro interjected, "Displeased sister, what nonsense are you spouting? How could it possibly be that useless Chen Fan?" He silenced. Chen Fan chastised her softly. Immediately, Chen Ruo pouted in displeasure. The ruffian leader sneered. "Who is this Chen Fan? I've never even heard of him." Su Laodai's visit here was merely due to a conflict with Kai Changlong. You were simply fortunate enough to be rescued. Do not delude yourself into thinking you hold any significance that warrants such personal intervention from Su Laodai. With that, the gang leader turned and departed. Chen Fan felt a profound sense of loss. Was it not Chen Fan? At that moment, Chen Ro added, "Sister, see? I told you this matter has nothing to do with Chen Fan. A good-for-nothing like him could never summon a figure as prominent as Su Laodai. If he were capable, would he have spent 3 years serving us tea? Moreover, he is utterly shameless, attempting to ride on Su Laodai's coattails and claim credit. Truly revolting." As she spoke, Chen Ruo glanced at Zhao Jie. She quickly remarked, "Zhao Xiao is entirely different. His fondness for you, sister, made him wish to enhance his image in your eyes. He had no choice but to tell a little lie. Chen Fan, that waste, doesn't even compare to a single hair of Zhao Xiao." Zhao Jie was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the conversation to take such a turn. He cleared his throat and approached Chen Fan. "Fan, I must first admit my fault. Elite, Su Laodai was not summoned by me. I simply wished to gain your admiration and momentarily lost my senses. If you wish to scold me, please do." Zhao Jie held his head high, adopting a demeanor of defiance. Although Chen Fan disdained Zhao Jie's actions, she could not bring herself to be angry with him, as he had rushed to her aid upon learning of her peril. For that reason alone, she refrained from expressing her ire. Chen Fan offered a perfunctory smile and said, "It's all right, Zhao Xiao. I must thank you for coming all the way here. If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave. I feel a bit weary and wish to rest." With that, without waiting for Zhao Jie to respond, Chen Fan pulled Chen Ro into the car and departed. Zhao Ye, left behind, stomped his feet in frustration. This turn of events only provided Chen Fan with further justification to reject his invitation to Dong's residence. It was all Chen Fan's fault, that good-for-nothing who continually thwarted his endeavors. If given the chance, he would surely eliminate Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had just returned home when he received a call from the matriarch of the Chen family. A complex expression flashed across his eyes. Years ago, when he fled with his comatose mother, cornered by various forces, he had no choice but to send her away through a hidden path while he attracted the enemy's fire. In that battle, he vanquished over 30 of their elite fighters. His blade dulled from the fervor of combat, causing the adversaries to hesitate in their advance. However, having been poisoned prior, Chen Fan ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell into the raging river. It was the Qin matriarch who had intervened, ensuring his survival. Otherwise, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse beneath the waters. Thus, no matter how the Qin family treated him, the matriarch remained one of the elders he held in the highest regard. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Fan answered the call. "Grandmother, what prompted you to call me?" he said, feigning nonchalance. On the other end of the line, a cheerful laughter resonated. "Xiao Fan, your grandmother has been at the nursing home for far too long. I miss you all terribly. When will you and Pharaoh bless me with a great-grandchild?" This direct inquiry left Chen Fan momentarily speechless. The perceptive elderly woman sensed his disquiet and immediately spoke in a somber tone. "Xiao Fan, tell your grandmother, has Pharaoh been bullying you again? Or is it those other members of the Qin family? Just wait, I am already on my way back. When I return, I will certainly help you vent this frustration." Hearing the protective words of his grandmother, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. He had thought that within the Chen family, he would never again feel a semblance of warmth. Yet, he had forgotten about the one who regarded him as her own grandson. This affection might just be one of the reasons he had remained steadfast with the Chen family for 3 years. "Grandmother, when do you expect to arrive?" "I will come to fetch you," Chen Fan inquired. "No need," the elderly lady decisively replied. "I have just left Linching Airport and will be home shortly. You and Farong should simply wait for me at home." With that, she concluded the call. Click. The phone was hung up. Chen Fan's expression stiffened, and he silently muttered to himself that this was not good. Chapter 47. The provocation of Chen Shi indeed. It was not long before the phone call from Chen Farong came through. "Hello, has grandmother contacted you?" The woman's voice was laced with palpable fatigue. The missed opportunity of a 10 billion investment from the Wen family would undoubtedly plunge Fifan Cosmetics into a significant developmental bottleneck. For the next 3 years, any qualitative breakthroughs would be utterly unattainable. Had she not quarreled with Chen Fan, leveraging his connections could have easily facilitated the discreet acquisition of several projects from Su Jijiang. However, with their impending divorce, Chen Fan would no longer naively pave the way for the Chen family. "Now that I've received your call, what do you desire?" Chen Fan inquired with an indifferent tone. Chen Farong sighed and replied, "I wish for you to return first. Our plans for divorce remain unchanged, but we must first appease the elderly matriarch. You know her health is fragile. After finally recuperating for 6 months, she has just been discharged from hospital. I fear the news of our divorce would be too much for her to bear." After a brief silence, Chen Fan responded, "No problem, I will be there shortly." "Good." Chen Farong exhaled in relief, then murmured a quiet thank you, though Chen Fan did not hear it, decisively ending the call. On the other end, Chen Farong's expression revealed a hint of despondency, but she quickly regained her composure and returned home. Meanwhile, before departing, Chen Fan received a call from Wenren. "Chen Fan, where are you?" "I am preparing to go to the Chen residence." "What is the matter?" "Going to the Chen residence," Chen Fan replied candidly. "You're going to the Chen residence?" Wenren's tone abruptly heightened, as if anxious that Chen Fan might reconsider and become entangled with Chen Farong once more. Chen Fan smiled slightly and, for reasons unknown, recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Wenren felt a wave of relief, tinged with sweetness akin to honey. Chen Fan's willingness to return to a home that had caused him countless grievances demonstrated his loyalty and deep-seated values. Furthermore, his desire to explain himself indicated that she held a significant place in his heart, one that was not to be taken lightly. "Is there something you need?" Chen Fan's voice resonated through the phone. Wenren bit her lip, glancing at Wenren Mu Mian, who was engrossed in singing nursery rhymes and playing with her Barbie dolls. "Nothing much. Mian has been asking about you. She wants to know when she can see Uncle Doctor." "Me?" Wenren Mu Mian exclaimed, her large, dark eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Wenren hurriedly moved to the balcony, feigning calmness as she continued, "Additionally, I have received word that a herbal merchant will be arriving in Lin City in a few days. I have collaborated with him previously. Once he arrives, I will take you to meet him. He might have the herbal ingredients you are seeking." Finally, a glimmer of hope regarding herbal matters invigorated Chen Fan, and he readily agreed. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Wenren suddenly remarked, "By the way, Chen Fan, when you visit the matriarch, you cannot go empty-handed, can you?" Chen Fan was taken aback. In the past, when he accompanied the Chen family to see the matriarch, the gifts were always prepared by Chen Farong. After all, he had not a single coin to his name, let alone the means to purchase a gift. However, it was now time for him to prepare something himself, considering the matriarch had once saved him. Do you know where I might find an appropriate gift for an elder? I should go take a look." Upon hearing this, Wenren chuckled playfully. "Silly, you need not choose it yourself. Just provide me with an address, and I will have Tan Min deliver it to you. I have a lovely piece of calligraphy and painting here. I heard the matriarch has a keen interest in this area. She will surely appreciate it." "All right, thank you." Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, hastily responding. He truly had no idea what to select as a gift. As Sia rightly pointed out, the matriarch did indeed have a fondness for calligraphy and painting, and there was a dedicated room for it in the old Qin residence. filled with numerous meticulously framed artworks. However, most of these were forgeries. Authentic pieces were often prohibitively expensive, and the Chen family's finances were somewhat limited. Before long, Chen Fan received the painting delivered by Tan Min. He glanced at the time, estimating that the matriarch would soon arrive, and quickly hopped onto a nearby, shared bicycle, racing towards the Chen residence. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Chen family estate. Before he could find a place to park, a sharp honking sound suddenly pierced the air behind him. Turning around, he saw a vibrant, eye-catching Ferrari sports car. A young woman in the car, wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured much of her face, was clad in a short, strapless dress that accentuated her captivating figure. Noticing Chen Fan turn, she leaned out of the window and scolded him harshly. "Have you lost your senses? Move out of my way at once, or I shall run you over." Taken aback by her tone, Chen Fan replied, "Are you Qin Shiwei?" Qin Shiwei was momentarily stunned. Removing her sunglasses revealed a face that bore some resemblance to Qin Pharaoh. In the next instant, she scoffed, "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just the son-in-law of the second uncle." "Chen Fan, it's been years since we last met. How is it that you have become even more pathetic?" With that, Qin Shiwei turned off the engine and stepped out of the car. Swaying her slim waist, she approached Chen Fan, circling him while clicking her tongue in mockery. "I recall before I went abroad, didn't my uncle buy you a second-hand electric bicycle for grocery shopping? What happened? Are you no longer allowed to ride that, and are now reduced to using a share bicycle? How utterly useless you are." "Ha ha." Her laughter rang out loudly, with the derision in her eyes blatantly evident. Chen Fan, maintaining a stoic expression, averted his gaze, uninterested in engaging with her. The matriarch had 2 sons and a daughter. Qin Shiwei's father, Qin Mo, was the eldest. There is also a son named Qin Haoran. Qin Pharaoh's father, Qin Gong, is the second in line. He has fathered the sisterly pair, Qin Pharaoh and Qin Ruo, along with another daughter named Qinya, who married into the provincial capital many years ago and has since had little contact with the family. Chen Fan had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her during Qin Pharaoh's wedding and has not seen her since. He did not anticipate that the elderly matriarch would return after half a year of recuperation, bringing Qin Shiwei back with her. This woman is akin to Qin Ruo, not a virtuous person by any means. She had previously taken pleasure in mocking him, and he had hoped that a trip abroad might have instigated some change. Yet it appears that a dog cannot change its nature. "Chen Waist, are you deaf? I'm speaking to you," Qin Shiwei exclaimed, noticing Chen Fan's disregard for her. She immediately took offense, her long legs blocking his path. Chen Fan frowned, casting a brief glance at the woman before responding with irritation. "I have no interest in bickering with you. Move aside." "Oh, are you getting angry?" Qin Shiwei said, raising an eyebrow in surprise. She glanced around, noting the absence of others, and then, with a cunning gleam in her eyes, approached Chen Fan, swaying her slender waist. Leaning in close, her lips brushed against his cheek, emanating a fruity fragrance that tantalized the air as she whispered softly into his ear, "Hey, Chen Fan, may I ask you a rather intimate question? You've been married to Qin Pharaoh for 3 years now. Have you shared a bed?" Chapter 48. The formidable Chen Fan, what do you mean? Chen Fan's heart immediately filled with vigilance. Qin Shiwei was far more sinister than Qin Ruo. The latter was merely sharp-tongued, while the former harbored a malevolent heart. Years ago, before she went abroad, old Lady Qin had summoned both families for a meal. During this gathering, she accidentally dropped a string of ice jade Buddhist beads worth 5 million. Although no one had any evidence, Qin Shiwei adamantly accused Chen Fan of theft, claiming he must have been driven by poverty to steal the beads for sale. To make matters worse, the dim-witted Qin Vo joined in, intentionally targeting Chen Fan. No matter how Chen Fan defended himself, no one believed him. Qin Pharaoh, in a fit of anger, slapped him and demanded he return the beads. Just then, old Lady Qin's pet dog emerged from a corner, playfully carrying the beads in its mouth, revealing the truth. Yet, no one cared for Chen Fan's feelings. Only old Lady Qin spoke a few words in his defense, insisting Qin Shiwei apologize. Qin Shiwei offered a half-hearted sorry, and the matter was dismissed. From that moment on, Chen Fan harbored no fondness for Qin Shiwei, always feeling that she was plotting something nefarious. Noticing Chen Fan's tense demeanor, Qin Shiwei giggled mischievously. What are you so anxious about, Chen Fan? I heard from Vo that although you married Pharaoh, you've been sleeping on the floor. Forget playing cards. It seems you haven't even touched Pharaoh's hand. How pitiful you must be, guarding a stunning beauty, yet unable to enjoy her presence. It must be quite torturous, right? She taunted. Chen Fan's expression darkened, but he chose not to engage. Suddenly, Qin Shiwei leaned forward, revealing an exquisite sight of her fair skin. She playfully breathed, Chen Fan. I felt guilty about wronging you back then. How about I make it up to you? Just be gentle, don't leave any marks. As she spoke, she slightly twisted her body, causing the strap of her short, delicate dress to slide down her smooth arm, exposing a breathtaking view that would make any man's heart race. Chen Fan, being a man, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Just then an abrupt, piercing shout echoed from behind. Chen Fan, what are you doing? It was Qin Ruo's voice. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, realizing he had fallen into a trap. As expected, Qin Shiwei suddenly seized Chen Fan's collar, screaming hysterically, Help! Help! Chen Fan is trying to assault me. He wants to violate me. Someone, please save me. Get away. Chen Fan's expression darkened as he pushed her away with force. Qin Shiwei had not anticipated such strength from him. She was sent sprawling like a ball, rolling several times before landing headfirst into a nearby pile of garbage. Once exquisitely adorned, she now appeared as though she had descended into the depths of despair. Resembling a beggar, her countenance grimy and reeking with an unbearable stench. On my clothes, Qin Ziwi cried out in horror, leaping 3 feet in the air before hastily fleeing from the refuse. Yet the foul odor clung to her, nearly impossible to conceal, with a particularly unpleasant smudge marring her face. Ugh, how revolting! Qin Ruo exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, promptly retching. The commotion drew the residents of the Qin family estate, including Qin Feirong and Zhao Tsuehua, rushing out. Among them was Qin Ziwi's mother, Yang Xiaomei, who upon seeing her daughter in such a disheveled state, bellowed, Who on earth did this to my daughter? She rushed forward to assist her child, but was immediately overwhelmed by the foulness, pinching her nose and hesitating to approach. Qin Ziwi, taken aback by her mother's disdain, burst into tears, her sobs exacerbating the situation as the noxious odor infiltrated her nostrils. Goodness! A fresh wave of retching erupted from the crowd. Hurry, get out! Don't swallow! Yang Xiaomei was frantic, hopping in agitation, overcome with grief and indignation. Qin Ziwi fainted, her eyes rolling back. The scene descended into chaos. Half an hour later, Qin Ziwi was transported to the hospital, while the remaining onlookers congregated at the entrance of the Qin family home, their faces pale and defeated, still reeling from the shocking spectacle. In that moment, Yang Xiaomei cast a fierce glare at Chen Fan, accusing him heatedly, You worthless wretch, explain yourself. What transpired? With an eye roll, Chen Fan retorted dismissively, Are you out of your mind? What she ingests is none of my concern. It's not as if I forced her to eat it. Yang Xiaomei es furi ignitet. The once meek son-in-law, who had never dared to defy her, now audaciously challenged her authority. Suddenly, Qin Ruo leapt into the fray, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Fan. I just saw this good-for-nothing grabbing Sister Ziwi's clothing, attempting to violate her. When Sister Ziwi cried out, he shoved her away. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Chen Fan, did you dare to assault my daughter? Yang Xiaomei's eyes blazed with rage. Qin Feirong also confronted Chen Fan, her expression one of indignation, demanding, Is this true? Did you truly attempt to assault Qin Ziwi? Witnessing this unfold, Qin Ruo smirked with satisfaction. Chen Fan shot her a disdainful glance, replying, Do you possess even a modicum of common sense? You believe a word that comes from her mouth? When has her deceitful tongue ever spoken truth? Qin Feirong interjected, Are you suggesting that Ruo intentionally lied to tarnish your reputation? She is kind and sensible. She has never been known to deceive. Is that so? Who was it that misled me about you and Zhao Jie sharing a hotel room? Chen Fan countered sharply, leaving Qin Feirong momentarily speechless. Chen Fan had nearly chosen to selectively forget that memory, but now he dared to retort her publicly, which greatly displeased Qin Feirong. She scolded, Chen Fan, what is your attitude? You have truly disappointed me. Chen Fan scoffed dismissively. What do you want? Call the police to arrest me? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Surely, she would not call the police on Chen Fan, as family matters should not be aired in public. Yet, his nonchalant demeanor infuriated her. He had never been like this before. In the past, whenever she lost her temper, he would promptly admit his mistakes and offer endless apologies. Now, however, he was impervious to her anger, which left Chen Fan feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. At that moment, Yang Xiaomei suddenly rushed over, her face contorted with rage as she shouted, "Call the police? That would only benefit you. I will tear you apart first." She moved swiftly, and before Chen Fan could react, she was shoved aside. With sharp claws aimed at Chen Fan's face, he furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick to Yang Xiaomei's abdomen. "Ouch!" she cried, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this son-in-law, whom she had deemed spineless for 3 years, would dare to strike her, his aunt. Instantly, she fell to the ground, throwing a tantrum. "Help! Someone come see this beast. He has assaulted his own cousin and struck his aunt. Chen, you shall meet a terrible fate. I will haunt you as a ghost." Her cries echoed, mingling with her tears as she became a disheveled mess. Just then, a sleek black business car slowly approached from a distance, coming to a stop right in front of Yang Xiaomei. Chapter 49 Husband, say something. The vehicle had yet to come to a halt when an impatient voice rang out from inside. "Yang Xiaomei, what madness are you exhibiting? Stand up at once." A middle-aged man with graying temples stepped out of the car, striding forward with an air of authority that suggested he was a man of accomplishment. This individual was none other than Qin Shiwai's father, the elder uncle of Chen Fan and Chen Fan, Qin Mo. Seeing him was akin to spotting a beacon of hope for Yang Xiaomei. She hurriedly made her way over, recounting the earlier events with embellishments. Qin Montauk listened intently, his brow furrowing, casting a disapproving glare at Chen Fan. Once Yang Xiaomei finished, Qin Mo approached with determined strides. "Chen Fan, who gave you the audacity to bully your cousin and aunt? Do you believe I won't have someone break your legs right now?" Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, responding coldly. "Break my legs? You lack the capability." Qin Mo was taken aback. The Chen Fan, he remembered, had never possessed the courage to meet his gaze. What had caused such an unusual change today? Chen Fan felt a headache coming on. She pondered whether the impending divorce had provoked Chen Fan, making him act so differently lately, disregarding everyone as authority. After all, since the elderly matriarch had aged, Qin Mo had become the undisputed voice of the Qin family. Even her own father had been sent away to oversee a branch office for a mere misstep in conversation, returning only once a year. Chen Fan's obstinacy would only intensify the conflict. With this thought, she stepped in front of Chen Fan, exclaiming with impatience, "Chen Fan, have you not caused enough trouble? Apologize to your uncle at once." "Apologize? Why should I?" Chen Fan retorted with a cold smile. Previously, he had considered Qin Fan's feelings, refraining from confronting these predatory relatives. But now that the two were on the verge of divorce, why should he endure their disdain? Did they truly believe him to be malleable? Even clay figures possess a measure of indignation. What more could be said for him, Chen Fan? Enough, enough. Qin Mo was visibly enraged, ready to call for someone to teach Chen Fan a lesson. Just then, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated amongst them. "What is this? Am I not welcome, this old woman? I return once every 6 months, and this is the reception I receive? Is this a show of intimidation?" Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the Qin family members shifted in unison, quickly turning to look behind them. There stood the matriarch, Qin Lao Tai, supported by a servant, emanating an aura of authority without needing to raise her voice. Her hair was as white as snow, meticulously groomed, and though her body was frail and stooped, none dared to underestimate this formidable elder. The Qin family had reached their current stature thanks in large part to Qin Fan's contributions. However, without the solid foundation laid by the matriarch, she would merely be a skilled cook without ingredients. Moreover, it was hardly accurate to label Qin Fan as a masterful chef. Without Chen Fan as covert assistance, Securing even a single business deal would be an impressive feat for her. Mother, grandmother, the crowd exclaimed in unison. People began to greet Grandma Chen one after another. Chen Fan also smiled at the elderly lady and respectfully called her Grandma. Grandma Chen, with a serious expression, scanned the room. Upon seeing Chen Fan, her face immediately transformed into a warm smile. Xiao Fan, come here, Grandma. Chen Fan obediently stepped forward. The elderly lady grasped his arm, scrutinizing him thoroughly before nodding in satisfaction. Although you've lost a bit of weight, you appear much more spirited. That's how it should be. Young people ought to have some vitality. Chen Fan smiled faintly, offering no explanation. In the past, he had been entirely consumed by Chen Fan, losing sight of himself, appearing meek and submissive. Now, having let go of his obsession with Chen Fan, he prioritized his own identity, resulting in a profound transformation in his demeanor. Mom, you can't protect him like that. Yang Xiaomei approached, her face filled with resentment. What happened? Grandma Chen lifted her eyelids, regarding her with indifference. Yang Xiaomei resorted to her usual tactics, embellishing the events that had just transpired. Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo snickered nearby. Qin Ruo whispered, "Let's see how this good-for-nothing handles it. Grandma is notoriously strict and impartial. Even if she favors him, she wouldn't dare be so blatant about it." Zhao Cuihua smirked. "If we could provoke Grandma, that useless Chen Fan will be finished. Then we can introduce young Master Zhao to Grandma. With his qualifications, she would certainly approve of him and your sister being together." The two exchanged a knowing smile, their faces betraying their cunning intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Fan watched Chen Fan with concern, fearing he might act impulsively before their grandmother. "Mom, here's what happened earlier." Yang Xiaomei sobbed dramatically, her appearance one of utter distress. "Shi Wei is your most cherished granddaughter, and she is currently in the hospital fighting for her life. You must take a stand for her." After listening, Grandma Chen silently nodded. "All right, I understand. Is there anything else?" Yang Xiaomei paused for a moment before continuing. "Also, that good-for-nothing just kicked me. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Mom, have someone break his legs and throw him out. Such a person does not deserve to enter the Chen family." Upon hearing this, Grandma Chen did not immediately consent. Instead, she turned to Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo. "Second daughter-in-law, Chen Fan is your son-in-law. What do you think?" Zhao Cuihua was taken aback, not expecting Grandma Chen to suddenly seek her opinion. This was indeed a golden opportunity. She quickly replied, "Mom, I have no objections. I wholeheartedly support it. You have no idea how outrageous this good-for-nothing is. He has lived with us for 3 years without contributing anything and even suspects Pharaoh of infidelity. He went to the scene to catch her in the act, nearly ruining an important collaboration for her. Indeed, the less capable a man is, the more paranoid he becomes. Such a worthless individual does not deserve to remain within the Chen family." Qin Ruo exclaimed, "Grandmother, I can also attest that Chen Fan has been nothing but a hindrance to my sister. He is indeed a burden to the Chen family. In my opinion, the slow progress of our family over the years can be attributed to this good-for-nothing. Grandmother, let us expel him. He should divorce my sister immediately." The matriarch of the Chen family wore a stoic expression, ultimately directing her gaze towards Chen Fan. "Pharaoh, this is your husband. What do you have to say?" Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Chen Fan. He too raised his head, their eyes meeting. The remarks of others could be dismissed as mere noise, entering through one ear and exiting the other. However, he found himself inexplicably eager to hear Chen Fan's thoughts. Despite the impending divorce, he felt a strong desire to listen. "Do you also believe that Chen Fan is utterly worthless and should be promptly cast out of the Chen family?" The tone of the matriarch rose, her expression darkening, and her breaths becoming more rapid. Chen Fan was taken aback by the intensity of the elder's reaction. She quickly replied, "No, grandmother, I do not think that at all. Chen Fan and I share a loving relationship. I have never held any dissatisfaction towards him. Please do not be upset. Your health is of utmost importance." With urgency, she turned her attention to Chen Fan, urging, "Darling, say something." Chapter 50. The rise of the Chen family. The utterance of husband sent a shiver down Chen Fan's spine. Despite being married for 3 years, he had never heard Chen Fan address him in such a manner. Momentarily taken aback, he soon registered her urgency. "Husband, you must persuade Grandma." Chen Fan's cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and frustration prompting her to abandon all restraint. It was only then that Chen Fan hastened to the elderly lady's side, gently patting her back with a comforting hand. "Grandma, please do not be upset. Regardless of what others may think of me, Farong has always treated me with respect. Our relationship is strong." As he spoke those words, Chen Fan felt a profound discomfort, akin to thorns pricking at his back. Yet, among the multitude of the Chen family, the old lady was the sole individual who had shown him kindness. For her sake, he steeled himself to utter these fabrications. Seeing their earnestness, Chen matriarch's breathing steadied, and a slight smile graced her lips. Good. As long as you two are truly in love, that is what matters. Ultimately, it is your lives together that count." With a fierce glare, she swept her gaze over the others. As for their opinions, cast them aside. Consider them mere barking dogs. Upon hearing this, Qin Ro and Yang Xiaomei immediately wore expressions of disgust, while Zhao Cuihua appeared distinctly aggrieved, feeling wrong for having been compelled by the matriarch to speak, only to be reprimanded afterward. It felt like a trap. The group fell silent, and at that moment, Qin Mo received a call from the hospital. "Hello, how is my daughter?" he inquired in a grave tone. "Mr. Qin, there are no significant issues with Miss Qin's health, just some minor abrasions. However, she insists on having her stomach pumped, as it seems she ingested something harmful. We have performed the procedure 3 or 4 times, yet she refuses to relent. Perhaps you should come and see her?" The doctor replied. "Understood. I will be there shortly." Qin Mo responded hurriedly before ending the call. Qin Ro and Zhao Cuihua, who had overheard the conversation, recalled the moment when Qin Shiwei had swallowed hard, their faces turning pale as they felt nausea wash over them. "Mom, I need to go to the hospital. You and everyone else can head inside first," Qin Mo said, to which the elderly lady nodded in acknowledgement. He quickly got into his car and sped toward the hospital, leaving the others to accompany the matriarch into the Qin family ancestral home. As they entered the old residence, the matriarch's demeanor softened, gazing fondly at the familiar bricks and tiles. Compared to the nursing home, she preferred her own home. She held Chen Fan's hand tightly and smiled gently. "Xiao Fan, although you and Farong have been married for 3 years, I wonder if you are aware of how the Qin family rose to prominence?" Chen Fan was taken aback, shaking his head. Although the Qin family was not yet prominent upon his joining, they were certainly not an ordinary household, having even established a moderately successful entertainment company. The elderly lady grew animated and began to reminisce. Once upon a time, the Qin family was merely an ordinary household of 5. After the passing of your grandfather, life became exceedingly harsh. I could scarcely afford the tuition for my 3 children, and when I sought assistance from relatives, not only did I fail to secure any help, but I also endured numerous disdainful glances. There were moments when it seemed unbearable. Eventually, I pondered this is untenable. Can one truly be suffocated by life's adversities? Thus, I emulated others, traversing the streets, collecting goose feathers to sell. I gathered scrap materials to sell as well. While others called out through loudspeakers, riding their tricycles, I shouted at the top of my lungs, running to collect whatever I could. On rainy days, the roads were treacherous and slippery. I would sometimes fall yet dared not utter a sound, gritting my teeth and rising to continue my pursuit. I endeavored to outpace others, hoping to gather more, even if just a little. Memories of those days flooded back. A hint of nostalgia illuminated the face of the elderly lady, Qin. Collecting scrap materials was even more entertaining. Once, I had a quarrel with the elderly Mrs. E next door over a mere cardboard box. Her son prospered later on, and their family moved to the provincial city. I wonder if they have ever returned. Perhaps they met their fate in that city? The old lady murmured, her words lacking coherence. Yet, Chen Fan listened attentively, occasionally smiling or adding a few remarks, eliciting hearty laughter from her. Qin Farong observed this scene with a slightly complex emotion. As the granddaughter of the old lady, she seldom took the time to listen to her grandmother's stories in such detail. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan, an outsider, understood better how to bring joy to the old lady. No wonder she favored him so. What a sycophant. Chen Ruo rolled her eyes in disdain, casting a scornful glance at Chen Fan. Later on, I used my earnings to purchase a small tricycle, engaging in a battle of wits with the city management while selling snacks. To my surprise, the business thrived remarkably, yielding a substantial profit. Coincidentally, during that era, the films and music from Hong Kong were immensely popular. Jia, Guorong, The Principal, and The Four Heavenly Kings. Surely you are familiar with them? Back then, I contemplated how Hong Kong, merely a small special zone adjacent to our mainland, could cultivate such a vibrant entertainment culture. Why couldn't we, in our vast expanse, achieve the same? I was resolute that our future entertainment economy would flourish. With determination, I invested in establishing an entertainment company, which laid the foundation for our Chen family. Everything commenced from this point. The subsequent developments were known to Chen Fan. Chen Fan's beauty company initially began as a makeup division under Chen Entertainment. Upon recognizing the ample opportunities within the beauty product market, it eventually branched out, becoming the renowned Fan Cosmetics. In summary, the contributions and standing of the old lady within the Chen family are unassailable. Even though Chen Mo is now the chairman of Chen Entertainment, he remains utterly submissive in her presence. The gathering has been postponed to the evening since the elder has yet to return. Upon entering the ancestral home, Elder Chen gazed at everyone and remarked, "I have endured a long journey and feel rather fatigued. I shall retire for a while. You two families seldom interact, so seize this opportunity to converse. In these times of estrangement, once I am gone, you shall become complete strangers, will you not?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaomei and Zhao Cuihua exchanged defiant glances, refusing to acknowledge one another. Years ago, Chen Fan's father, Chen Gong, served as the deputy general in the Chen Entertainment. Due to unscrupulous dealings, he was caught embezzling and was promptly exiled by Chen Mo to another province, resulting in Chen Fan's family being unable to reunite throughout the year. Zhao Cuihua harbored significant resentment in her heart. At that moment, Elder Chen turned her gaze towards Chen Fan and Chen Fan, saying, "Xiao Fan, Fan, assist me to the bedroom. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and Chen Fan both felt a slight tremor of apprehension. Chen Fan immediately stepped forward to support the elder as they proceeded. Chen Fan lagged behind, only to catch Zhao Cuihua's venomous voice piercing through the air beside him. "Listen well, you worthless Chen. You must divorce my daughter. Do not think that the elder's presence offers you any protection. Speak no words that you ought not to, or I shall tear your mouth apart. Do you hear me?" Chen Fan let out a cold chuckle and made his way towards the elder's bedroom. As he passed the entrance hall, he casually placed the beautifully wrapped calligraphy scroll given to him by Wenren upon the surface. At that precise moment, Chen Mo's eldest son, Chen Haoran, swaggered in, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and bellowed, "Grandmom, I'm back." He began to bend down to change his shoes, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the exquisitely packaged scroll gift box resting at the entrance. Chapter 51. The overbearing Chen Fan. Who does this belong to? Chen Haoran hesitated for a mere second before breaking into a grin. Just days prior, he had lost all his money gambling, arriving empty-handed, fully prepared to face his parents' wrath. Yet lo and behold, a gift from the heavens had descended upon him. "Haoran is here. Guomin," Yang Xiaomei called from the doorway, noticing the exquisitely packaged bag in Chen Haoran's hand. A smile crept onto her face. "Look at that. My son is truly thoughtful. He comes to visit his grandmother and even brings a gift." However, the bag seemed oddly familiar. "Mom, where is Grandma?" Chen Haoran raised the bag triumphantly. Yang Xiaomei's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. In her room, speaking with Chen Fan and her useless husband, Chen Fan, Chen Haoran scoffed dismissively. "That sycophant has little talent. All he knows is how to curry favor with the old lady. If it weren't for her protection, he would have been kicked out of the Chen family long ago." Upon hearing this, the two families in the living room nodded in agreement, their attitudes surprisingly unified. In the old lady's bedroom, Chen Fan was helping her grandmother lie down. "Fan, you and Chen Fan have been married for 3 years. Why is there still no sign of a baby?" The old lady's expression was weary, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chen Fan felt a tightening in her scalp, momentarily at a loss for words. The old lady was sharp-witted and not easily deceived. Realizing this, Chen Fan cast a pleading glance at Chen Fan. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, his facial muscles twitching, conveying the message. Why are you looking at me? The old lady is asking you. I can't just say that I'm incapable, can I? Chen Fan's cheeks flushed slightly, pouting in annoyance as she turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Chen Fan suppressed a smile. Truth be told, her little pout was rather endearing. No wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Lin City. Every expression she made was a masterpiece of nature. Grandma, it's my fault. I have actually been taking precautions. I've been too busy with work to consider having a child, Chen Fan admitted through gritted teeth, acknowledging her shortcomings. The old lady huffed, Fan, don't try to deceive me. What have I not seen in my lifetime? Just by observing how you walk, I can tell you have yet to lose your innocence. You are still a blooming flower. Chen Fan gasped, her lovely face turning crimson. Grandma, please don't say that here. Seeing the woman's embarrassment, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. To his surprise, the old lady shot him a glare and scolded, You useless brat. With such a stunning beauty by your side, how can you merely look but not indulge? If you were to sleep with her, would she dare accuse you of rape? If she did, there's still Grandma here. What are you afraid of? Chen Fan's smile froze, leaving him speechless. Indeed, one should never kick someone when they're down. Otherwise, one might easily stumble into a pit oneself. When Chen Fan witnessed the man's embarrassment, her spirits soared. Unintentionally, she blurted out, Grandmother, perhaps it is certain individuals who are incapable. If that were the case, they would not be my issue. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan was immediately jolted back to reality. He approached the bed of the elderly matriarch, gazing at Chen Fan with a facade of a smile that did not reach his eyes, and remarked, Fan, your words are rather inappropriate. However, since you cast doubt upon me, I must earnestly prove my worth. Grandmother, rest assured, during your stay at home, I shall ensure that Fan's belly swells. With that declaration, Chen Fan was instantly flustered. She desperately signaled to Chen Fan, but he feigned ignorance. You little minx, dare to slander my capabilities? I shall frighten you. Chen Fan was in a state of panic. They were on the brink of divorce, and at such a moment, to have a child, would that not thwart their separation? The elderly matriarch smiled with satisfaction, saying, Good child, with your words, I am at ease. Therefore, you shall stay at the family home tonight. Grandmother awaits your good news. After speaking, the matriarch waved her hand, signaling her fatigue, and urged the couple to leave. Chen Fan and Chen Fan exited the bedroom, one with a beaming smile, the other in a daze. Chen Fan, halt! Just as they stepped out of the room, Chen Fan called out. Chen Fan turned back in confusion. A hand, filled with fury, swung towards him. Slap! He caught it effortlessly, gazing indifferently at the woman whose eyes were reddened with emotion. Chen Fan, your audacity has grown. You dare block me? Chen Fan seethed with anger. She struck out with her other hand, only to have it captured with equal ease. Chen Fan grasped both of her wrists together, lifting them above her head. With a firm motion of his arm, he pinned Chen Fan against the wall of the corridor. Her already alluring figure, in this provocative position, accentuated her curves even further. Chen Fan had never been treated this way before. The posture filled her with shame, causing her to twist and struggle in discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, her movements ignited a fervent heat within Chen Fan, a sensation nearing the boiling point. Chen Fan, you worthless fool, let me go. Chen Fan's face flushed crimson, her eyes tightly shut in nervousness. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, revealing her inner turmoil and fear. Chen Fan lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the flawless visage of Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you do not still believe you can strike my face at will as before, do you? Chen Fan's delicate form trembled with indignation as she defiantly met Chen Fan's gaze. You were the one who spoke recklessly in front of grandmother. We are on the verge of divorce. What need have we for children? Chen Fan's eyes glinted coldly as he scoffed. You are permitted to disparage me before grandmother, yet I am not allowed to defend myself. We are to be divorced. Who will indulge your double standards? I have come to a realization. Even if we do not have children, I too wish to exercise my rightful authority as a husband before our divorce. This very night, I shall trample upon your insufferable arrogance. I eagerly anticipate the performance of President Chen. Upon hearing these words, Chen Fan's fair complexion turned utterly pale. She stared blankly at Chen Fan, her eyes rapidly reddening, tears cascading down uncontrollably. "You scoundrel, Chen Fan," she cursed in a hoarse voice. Yet, Chen Fan paid her no heed, releasing his grip on her and turning away. As dusk settled, Chen Mo finally returned from the hospital with Chen Shiwei. The woman's face remained ashen, yet her eyes glimmered with intense hatred, especially upon seeing Chen Fan, who seemed to embody the very object of her loathing. The animosity radiated from her, as if she wished to devour him whole. Chen Fan, however, feigned ignorance, reclining comfortably on the sofa, savoring his tea while casually tossing snacks into his mouth, relishing the moment. Chen Fan sat beside Chen Fan, listless and dazed. It was not by choice that she sat so close to him, but rather out of fear that the astute matriarch might discern the underlying tension, compelling her to remain near Chen Fan. Soon enough, an exquisite array of dishes was presented by the servants. The rejuvenated matriarch, full of vitality after her rest, emerged from her chamber with Chen Mo's assistance. "Thank you for your patience, everyone. Please, take your seats," she warmly invited, her smile radiating warmth. "Ah, how delightful the aroma. I have arrived just in time." At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, followed by the unexpected entrance of an uninvited guest, leaving everyone present in astonishment. "Todos? No. Ah, everyone is here." The newcomer was Zhao Jie, impeccably dressed and carrying 2 bottles of aged craft beer. "Zhao, what brings you here?" Chen Mo inquired, his surprise evident. The Chen Entertainment Group held a modest position in Lin City, relying heavily on the success of Chen Fan's exceptional beauty brand to elevate the Chen family to a second-tier status, far less influential than the Zhao Group. Chen Mo had long sought an opportunity to connect with Zhao Dafu, but had never found the chance. Zhao Jie's unexpected visit truly took him by surprise. "Zhao, welcome," exclaimed Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo, nearly bouncing forward to greet him. The wide smiles on their faces indicated that Zhao Jie's presence was undoubtedly orchestrated by the two. Zhao Jie smiled gently and deliberately approached the matriarch. Addressing her respectfully, "Madam, I heard you returned from the sanatorium. I hope my unannounced visit does not disturb you." "Not at all. Zhao, please take a seat," replied Chen Laotai, her eyes sparkling with astuteness. She had a reasonable understanding of Zhao Jie's intentions, but given their shared business acumen, it would be unwise to turn him away at this juncture. "Zhao, sit here." Chen Ro enthusiastically pulled out a chair beside Chen Fan for him. However, Chen Laotai interjected, "Howren, could you shift over a bit to make room for Zhao?" Chen Ruo froze in her tracks. "Me?" she exclaimed, while Chen Howren looked utterly confused. Chen Mo, fuming, struck his uncooperative son on the head. "I asked you to move over. Why the delay?" With a sulky expression, Chen Howren reluctantly shifted aside. A servant promptly arranged a seat for Zhao Jie. "Now that everyone is present, let us begin our meal. We can converse as we dine," Chen Laotai said with a warm smile, and soon everyone began to eat. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was preoccupied with thoughts of sharing a bed with Chen Fan that evening, her appetite entirely absent, let alone engaging with Zhao Jie. She subtly signaled to Chen Ruo and Zhao Cuihua while deliberately ignoring Zhao Jie. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was far less reserved, devouring the food as if he hadn't eaten in days, the dishes swiftly emptied before him. His boisterous eating several times interrupted Zhao Jie, who attempted to speak. "Chen Fan, could you eat a little more quietly? You sound like a starving ghost," Zhao Cuihua scolded, glaring at him. No, auntie. "You flatter me." Zhao Jie humbly waved his hand, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. Chen Fan paused, glancing at a few of the others, and declared, "Don't mind me. Eat and drink as you please, and don't take anything to heart. I'm just like this. I relax when I'm at home. I dislike those tedious rules." Right, Grandma, he said, flashing a toothy grin at Qin Laotai. Qin Laotai nodded and smiled, then turned to Zhao Suihua, her tone turning cold. Our Qin family originated from humble beginnings and has no grand family traditions. I take great pleasure in witnessing children indulge in their meals, as it brings me a sense of reassurance. Should anyone feel that dining at this table is beneath their dignity, they may take their bowls and choose to sit elsewhere. As soon as Elder Qin uttered these words, an immediate silence enveloped the table. Zhao Zuihua cast a fierce glare at Chen Fan, then frantically signaled to Zhao Jie. Without delay, Zhao Jie rose and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of the elders' improved health upon returning home from the nursing home, I have brought 2 bottles of exquisite vintage brew, valued at 1,000,000. I hurriedly came without the chance to select gifts properly, and I hope the elder will forgive me." With that, he began to unveil the 2 bottles of wine he had brought. $1,000,000 wine? The members of the Qin family exchanged bewildered glances. Given the Qin family's wealth, they had only ever tasted wines worth just over 100,000. A million? Such a price for wine seemed astonishing. In their daily lives, they had scarcely had the chance to even behold such a treasure. For a moment, the eyes of the Qin family were fixated on the bottle Zhao Jie had produced. As soon as he twisted off the cap, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air. The attendees involuntarily inhaled the fragrant scent, their expressions revealing satisfaction. "What fine wine!" Qin Mo could not help but exclaim. Even Elder Qin took a deep breath and smiled, remarking, "Indeed, this is a rare find. Zhao, you are quite considerate." "Not all. It is merely my duty as a younger generation." Zhao Jie chuckled, proceeding to pour wine for Elder Qin. He then filled glasses for everyone at the table. Once Zhao Jie returned to his seat, Elder Qin raised her glass, her face aglow with joy, and declared, "Come, let us all drink together. Thank you, Zhao, for bringing us such splendid wine." The crowd joyfully complied, swiftly downing their glasses. Zhao Zuihua and Qin Ro even licked the bottoms of their cups several times, unwilling to waste a single drop. At that moment, Zhao Jie suddenly turned his gaze toward Chen Fan, narrowing his eyes. "Chen Fan, today the elder returns from the nursing home. You are her most cherished grandson-in-law. Surely, you wouldn't arrive empty-handed?" Upon hearing this, the crowd became animated. Zhao Zuihua immediately scoffed. What could a son-in-law like him possibly bring as a respectable gift? Isn't he reliant on our fey Rome? That remains uncertain. Yang Xiaomei interjected with a huff, expressing her displeasure. What son-in-law dares to disregard their elders? If he is so impressive, he must have prepared a lavish gift, right? Meanwhile, Qin Mo cleared his throat, feigning composure, and stated, "In terms of gifts, their value is secondary. The elder surely does not concern herself with material possessions, but rather appreciates the sentiment behind them. Although Chen Fan is a son-in-law, he must have accumulated some wealth over the years. Surely he can afford a small jade ornament worth a few thousand, if not something as extravagant as Zhao's $1,000,000 wine." As this conversation unfolded, all eyes turned to Chen Fan, including Elder Qin, who watched her most favored grandson-in-law with keen interest. She was not merely seeking a gift. Rather, she wished to observe whether Chen Fan could manage the situation adeptly. At that moment, Chen Fan wiped his mouth with a napkin and leisurely remarked, "There's no need for everyone to worry. I have come prepared." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie sneered immediately. "What have you prepared? Surely not some supermarket vouchers, haha." With his laughter, the crowd erupted in mockery, casting scornful glances at Chen Fan. Chen Fan shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "I've merely prepared a few items. They may not be of great value, but they are certainly worth 10 times more than those 2 bottles of wine you possess." As soon as these words left his lips, the attendees fell silent, gazing at him in astonishment. Qin Fan, realizing what was happening, quickly tugged at the man's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from boasting recklessly. "Well then, I'm curious to see what gift you have that could possibly exceed the value of my 2 bottles of wine worth 1,000,000. Zhao Jie said, his expression darkening, his teeth clenched. "Chen Fan, don't try to inflate your worth." Zhao Zuihua added with a scowl, "If you fail to produce it, we'll all be the subject of ridicule." Qin Ruo chimed in, Chun, you should really stop. If you could produce a gift worth 10 million, I'll personally pour water for you to wash your feet tonight. Are you serious? Chen Fan asked, smiling at Chen Ruo. Absolutely, she declared with unwavering confidence, convinced that Chen Fan could never present something worth that much. If he could, then she would be the richest person in Lin City. All right, it's settled then. Just watch me. Chen Fan retorted with a cold smile, striding swiftly toward the entrance. He was to retrieve the calligraphy and painting gifted to him by Wenren, which was said to be a masterpiece from a renowned ancient master of poetry and painting in Lin City. At one point, someone had offered 50 million for it, but the master had refused to part with it, underscoring its rarity. Zhao Jie's mere 2 bottles of wine could not possibly compare to such a genuine artifact. Yet, the next moment, Chen Fan's expression froze. Staring at the empty entrance, he felt a surge of frustration akin to a stampede of wild horses in his mind. Where's my painting? Chapter 53. I beg you know, what about my painting? Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. Before entering the room of the elderly Mrs. Chen, he had placed the painting here. Yet in such a brief moment, how could it have vanished? Have any of you seen a painting near the entrance? Chen Fan turned to inquire. The crowd paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter, particularly the Chen family, who found the situation most amusing. Chen Shiwei, in particular, was doubling over with laughter, exclaiming, Mr. Chun, you truly are a jester. Are you attempting to make me die from laughter so you can inherit my fortune? Ha ha ha. She pointed at Chen Fan, nearly shedding tears from her mirth. The insufferable Chen Fan had finally provided her with a measure of satisfaction. Zhao Zuehua, gritting her teeth in fury, shouted, You useless fool! Hurry and die. You're embarrassing us, and soon there won't be any dignity left for our family. Chen Ruo crossed her arms and scoffed. I knew it all along. You lack any talent, yet you still relish in posturing. Surely you aren't implying that you brought a painting worth tens of millions and that it was stolen? You are not mistaken, Chen Fan replied calmly, nodding. I indeed brought a priceless masterpiece worth tens of millions. I held it in my hands until I placed it at the entrance before entering Grandma's room, but unexpectedly. Before Chen Fan could finish his sentence, Zhao Jie interjected mockingly, Chen Fan, enough already. Your story is riddled with holes. No 3-year-old would believe you. A painting worth tens of millions just left lying around at the entrance? Do you think it's a carton of milk or a bunch of bananas? Furthermore, only family members are present for this gathering. Are you suggesting there's a thief among us? Why don't you call the police and see what they have to say? Ha ha! Chen Fan, however, appeared somewhat taken aback, saying, How do you know that? In my view, a painting worth tens of millions is hardly significant. In my own villa, I possess a vase gifted to me valued at over 100 million, which I merely use as a trash bin with a garbage bag. I simply did not anticipate that, surrounded by family, there would still be petty theft. It is truly disheartening. As soon as Chen Fan uttered these words, the laughter grew louder. Ha ha ha! Chen Fan, please tell me you're performing a comedic routine. Oh, you are killing me. I can't breathe. Chen Shiwei exclaimed, pounding her chest. The couple, Chen Mo and Yang Xiaomei, were also unable to contain their laughter, doubling over in amusement. Only Chen Haoran's smile appeared somewhat strained. He discreetly pinched the painting beside his leg. What? This painting belongs to this fool? How could he possibly afford a masterpiece worth over 10 million? Is this for real? Chen Haoran was utterly astonished. Yet, despite his shock, he had no intention of returning the painting. After all, it bore no name that identified it as Chen Fan's. As long as he maintained his silence, he believed he would face no repercussions. The elderly lady was still present. Chen Fan would undoubtedly refrain from actually calling the police. Chen Haoran smirked, having made up his mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Zuehua and her daughter Chen Ruo wore expressions as though they had just consumed something repugnant. This useless fellow just wouldn't let things rest. Truly, give him a glimmer of hope, and he becomes insufferably proud. Don't you believe it? Chen Fan furrowed his brows and subsequently retrieved his phone. In truth, this painting was a gift from the esteemed young lady of the Wenren family, Wenren City. If you doubt me, I shall call her right now to confirm. With that, Chen Fan began searching for Wenren City's number. At that moment, enough, Chen Fan. Chen Farong could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to rebuke him loudly, her expression one of exasperation. How long will you continue this charade? It's time to know when to stop. Must you completely tarnish my reputation for your own satisfaction? She had initially thought that Chen Fan merely wished to avoid embarrassment before their grandmother, which was why he felt compelled to boast. Even if the truth were to come out, their grandmother would hardly take it to heart. After all, who would expect a son-in-law to present an extravagant gift? Therefore, Chen Fan did not intervene and allowed Chen Fan to boast. However, she never anticipated that Chen Fan's exaggerations would escalate to the point where he even claimed ownership of a villa and a priceless antique vase, and even invoked the name of the Wenren family's young lady. Did he not realize that he had just faced humiliation in the Wenren family's billion-dollar project? Chen Fan paused momentarily and approached Chen Fan. I thought you would believe me, he said calmly. Chen Fan managed a bitter smile. Chen Fan, how can I possibly trust you? If you were even slightly grounded and pragmatic, I would not look down upon you. But your behavior is profoundly disappointing. You often claim that I praise Zhao Xiao for being superior and that it bothers you. Yet, take a moment to reflect on the differences between you. Zhao Xiao is young and accomplished, yet remains humble and courteous. You, on the other hand, are utterly lacking, yet delight in putting on a facade. You seem to revel in blind comparisons. Why do you refuse to confront your own shortcomings? Why must you always seek fault in others? Chen Fan spoke with sorrow. After hearing her words, Chen Fan fell silent for a few seconds, then shrugged with indifference, having grown weary of the argument. Regardless of his explanations, Chen Fan would never believe him. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly stood up and retrieved a scroll from the floor. Grandmother, knowing you've returned from the sanatorium, I specially sought out a painting from the antique market. Please take a look and see if you like it. Chen Fan glanced at the scroll from the corner of his eye and immediately changed his expression. He instinctively exclaimed, Chen Fan, did you steal my painting? Chen Fan glared back defiantly, retorting, You Chen dare to slander me? You claim this painting is yours? Call its name and see if it responds to you. Indeed, do you wish to frame me? Yang Xiaomei immediately spoke up. When my son entered, I rushed to greet him, and at that moment, he was already holding the painting. You truly have no shame fighting over this? Chen Fan retorted with a cold laugh. I recall that there are surveillance cameras in front of our old residence. Why not have the butler retrieve the footage to see who, between myself and Chen Fan, was holding the painting upon entering? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan suddenly panicked. If that were the case, wouldn't his act of secretly taking Chen Fan's painting be exposed? Not only would he lose face here, but he would likely face severe reprimand from his father. No, he could not allow Chen Fan to check the surveillance. Yet Chen Fan had already begun to walk towards the security room adjacent to the hall, where the surveillance footage was stored. Chen Fan was flustered. He wanted to intervene, but could not find an appropriate excuse. Just then, Chen Fan suddenly grasped Chen Fan's arm tightly and, in the next moment, delivered a resounding slap to his face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the hall. With tear-filled eyes, Chen Fan gazed at the man, pleading, Chen Fan, please stop this. I beg you, will you? Chapter 54. With whom to converse? Chen Fan turned around, staring blankly at Chen Fan. After a prolonged silence, he broke into a wicked grin and said, Chen Fan, do you still dare to strike me? You brought this upon yourself. Chen Fan shot him a cold glance before turning back to the dining table. After receiving that slap, Chen Fan had lost all interest in the matter of the painting. Even if he proved the artwork was his, what would it matter? Was he to retaliate with a slap of his own? You young people have such fiery tempers. Why resort to violence when you can discuss your grievances? Sighed old lady Chen, her voice tinged with helplessness. Weedy. I shall retire to my room for some rest. You may do as you please. She wished to reprimand Chen Fan, to defend Chen Fan. But their quarrel was one that only they could resolve. She could assist them momentarily, but could she truly intervene for a lifetime? Mother, allow me to escort you back. Chen Mo, perceptive as ever, immediately rose to assist the elderly lady. Chen Fan felt a mixture of relief and annoyance. It was all the fault of this good-for-nothing. Why couldn't he just accept the humiliation quietly? Instead, he had to stir up trouble, denying Howard the praise he rightly deserved from their grandmother. You should have been the brightest star of the evening. At that moment, Zhao Jia approached Chen Fan, feigning a look of remorse. Fan, are you upset? This is all my fault. I shouldn't have come tonight. Had I not shown up, Chen Fan wouldn't have felt the need to compete with me. A perfectly splendid banquet has been ruined because of me, and I sincerely apologize to everyone present. After saying this, Zhao Jia exaggeratedly bowed to the assembled guests. Oh, Zhao, please rise. Zhao Cuihua quickly intervened, her face darkening as she glared at Chen Fan and shouted, Look, Chen, this is what we call upbringing. You, on the other hand, will never learn even this much in your lifetime. At least you've mastered the art of playing the green tea act. Chen Fan scoffed disdainfully. What s with your pretentiousness, Chen Fan? Qin Shuai bellowed. Is it so difficult to acknowledge that others surpass you? You truly are a pile of rotten refuse. Stepping on you would soil one's shoes. Rotten refuse? Chen Fan chuckled with amusement. Are you referring to what you just ingested? Qin Shuai erupted in fury. Her face contorted as she lunged at Chen Fan, only to be effortlessly evaded by him. She attempted to pursue further, but Yang Xiaomei hurriedly restrained her. The earlier encounter with Chen Fan had made her realize that he was no longer the spineless, bullied son-in-law he once was. Now, he was someone who dared to fight back. Mother, don't stop me. I want to kill him. Qin Shuai screamed, her rage unabated. She had finally managed to forget the vile events of the past, only for Chen Fan to bring them back to the forefront of her mind, clearly intending to provoke her. Enough, my daughter, Yang Xiaomei urgently urged. Do not waste your anger on such a worthless person. He is not worth it. Remember, you are now the general manager of the company. To associate closely with him would only tarnish one's reputation. Upon hearing this, the individuals in the hall were taken aback. Zhao Cuihua immediately interjected. What general manager? Isn't Zivii studying abroad? How could she possibly hold such a position? Calming herself, Qin Zivii lifted her chin with pride and declared, I graduated last year. After working abroad for a year, I was fortunate enough to achieve some small successes. Not long ago, I was recruited by a newly established company in Lincheng, which offered me the position of general manager. As she spoke, Qin Zivii cast a triumphant glance at the crowd and continued, I had planned to share this joyous news with my grandmother at dinner tonight. But alas, it was ruined by that good-for-nothing Chen Fan. Qin Zivii shot a venomous glare at Chen Fan, who dismissed her entirely, leisurely enjoying a bright red apple while seated on the sofa. Observing Qin Zivii's smug demeanor, Zhao Cuihua felt a twinge of displeasure and retorted, Zivii, it's not that your second aunt is trying to dampen your spirits. What use is a newly established company? Your father's entertainment business is doing quite well. I advise you to consider working there instead. If that doesn't work, you could speak to Pharaoh. Her beauty company is currently expanding and is in need of personnel. We are family, after all. If you say a few kind words, Pharaoh would surely offer you an opportunity, wouldn't he, dear? Zhao Cuihua winked at Qin Fan, who smiled helplessly and replied, If Zivii is willing, I do have an assistant position available. However, before Qin Fan could finish her sentence, Qin Zivii interrupted with a sardonic expression. Qin Fan, you truly possess a thick skin. Your company is expanding? After losing that billion-dollar investment, it would be a miracle if your company survives, let alone expands. The sun hasn't even set yet, and you're already dreaming. Qin Fan's complexion paled, leaving her speechless. Zhao Cuihua immediately sprang up, her neck arched as she shouted, Zivii, what nonsense are you spouting? Pharaoh's company is thriving. The collaboration with the One family was introduced by Zhao Xiao, and it is about to be finalized. Don't listen to those rumors about the billion-dollar investment being lost. They are all lies. Zhao Cuihua seethed internally, frustrated that the news had spread so quickly within just a few days. She had hoped to take advantage of the situation before it became widespread and to gain some face in front of the Qin family. Now, it seemed her plans were thwarted, and she feared being humiliated. With her arms crossed, Qin Zivii coldly chuckled, Second aunt. I almost forgot to mention, the company that recruited me was actually established by the One family themselves. After witnessing the abysmal proposals from the previous candidates for that billion-dollar investment, the One family decided to take matters into their own hands. The new company is named Fanxing Beauty, signifying that through its products, Every woman can transcend the mundane and experience a rebirth. After Qin Shiwei finished speaking, she leisurely approached Qin Fan, extending her hand in a provocative manner. "From tomorrow onward, we shall be rivals," she declared. Qin Fan gazed at her in a daze, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Chen Fan, who was eating an apple, furrowed his brows slightly. "Fanching beauty? Yes. You mentioned establishing a company for me, and it appears to be this one named Fancheng." He mused as he took out his phone to check the company's transfer certificate. The official seal at the bottom left of the transfer document indeed belonged to Fancheng Beauty. How fortuitous! Unable to contain himself, Chen Fan burst into laughter. Little did he know that Qin Shiwei, who was relishing the sight of Qin Fan's dismay, immediately erupted in fury upon hearing his laughter. She glared at Chen Fan with a fierce expression, exclaiming, "Chen, you worthless fool! What madness are you up to now? Are you so delighted by others' insults that you need to be berated to feel satisfied? You truly are a despicable and repulsive wretch." Hearing her words, Chen Fan paused slightly, leaning back against the sofa, and replied with a chuckle, "Qin Shiwei, do you even realize whom you are addressing?" Chapter 55, High Above, Treading Below. Ha! Am I not speaking to you, this worthless being? Qin Shiwei rolled her eyes and sneered. "You aren't about to claim that you possess some remarkable identity, are you?" "How do you know?" Chen Fan replied with a playful smile. "The chairman of a new company. Do you know him?" Qin Shiwei retorted irritably. "Whether I know him or not is of no concern to you." Chen Fan had intended to give her a slight shock, but reconsidered, thinking it best to wait. After all, in a few days, he would visit the company upon its official opening. At that moment, the expression on Qin Shiwei's face would surely be quite entertaining. "All right, everyone, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Zhao Jie announced, rising from his seat. His objectives for the day were twofold: to establish his presence before the elderly lady and to annoy Chen Fan. With both aims accomplished, it was no longer appropriate for him to linger. He had heard from Qin Ro that the elderly lady adhered to traditional values. Since Qin Fan and Chen Fan had yet to divorce, any overt displays of closeness to Qin Fan would undoubtedly provoke her wrath. Soon, it was time to retire for the night. As expected, Chen Fan was assigned to the same room as Qin Fan. This arrangement had been deliberately orchestrated by the elderly lady, and despite Qin Fan's reluctance, she dared not defy the wishes of her matriarch. Upon Qin Fan's return to the room, Chen Fan had already finished his bath and lay waiting on the bed. Upon seeing the man's dark countenance, Qin Fan silently cursed her luck. Yet, she remained silent, hastily grabbing her clothes and making her way to the bathroom. "Stop!" Chen Fan commanded. Qin Fan halted her steps, feigning indifference as she glared at him. "What is it?" "Qin Fan, did I not warn you?" Chen Fan approached her, his presence exuding a frigid air. "From now on, you no longer have the privilege to slap my face, but you dare to challenge my limits. Do you truly believe I will continue to indulge you as I once did?" A slight tremor coursed through Qin Fan's body, her gaze faltering. Biting her lip, she asked, "What do you want then? Would you rather retaliate?" "Very well." Chen Fan grinned, and immediately his hand struck out. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap reverberated through the small room. Qin Fan turned her head, her expression one of shock and disbelief. She glared at Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes misting over, her cheeks flushed and one side of her face slightly swollen. In their 3 years of marriage, this was the first time Chen Fan had struck her. "Remember, this is of your own making." Chen Fan's tone was cold as he echoed her earlier words back to her. "Even a tiger does not roar, and you truly think of yourself as a sickly cat?" Taking a deep breath, Qin Fan turned and entered the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air. Before long, amidst the splashing, muffled sobs emerged. In the past, Chen Fan would have been frantic with worry, coaxing her through the door. Even if he could talk endlessly, Chen Fan dared not cease. However, this time, he chose a different course of action. Instead, he opened a novel about a son-in-law's counterattack and became engrossed in its narrative. Half an hour later, Qin Fan emerged from her room, donned in a fresh set of pajamas, her eyes slightly reddened, and the swelling on her face nearly subsided. Chen Fan's slap was delivered with precision. It caused pain, but left no lasting marks. His intent was to teach Qin Fan a lesson. making it clear that he would no longer tolerate her boundless provocations. At that moment, Chen Fan stood beside the bed, her delicate brows furrowed. Chen Fan. There are blankets in the cupboard. You should sleep on the floor. Chen Fan lazily lifted his eyelids and retorted, Why should I? There's a large bed here. Why can't I sleep? You can choose to sleep or not. Or perhaps you should take to the floor yourself. With that, he shifted into a more comfortable position, returning his attention to the captivating story. The protagonist was on the verge of an explosive awakening, about to claim his long-untouched wife after years of marriage. Chen Fan's interruptions were becoming increasingly irksome. Chen Fan, don't push your luck. Chen Fan suppressed her anger and coldly responded, I've already returned the slap. What more do you want? We are about to divorce. Can we not maintain our usual routine for these last few days? Must you make me detest you? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a blazing arm encircle her slender waist. The world spun around her as Chen Fan pinned her onto the bed, their bodies pressed tightly together without a sliver of space in between. Chen Fan, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. Panic surged within Chen Fan as she recalled the words he had spoken in the hallway earlier that day. This rogue, could he truly be contemplating something serious? Chen Fan, we are about to divorce. Please don't do this. Chen Fan struggled desperately, but Chen Fan's strength was formidable. With merely one hand, he restrained her, rendering her futile attempts to escape powerless against his grip. Chen Fan, I have already stated that even on the brink of divorce, I intend to enjoy the privileges of a husband. After serving your family for 3 years, asking for a little interest is hardly unreasonable, Chen Fan sneered. At that moment, Chen Fan glared at him, her face flushed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, emotions perfectly mirrored in her expression. Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel at his wife, who was renowned in the business circles of Lin City as the most beautiful woman. It was a pity that in the past, he had been overly cautious, guarding such a stunning beauty without truly savoring the experience. Now, on the cusp of divorce, he found himself awakening to newfound desires. Gazing at the woman so close to him, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. Chen Fan, in a moment of humiliation, closed her eyes tightly, biting her lip. Chen Fan, I will hate you, she said in a hoarse voice. To this, Chen Fan retorted with a mocking laugh, It matters not. After all, you never loved me. The ambience of the woman's room, adorned with cool-toned tiles and wallpaper, added an air of detachment to the unfolding drama. Yet at this moment, even the coldest hues were rendered inconsequential by the sweltering heat within the room. On the bed, Chen Fan lay as if her soul had been lost, motionless and engulfed in silence. Chen Fan wore a satisfied expression, occasionally reminiscing about the recent events. Is this the essence of conquest? It is truly exhilarating. Are you satisfied? Came Chen Fan's voice, slightly hoarse. She turned to gaze at Chen Fan, her eyes brimming with resentment. Chen Fan looked at her and offered a faint smile. I am merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a husband. Besides, the commotion you caused was no less than mine. To turn your back on me now seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? His teasing rendered Chen Fan's cheeks a deep crimson. She herself could not comprehend the nature of her reaction. Nevertheless, it did not erase the undeniable truth of Chen Fan's forceful actions. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. After all, you have achieved your aim, Chen Fan stated with a hint of indifference. Very well, Chen Fan readily acquiesced. Chen Fan fell silent, closing her eyes and swiftly drifting into slumber. Early the next morning, Chen Fan rose and exited the room. Upon reaching the hall, he was met with the sight of Zhao Cuihua, her face ashen and her expression fierce. Her eyes piercing like daggers, glaring at him with palpable fury. You worthless scoundrel! How dare you treat my daughter in such a manner? I shall not rest until you are torn to shreds. Zhao Cuihua roared, lunging at Chen Fan like a wild beast. Chapter 56. Escape from the cage, Chen Fan. I will kill you. Zhao Cuihua lunged at him in a frenzy. Chen Fan yawned and subtly shifted his body, causing her to miss entirely. You little beast, do you dare to evade me? Zhao Cuihua, consumed by rage, was about to unleash another fit when the authoritative voice of old Lady Qin resonated through the air. Stop this commotion. What is all this ruckus so early in the morning? The elderly matriarch approached, leaning on her cane, her face etched with anger. Zhao Cuihua opened her mouth, instantly silenced, and stood meekly to the side. The old mansion's soundproofing was mediocre at best. Last night, the noises made by Chen Fan and Chen Fan had echoed through the halls, leaving no one oblivious to the events. Zhao Cuihua naturally was filled with loathing, wishing nothing more than to flay Chen Fan alive, to break his bones and shred his flesh. Her daughter, how could this worthless man have taken her virtue? This was indeed a profound humiliation. Xiao Fan, did you sleep well last night? Old Lady Qin inquired, her mood surprisingly pleasant as she smiled at Chen Fan. I slept quite well. Thank you for your concern, Grandma. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Well, as long as you slept well. It is only natural for the young to be full of vitality. However, one must still exercise moderation. Good health is the foundation of everything. Ha ha ha. The old lady was in high spirits, unable to restrain her laughter. Chen Fan was bewildered. He could comprehend each word she uttered, yet the overall meaning eluded him. At that moment, Chen Fan emerged, donned in fresh attire, her movements awkward and hesitant. Grandma, Mom, you're all here? She forced a smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth. The pain she felt had yet to dissipate, and she avoided looking at Chen Fan altogether. Whenever her gaze inadvertently fell upon him, it was as cold as ice. Chen Fan was indifferent to her demeanor. He had merely reclaimed what rightfully belonged to him. This was a debt Chen Fan owed him. Long overdue. Fan, if you are unwell, it would be best to take a day to rest, the old lady advised, fully aware of the situation. No, Grandma. Chen Fan shook her head. There is much work at the company. I must hurry to the office. With that, she made her way outside. As she passed Chen Fan, she cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Chen Fan, come with me. Chen Fan offered a faint smile to old lady Qin before turning to leave. The old lady nodded in satisfaction, saying, see, young people should spend more time together. That way, their relationship will flourish. Who knows, in a month or so, I might be cradling my great-grandchild. She mused contentedly, oblivious to the fact that Chen Fan and Chen Fan were heading straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once they queued, and it was their turn, Chen Fan submitted the divorce application. The staff members looked at them in astonishment. Such a handsome couple. Why would they choose to part ways? They offered some customary words of consolation, yet Chen Fan and Chen Fan remained resolute, unhesitating in their decision to divorce. After completing the necessary forms, they agreed to return in a month to collect their divorce certificate. Their 3-year entanglement was now unequivocally severed. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Like a heavy stone pressing upon his heart, he finally set it down. He could breathe deeply now. Even the tainted air seemed to turn sweet in that moment. In contrast, Chen Fan's expression revealed an unsettling tension. Chen Fan turned back, his tone calm as he said, Chen Fan, divorce is one matter, but my grandmother remains a respected elder. Should you require assistance, I am willing to return and play my part. However, there will be a cost involved. Do you understand my meaning? Chen Fan recalled the madness of the previous night. Her fair complexion paled slightly as she forced a cold smile, retorting, you are overthinking this. I will inform my grandmother that you have been dispatched on a business trip for training, and you want to return for a month. By then, my grandmother will certainly be back at the nursing home. Remember to collect the divorce certificate when the time comes. With that, the woman resolutely entered her vehicle and departed without casting a glance at Chen Fan. He hurried a few steps, calling out to the fading taillights, hey, after a night, as husband and wife, at least give me a ride. But the car had vanished from sight. The people entering and exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau regarded Chen Fan with strange expressions. This guy is something else. He just divorced his wife and still wants a lift? One remarked, such a waste. You should have seen his wife. She was stunning. And here he is, fresh from a marriage license, already looking to switch partners. Another chimed in, dude, wake up. With your physique, who would even glance your way? As the crowd murmured, Chen Fan paid them no heed. He was preoccupied with how he would get back. Just then, a familiar Bentley slowly approached. The window rolled down, revealing the breathtaking visage of one Wenren. Chen Fan, get in, she called gently. Overjoyed, Chen Fan strode towards the car, leaving the onlookers in stunned disbelief. No way, am I seeing things? Did he just divorce one beauty only to get into another's car? One exclaimed, slap me if I'm dreaming. Another added incredulously. The Bentley began to move forward, the driver discreetly lowering the soundproof curtain to afford Chen Fan and Wenren ample privacy. How did you know I was here? Chen Fan inquired. Wenren smiled and replied, if I said it was merely a coincidence, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Chen Fan chuckled silently, gesturing to the bouquet beside her. This is for you, wishing you joy in your divorce, and congratulations on escaping your cage to find freedom. Wenren handed him the flowers, gazing earnestly into his eyes, observing the exquisite bouquet and then the enchanting beauty before him. Chen Fan truly understood the meaning of beauty surpassing that of flowers. With such a stunning woman by his side, who needed flowers? At that moment, he noticed a scroll tied to the bouquet. He removed it and unrolled it, revealing a piece of calligraphy. 2 lines of magnificent characters danced across the paper, capturing his attention. Shattering the jade cage, a resplendent phoenix takes flight. The golden lock is suddenly undone, releasing the dragon of the deep. The vast expanse of the northwest stretches 3,000 realms, while the southeast is overshadowed by 1,000,000 states. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, what exquisite calligraphy, what a splendid poem. Wenren smiled gently and replied, this is the master's own handwriting. I sought it for quite some time before he graciously bestowed it upon me. I felt it was most fitting to present it to you. Chen Fan was subtly moved by her words. He suddenly realized that Wenren seemingly understood his innermost needs. He gazed out the window, his voice cold and resolute. In my youth, my naivety and foolish kindness caused my closest kin to fall into a coma that endures to this day. Severely injured and submerged, it was the matriarch of the Chen family who discovered me, and it was Chen Farong who saved my life. At the moment I laid eyes upon her, I experienced an instant attraction. I chuckled bitterly at myself. They say that desire is akin to a bone-cutting knife, and love is a softening elixir. Throughout the years of my affection for her, I harbored the absurd notion of simply enduring. I thought that as long as I could cure my mother and enjoy a warm hearth with a wife and children, my family would live in harmony, and I would not pursue past grievances. Yet, it appears that such a life is ill-suited to me. Ultimately, I cannot lead the life of an ordinary person. I am destined to seek justice. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, his icy gaze directed resolutely towards the north. Chapter 57. The Winds of Change. Meanwhile, within an unknown mountain range, a middle-aged woman clad in a Taoist robe, with raven tresses elegantly pinned up with wooden hairpins, leisurely savored the freshly brewed tea. Despite her humble attire, her eyes radiated an aura of decisiveness and strength. At that moment, a soft sound emanated from a nearby wooden cabinet. She turned her gaze to discover a dragon-shaped jade sculpture that had suddenly shattered. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, the locking dragon jade has shattered. Splendid. That mischievous lad, has he finally come to his senses? This middle-aged woman was, indeed, the master's wife spoken of by Chen Fan. The shattering of the locking dragon jade signified that the shackles binding Chen Fan's heart had been thoroughly unbound. He was destined to soar through the heavens like a true dragon, unimpeded by the trivialities of a mere Chen family. The master's wife retrieved a uniquely designed satellite phone and dialed a lengthy string of numbers. Master, what are your instructions? Upon connection, a melodious and clear voice resonated through the receiver. Without hesitation, she declared, Ling Long, return to the homeland. Your senior brother has broken his chains. Bring them along and return. He requires your assistance. Upon hearing this, Ling Long on the other end of the line was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, her voice trembling with emotion. Wonderful. Rest assured, Master. I shall bring them back at once. This time, we shall surely aid our senior brother in fulfilling his aspirations. Very well. I have faith in you. The middle-aged woman smiled gently before ending the call. With a determined breath, she dialed 4 more numbers, each with the same message, to return and assist Chen Fan. That night, The atmosphere within the Dragon Network organization of the Great Xia was unusually tense. An elderly man with white hair, adorned with a general's insignia, hurriedly arrived at the Dragon Network base, accompanied by several bodyguards. "What has transpired?" he inquired in a grave tone. "Report, Chief." A young commander saluted promptly and continued. "According to the Dragon Network's intelligence system, 12 individuals with capabilities surpassing the rank of master have simultaneously set forth from various corners of the world towards Great Xia. We are monitoring them closely, and any actions detrimental to Great Xia will be met with immediate expulsion." The white-haired elder asked, "Have the danger codes been identified?" "Yes," replied the young commander, picking up a file to report further, but a bodyguard interjected, presenting a mobile phone to the elder. "Chief, your personal call." Upon seeing the number, the elder's brows furrowed deeply. He answered the call, placing it to his ear with a cold tone. "Hoto, what is the matter?" "Old friend, please cease the surveillance on my 12 children. Rest assured, they will not engage in any actions harmful to Great Xia." The voice of Chen Fan's master's wife came through the line. The elder's brow remained furrowed, and after a lengthy silence, he finally inquired, "Are those 12 your 6 Ding and 6 Jia?" "Indeed," the master's wife affirmed without hesitation. "What brings them back here in such a fine state? Could it be that Chen Fan?" "Hush, it's on the phone." The matriarch signaled the elder to silence himself. She continued, "Some matters you and I are well aware of. Remember, do not surveil them. My 12 children have rather volatile temperaments." With that, the call was abruptly severed. The elder handed the phone to the bodyguard, squinting his eyes in a complex expression. "Alas, could we not escape that rumor? The return of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia heralds the onset of bloodshed throughout Jingyi. The winds of change swirl in this place." Yet, at the center of attention, Chen Fan felt no particular sensation. He was currently accompanying Wenren to meet a herbalist. His intention was to procure several medicinal herbs capable of treating his mother's ailment. Chen Fan learned that this herbalist, surnamed Song and named Song Qinggong, belonged to the Song family of the provincial capital. The Song family wielded substantial influence in the province. Even the Wenren family treated them with deference. "Let us maintain a cordial demeanor. I believe you will be inclined to engage in this business with us," Wenren remarked with a smile. Unlike his brothers, Song Qinggong has a pleasant disposition and navigates social situations with finesse. I am confident he will not refuse our request for assistance." Chen Fan nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. His principle has always been, if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. If others respect me by a foot, I shall reciprocate by a mile. As long as Song Qinggong does not seek trouble, he would not casually incite conflict. Before long, the Bentley arrived at a quaint 2-story tea house, imbued with a subtle fragrance of tea. This tea house was situated on the outskirts of Lin City. Aside from this aged establishment, there lay an expanse of rolling tea hills. The journey had been devoid of even a paved road, consisting solely of bumpy, muddy paths. Typically, this locale was scarcely frequented, known only to true tea aficionados who cherished this tranquil retreat. However, at that moment, the open space in front of the tea house was teeming with various luxury vehicles bearing the licenses of Lin City and nearby locales. Wenren's Bentley, amidst these opulent cars, was not even the most extravagant. One could easily envision hosting a high-end car exhibition here. The driver parked the car, and Chen Fan, along with Wenren's alighted. "Is this boss Song truly so renowned?" Chen Fan inquired, somewhat astonished. Wenren's nodded. "Indeed. The wealthier individuals tend to harbor a greater fear of death. Thus, in the upper echelons, doctors and herbalists are held in high regard. One heals ailments. The other provides remedies. Both are indispensable." Chen Fan concurred with a nod. Just as they were about to enter the tea house, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. "Step aside, don't block my way." Before the words had even settled, a hand reached out to grasp Chen Fan's shoulder. Without hesitation, Chen Fan shrugged his shoulder with a deft motion, sending the intruder hurtling backward with a cry. The two turned to face the commotion. At this moment, the person who found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament on the ground was none other than Zhao Jie. Standing beside him was surprisingly Chen Fan, who had just applied for divorce from Chen Fan earlier that morning. The atmosphere became palpably delicate as their gazes locked. Chen Fan's anger flared upon seeing Chen Fan, and her ire intensified upon noticing Wenren beside him. Chen Fan, you truly cannot sit idle for even a moment. Just after applying for divorce with me, you are already with her? Chen Fan scoffed coldly. Chen Fan retorted with equal sharpness. Chen Fan, are you not merely 50 steps mocking 100? Besides, we have already applied for divorce. Who I choose to be with is of no concern to you. I have not inquired about your presence here. So how dare you question me first? Fuming, Chen Fan shot back. Chen Fan, do not project your sordid thoughts onto me. I am here solely for work. And you? Are you here for work as well? Do you even have a job? No sooner had Chen Fan uttered these words than Wenren playfully linked her arm with Chen Fan's. With a teasing smile directed at the woman, she provocatively stated, "Of course, Chen Fan has a job. Accompanying me for a day of fun is his work." Chapter 58. The bizarre symptoms of Song Changgong. Chen Fan felt his arms sink into something soft, a sensation both pleasant and comforting. Chen Fan, her expression icy and mocking, remarked, "Chen Fan, weren't you supposed to be quite resilient? Yet here you are, reduced to living off others. Indeed, divorcing you was my wisest choice." Unperturbed, Chen Fan withdrew his hand from Wenren's embrace. With a faint smile, he responded, "It is only natural that a mere mortal, such as yourself, cannot perceive my extraordinary nature. I can understand your ignorance. I merely hope that when you finally recognize my true worth, you do not find yourself filled with regret." "Regret? Me?" Chen Fan laughed derisively. Her face twisted in mockery as she declared, "If I were to regret anything, it would solely be that I did not divorce you sooner. Being with a man as spineless as you is the greatest blemish of my life." With that, Chen Fan assisted Zhao Jie to his feet and led the way into the tea house. As Zhao Jie passed by Chen Fan, despite grimacing in pain, he managed to offer a provocative smile. Chen Fan chose to ignore him. "Let us also enter," Chen Fan said to Wenren, and together they stepped inside. The tea house, spacious yet bustling, greeted them with the fragrant aroma of tea that was both refreshing and uplifting. At one end, a redwood armchair leaned against the wall, where a middle-aged man with neatly cropped hair and a clean-shaven face lounged with an air of nonchalance. Despite his casual demeanor, he exuded the unmistakable aura of a person of high status. Among the gathering were various wealthy merchants and dignitaries from Lin City and its surroundings, some possessing fortunes exceeding 100 million. Yet, in the presence of this man, they appeared as mere nouveau riche. Wenren, standing on tiptoe, whispered delicately in Chen Fan's ear, "This man is Song Changgong." Chen Fan nodded in realization. Indeed, he possesses the demeanor of a successful businessman. But what is he engaged in? He observed that Song Changgong sat in the armchair, one hand resting on its armrest, while a gray-haired elder before him, with a serious expression, was taking his pulse. Despite the crowd, silence reigned, everyone motionless as they watched the elder's examination. Wenren leaned closer to Chen Fan, murmuring, "I have heard that Song Changgong suffers from a rare and peculiar illness. His appetite is astonishing. His stomach seems like a bottomless pit. He can consume 10 pounds of meat and a bucket of rice in a single sitting, eating at least 10 meals a day. Yet, he does not need to relieve himself. It is as if the food simply vanishes into his belly. He has yet to notice any discomfort in his body, but something is undoubtedly amiss. Thus, while conducting his business, he seeks out physicians far and wide. In every city he visits, he invites local tycoons and elites to bring renowned doctors to treat him. Whoever can uncover the truth of his condition and cure him will not only earn a handsome reward. In pursuit of gaining the esteemed friendship of Song Changgong, Chen Fan observed the affluent merchants and socialites who had gathered today, each accompanied by their physicians. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan cast a discerning glance over the crowd and indeed spotted several doctors amidst them, both Western and traditional Chinese practitioners. Chen Fan and Zhao Jie were not far from Chen Fan, engaged in a hushed conversation. "Zhao, is that doctor you found truly reliable? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Chen Fan inquired. Zhao Jie offered an awkward smile and reassured her, "Do not worry, Fan. He is absolutely trustworthy. It's merely his first time venturing into such a remote area, and he is unfamiliar with the route. Do we not also take a wrong turn on our way here? Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner. Just as he finished speaking, a man with shifty eyes and a furtive demeanor dashed into the tea house. Zhao Jia immediately waved to him, signaling him to approach. The man stepped forward, his eyes already roaming over Chen Fan's alluring figure, before he even had the chance to shake Zhao Jia's hand. Chen Fan turned away in disgust, but the man chuckled, unfazed by her reaction. "You must be Dr. Ding," Zhao Jia asked, his voice tinged with irritation. "Indeed, that's me. I am Ding Duong," the man replied with a grin. "Mr. Zhao, Miss Chen, where is the patient you wish for me to examine? My schedule is quite packed. Were it not for a personal referral, 3 million would not suffice to engage my services." "Schedule?" Chen Fan furrowed her brow in confusion. No, I meant my time is very limited," Ding Duong quickly corrected himself, chuckling. "After all, my medical skills are quite exceptional, and I am inundated with patients seeking my expertise." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan temporarily set aside her doubts. Zhao Jia, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "Even if your time is tight, you must wait. We have invested 3 million. He gestured ahead. "Do you see? The person in need of care is seated right there. You must ensure you attend to him properly. If you manage to cure him, I could offer you 30 million, not just 3. Ding Diwang's heart skipped a beat at this revelation. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a mere formality? Why did it feel as though the stakes were real? In truth, he was not a legitimate doctor, but a con artist. Zhao Jia had contacted him through an intermediary, offering 3 million to persuade him to examine a wealthy individual. Without hesitation, he had rushed over. However, at that moment, he felt the urge to flee. Con artists excel at reading the room, and the atmosphere in this tea house felt decidedly off. As he peered ahead, the imposing presence of Song Qinggong filled him with trepidation. Yet, soon enough, his avarice overcame his fear. After all, fortune favors the bold. 30 million. Completing this job would allow him years of leisure without needing to work. While he might lack medical knowledge, deceit was his forte. With this thought in mind, Ding Duong began to adopt his role. He clasped his hands behind his back, casting a disdainful gaze over the assembly, particularly smirking derisively at the sight of the other doctors present, as if to say, "What a disarray of individuals, unworthy of sharing a consultation with him." Numerous onlookers discreetly monitored the unfolding scene. Ding Duang's demeanor indeed evoked astonishment among them, as they assumed he was a reclusive sage. Only Chen Fan discerned the discrepancies. Being a physician himself, he understood that both traditional and modern medicine require an air of composure. It is this very demeanor that allows one to calmly assess and address complex ailments or emergencies. Such a quality is not something one can feign. It naturally develops with the enhancement of one's medical skills and broadening of knowledge. However, Ding Duong exuded nothing but a fade of bravado. This man was likely a charlatan. Yet, it bore no consequence to Chen Fan, for even if he were to expose this individual's true identity, neither Chen Fan nor Zhao Jia would believe him. Why invite unnecessary ridicule? At that moment, the elder, who was taking Song Qinggong's pulse, shook his head in dismay. Stepping back, he remarked, "Mr. Song, I regret to admit my medical skills are insufficient to discern your ailment. I am truly ashamed." Song Qinggong, however, erupted into hearty laughter. Unfazed, "No need for self-reproach, dear sir. My condition is indeed peculiar, and currently, no one can remedy it. My presence in Lin City is merely for a routine consultation." With that, Song's gaze shifted toward the tea house, where the influx of visitors began to weigh on him. If he were to allow everyone to examine him, it would likely stretch into the following day. He continued, "I extend my gratitude to all esteemed friends present. Each individual here today is welcome to select a single medicinal herb from the apothecary as a token of appreciation. Furthermore, given the nature of my situation, there is no need for everyone to approach me individually. If any esteemed physician possesses the confidence to assist, I invite you to step forward." Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak. It was at this juncture that Ding Duong abruptly rose exclaiming, "Allow me to give it a try." Chapter 59. Silence. All eyes converged upon Ding Duong. Who is this man? He seems somewhat unfamiliar. Is he a doctor from Lin City? Not quite, as I'm acquainted with all the renowned physicians in Lin City. Perhaps he hails from elsewhere. Goodness, how confident he is. Does he truly believe he can discern Ba Song's ailment? Who can say? We shall wait and see. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes laden with complexity as they fell upon Ding Duong. Zhao Jie and Chen Fan displayed expressions of delight. Ding Duong's confidence suggested he possessed considerable skill. It is noteworthy that among the numerous doctors present, several were esteemed experts from prestigious hospitals, yet even they hesitated to step forward to treat Song Qinggong. This indicates the severity of Song Qinggong's condition. Yet Ding Duong dared to proceed. Does this not imply his exceptional medical prowess? Song Qinggong's eyes sparkled with interest as he invited Ding Duong to approach. With head held high and strides bold, Ding Duong advanced. He was acutely aware that, as he was not a doctor, should he take his turn, his facade would surely crumble. He needed to create a distinctive impression of medical expertise in the minds of those present. This way, even if he uttered vague remarks, none would dare to question him. Upon reaching Song Qinggong's side, Song Qinggong scrutinized Ding Duong closely. A wave of confidence emanated from him, suggesting that this individual indeed possessed some capability. Without uttering a word, Song Qinggong extended his hand, inviting the other to take his pulse. Not necessary, Ding Duong replied dismissively. He then retrieved a red thread from his pocket and wrapped it around Song Qinggong's wrist. This was the art of pulse diagnosis via suspended thread. The crowd's expressions shifted noticeably, astonishment etched on their faces at Ding Duong's demeanor. This technique, originating from the imperial court's royal physicians, was employed during times when gender interactions were restricted and hierarchical decorum was paramount. When royal physicians treated the women of the court, they could not utilize the direct methods of observation, inquiry, and palpation. Instead, they would use a red string or fine thread, securing one end to the patient's wrist while holding the other end between their fingers to achieve the effect of pulse diagnosis. This method demands an exceptional level of skill. Without mastery, one cannot execute it. Could it be that this man is a descendant of the imperial court physicians? The crowd speculated. However, as the saying goes, the layman observes the spectacle while the expert discerns the subtleties. Ding Duong's display indeed awed many whose medical skills were lacking. Yet to Chen Fan and several seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, it was riddled with flaws. Chen Fan could not contain his laughter. What is it? Wenren see you inquired curiously. I find this man's act quite amusing. He possesses not an ounce of genuine skill. The art of pulse diagnosis via suspended thread is rooted in the imperial court, originally intended to avoid gender and hierarchical sensitivities. In normal circumstances, one would directly place their hand on the wrist for diagnosis, who would use a string to bind it. His pretentiousness is glaringly obvious. Most importantly, the position of that thread was entirely incorrect. Upon hearing this, Wenren couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Fan's voice resonated, just within earshot of Chen Fan and Zhao Jie, who stood nearby. Zhao Jie, his expression grim, glared at Chen Fan and exclaimed, "What do you know? You are merely barking without understanding anything. Do you possess any medical knowledge? If you are truly capable, why don't you step up?" "Oh, my apologies, I forgot. You're just a useless son-in-law who has recently been cast out. You know nothing about medicine." With a cold, piercing gaze, Chen Fan smirked and retorted, "Zhao Jie, I advise you to keep your mouth shut." "Why should I?" Zhao Jie scoffed. "As a waste, you think you can silence me? Even if you obstruct my speech, I will still speak." He continued, "Chen Fan, you are nothing but a complete waste." Before he could finish, Chen Fan swiftly moved in front of Zhao Jie and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the tea house, startling the onlookers, who turned to witness the spectacle. Zhao Jie was propelled into the air, spinning twice and a half before crashing heavily to the ground, accompanied by the loss of 2 bloodied teeth. Chen Fan's icy eyes glinted as he remarked, "You've misunderstood. When I told you to keep your mouth shut, it was to prevent your teeth from falling out and dirtying the floor of the tea house. You would owe compensation for that. Zhao Jie clutched his face, wailing in agony, his eyes filled with venomous rage directed at Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, recovering from her shock, shouted at Chen Fan, "What on earth are you doing? Why do you interfere in matters concerning me? We are divorced now. Stop pestering me." Chen Fan regarded Chen Fan with an expression of amusement. "Chen Fan, do not flatter yourself. I have no time to pursue you." Yet, he suddenly leaned closer, whispering softly in her delicately crafted ear, "Unless, of course, you wish to relive last night with your legs entwined around me. I would find that quite agreeable. You scoundrel." Chen Fan's face turned crimson with embarrassment and indignation. She swung her hand to slap him, but Chen Fan effortlessly seized her wrist and, with a flick, sent her staggering backward, nearly losing her balance. At that moment, the authoritative voice of Song Chenggong rang out. "My friend, are you causing a disturbance while I, Song Chenggong, am attending to a consultation? Is this a sign of disrespect towards me?" A wave of trepidation swept through the crowd. Song Chenggong was furious. This eminent figure from a provincial city was on the brink of rage. Despite his tactful demeanor, he had his limits, and Chen Fan's actions had crossed them. This young man was doomed. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan displayed no fear. Instead, he strode confidently towards Song Chenggong. "Boss Song, your time is precious, and so is mine. Rather than allowing a charlatan to waste our time, why not let me give it a try?" As he spoke, he had already arrived before Song Chenggong. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he abruptly severed the red thread. "What are you doing?" Ding Duong fumed, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan. "I was in the midst of treating Boss Song. How dare you cut my red thread? And to call me a fraud? Let me tell you, I am exceedingly angry. Unless you kneel and apologize to me, I shall no longer tend to Boss Song's ailment." With that, Ding Duong stormed off to one side, exhibiting a demeanor of righteous indignation. Yet, deep down, he was already reveling in delight. Having just flaunted his red thread, he was concocting excuses to deceive Song Chenggong. However, upon realizing that some genuine traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were present, he feared that his fabrications would likely be exposed on the spot. The consequences could be grave, perhaps even fatal. But now, with Chen Fan's interruption, he found himself with a myriad of excuses to evade responsibility. After all, if blame were to be assigned, Song Chenggong would likely direct it solely at Chen Fan. At that moment, Chen Fan's voice rang out, "You claim you are not a fraud. Then allow me to pose a question. Have you ever heard of the Song of Decoctions?" "The what?" Ding Duong paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. This fellow was not kneeling in apology, but instead was asking if he had heard of a song. Was he out his mind? With that thought, Ding Duong scoffed. "Do not attempt to change the subject. I do not enjoy listening to songs. You should kneel and apologize to me at once." Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered these words, the expression of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners within the tea house had already shifted to one of intrigue. Chen Fan's amusement only deepened. "You truly have never heard of the Song of Decoctions? It is attributed to a gentleman surnamed Wang. Wang Feng, right? I know. Recently, he has been embroiled in a scandal with a woman. But what does that have to do with this?" Ding Duong asserted with confidence. "I shall tell you plainly. Only I can cure Boss Song's ailment. If you do not kneel and apologize today, you shall bear all the consequences." Chapter 60. Is he truly a fraud? Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the tea house shifted dramatically, with only a few seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners harboring suspicions. The crowd collectively altered their expressions, bewildered by the audacity of this young man to cause a disturbance before Boss Song. Who does he think he is? This is the son-in-law of the Qin family, the one who had the most exquisite beauty of the Lincheng business world. Wasn't his name something like Fan? What audacity for a mere son-in-law. His actions not only jeopardize himself, but also implicate the Qin family. The Qin family truly has fallen into misfortune, burdened with such an incompetent son-in-law who brings more trouble than success. The crowd incessantly berated him, their gazes towards Chen Fan brimming with disdain and contempt. At that moment, Zhao Jie rushed over, covering his mouth, and pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Fan, vociferously rebuking, "You worthless Chen. Why don't you kneel and apologize to Dr. Ding right now? Delaying Boss Song's treatment means you owe a debt that could cost you 1,000 lives. Your death is inconsequential, but don't drag the Chen family down with you. How could you repay the kindness of old Lady Chen like this? Before Zhao Jie could finish, Chen Fan had already seized his finger and wrenched it backward. Zhao Jie grimaced in agony, emitting a piercing scream. With a swift motion of his wrist, Chen Fan forced Zhao Jie to the ground, rendering him kneeling before him. Since you relish instructing others to kneel, why not demonstrate the proper way to do so yourself? Chen Fan's tone was frigid. At that moment, Chen Fan dashed forward, glaring at Chen Fan with fury. Chen Fan, release Zhao Xiao at once. Are you concerned for him? Chen Fan replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Aye. Chen Fan bit her lip, glaring at the man with resentment. Chen Fan scratched his head, letting out a sigh. Alas, this is quite a headache. Very well, for the sake of your Chen family, I shall let him go. Upon uttering these words, he released Zhao Jie, whose fingers were contorted at an awkward angle. Zhao Ye edraled Yavili relievet. While Chen Fan's expression softened slightly, it seemed he still cared for me. The next moment, Chen Fan delivered a swift kick. Bang! Zhao Jie felt as though he had collided with a freight truck, his body soaring out of the tea house like a deflated balloon. Chen Fan stood in shock, her mouth agape, and after a long moment, she regained her composure, her face reflecting profound disappointment as she called out to Chen Fan, why must you act this way? Do you have any idea how crucial this opportunity is for me? Must you ruin everything for me, for the entire Chen family? What opportunity? Chen Fan smirked wickedly, pointing at the fraudulent Dr. Ding behind him. You mean the chance to have a charlatan treat Boss Song? You speak nonsense. Chen Fan's face paled slightly, retorting angrily, on what grounds do you claim Dr. Ding is a fraud? You simply cannot bear to see me succeed, deliberately targeting me. Chen Fan, I once believed you to be merely inept, at least possessing good character. Now it appears you are nothing more than a scoundrel. For 3 years, you concealed your true self quite well, and now that we have just divorced, you're eager to reveal your true colors? Upon the utterance of those words, a slight commotion ensued at the scene. The assembly was taken aback to learn that Chen Fan, the most exquisite beauty in Lin Qing's business realm, had severed ties with her ineffectual husband. This revelation sparked renewed hope among the other men present, each of them casting fervent glances toward Chen Fan. However, she was preoccupied and paid no heed to their gazes. Disappointment etched on her face. She turned to Chen Fan and implored, Chen Fan, cease this foolishness and step aside. Allow Dr. Ding to attend to Boss Song's ailment. Your continued disruption will only bring harm to me and the Chen family. Despite her entreaties, Chen Fan remained unmoved. Very well, you have forced my hand. Chen Fan bit her lip and coldly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Fan, hereby officially announce that I have divorced this man. Chen Fan, his actions are now entirely disconnected from me and the Chen family. I ask for your witness as well as Boss Song. At her proclamation, the crowd's attention flickered. What had begun as a casual mention of her divorce had now solidified a formal severance from Chen Fan. Chen Fan then fixed her gaze upon him, icy in tone. Do not blame me for my lack of compassion. This is of your own making. Chen Fan grinned mockingly. You prattle on excessively. My actions were never intertwined with you or your family. Spare yourself the delusions. Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by Chen Fan's audacity. At that moment, he approached Song Chenggong and inquired, Boss Song, are you familiar with the Tang Tugu? Song Chenggong narrowed his eyes, not in anger, but in slight acknowledgement. Having endured prolonged illness, he had become well-versed in medicinal principles. To learn traditional Chinese medicine, one must first memorize the Tang Tugu. It had become an unspoken rule of sorts. Beside them, Ding Duong felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something amiss. Normally, Song Chenggong would be enraged and would punish Chen Fan severely. But why was he? Before he could ponder further, Chen Fan suddenly confronted him, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sound echoed sharply. Ding Duong was left dazed, struggling to maintain his footing. You dare strike me? He stammered, furious. Chen Fan sneered, what of it? You claim to understand traditional medicine, yet do not even know the Tang Too good. You deserve this. With that, another slap resounded. The other side of Ding Diwang's face swelled prominently. Chen Fan glared at him. You speak of Wang Feng and his ilk? What of it? You dare command me to kneel? Who do you think you are? You presume to be the only one capable of treating Bosong's ailment? What grants you such arrogance? With a final flourish, Chen Fan unleashed a barrage of slaps upon Ding Duong, his hands moving with abandon, transforming his visage into a grotesque spectacle. Ding Diwang's face was smeared with blood, and his teeth lay scattered on the ground. He hurriedly pleaded with a stammer, "Please, stop hitting me. I admit it. I am a fraud, not a physician." Upon hearing this, the tea house erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The patrons exchanged bewildered glances at Chen Fan, clearly taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly worthless son-in-law could effortlessly discern that the so-called Dr. Ding was a charlatan. Furthermore, he boldly risked incurring the wrath of Bosong by forcing the fraud to confess. It appeared that not only would Bosong refrain from harboring anger towards Chen Fan, but he might even express gratitude for his insight. Meanwhile, Chen Farong stood there, pale and helpless. Could it truly be that Ding Duong was a fraud? The words of Chen Fan were, in fact, accurate. A chill ran down her spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. If this charlatan were to treat Bosong and prescribe harmful remedies, it could lead to poisoning, implicating the entire Qin family. How could she have been so foolish? Her head buzzed incessantly with anxiety. At that moment, Song Qinggong turned to Chen Fan with a smile. "Young brother, I am grateful for your assistance in exposing this fraud. You may visit my apothecary later and select 2 types of medicinal herbs as a token of my appreciation." With that, he gestured, and 2 imposing men entered from outside, swiftly escorting Ding Duong away without uttering a word. What fate awaited him remained a mystery. "My friend, you may." Song Qinggong intended for Chen Fan to step aside so others could attend to him. But unexpectedly, Chen Fan interjected, "Boss Song, my purpose in coming here was not solely to unveil the fraud." "Oh." Song Qinggong's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Chen Fan. "I am also here to treat you," Chen Fan declared with unwavering confidence. "It might interest you to know that your affliction is one that only I can remedy." With this proclamation, the room fell into a profound silence. What is the situation? This remark sounds vaguely familiar. Surely, it was not something Ding Duong just said. Song Qinggong scrutinized Chen Fan with a penetrating gaze. At that moment, Chen Farong, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Chen Fan, do not act recklessly. We have been married for 3 years. How could I possibly be aware of your medical skills? I confess my earlier demeanor was somewhat unkind, but that does not justify your retaliation. If you feign knowledge and inadvertently harm Boss Song, our entire Qin family will be implicated." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan scoffed dismissively. "Qin Farong, did you not just formally declare that my actions are unrelated to the Qin family? How swiftly you forget." Qin Farong was momentarily taken aback. She indeed had uttered those words. At this juncture, Song Qinggong interjected, "Young man, how do you intend to treat me?" Chen Fan appraised Song Qinggong from head to toe and replied, "It will not be difficult, though you must endure some discomfort." Upon hearing this, Song Qinggong's eyes glimmered with interest. Having fought through the trials of society for decades, he had encountered all manner of individuals, discerning those with genuine skill from mere pretenders. He could generally tell the difference. Ding Duong had struck him as dubious. "Rest assured, I, Song Qinggong, am a veteran of the army. The hardships of training I have borne, surely, facing an ailment cannot be." "Ah." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Fan swiftly pressed 2 fingers together, delivering a precise strike to an acupoint on Song Qinggong's rib. Song Qinggong immediately let out a terrible scream, his mouth agape as he expelled a mass of thick, dark substance, collapsing onto the ground in agony. "Boss Song, are you all right?" The crowd gasped, rushing to express their concern. Qin Farong's complexion turned ghastly pale, devoid of any color. At that moment, Chen Fan had already approached Song Qinggong from behind, delivering 2 more precise strikes. Song Qinggong could no longer utter a sound, instead retching forth copious amounts of foul-smelling, dark mucus. The stench pervaded, causing those present to grimace and retreat. Just then, Zhao Jie, who had been kicked out of the tea house by Chen Fan, charged back in, this time accompanied by a throng of individuals, Song Qinggong's bodyguards. "Damn it, Chen Fan!" Zhao Jie bellowed, his face contorted with rage. "You dare strike me, but now you even lay hands on Boss Song. No one will save you today. Prepare to meet your end." As his words fell, Zhao Jie commanded his bodyguards, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and rescue him. Your boss is on the verge of being killed." The bodyguards' faces turned ashen, poised to intervene against Chen Fan. Suddenly, Wenren stepped forward, arms outstretched to block the path of the bodyguards. With her captivating eyes, she declared, "Hold on. Who says Chen Fan is attacking her boss? He is clearly treating him." The bodyguards were taken aback and halted their movements. The people of Lin City, lacking discernment, were oblivious to Wenren's true appearance. They recognized the woman before them as none other than the esteemed eldest daughter of the Wenren family, Wenren. Yet, the sight of Song Qinggong in such a dire state was truly pitiful. It was impossible for anyone to perceive this as a method of healing. The patrons of the tea house began to murmur among themselves. What nonsense is this? In my decades of medical practice, I have never encountered such a treatment method. If striking someone could cure an ailment, what need would there be for doctors like us? In my opinion, this is nothing short of a scheme to extort money while causing harm. Indeed, this is an act of murder. Someone stop him. A throng of wealthy merchants and socialites clamored to intervene against Chen Fan. "Halt at once." At this crucial moment, Wenren proclaimed loudly, "I will vouch that Chen Fan is indeed treating him." The crowd was taken aback. Meanwhile, Song Qinggong's bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief, with Wenren's assurance. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, they would not bear the blame. "You wretched harlot, get out of the way." At that moment, Zhao Jie pushed through the crowd, his expression fierce as he approached. He pointed an accusing finger at Wenren, unleashing a torrent of insults. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak here? And you dare to vouch for him? If something happens to Boss Song, you won't escape either. You and that useless Chun are in cahoots," Zhao Jie declared, his eyes aflame with fury. The nearby bodyguard from the Song family looked on in sheer terror, thinking to themselves how audacious this man was, daring to insult Wenren. In the provincial capital, she was known as the cold-faced rose. Her beauty was unparalleled, capable of making any man swoon. Yet, she was equally ruthless. Since coming of age, her extraordinary beauty and poise had attracted incessant harassment, and ultimately, every man who dared to bother her had met a dire fate. How could Zhao Jie have the audacity to call her a harlot? As Zhao Jie finished his tirade, he noticed that the bodyguards remained unmoved. Confused, he exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Hurry and save your boss. Truly a bunch of useless lackeys. If I had subordinates like you, I would have." Slap. Before Zhao Jie could continue his tirade, one of the bodyguards had already slapped him across the face. "What are you screaming about? Do you even know anything? We don't need you to instruct us on how to act." The bodyguard glared at Zhao Jie, chastising him. Although they too were skeptical about Chen Fan's ability to heal their boss, with Wenren standing up for him, they were not foolish enough to recklessly intervene. What if, indeed, Chen Fan was genuinely providing treatment? There is no hope left. Zhao Jie shouted, covering his mouth, his face twisted with resentment. "If something happens to Boss Song, you bodyguards will be complicit. All of us present are witnesses. Prepare for your demise." Zhao Jie began, but before he could finish his words, Song Qinggong abruptly let out a loud gasp. From his mouth erupted a large mass of dark substance. Amidst the ongoing dispute, Chen Fan had already punctured Song Qinggong several times. Ultimately, he harnessed his strength and forcefully struck the back of Song Qinggong. In that instant, a plethora of indeterminate black matter spewed forth from Song Qinggong's mouth, among which was a colossal centipede, entirely enveloped in a viscous liquid. At that moment, the enormous black centipede writhed desperately within the dark fluid, striving to escape. Its intended route of escape led directly towards Zhao Jie. "Oh my God!" Zhao Jie screamed in terror. In a panic, he seized a nearby individual to shield himself. Unbeknownst to him, the person he had grabbed was none other than Chen Fan, who stood beside him. Chen Fan was paralyzed with fright, unable to comprehend why Zhao Jie had pulled her into this chaos. The gigantic centipede was now mere inches away, its numerous legs bristling and its menacing mandibles poised, along with the overwhelming stench wafting through the air. At that moment, everything became chillingly clear to her. Chen Fan felt a wave of icy fear wash over her as she instinctively shut her eyes and cried out, "Chen Fan." Chapter 62. Rare medicinal herbs in a moment of peril. Chen Fan moved with astonishing speed, colliding with Chen Fan and simultaneously crushing the head of the pitch-black centipede beneath his foot. Greenish blood splattered everywhere, and some guests who failed to retreat in time found themselves splattered with the viscous liquid, emitting hissing sounds as their garments began to corrode as if doused in sulfuric acid. Zhao Jie suffered the worst, having the blood sprayed onto his face, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. When someone eventually rescued him, his once handsome visage had been marred by a large, ghastly wound, rendering it utterly horrifying. Chen Fan felt a flicker of emotion within her. She understood that Chen Fan could not have easily let go of her. However, when she looked up, her expression turned pale. In that critical moment, Chen Fan rushed to her side, but he held tightly to Wenren, who was nestled in his broad chest like a frightened fawn, her eyes closed. The centipede's blood had splattered across Chen Fan's back, corroding his white shirt and revealing his bronze skin and well-defined physique. In that instant, a pang of sorrow struck Chen Fan's heart. Chen Fan had come to save Wenren, not her. Yet, she quickly masked that fleeting emotion and began to assess her own condition. Fortunately, when Chen Fan had pushed her aside, it had allowed her to fall outside the range of the splattered blood. Aside from a slight ache in her backside, she had sustained no injury. At that moment, Song Qinggong finally regained his composure. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for air, his eyes fixed on the still twitching body of the centipede, sending a chill down his spine. How could such a large creature have been hiding within him? Surely, the things he had consumed must have been devoured by this beast. The mere thought of it made him feel nauseous, causing him to turn away and retch once more. This time, however, he expelled only a bit of acidic liquid from his stomach, no longer the thick, black substance. After retching for over 10 minutes, a fierce hunger surged within him, prompting him to request a nourishing porridge from the tea house owner. He swallowed it down hastily, feeling a significant relief wash over him. That long-lost sense of satiety returned. Ah, how comforting! Having set down the bowl, Song Qinggong relaxed and sighed contentedly. The chaos within the tea house had been cleared away. Zhao, the only injured party, was sent to the hospital for treatment, courtesy of Song Qinggong. The remaining guests exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their astonishment at how events had unfolded. Ultimately, it was indeed Chen Fan who had resolved the crisis for Song Qinggong. Wenren gazed at him with a heart full of admiration and joy, her eyes sparkling with deep appreciation. Chen Fan was truly remarkable, continuously surprising her. What a man to be treasured. Ah, but Chen Fan did not appreciate him. A sly smile crept onto Wenren's lips as she glanced at the pale-faced Chen Fan standing nearby. Chen Fan also sensed the provocative gaze of Wenren. However, at this moment, she had no desire to linger here. Amidst the myriad of scrutinizing eyes, she swiftly departed from the tea house. As she exited, she encountered the subordinates of Song Qinggong waiting outside. According to their prior agreement, each person was permitted to select a medicinal herb from Song Qinggong's repository. Inside the tea house, Song Qinggong expressed his intention to take a bath. The guests, understanding the cue, prepared to leave. Chen Fan and Wenren were escorted to a private room on the second floor for a brief respite. Shortly thereafter, Song Qinggong, now resplendent in a fresh attire, ascended to greet his guests. "Young brother, how shall I address you?" Upon entering the private room, Song Qinggong cheerfully inquired of Chen Fan. "I am Chen Fan," he replied succinctly. Song Qinggong clasped his fists in gratitude and said, "Brother Chen Fan, thank you for your treatment. There is no need for formality, Song boss. We each get what we need." Chen Fan nodded in response. Song Qinggong laughed heartily. "Excellent. I appreciate a straightforward character. Speak. What medicinal herbs do you require? Anything I have, I shall provide. Chen Fan, elated, said, the herbs I seek may be rather obscure. I am uncertain if you possess them. Go ahead and name them. Song Chunggong waved his hand grandly. He boasted that he held a substantial portion of the medicinal herb market in the Great Xia, and if he lacked something, it would be nearly impossible to find elsewhere. I seek dragon skin, black tortoise shell, and tiger gall crystal. Chen Fan articulated slowly. The confidence on Song Chunggong's face vanished upon hearing these names. Brother Chen, are you certain you have not misnamed these herbs? I am absolutely certain. Chen Fan replied with conviction. How peculiar. Song Chunggong awkwardly clapped his hands. In my years of dealing in medicinal herbs, I have never encountered these names. Are these truly legendary items? Indeed, Chen Fan chuckled. While the names may seem fantastical, they are not derived from mythical beasts. Dragon skin is, in fact, the shed skin of a king cobra. However, this cobra is no ordinary one. It must have two growths on its head resembling dragon horns, hence the name. King cobras are not rare, but those with such growths are nearly non-existent, which makes this herb difficult to procure. The black tortoise shell follows the same principle. It must be from a millennia-old tortoise with a tail that resembles a snake, akin to the legendary creature Xuanwu. As for tiger gall crystal, it is a stone found within the gallbladder of a tiger, which should be the easiest to locate. Upon hearing this, Song Chunggong nodded slightly. Very well, I understand. However, it seems my repository does not contain these items. Please wait while I confirm. Furthermore, in a few days, I will have a batch of medicinal herbs arriving from another region, which will be unloaded at Lin City dock. I will check for you then, and if I have them, I shall deliver them to you. If not yet, I shall assist you in gathering them. I will ensure that your efforts are not in vain this time. Chen Fan felt a sense of relief. The reputation of Song Chunggong was well known. On the way, Wenren had informed him that he always fulfilled his promises. Now, 3 types of medicinal herbs required for his mother's treatment had been resolved. At this moment, Chen Fan inquired, Song boss, have you ever been to the southern frontier? Indeed, Song Chunggong replied with a serious nod. As you may know, that region is abundant in medicinal herbs. I ventured there to gather medicines and resided for a time. Chen Fan remarked, then the centipede within you is likely planted during that period. If you wish to investigate this matter, you could pursue this lead. Song Chunggong immediately rose and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Chen Fan. Brother Chen, your kindness is beyond words. From this day forth, you shall be my cherished friend across the years. With that, Song Chunggong lifted a cup of tea, intending to substitute it for wine. However, Chen Fan suddenly extended his hand to stop him. Chapter 63. Zhao Cuihua's proposal, what is the matter? Song Chunggong gazed at Chen Fan in astonishment. Chen Fan took the teacup from his hands and replied calmly, Old brother Song, it is imperative to remain vigilant. This cup of tea is utterly unpleasant. With that, he poured out the tea. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air as the crystalline, emerald liquid spread across the table like quicksilver. Yet amidst the remnants of water stains, 3 translucent, round insect eggs, each the size of fingernail, lay visible. These eggs glistened, submerged within the verdant tea, rendering them nearly invisible. Song Chunggong's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. When was this placed here? Chen Fan smiled lightly and said, Old brother Song, it would be wise to thoroughly investigate those around you, particularly those responsible for your daily care and meals. Upon hearing this, Song Chunggong's expression darkened, clearly indicating he had formed a suspicion. At that moment, both Chen Fan and Wenren stood up. Old brother Song must have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave, Chen Fan stated. If there are any updates regarding the medicinal materials, please do not hesitate to contact me. After exchanging contact information with Song Chunggong, Chen Fan and Wenren departed. Sia, I presume you are acquainted with Boss Song? Chen Fan inquired on their way back. Wenren paused, surprised that Chen Fan would bring this up so suddenly. She smiled gently. We are both from influential families in the provincial capital, so it is only natural that we have crossed paths. However, we are merely acquaintances and not particularly close. Chen Fan nodded slightly, realizing why Wenren and Song Chunggong had not engaged in much conversation. By the way, Have you uncovered any recent movements of Kai Chenglong? Chen Fan asked. A person like Kai Chenglong is both ruthless and vengeful. After suffering such a significant defeat at your hands, he would not let it rest easily. Wenren shook her head. We have yet to locate Kai Chenglong, but it's safe to assume he is hiding in Lin City, likely plotting a grand scheme. However, his master, one of the 3 absolute masters, has sent word expressing a desire to meet you. Kai Chenglong must have informed him of his defeat. I have directly declined a request on your behalf. A person of Kai Chenglong's ilk must have a master who is no better. Wenren's expression reflected her displeasure. Chen Fan chuckled softly and refrained from commenting. He had yet to meet this renowned master among the 3 absolute masters. However, he was familiar with the verse penned by Master Gu. Lin City has 3 absolutes and 4 talents: fist, palm, leg, axe, sword, and spear. On the other shore, the mandrake buries loyal bones, pursuing fragrance and chasing shadows of a red-clad beauty. These individuals constituted the most formidable figures across various fields in Lin City. Sadly, Chen Fan had little connection with them. His focus lay on those who had conspired against him, leading to his mother's prolonged coma. A mere small town like Lin City held little significance for him. By the way, Chen Fan. Wenren announced that the office address for the mundane beauty brand has been confirmed. I have just received news that the office equipment has been installed. The grand opening ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. As the chairman, you are expected to attend and perform the ribbon cutting. Very well, Chen Fan nodded. Since the decision has been made to settle past grievances, I shall not fear scrutiny. Should those individuals dare to show up, I shall ensure they do not return. Meanwhile, Chen Fan returned to the Chen family with a heavy heart. My daughter, how did it go? Zhao Cuihua descended from upstairs, noticing Chen Fan's lack of enthusiasm, and promptly inquired with concern. Then, glancing outside, she asked with curiosity, where is Zhao Xiao? Was he not with you to meet that Mr. Song? Chen Fan shook her head, fatigued. Zhao Jia has been hospitalized. What? Zhao Cuihua's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Zhao Xiao, in perfect health, end up in the hospital? Who did this? Chen Fan was momentarily a loss for words. She certainly could not reveal that Zhao Jia had used her as a shield, only to suffer the consequences himself, resulting in him being hospitalized due to the venom of a centipede. Instead, she inquired, Mother, where is Ruo? She has a cold and is upstairs. Zhao Cuihua gestured toward the ceiling. Chen Fan furrowed her brow. How could she catch a cold? I recall our family has always been in good health. Over the past 3 years, I have not heard a single cough. Indeed, I find it strange as well, Zhao Cuihua remarked, touching her own face. In just these past few days, your sister has been feverish and plagued with diarrhea, causing endless turmoil. And my skin, it ages rapidly, with wrinkles appearing one after another. Chen Fan was not in the mood to listen to Zhao Cuihua's lamentations, and instead asked, Mother, do you know if Chen Fan possesses any medical skills? Medical skills? Zhao Cuihua scoffed, her face filled with disdain. If that worthless fellow had any medical prowess, I would be the reincarnation of Hua Ta. He is merely a good-for-nothing who can only wash clothes, cook, and clean. If he had any talent, he would not be so despised. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a twinge of curiosity. Indeed, it was not only Zhao Cuihua. Even she, who shared a room with Chen Fan, had never known he had any medical knowledge. Was it that he concealed it so well, or had they simply failed to pay attention to him? At that moment, Zhao Cuihua added, however, during the years he's been with us, he would often prepare peculiar concoctions for us to consume, claiming they were remedies found online that could enhance our physical well-being and reduce the likelihood of falling ill. For someone of my age, he said that consistent consumption could even improve my complexion and delay the appearance of wrinkles. Now that I think about it, Zhao Cuihua suddenly realized. It seems that ever since we stopped consuming that fool-esque concoctions, your sister's health has deteriorated. And my skin, too, is worsening by the day. That wretched thing. Could he have poisoned those remedies? Zhao Cuihua seethed with indignation. I am resolute. I must have him bring me the antidote. If not, I shall report him, and this matter will not end here. With that, Zhao Cuihua reached for her phone to call Chen Fan. At that moment, Chen Fan had just returned home in Wenren's car when he received Zhao Cuihua's call. Without a moment's hesitation, he hung up and promptly added her number to his blacklist. That old hag dares to act madly. Chen Fan scoffed under his breath as he turned to enter the villa. On Zhao Cuihua's side, fury consumed her as she pointed at her phone, cursing vehemently, "Oh, that beast! How dare he hang up on me?" Undeterred, she dialed again, only to find herself blocked this time. Her face drained of color as she trembled, on the verge of calling the authorities. At that moment, Chen Fan frowned and said, "Enough, mother. Chen Fan is not that kind of person. Do not jump to conclusions about him. That remedy of his should possess health-boosting and skincare benefits. You haven't taken it yet. And with Ruo's poor sleep habits and penchant for reckless outings, her health is bound to deteriorate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Cuihua remained skeptical. Really? That good-for-nothing is truly capable of such wonders, even for her health? Chen Fan felt weary of further discussion. Her mother and sister held an overly rigid perception of Chen Fan, which often led her to view him through a lens of bias. Reflecting on it now, Chen Fan had not truly committed any egregious acts deserving such disdain. Why, then, did she harbor such animosity towards him? Before Chen Fan could ponder this further, Zhao Cuihua prompted, "Fan, why not fetch that remedy? I'm not suggesting it for you and your sister, but rather, your fiefin beauty could mass-produce it. This could definitely have a market." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 64. The Arrival of the Six Ding and Six Jia indeed. A smile illuminated Chen Fan's face. How had she not realized this sooner? It was Zhao Cuihua's insightful remark that had awakened her. Presently, the most significant challenge facing Fiefin Cosmetics was the lack of a flagship skincare product, especially after the Ren family's entry into the beauty market. The pressure on Fiefin's market share would only intensify. Her recent investment, alongside Zhao Jia, in hiring a physician to assist Song Qinggong's recovery, was aimed at establishing a stable supply chain with him, thereby promoting a skincare line to help Fiefin Cosmetics solidify its position. Unfortunately, Zhao Jia proved to be utterly unreliable, using the 3 million they had pooled together to engage a fraudster. Most critically, Chen Fan had exposed this deceit publicly. As a result, not only was collaboration with Song Qinggong jeopardized, but they were fortunate not to incur his wrath. It was a testament to Song Qinggong's magnanimity. Yet, I have divorced Chen Fan. Chen Fan reflected on her previous statements, recognizing her own rashness. At that moment, she should not have loudly declared her severance from Chen Fan. Now, the thought of approaching him filled her with embarrassment. What was there to fear? Zhao Cuihua scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Does that good-for-nothing dare defy you? That spineless fool only shows his teeth when he's riled up. A little provocation, and he will come crawling back to us in no time. Fan, you should go ahead. If all else fails, we can simply buy him off. How much could his remedies online possibly be worth? Offering him 500 would be generous." Zhao Cuihua's bluntness made Chen Fan instinctively feel that her mother was mistaken. Yet she refrained from arguing. Deep down, she believed that Chen Fan still harbored feelings for her. It was merely that her previous harsh words had angered him. If she were to apologize, surely all would be well. Moreover, Chen Fan had concealed his medical skills from her for 3 whole years. Setting aside the facts, was he not at fault as well? With this thought, Chen Fan resolved firmly. "All right, I understand. I will seek him out tomorrow." With that, Chen Fan dialed Chen Fan. Upon seeing her name on the screen, Chen Fan felt a wave of exasperation. He considered blocking her number entirely, but with their divorce certificate appointment looming in a month, that would complicate communication. Reluctantly, he answered the call. "Chen Fan, where are you?" Chen Fan endeavored to soften her tone, yet Chen Fan offered no leniency. He cut straight to the chase, stating that if it was not about something important, he would hang up. The unfamiliarity in his voice tightened Chen Fan's heart. He had never spoken to her this way before. Suppressing her feelings of hurt, she whispered, "I wish to see you." Not interested, Chen Fan replied without hesitation. Ending the call, Chen Fan realized that he had no concern for her matters. He had more pressing issues to attend to within the villa. Chen Fan gazed at Aunt Sue, who was still busy with her tasks, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Aunt Sue, there's no need to toil this evening. You should retire early." "Yes, young master," she replied. having served alongside Chen Fan and his mother for many years. Aunt Sue understood perfectly that his words implied something significant was about to unfold, prompting her to excuse herself. Once she returned to her room, Chen Fan, in high spirits, made his way to the underground wine cellar. He meticulously selected over 50 bottles of exquisite vintage wine, both domestic and foreign. With a small cart, he transported them to the villa's grand hall. He then prepared a few delectable dishes to accompany the wine and arranged a generous platter of peanuts. Settling down in the hall, he mused to himself, it should be time, roughly. He promptly lined up 13 wine glasses in a row and, with a bottle in each hand, filled them to the brim. Just then, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air as 12 formidable figures suddenly appeared in the villa's hall. "Ah, what delightful wine!" A hearty laugh erupted. All 12 hands simultaneously lifted their glasses. "Esteemed guests, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Chen Fan raised his glass, his excitement palpable. "Brother." The 12 responded with equal enthusiasm, their gazes fixed on Chen Fan, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "Let us first toast with this cup," Chen Fan proposed. "Cheers!" they all exclaimed, laughter echoing as they downed their drinks in one go. "What splendid wine!" Praises rang out. Chen Fan gestured towards the table brimming with fine wines. "Tonight, we have plenty of wine and food. Drink to your heart's content," he declared. He took the lead, pouring wine into the glasses, and the 12 followed suit. In no time, the air was thick with the aroma of wine, glasses clinking, laughter resonating. As the evening progressed, they even began to drink directly from the bottles, the carefree atmosphere reminiscent of the days he spent learning under his master and mistress. "How nostalgic," Chen Fan murmured, his eyes sparkling. After the revelry of drink and merriment, Chen Fan and his 12 fellow disciples settled in the courtyard, discussing matters while sobering up. "Master brother, do you have any idea how delighted we were when Mistress told us that your dragon-lock jade had shattered?" The youngest disciple, Ling Long, gazed at Chen Fan with glistening eyes. Years ago, after Chen Fan was rescued from drowning, his 12 disciples had sought him out in Lin City. Yet Chen Fan, stubbornly believing that his failures and his mother's grievous injuries were due to his own folly, had lost the spirit of a true warrior. He no longer held confidence, even struggling to meet the gaze of his younger siblings. From that moment, Ling Long and the others realized that their once audacious and imperious elder brother had vanished, replaced by a shadow of his former self. He was nothing more than a man resigned to mediocrity, willingly succumbing to his own decline. After that fateful encounter, the 12 disciples, in their frustration, departed overseas and never returned, until now. With the vanquishing of his inner demons, Chen Fan rediscovered his vigor and spirit, prompting the 12 disciples to return from across the ocean, just as they had in the past, standing before him once more. "My dear disciples, I have let you down," Chen Fan remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Yet, almost immediately, the smile on his face transformed, regaining the fierce brilliance of his former self. "However, from this moment forth, I shall lead you anew to the pinnacle of this world." The expressions of the 12 disciples shifted to one of exhilaration, as long-lost fervor surged within them. Chen Fan continued, "But prior to that, we must settle the scores of old and new with those adversaries." "Absolutely, Master Brother," Ling Long was the first to declare. "Though we have been abroad these years, we have consistently kept an eye on the news from our homeland, particularly the movements of that group, which we have monitored closely. We believed in your resurgence. It was merely a matter of time. Indeed, my junior sister speaks wisely," a robust man added in a deep voice. "Master Brother can strike at any moment. I have been diligently collecting information on that group." As he spoke, he unstrapped a massive mountaineering backpack from his shoulder, flung it open with vigor, and tossed it into the air. A cascade of white papers rained down like an unexpected blizzard, enveloping all 12, including Chen Fan, in a flurry of documentation. Chapter 65. The touching moment in the changing room. In an instant, the courtyard was enveloped in silence. "Bailey, what on earth are you doing?" A few seconds later, Chen Fan's head emerged from a mound of white paper, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at the white sheets that buried the others. Initially, he had thought that Bailey was carrying a mountaineering backpack filled with weapons. only to discover that it contained these items instead. The others also emerged from beneath the paper pile. "Bailey, have you lost your mind?" exclaimed Tianjian, Chen Fan's second senior brother, as he casually grabbed a handful of paper and glanced at the information inscribed upon it, utterly astonished. "You even recorded how many times they go to the restroom in a month?" "Of course," Bailey replied with unwavering conviction. "My master taught me." She said that to achieve an extraordinary victory, one must understand the enemy better than they understand themselves. They probably don't even know how many times they go in a month. If I were to capture them, I have 100 ways to make them wish they were never born. At this point, a chilling smirk crept onto Bailey's somewhat naive, plump face, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Bailey continued, "That group dared to injure our senior brother so severely. I believe that merely killing them would be too lenient. When the time comes, hand them over to me, and I will make them regret everything they have ever done." His tone was resolute. Chen Fan chuckled softly, feeling a stir of excitement. Indeed, Bailey was the most adept at interrogation among the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Anyone who fell into his hands would either perish or emerge severely battered. His methods were perfectly suited for dealing with such scum. "Then it is settled," Chen Fan declared, looking at Bailey. "Once we capture those individuals, I will leave their handling to you." "Understood, senior brother." A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Bailey's eyes as he licked his lips. At that moment, Tianjian inquired, "Senior brother, when shall we seek retribution against them?" "It is not that simple," Chen Fan replied, his expression darkening. "Since you have been closely monitoring their movements, you should be aware that due to my disappearance, that group has seamlessly taken everything that belonged to me over the past 3 years. Their current influence spans the realms of politics, commerce, and the military, establishing a stronghold in the north, lying in wait like a tiger ready to pounce. If we act rashly, even if we were to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. I need to establish my own power in the south first, and only then can we settle the score with them." Upon hearing this, the 12 junior brothers and sisters nodded in agreement. The senior brother's plan was sound. Thus, they decided to remain by Chen Fan's side and assist him in building a new force. For the time being, you should focus on solidifying your foothold in Lin City. Ensure that the forces left by our master in Lin City are fully integrated. If anyone from the north comes, we must treat them well and uphold the principles of hospitality, Chen Fan said, his voice laced with a chilling determination. "No problem. Everything will be arranged by my senior brother," the 12 individuals said with serious expressions. They then prepared to leave. "Wait a moment." Chen Fan's voice suddenly resonated. "Does my senior brother have any further arrangements?" The 12 pairs of eyes sparkled as they gazed at Chen Fan. Although they were willing to follow his plans, being instructed to remain dormant upon their arrival was somewhat contrary to their nature. At this moment, they eagerly anticipated Chen Fan leading them to unleash their pent-up energy. However, Chen Fan merely pointed to the piles of white paper scattered around. With a grin, he said, "Before you depart, make sure to tidy up this mess. Surely, you wouldn't want to leave it for Aunt Sue to clean up, would you?" The 12 notorious figures, renowned killers abroad, immediately transformed into cleaners at Chen Fan's command, dutifully bending down to tidy up the area. The following day, in accordance with his agreement with Wenren, Chen Fan arrived early at the venue for the grand opening ceremony of Fanchen Beauty. This was a newly constructed office building in Lin City, with Fanchen Beauty occupying a significant portion of the floors. The opening ceremony was held in the spacious lobby on the ground floor. At this moment, numerous company employees were busy on site, adjusting various equipment. Despite being a newly established company, Fanchen Beauty was backed by Wenren, with the Wenren Group standing behind it. Consequently, the opening ceremony attracted immense attention, drawing participation from many prominent companies and esteemed families in Lin City, leaving no room for complacency. To Chen Fan's astonishment, the Grand President, Wenren, arrived even before him. She donned a white lady's suit, complemented by cropped trousers that revealed her delicate, fair ankles. Her dainty feet were adorned with elegant white stilettos. Her shoulder-length hair gently curled at the ends, cascading casually over her shoulders. With a naturally beautiful face, she required only a hint of makeup to appear breathtaking. Simply standing there, She became the focal point of the entire gathering without any need for ostentation. "Mr. Chen, why do you arrive so late?" Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, Wenren Shiyu immediately approached with a sway of her slender waist, playfully narrowing her alluring eyes. Chen Fan shrugged and replied with a smile. "So early in the morning, who are you planning to exhaust, Ms. Wen? With a boss like you, your employees are truly fortunate." Wenren Shiyu wrinkled her delicate nose and shot Chen Fan a light glare, saying, "How can you say that? One occasion this is, and you still dress so casually." She pointed at Chen Fan's faded t-shirt, speechless. Chen Fan glanced down and realized he had indeed forgotten to change clothes, having grown accustomed to his usual attire. He chuckled. "I knew this would happen." Wenren Shiyu grasped Chen Fan by the wrist and led him toward a nearby changing room. "Come in and choose an outfit you like." Inside the changing room, 2 neat rows of men's suits were impeccably arranged. Various colors and sizes were available. Chen Fan stepped forward and cast a glance, discovering that these suits were of the highest international brands, each worth at least several thousand in the boutique. "Is this prepared for me?" Chen Fan exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. "What else could it be?" Wenren Shiyu surveyed the surroundings. "Is there any other man here besides you?" A tremor ran through Chen Fan's heart, and he couldn't help but feel touched. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Since I became aware, only my mother has bought me clothes." He left unspoken the thought that during 3 years of servitude to the Chen family, he had not possessed even a single decent suit, wearing instead tattered t-shirts purchased from street vendors, braving the elements day in and day out. "It's all right from now on. I will buy you plenty. Enough that you will never run out of clothes." Wenren Shiyu sensed Chen Fan's reminiscence and stepped closer, her gaze softening. Chen Fan inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his composure. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Why be so polite?" Wenren Shiyu teased with a playful smile. "We are partners now. When you dress well, I also take pride. This time, due to the haste, I couldn't ask for your measurements. Next time, I will take you to have some clothes tailored. I assure you, once you wear bespoke garments, you will find it impossible to don ordinary ones again." Wenren Shiyu's meticulously considerate gestures felt like a refreshing spring, silently nourishing Chen Fan's parched heart. Gazing at the woman's enchanting face, Chen Fan felt an undeniable stir within, sensing this subtle shift in atmosphere. Wenren Shiyu's heart began to race uncontrollably. Yet she was bold. Rather than shy away, she met Chen Fan's gaze, closed her eyes, and slightly lifted her exquisite face. Chen Fan's breath grew heavy in response. Chapter 66. Chen Fei Rong seeks to purchase a prescription at this moment. Chen Fan felt a surge of blood coursing through his veins. If he hesitated to take the next step, he would be less of a man. Just as he prepared to indulge in a kiss, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate incessantly. The two of them froze, and even the audacious Wenren Shiyu felt a flush of embarrassment. She gently nudged Chen Fan and, with a rosy complexion, urged him, "Please answer the call first." The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity seemed to slip away. Chen Fan, infuriated, pulled out his phone only to discover it was a call from Chen Fei Rong. This only intensified his anger. "Chen Fei Rong, what is it that you want?" His voice was laced with irritation. Unbeknownst to her, she had just interrupted a moment of intimacy for Chen Fan. Adopting a business-like tone, she said, "Chen Fan, I wish to propose a business deal." "What?" Chen Fan exclaimed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Chen Fei Rong, are you serious? What did you possibly want from me?" He continued, "I've heard that during your time at the Chen family, you often had my mother and Ruo consume a particular medicinal dish known for its health benefits and skincare properties. Would you be willing to sell me the recipe?" Her voice over the phone lacked confidence. Chen Fan chuckled, realizing that since yesterday, she had been calling him with intentions to acquire his recipe. How fortuitous, he thought. But he had no intention of selling. "I'm sorry, but I need that recipe for myself. I have no plans to sell it," he declared, preparing to hang up. "Wait." Chen Fan. Chen Fei Rong sensed that he would not easily acquiesce and quickly added, "Please listen to my terms before you decide. Don't you wish to make some money? Perhaps my offer will satisfy you." Chen Fan felt vexed. Why couldn't this woman discern the obvious? If he intended to sell, he would certainly inquire about her offer first. Her failure to mention a price indicated she wasn't genuinely interested in purchasing. However, Chen Fan evidently underestimated him, believing he was merely engaging in a game of seduction. Furrowing his brow, Chen Fan realized that being continually interrupted was untenable. It would be more effective to invite Chen Fan to meet him. Once she saw that he was the chairman of Fanching Beauty, she would understand that he would not part with his recipe. After all, they were now competitors. You should come to the Tianqi building if you have the time. Call me upon your arrival, he instructed before abruptly ending the call. At the Chen residence, Chen Fan displayed a look of delight. Beside her, Zhao Chuihua inquired eagerly, "So, is he willing to sell?" "It should be fine." Chen Fan nodded slightly. "He asked me to come to the Tianqi building, likely to discuss the price." At that moment, Zhao Chuihua rolled her eyes and retorted, "This fool really thinks he can raise the price. You must hold your ground. 500 is the absolute limit." "Mother, if that recipe truly has such remarkable effects, 500 would undoubtedly be insufficient. In conclusion, do not interfere. I shall go over now." With that, Chen Fan headed to her car. Zhao Chuihua paced in the living room, feeling that waiting idly was not an option. She dragged the half-conscious Chen Ruo upstairs and quickly recounted the situation. "Mom, what are you saying?" Chen Ruo's eyes widened, suddenly alert. "That good-for-nothing. The one who made us drink that stuff every day. My sister wants to buy it? What is that worth? Not even fit for a dog." Upon uttering those words, she sensed something amiss. Not even fit for a dog. Yet, she and Zhao Chuihua had consumed it all each time. Didn't that imply she was insulting herself? However, she had no time to ponder such details. She grabbed Zhao Chuihua and rushed downstairs. "Sister is too sentimental. She will definitely be taken advantage of by that Chen waste. We must follow her. If he dares to extort her, I will tear his mouth apart." The two swiftly got into the car and headed towards the Tianqi building. In the changing room, Wenren also overheard the conversation on Chen Fan's phone. "Miss Chen's prescription. Could it be the Natural Beauty?" Natural Beauty was the name she and Chen Fan had given to that prescription. Indeed, it was Natural Beauty. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, saying, "She is a bit slow on the uptake. Fanching Beauty just opened, and we need a flagship product. We decided on that prescription a couple of days ago. I wonder what she is thinking coming to buy it now." Wenren smiled slightly, saying, "Didn't you say you often brewed those medicinal dishes for the Chen family? They probably know that the cost of those dishes is low but effective, which is why they set their sights on you. Right now, Fanching Beauty desperately needs a product to capture the market." Chen Fan scoffed. "Then let her go find Zhao Jia. Isn't he the man who can shield her from the storms? Why come to me?" Listening to Chen Fan's complaints, Wenren found him rather endearing. Picking up a set of dark blue suits, she walked behind Chen Fan. "I have a feeling our product will become an instant success," she confidently declared. This confidence stemmed not only from the efficacy of Natural Beauty, but also from Chen Fan's exceptional abilities. After all, Fanching Beauty was a cosmetics company. How could the inaugural flagship product be a medicinal dish? If it were truly launched, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the industry. To her surprise, Chen Fan picked up a pen and began to adjust the prescription. He isolated the ingredients that provided skincare benefits to produce a facial mask. The ingredients aimed at strengthening the body would still be produced as a medicinal dish. This way, a single prescription transformed into two distinct products, with the medicinal dish not sold separately, but offered as a complimentary gift with the purchase of the mask. The more one bought, the more they received, a strategy perfectly aligned with the consumption habits of the Chinese people. At present, the effects of the mask and the medicinal dish all has passed the scrutiny of professional institutions. The mass production is underway, and soon a batch of trial samples will be delivered to the grand opening ceremony. Wenren can even foresee that as long as the efficacy of this facial mask and medicinal cuisine is acknowledged and embraced by consumers, the flagship product of Fanching Beauty will undoubtedly sell out instantly, creating a phenomenon where the streets are deserted. At this moment, Chen Fan wishes to purchase the prescription, but Chen Fan certainly will not sell it to her. He wants her to come over simply to witness for herself, hoping she will come to terms with it. In the midst of contemplation, Chen Fan has already donned a clean and tidy suit, and his demeanor has dramatically transformed, compelling others to take notice. If the Chen Fan of earlier was merely a despised son-in-law, The man he has become now exudes the aura of a fashionable elite navigating the commercial realm. Chen Fan's physique is well-proportioned, making him a natural fit for any attire. Despite the suit being a standard size, it fits him impeccably, as if tailored specifically for him. "This suit is quite nice. It feels very comfortable," he remarked, moving his arms, feeling as though it were custom-made. Turning around, he discovered Wenren gazing at him with an infatuated expression. "Is something wrong? Does it not fit well?" Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. "No, you're just too handsome," Wenren replied, narrowing her alluring eyes. She nestled close to him, tenderly adjusting the collar of his shirt. "I truly wish this month would pass swiftly. Once you and Chen Fan obtain your divorce certificate, I will pursue you openly and unabashedly." Taken aback by Wenren's candid declaration, Chen Fan was momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the changing room, followed by a vigorous knock on the door. Chapter 67. Arrival of the Wenren family. Wenren opened the door. A voice from outside was somewhat familiar. Chen Fan quickly recalled that it belonged to Wenren Boyi, whom he had met briefly at the Wenren family estate. After a round of conflict between them, Chen Fan had stepped out to make a phone call to Wuren High, during which Wenren Boyi had stealthily slipped away, unwilling to remain in fear of offending Chen Fan and incurring Wenren's wrath. He had nearly forgotten about this individual, only to be reminded of him now. With a frown adorning her delicate brows, Wenren approached and opened the door. Indeed, it was Wenren Boyi, who was knocking with a raised hand. The moment the door swung open and their eyes met, the chill in Wenren's gaze caused Wenren Boyi to falter. He forced a laugh, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Sister Sia, it's been a while. How have you been?" Silence. Wenren felt no fondness for her inept cousin. Her tone was icy as she retorted, "Wenren Boyi, weren't you knocking quite loudly? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall break your arm." Wenren Boyi was taken aback and hastily stepped back, making way for a young man behind him. This young man wore a pristine white suit, adorned with a genuine Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist, worth millions. His mature and handsome visage was graced with a hint of stubble, exuding a sense of languorous charm. His shoulder-length hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, radiating an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing him, Wenren's expression shifted slightly. "Wenren Jinzhong, what brings you to Lin City?" she inquired, her tone darkening. "Sir, it has been quite some time," the young man, identified as Wenren Jinzhong, responded with a not-so-friendly smile. "I have come to Lin City because your work has encountered serious issues. The family is concerned and has sent me to investigate." "What do you mean?" "I have no issues with my work," Wenren scoffed. "Even if there were, with your track record of causing 3 companies to collapse in a year, do you think you are qualified to investigate me?" The smile on Wenren Jinzhong's face vanished with her words. Evidently, she had stripped him of his last shred of dignity. "Enough of the nonsense," he said, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. "You came to Lin City with a 10 billion investment plan. According to the original plan, you were supposed to find a local company to collaborate with and enter the cosmetics market. However, your response to headquarters was that there was no suitable company for investment in Lin City. If that's the case, just bring the 10 billion back. Yet, you chose to start your own company with that 10 billion and invested all of it. Do you consider this operation to be reasonable? 10 billion. This is not merely a matter of 100,000 or a million. Money flows into your left pocket and exits through your right. Pray tell, how much have you truly gained?" Wenren Jinzhong's aggressive inquiry pierced the air. Were it another, they might have been intimidated by such a barrage of veiled threats. Yet, Wenren, seasoned by the trials of the marketplace, remained unfazed by such tactics. With a cold smile, she retorted, "Your words may be eloquent, but they lack substance." "What do you mean, Wenren?" Wenren Jinzhong gritted his teeth, perhaps struck by her words, now simmering with indignation. Rolling her eyes dismissively, Wenren replied, "With your meager prowess, do you think you can provoke me to anger? Spare yourself. Unless my grandfather personally summons me to explain, none of you shall interfere with my work. Should anyone dare to try, let them test my resolve." In that moment, Wenren's commanding presence was unmistakable. Despite her gentle and alluring demeanor before Chen Fan, She showed no mercy when confronting members of the Wenren family. Wenren Jinzhong's ponytail bristled with frustration. What could he do? He could neither win an argument nor resort to violence. As he glanced around, he noted Wenren Ci's formidable bodyguards nearby, each towering at least 6 feet tall. The thought of confrontation was daunting. He quickly chose to redirect the conflict, casting a menacing glare towards Chen Fan, who was observing the scene with amusement. You must be Chen Fan? Wenren Jinzhong's tone was laden with hostility. Indeed, that is I. What is it you seek? Chen Fan approached, hands casually tucked in his pockets. His expression serene. What are you pretending for? Wenren Jinzhong scrutinized him, mocking, dressed so impeccably, one might mistake you for a successful individual. We, the Wenren family, are well aware of your so-called information. A worthless son-in-law, looked down upon even by the Qin family, dares to meddle in our affairs. What gives you the audacity? I hear you've concocted some skincare formula. Does it even work, or is it merely a product devoid of merit? Wenren Jinzhong held his head high, exuding an air of superiority, disdainful of Chen Fan. In response, Chen Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Without warning, he delivered a resounding slap across Wenren Jinzhong's face. The sharp crack echoed, leaving Wenren Jinzhong momentarily stunned. Before he could regain his composure, Chen Fan's foot connected with his abdomen, sending him sliding across the smooth marble floor like a curling stone. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of a nearby bodyguard, he would have soared out of the office building. Was he always this audacious? Chen Fan mused, does he not understand my principle? If one can act, they should refrain from idle chatter. Meanwhile, Wenren Boyi stood by, utterly dumbfounded. How curious. The last time he encountered Chen Fan at the Wenren estate. Though he may be difficult to provoke, he is not typically so irascible. It has only been a few days since we last met. How has he changed so drastically? Thankfully, I refrained from foolishly antagonizing him, or else he would now find himself in a predicament. Wenren Cie smiled faintly and remarked, perhaps the intelligence gathered by your family has not been updated in a timely manner. They may not be aware of your recent divorce. Wenren Cie, Chen Fan. Wenren Jun struggled to rise, his eyes glaring with fury at the two. How dare you treat me this way? You will come to regret it. With that, he stormed out of the office building. To this, Wenren Cie paid little heed. Instead, she directed her icy gaze towards Wenren Boyi, who was fidgeting uncomfortably. Hey, she USEs. I was just showing them the way. I'm not one of them, Wenren Boyi stammered, his body prickling as if stung by 1,000 needles. A smile contorted his face, more pitiful than tears. I'll take my leave now. I'll come back to play with you and brother-in-law next time. He hastily concocted an excuse to make his escape. The mention of brother-in-law brought a sense of delight to Wenren Cie, and she chose not to press him further. At that moment, outside the office building, Qin Farong's vehicle had just arrived. Dressed in a sharp, light gray office outfit and sporting a large pair of sunglasses, she exuded an aura that kept others at bay. As she stepped out of the car, the commanding presence she projected, combined with the glimpse of her face, captivated several onlookers. However, her attention was abruptly drawn to the enormous banner hanging at the entrance of the building, proclaiming, "Warm congratulations to Fanqing Beauty for its grand opening today," she murmured to herself, her complexion suddenly turning pale. Chapter 68, bringing me joy, of course. She was aware of the beauty company, Fanqing Beauty. It was Qin Shiwei who had been lured back from abroad by this firm, which was backed by the esteemed Wenren family. It was truly unexpected that this company would inaugurate its operations today. A wave of tension surged within Qin Farong. She had to find Chen Fan today and obtain the medicinal recipe. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely decided, with a graceful twist of her slender waist. She strode confidently towards the office building. However, why was Chen Fan here? Could it be that he was seeking employment? A sense of doubt filled Qin Farong's mind. When Fei Fan Beauty was first established, Chen Fan had not yet succumbed to the state of helplessness he later exhibited. Back then, he would often visit the company to lend a hand, offering constructive suggestions on various projects. Qin Farong had noticed that Chen Fan possessed commendable business acumen and unique insights into the beauty market. Initially, her impression of him had improved slightly, and she had even contemplated gradually offering him a position to test his capabilities. However, she never anticipated his sudden decline into ineffectiveness. Not only did he cease visiting the company, but he also became preoccupied with culinary delights and the best methods for laundering clothes. Her hopes and expectations for Chen Fan crumbled in an instant. The rift between them had emerged since that time. Yet, Chen Fan indeed possessed certain talents. If he aspired to apply at this newly opened beauty company, he might just succeed. If he were to use that medicinal recipe as a bargaining chip, his chances would increase significantly. No, she couldn't allow him to sell the recipe to anyone else. Anxiety surged within Chen Fan, prompting her to quicken her pace. Just as she reached the entrance, she nearly collided with an approaching figure. It was a man in reasonably decent attire, though half of his face was swollen. Taken aback by his appearance, Chen Fan instinctively stepped aside. He cast a cold glance in her direction before hastily departing. One odd fellow. Chen Fan averted her gaze. Upon entering the lobby, she immediately spotted a familiar face, Chen Fan. However, why was he dressed in a suit? Moreover, he looked extraordinarily handsome and dapper in it. Could this truly be Chen Fan? Chen Fan wondered if her eyes were deceiving her. She blinked vigorously and looked again. That face was unmistakably familiar. It was indeed him. Chen Fan is here. On the other side, Wenren noticed her and whispered a reminder. I see her, Chen Fan replied, nodding. Let us go over together. It's time she learned that you are the heiress of the Wenren family. Otherwise, she will continue to underestimate you. Wenren, however, playfully smiled and said, no rush. I will make my grand entrance on a magnificent stage and reveal my identity then. I am curious to see the expression on President Chen's face at that moment. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. What is this girl up to again? Chen Fan chuckled helplessly. Turning around, he found Chen Fan already jogging towards him. Chen Fan, you arrived so swiftly. It seems that the medicinal recipe is of great significance to you, Chen Fan remarked, gazing at the woman. Chen Fan did not anticipate Chen Fan to dive straight into the matter upon his arrival. Yet, this suited her intentions perfectly. She had already prepared her script in her mind during her journey here. Whether from a perspective of their joint venture, fief and beauty, or from a financial standpoint, she was confident in her ability to persuade Chen Fan to sell her the recipe. However, at this moment, she inexplicably refrained from mentioning the recipe. Instead, she found herself staring blankly and asking, is this suit prepared for you by that young lady? Chen Fan paused for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. Yes, it's the first suit I've worn since coming to Lin City. It looks acceptable, doesn't it? While his words seemed inconsequential, they struck Chen Fan like a delicate silver needle, silently piercing her heart. Years ago, Chen Fan had joined the Chen family through marriage. And since it was a marriage of convenience, there had been no wedding ceremony, and thus no groom's attire. Over the 3 years of their union, Chen Fan had purchased countless outfits to accommodate various occasions and social engagements. The wardrobe in their room could no longer contain them, prompting her to convert an empty room into a dressing room for her clothes. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had persistently worn a few faded garments, washing and re-wearing them continuously. She had never perceived anything amiss, as if it were natural for him to appear so modestly ordinary. It was only at this moment that she realized how well Chen Fan suited a tailored suit. A pang of guilt surged within Chen Fan. She parted her lips, intending to utter an apology, but the words were swallowed back. Why should she apologize? Because in 3 years of marriage, she had never bought him a decent outfit? Voicing that would be rather absurd. Chen Fan, did you seek me out just to discuss this? Chen Fan's voice echoed with confusion. Chen Fan snapped back to reality and forced a smile. I apologize for being lost in thought. Chen Fan, I already conveyed my intentions over the phone. I wish to purchase your medicinal recipe. Name your price, and I assure you, you'll be satisfied. Her tone was resolute. Chen Fan scrutinized her closely, discerning her unwavering determination regarding the recipe. Unfortunately, she was too late. With a smile, he replied, I will not sell this recipe. What did you say? Chen Fan's brows furrowed, her voice turning grave. Chen Fan, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment at this moment. We indeed have unresolved personal grievances, but those are private matters. Now, I'm discussing business with you. I will offer you satisfactory compensation for your recipe. It is not a matter of taking it for free. Do you understand me? I can comprehend, Chen Fan said, digging at his ear, his tone laced with sarcasm. What puzzles me is that whether in business or personal matters, they all revolve around me, don't they? You owe me in matters of the heart. Why should I grant you any convenience in official matters? Do you truly believe that a mere sum of money could compel me to swallow this bitter pill? Chen Fan's breath hitched, her expression darkening. She fixed her almond-shaped eyes upon him, enunciating each word. Chen Fan, our separation is merely due to our incompatible feelings. Beyond that, I owe you nothing. Furthermore, she bit her lip, refraining from voicing the latter part of her thought. Yet, Chen Fan discerned her intent. He stepped closer, a wicked grin playing on his lips. You wish to imply that I have taken your virtue? Chen Fan's breath quickened, memories of that fateful night flooding her mind. Clenching her teeth, she retorted, Must you articulate it to derive pleasure? Indeed, Chen Fan unabashedly affirmed. I find your vulnerability in such matters exceedingly amusing. Here's the deal. I will never sell you the recipe for the medicinal dish. You might as well relinquish that hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's countenance darkened further. Just as she was about to retaliate, Chen Fan continued. However, should you succeed in bringing me joy, I might be inclined to offer you something else. With that, your Mayfan beauty products would undoubtedly thrive in the forthcoming market onslaught. Chapter 69. Qin Shiwei sets her sights on Chen Fan. Chen Fan, is this truly amusing to you? Chen Fan's complexion paled slightly as she glared at Chen Fan with contempt. She was no longer a novice. The tone in which Chen Fan spoke, coupled with the lingering gaze that had traversed her entire form, made her acutely aware of what he meant when he suggested that he could bring her joy. I find it quite entertaining, Chen Fan replied with a mischievous grin, his eyes brimming with a predatory intensity. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan declared, I shall not allow you to succeed. You might want to consider the price I am willing to offer. She extended her hand, displaying 5 fingers. 500,000? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, astonished as he regarded the woman. The herbal formula she was referring to was, in truth, merely a rudimentary type of health tonic, composed of ingredients that were nearly ubiquitous. Its sole value lay in the precise measurements and combinations of the various herbs. Beyond that, it was worth little. He had not anticipated that Chen Fan would offer 500,000 for such a formula. Clearly, the launch of the Fanqing beauty brand had placed considerable pressure on her. Before Chen Fan could ponder further, Chen Fan's cold voice pierced through his thoughts. 5 million. Chen Fan was taken aback. He scoffed. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? That formula is worth 5 million? Chen Fan, however, was not amused. Instead, she spoke with utmost seriousness. As long as it can help Fan Beauty escape its current predicament, I would willingly pay not just 5 million, but even 50 million. Chen Fan fell into contemplation. A glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Fan's eyes, secretly believing there was a chance. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Fan shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I will not sell. With that, he turned to leave. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Chen Fan, have you gone mad? If you have no intention to sell, why did you summon me here? And bear in mind, that is 5 million, not 500. Chen Fan halted, casting a derisive glance at her. I heard you clearly, but I can also assure you that I'm not in need of money. You're not in need of money? Chen Fan scoffed. If you aren't, what on earth are you doing here? Are you not seeking employment? Stop deceiving yourself, Chen Fan. Chen Fan began earnestly to persuade him. I know that since leaving the Chen family, you have taken up with a new wealthy woman. Yet, that lady appears astute. She may adorn you in fine clothing and allow you to ride in her Bentley. But will she truly consider your future? She merely wishes to toy with you. And men of your superficial charm are a dime a dozen these days. Once she tires of you, you will be cast aside without a second thought. Only then will you comprehend the meaning of regret. Chen Fan spoke with fierce intensity. She had never imagined she would become a woman who spoke ill of others behind their backs. Yet, she felt compelled to make Chen Fan understand that money was the most formidable force in this world. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fan merely smiled in amusement. How do you know I have taken up with her? Perhaps it is she who has taken a fancy to me? With that thought, Chen Fan turned and departed. Chen Fan was seething with indignation, but refrained from pursuing him any further, as they were amidst a throng of people. Just moments ago, her voice had risen slightly, drawing the attention of many onlookers, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Now, she longed to escape the scene entirely. "Chen Fan, you scoundrel," she muttered under her breath, turning to leave. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she was halted by a familiar figure. "Oh, I thought that silhouette looked familiar." "Is indeed you." Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced up to find her cousin, Chen Shiwei, standing before her. "Chen Shiwei, what brings you here?" Chen Fan asked instinctively, but soon realized the absurdity of her question. This was the venue for the grand opening of Fanchen Beauty, the very domain of Chen Shiwei. It was rather comical to pose such an inquiry. As anticipated, Chen Shiwei stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "Chen Fan, you seem to be in a bit of a predicament. That man just now, was he Chen Fan?" Upon entering the hall, Chen Shiwei had overheard Chen Fan's voice and, following the sound, had also spotted Chen Fan. Yet, the man clad in a tailored suit, handsome and debonair, was a stark contrast to the image she held of the spineless and ineffectual son-in-law. Thus, she felt compelled to ask. With a huffy snort, Chen Fan replied, "If you want to know whether it's Chen Fan, can't you just see for yourself?" With that, she lifted her foot to depart, uninterested in exchanging another word with Chen Shiwei. Chen Shiwei smirked coldly. She beckoned to a company employee, who promptly approached. "Yes, Miss Chen, how may I assist you?" Chen Shiwei gestured towards the direction in which Chen Fan had vanished. "What was the purpose of that man who just left? He isn't affiliated with our company, is he?" The employee had been discreetly observing the scene and had already noticed Chen Fan's presence. After pondering for a moment, the employee replied, "That man is not from our company. However, I overheard that woman mention he was here seeking employment." "Seeking employment?" A sly smile crept across Chen Shiwei's lips. No wonder he appeared so stylishly attired. "When does the interview commence?" The employee quickly checked their phone. "Ms. Chen, it has already begun. Would you like to attend the interview?" Chen Shiwei replied nonchalantly, "I shall take a look. You all continue to prepare for the grand opening. Ensure everything is meticulously arranged. Should there be any slip-ups, you may find yourselves dismissed." "Yes." The employee bowed their head, acquiescing. With an air of superiority, Chen Shiwei strode toward the elevator, preparing to ascend to the 24th floor. The newly inaugurated Fanchen Beauty was currently in a state of eager anticipation, with the public relations and marketing departments tasked with arranging the opening event and welcoming the journalist who had arrived early. Meanwhile, the Human Resources Department was diligently engaged in the recruitment of new talent. The interview location is on the 24th floor. Chen Shiwei, being the general manager, naturally has the authority to inquire about every aspect of the proceedings. Meanwhile, Chen Fan finds himself utterly lost within the vast expanse of the Tianqi office building. It is simply too enormous, and when Ren Xie has not informed him where to find her. After ascending to the 24th floor via the elevator, he gazes at the nearly symmetrical arrangement of the corridor on either side, feeling overwhelmed. What is this girl doing? She isn't answering her phone. Chen Fan casts a resigned glance at his device. However, standing idly is not an option, so he randomly selects a direction and decides to explore. Perhaps he might encounter someone from Fanchen Beauty and inquire about the way. Not having ventured far, the elevator doors behind him slide open, and Chen Shiwei gracefully steps out. On her way to the interview venue, out of the corner of her eye, she catches sight of a furtive figure. Chen Fan, her eyes brighten, and she swiftly conceals herself behind the corner of the corridor, peering at him quietly. Chapter 70. The Office Assault. At last, an opportunity has presented itself. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chen Shiwei's eyes. She was eager to witness how Chen Fan intended to conduct the interview. Regardless of the position he was applying for, she would mercilessly reject him. This worthless individual who dared to challenge her. Just as she was about to send a message to today's interviewer, she suddenly noticed that Chen Fan was walking in the opposite direction of the interview room. This fool. Isn't he heading to the interview room? Chen Shiwei's expression tightened, surprise coursing through her thoughts. After a few moments of contemplation, a realization dawned upon her. I understand now. This imbecile is here to steal something. The mere thought of this made Qin Shiwei anxiously cover her mouth. In her excitement, she accidentally bumped into the nearby trash bin, causing it to clatter loudly. Hearing the noise, Chen Fan turned to look, but only saw a trash bin lying on the ground, with no sign of a person. What's going on? Was it blown over by the wind? Chen Fan muttered in confusion as he approached the trash bin, intending to set it upright. After all, this company was nominally owned by the Wenren family, but in reality, it was his. Such trivial matters should not be ignored. Unbeknownst to him, on the side of the fallen trash bin, Qin Shiwei pressed herself against the wall, afraid to make a sound. If Chen Fan were to discover her presence, he would certainly abandon his thieving intentions, and she would lose her chance to catch him red-handed. Damn it! Just as Qin Shiwei was lamenting her predicament, Chen Fan's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he saw it was Lin City. Hello, where are you? Chen Fan inquired. The president's office? All right, I understand. I'll be there shortly. He hastily exchanged a few words before ending the call and quickly making his way in the opposite direction. Qin Shiwei let out a heavy sigh of relief, patting her heaving chest as a cold sweat nearly broke out. This insufferable fool was attempting to steal right from the president's office, and he had accomplices? This is a premeditated crime. A sinister smile crept across Qin Shiwei's face. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately called the security department downstairs. President Qin, how may I assist you? Came the obsequious voice of the security team leader, Wang Quan. Gather everyone immediately and come to the 24th floor, armed and ready. There is a fool attempting to steal from our company. He has accomplices, so ensure that all exits are blocked. They must not escape. Wang Quan was taken aback. The 24th floor? ISNT, that where the president's office is located? Given that renovations were still ongoing in other parts of the new company, the interviews for new recruits were being conducted on this floor. It was unexpected for a thief to appear so soon. Understood, I'll head up right away. Wang Quan replied without hesitation. Feeling that merely notifying the security department was not enough, Qin Shiwei hurriedly called the head of the public relations department. Hello, Manidyahan. This is Qin Shiwei, she whispered, crouching low. Following closely behind Chen Fan, she busily made phone calls, orchestrating her plans. This time, she aimed not only to see him imprisoned, but also to ensure that this worthless individual was thoroughly disgraced before his incarceration, so he would learn the consequences of crossing her. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Inquired Hanya, the manager of the public relations department, with a puzzled expression. Quickly bring the media friends who have already arrived and take the elevator to the 24th floor. There is someone here who seems to be a spy sent by another cosmetics company, intending to pilfer our company's vital secrets. They are currently heading towards the president's office, so hasten. After relaying this urgent message, Qin Shiwei promptly ended the call. She narrowed her eyes, fixated on Chen Fan's retreating figure, a glint of ruthless hatred flashing in her gaze. Chen Fan, let us see how you meet your demise this time. Chen Fan was acutely aware of the unusual happenings behind him. He had already noticed Qin Shiwei's little maneuvers. However, he was preoccupied with the distressing tone of the call he had just received from Wenren City, who seemed to be in trouble and urged him to rush to the president's office. He hurried down the corridor and finally arrived at the grand president's office. The door stood slightly ajar, with no sound emanating from within. Yet, Chen Fan could hear a faint sound of breathing from behind the door. Someone was there. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he pondered who dared to cause trouble in his company. With remarkable speed, Chen Fan slipped into the office and approached the source of the sound. Just as he reached out to apprehend the individual, a soft, delicate figure suddenly tumbled towards him like a speeding truck. Taken aback, Chen Fan wondered how a truck could possibly be in office. With no time to contemplate further, he braced himself, thrusting his hands forward to block the oncoming figure. "Oh!" the figure cried out, and Chen Fan was forcefully knocked to the ground beneath the weight of the impact. He felt as though he were being crushed, struggling for breath as he fought against the pressure, sinking deeper as if trapped in the Mariana Trench. "Chen Fan, stop moving," came a familiar voice from above, one that jolted him back to clarity. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself beneath Wenren City, who had collapsed onto him. "Sia, what are you doing?" he asked, Confusion etched across his face as he pretended not to notice where his hands were resting. At that moment, Wenren had discarded her previous white suit for a fitted blouse that accentuated her flawless curves, paired with a form-fitting leather skirt. What made Chen Fan's breath quicken even more was the pair of black-rimmed glasses she wore, seemingly acquired from nowhere. Chen Fan, I witnessed your confrontation with Chen Fan downstairs. She whispered in his ear, her breath fragrant and captivating. Chen Fan inhaled the unique fragrance that enveloped the woman before him, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his body. His voice, gravelly and low, betrayed his surprise. So, when you said you were busy, you meant eavesdropping on my conversation with Chen Fan? A playful giggle escaped her lips as Wenren's enchanting eyes narrowed into crescent moons, gazing at Chen Fan with an alluring intensity. As a reward, I specifically chose this outfit. Do you like it? She continued, her voice soft and inviting. Chen Fan swallowed hard, a hint of nervousness creeping in. Isn't this inappropriate? They are preparing for the grand opening downstairs. I recall there are still interviews happening on this floor. If someone walks in and sees us like this, it could lead to misunderstandings. What are you afraid of? Wenren replied, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Isn't it more thrilling when there are more people around? What do you mean? Chen Fan asked. Confusion etched across his face, unable to grasp the depth of her words. You will understand soon enough. Go sit in the boss's chair. I will help you comprehend it fully. Wenren said, her laughter light and carefree. She rose, playfully tugging Chen Fan towards the executive chair of the office. He followed her like a marionette, devoid of any will of his own. As he settled into the plush chair, a sense of comfort washed over him. Yet, before he could fully relish the luxury, Wenren, with the mischief of a sprite, shot him a cunning smile and then swiftly crouched down beneath the desk. What? Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock, nearly propelling himself out of the chair. Chapter 71. The scene in the office. What are you doing? Chen Fan exclaimed in a state of panic. He attempted to pull the woman from beneath the desk, but Wenren was remarkably nimble, leaving him no opportunity for refusal. By the time he sensed something amiss, it was far too late. The collision and fusion of ice and fire orchestrated a harmonious concerto. Two seemingly opposite forces reached a delightful equilibrium in that moment. If his encounter with Chen Fan had allowed Chen Fan to shed the label of boyhood and embrace manhood, then his experience with Wenren appended the word mature before the title of man. Indeed, Chen Fan had matured. He was no longer the naive young man who only understood the value of brute strength. He now realized that there were countless exquisite variations to explore. It was truly splendid. Chen Fan reveled in the moment, his heart soaring with joy. Meanwhile, outside the CEO's office, Chen Shui wore a face of resentment, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Security Chief Wang Quan stood at attention with 10 security personnel lined up behind him. Beside him, PR manager Hanya, accompanied by 4 or 5 media friends, eagerly observed the closed door of the CEO's office, cameras at the ready. President Chen, are you certain there's a thief inside? Isn't it absurd? In this day and age, who would have the audacity to steal in a building teeming with surveillance? Rest assured, am I one to make light of such matters? Chen Shui replied with utmost confidence. She had witnessed Chen Fan sneak into the CEO's office and had not diverted her gaze even for an instant. It was clear to her that Chen Fan and his accomplices remained inside, pilfering valuables. The old adage states that to catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. Now, Chen Fan, the worthless fool, would have no room for excuses. Friends, please follow me inside. Chen Shui instructed the media reporters. Whatever you see, just take photos. This revelation will be abundant. All right, we will. One reporter responded excitedly. Bangquan. Chen Shui turned to the security chief. President Chen, at your command. Wang Quan promptly replied, eager to please. Be swift in your actions. Once the reporters have finished taking pictures, no matter what the others say, give those 2 thieves a good beating. They must have the audacity of a bear to dare steal from Vanchin Cosmetics. If we do not impart a profound lesson, how will we deter others? Yes, I assure you, they will be left unrecognizable, Wang Quan vowed eagerly. On the side, Hanya expressed her concerns. It's best not to resort to violence. We should simply call the police. As the PR manager, she was acutely aware of the repercussions of physical altercations. It is highly probable that they were initially in the right. However, after resorting to violence, their position became untenable. Do not be afraid. Yet, Chen Shiwei remained steadfast. She possessed a profound understanding of Chen Fan, this timid and cowardly individual. In previous years, her family and that of Chen Fan would gather at the ancestral home during the new year to celebrate with the elderly matriarch. Chen Fan was like a dog, obediently following the commands of Chen Ro and Zhao Tsuohua, never daring to utter a word of complaint. How could such a spineless man, caught in the act of theft, have the audacity to cause a scene? What gave him such courage? Even though he appeared somewhat defiant at the ancestral home last time, Chen Shiwei was convinced that it was merely a fade. At his core, he remained a coward, forever unchanged. Recollecting her thoughts, Chen Shiwei began her countdown. Ready? 3, 2, 1. At the instant the countdown concluded, Chen Shiwei charged forward. Bang! The door to the president's office was forcefully flung open by her. Several journalists followed closely behind, immediately raising their cameras to capture the scene within. Click! Click! The incessant flashes of the cameras rendered those inside the office momentarily blinded. A sinister smile adorned Chen Shiwei's face as her gaze searched for Chen Fan's whereabouts. However, upon discerning the state of the office, her expression froze in shock. A chill surged from her heels to the crown of her head. Hanya, who entered right behind her, was similarly taken aback, her complexion turning ashen. Inside the president's office, the company president, Wenren, the executive assistant, Tan Min, the head of the marketing department, the head of the finance department, the director of the research lab, and Chen Fan were all seated around the coffee table, engaged in a serious discussion. Next to the coffee table stood several white magnetic boards, adorned with 7 or 8 sheets resembling pharmaceutical formulas. As the journalists activated their camera flashes and snapped away, Tan Min swiftly stood up, arms outstretched to shield the formulas on the boards, yet several photographs were still captured. Who are you? Who permitted you to enter and take photos? Bang! The head of the marketing department slammed his hand on the coffee table. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed at the throng of journalists. However, before a response could be offered, Wang Quan, accompanied by a group of security personnel wielding retractable batons, stormed in fiercely. Which thief dares to steal from our company? Kneel before me at once. At that moment, following the recent barrage of camera flashes, Wang Quan, unable to discern who had stood up, swung his baton with force. With a resounding thud, the head of the marketing department let out a cry as he was struck, stumbling heavily to the ground. Before he could even raise his hands to shield his head, Wang Quan and the group of security personnel behind him surged forward, wielding their batons with reckless abandon. The sound of impact echoed repeatedly as the baton struck the head of the marketing department's director, who cried out in agony, bending over and desperately protecting his vital areas. Yet, despite his efforts, he was left bloodied and battered, a truly pitiful sight. Stop! All of you, cease at once! The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Tan Min finally regained her composure and shouted sternly at Wang Quan and his cohorts. Who do you think you are? Get out of the way! In the midst of his fervent assault, Wang Quan failed to recognize the voice of the assistant to the president and uttered a vulgar retort. However, in the next instant, realization struck him like a jolt, and he stood upright, his body rigid with shock. Tan, assistant president? Wang Quan exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing this, the remaining security personnel hastily halted their actions and stood at attention. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the identities of those seated in the office. Realizing that their supposed victim was not a mere thief, but rather the esteemed director of the marketing department. Now they were in deep trouble. Wang Quan's face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat began to pour from him. Chapter 72. He is a thief. The head of the marketing department lay battered and bruised, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wang Quan and the others. Before he could utter a word, his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Can someone provide me with an explanation? Wenren's eyes, as cold as a winter's night, swept across the intruding crowd. Her frigid tone sent shivers down the spines of those present. Qin Shiwei quickly interjected, "President, it's all a misunderstanding. I brought them here to catch a thief. I never imagined they would mistake the head of the marketing department for a thief. I sincerely apologize." Wang Quan and the security personnel nodded vigorously, resembling chicks pecking a grain. "A thief?" Wenren's lips curled into a mocking smile, her alluring eyes flashing with ominous signals. "This is the core management of the company. You brought a thief to this place? Is your mind functioning properly? And you even brought a group of reporters to capture the moment? If the company's product formulas are leaked, can you bear the consequences?" In this era of advanced technology, the cameras used by journalists are sophisticated. Once they capture an image, it is immediately uploaded to the company's computers. The editors on the other side swiftly began drafting news articles, eager to seize the first-hand hot resources. Though Tan Min had tried to obstruct the situation, her efforts proved to be woefully inadequate. It is likely that many formulas on the magnetic board have already been disseminated. Qin Shiwei's face turned pale as she hastily pointed at Chen Fan, who was watching the commotion. "President, this person is a thief." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, sneering coldly. "Qin Shiwei, can you manage that filthy mouth of yours? Spouting nonsense in front of so many people is utterly disgusting. How dare you insult me?" Qin Shiwei glared, her voice seething with fury. "You worthless scoundrel, do you dare claim you're not a thief? You, a worthless son-in-law cast out by our Qin family. What right do you have to attend a meeting of this caliber? I suspect you have deceived our president with a false identity, merely to sit here and feign importance. Your true intention is undoubtedly to steal the company's secrets." With that, Qin Shiwei wore a smug expression, as if she had already unraveled the truth. Chen Fan continued to chuckle derisively. "You've said quite a bit, but do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? What evidence do you need?" Qin Shiwei retorted, her neck arched defiantly. "Once I find the evidence, you will be imprisoned. I'm giving you a chance to confess. Perhaps our president is merciful enough to spare your wretched life." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan turned to Wenren, smiling. "Is that true, President Wen?" "Indeed," Wenren replied coldly, nodding. "Someone is destined for imprisonment. Did you hear that?" Qin Shiwei, her eyes wide with triumph, directed her words at Chen Fan. "The president is extremely displeased right now. The consequences will be severe. Chen Fan, you're to kneel immediately and bow 100 times. Then, you must lick my feet from head to toe. I might just show a touch of benevolence and plead for you. After all, you are somewhat of a former brother-in-law to me. To confine you to a cell would be excessively heartless. At most, I could merely break a couple of your legs, relegating you to a life of begging. What do you think? This opportunity is a singular one, and you must seize it with both hands." With that, Qin Shiwei crossed her arms, awaiting Chen Fan's plea for mercy. However, Chen Fan remained utterly still, a smirk playing on his lips, regarding Qin Shiwei with the amusement one might reserve for a jester. "Are you deaf, Chen Fan? Did you not hear my words?" Qin Shiwei shouted in frustration. She loathed witnessing such an expression on his face. This worthless fellow dared to act pretentious before her. By what right? This was not the Qin family. There was no matriarch to shield him here. A mere parasite, she could easily crush him with a single finger. At that moment, Wenren spoke up. "Bum Quan, what are you all standing around for? Quickly restrain him." "Yes." Wang Quan promptly responded, signaling 2 security guards to hasten forward. "Do you see this, Chen Fan?" Qin Shiwei uttered with venomous disdain, her cold laughter echoing. "If you do not kneel now, you shall miss your chance. Stealing confidential company documents is a grave offense. When the time comes, even the matriarch will be unable to protect you. Prepare to spend a lifetime in prison. You, the detestable waste of space." Before Qin Shiwei could finish her tirade, she felt her arms tighten as Wang Quan and the 2 security guards seized her, one on each side. "Bum Quan, have you lost your mind?" Qin Shiwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "The president instructed you to restrain that thief. Why are you grabbing me instead? Do you believe I won't have you fired immediately?" Upon hearing this, Wang Quan regarded her with an impassive expression. "You may be mistaken, Miss Qin. The person the president instructed me to restrain is, in fact, you. He is not blind. When Wenren ordered for someone to be restrained, Her gaze was fixed upon you. If he were to fail to identify the right individual, then he truly should be dismissed. Chen Shui's expression shifted to one of horror as she quickly turned to Wenren. Wenren slowly rose and approached Chen Shui, her voice icy as she declared, "Chen Shui, you possess quite the audacity. Not only did you bring in reporters to covertly photograph confidential company materials, but you also slandered the chairman of the company as a thief and a spy sent by rival firms. Who gave you the audacity to engage in such actions?" What? Chen Shui's pupils constricted, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. She could not help but chuckle. "President, do not jest with me. How could this individual possibly be the chairman of the company? Fengchen Beauty, is it not under the Wenren Group? What connection does this waste have with it? You may not recognize this good-for-nothing. Allow me to introduce him to you. He is the very same person whom my Chen family fished out of the water 3 years ago, only to become a useless son-in-law in my uncle's household. He is married to my cousin, Chen Fan. This incident has become quite notorious throughout Lin City. You may verify it. How could he possibly be the chairman of the company? Surely you jest." Before Chen Shui could finish her sentence, Wenren had already struck her across the face with a resounding slap. The force of the blow left her disheveled, with half her face swelling. On the brink of demise, she remained unrepentant. "It seems I must ensure you reflect deeply on your actions." After stating this, Wenren turned to Tan Min and commanded, "Tan Min, call the police immediately. Any further discussion will take place in the holding cell." "Understood." Tan Min promptly retrieved her phone. Chen Shui's mind went blank. It felt as if the sky were collapsing. What was happening? She had merely wished to apprehend Chen Fan, the thief. Yet it was she who found herself behind bars. There must be a mistake. Something surely has gone awry. Chen Shui began to scream and struggle. But Wang Quan was not inclined to indulge her. With 2 swift slaps, he brought her to submission. "You wretched girl, nearly causing me to lose my livelihood. A couple of slaps are a mere trifle for you." Wang Quan spoke with a menacing tone. After enduring those blows, Chen Shui finally regained her composure. She quickly cast a desperate glance toward Chen Fan. Chapter 73. A lesson for him, Chen Fan. Please help me understand. I am your cousin. It is all a misunderstanding. I cannot be locked up. Chen Shui pleaded with a pitiful demeanor. Yet, Chen Fan was devoid of any compassion. He retorted, "Chen Shui, spare me your nauseating facade. You're the one who demanded I kneel and bow. Were you not? At that time, did you mention our familial ties? Furthermore, I have divorced Chen Fan. There is no connection between us. Do not attempt to associate with someone of your caliber." With that, Chen Fan turned and walked away, unperturbed by Chen Shui's anguished cries and desperate pleas. Little did Chen Shui anticipate that Chen Fan, after his divorce from Chen Fan, had transformed into the chairman of Fengchen Beauty. No wonder during their last encounter at the ancestral residence, he had inquired if she knew who the chairman was. He must have been aware that this day would come. How cunning of him to keep it concealed. Indeed, he had been biding his time for this moment. Chen Shui seethed with resentment. Meanwhile, the others in the office gradually departed, leaving only Tan Min, Wang Quan, and a few others waiting for the police's arrival. In a vacant conference room, Wenren followed Chen Fan inside and promptly locked the door behind them. Chen Fan glanced back at her with a look of helplessness. "What, are you unhappy?" Wenren inquired with a cheerful smile. The activities she had engaged in beneath the desk still left Chen Fan somewhat disoriented. However, as it was his first experience, he did not linger on it for long. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed Chen Shui outside, attempting to rally support. Seizing the opportunity, he instructed Wenren to summon Tan Min and several senior executives for an impromptu meeting. Unbeknownst to Chen Shui, the president's office had a private elevator that led directly downstairs. When the senior executives arrived, Wenren formally announced Chen Fan's position as chairman of the company. Although shocked, the executives were reluctant to question the proclamation made by the group as president. As for the list of prescriptions on the magnetic board, they were merely hastily scribbled by Chen Fan, intended as bait for Chen Shui. While he was uncertain of the consequences of her uninvited intrusion into the meeting, the potential for a breach of company confidentiality was a grave concern. Qin Shiwei was in for a world of trouble. Do not act so recklessly in the future. Chen Fan cautioned, pulling his thoughts back to the present. I am not yet prepared to take responsibility for you. Your actions place immense pressure on me. However, Wenren remained unfazed. She had already resolved to embrace Chen Fan, believing that what she had done was insufficient. Were it not for the paperwork of his divorce from Qin Farong still pending, her efforts would have been far more extensive. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such considerations. Wenren shifted the topic with a serious demeanor and said, Chen Fan, there is news regarding Kai Chenglong. Chen Fan lifted his gaze, fixating on the woman. Recently, Wenren's network had uncovered Kai Chenglong's whereabouts. He was hiding in a mine under his company's name, accompanied by his son. Most crucially, it appeared he was in contact with certain individuals. Which individuals? Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. The people from Bien and Montauk. Wenren replied coolly. The two major assassin organizations in Linqing? Chen Fan expressed a hint of surprise. Indeed, Wenren nodded. These two organizations have entrenched themselves in Linqing's underworld for many years. Although they do not directly engage in the power struggles among the city's factions, their presence is evident during every reshuffling of underground forces. They do not openly take sides. They assist whoever pays them. Chen Fan grasped the situation. It seemed that Kai Chenglong, unable to succeed through legitimate means, was resorting to underhanded tactics. However, he likely remained unaware that the Six Ding and Six Jia had already arrived in Linqing. Seeking assassins to deal with him? It was akin to courting death. Let him be. We'll address it when he comes to us, Chen Fan said, disinterested. He was not keen on engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with Kai Chenglong, preferring instead to wait for the mouse to reveal itself, only to crush it at the right moment. By the way, there's this. At that moment, Wenren retrieved an envelope from her bag and slid it across the table towards Chen Fan. The envelope bore the bold inscription challenge letter. Chen Fan, taken aback, accepted it and opened it. To his astonishment, the challenge letter was sent by the master of Kai Chenglong, one of the three absolutes. How intriguing. Chen Fan chuckled upon reading the contents of the letter. In essence, the master had learned of his proud disciple's defeat and, in a fit of rage, insisted on regaining Kai Chenglong's honor. The master had previously extended an invitation to Wenren to accompany Chen Fan, but she had declined. Little did they expect that another challenge letter would arrive so soon. Such challenge letters are publicly disclosed, meaning that the upper echelons of Linqing were already aware of the challenge issued by one of the three absolutes against Chen Fan. This was a rare and significant occurrence, considering the lofty status of the three absolutes in Linqing, while Chen Fan's name was virtually unknown to many. A renowned master challenging an obscure individual? This was undeniably intriguing. Chen Fan, will you accept? Wenren asked, gazing at the man. I will not, Chen Fan replied without hesitation. He had no time to engage in trivial games with these so-called masters. He was exceedingly busy. Once Fanqing Beauty officially opened and established its market presence through the power of natural beauty, he intended to intensify his investment in various medicinal formulations to ensure Fanqing Beauty's rapid growth. He was acutely aware of the path ahead. In the Northern Realm, a group of individuals has been covertly observing him. Should he choose to remain a mere wastrel, they may refrain from taking action against him. However, the moment he begins to rise, an onslaught of opposition will inevitably descend upon him. This is precisely why his mentor's wife summoned the Six Ding and Six Jia back to the country. It was to prepare for the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Allow me to handle the refusal for you, remarked Wenren. Meanwhile, in an exquisitely antiquated courtyard, a middle-aged man with a bun hairstyle and clad in black-rimmed glasses reclined leisurely on a red nama bench. Beside him, a classical beauty dressed in a crimson qipao gently fanned herself with a glass fan. Before the middle-aged gentleman lay a chessboard, where the black and white pieces engaged in a fierce battle. Opposite him sat an elderly man in a black training outfit, his calloused hands resembling large fans. Both were deeply engrossed in the fierce contest on the board, their expressions marked by utmost seriousness. At that moment, a young couple entered, also attired in training garments. Unmistakably the disciples of the elderly man. Master, your challenge has been rejected, the young man announced in a somber tone. The elderly man, known as one of the three masters of Lin City, displayed no surprise at his disciple's words, merely responding with a cold chuckle. The young woman beside him, indignant, exclaimed, "Master, why must you issue a challenge to such an inconspicuous insect? What value does he possess that warrants your direct involvement? My brother, and I could easily dispatch him." The master, grasping a white piece, slowly placed it in an optimal position before speaking. "You two are still too young. The world of martial arts encompasses more than mere violence. However, you are right. For an inconspicuous insect to repeatedly reject my challenges is a matter of disrespect. Go, teach him a lesson." Chapter 74. Qin Ro and Zhao Cuo stirring trouble. Master Zhangju, a mere son-in-law, is he truly worth such a commotion? Cheng Long appears to have suffered only minor injuries, does he not? The middle-aged man opposite Master Zhang, holding a black piece, chuckled amiably. This man is none other than Zhong Hao, one of the three giants of Lin City, renowned alongside Su Jinjian and Wenren, known in the underworld as Master Hao. Zhang Ju serves as a guest elder of the Zhong family. When Kai Chenglong pledged his allegiance to Zhong Hao, he caught Zhang Ju's eye, who took him as a disciple and imparted his entire mastery of the palm technique to him. Kai Chenglong has indeed made his mentor proud, swiftly rising from an ordinary individual to a mid-stage martial artist and becoming Zhong Hao's most trusted confidant. With an impassive expression, Zhang Ju remarked, "Whether the injuries are severe or not is but one aspect. The fact that they dared to act against Cheng Long, knowing he is my disciple, indicates they hold me in utter disdain. Throughout Lin City, only two old geezers, equal to me in reputation, would dare to disregard my authority. Beyond them, who would dare show me such disrespect? They will pay the price for their audacity." Zhang Ju clenched a white piece in his palm, his demeanor calm as he spoke. At the moment the last word left his lips, his fingers tightened abruptly. Crack! A series of delicate cracking sounds resonated. As Zhang Ju relaxed his grip, a fine white powder cascaded through his fingers, gently settling upon the chessboard. Zhong Hao squinted, casually stating, "Yet I have heard that the son-in-law shares an extraordinary relationship with Wenren. Should you send someone now, they would surely assume it is my directive. What is there to fear?" Zhang Ju snorted coldly. The Zhong and Wenren families have always been at odds. If I do not send anyone, will Wenren sit down and share a cup of tea with you in a calm manner? It is not that I fear her. Zhong Hao chuckled lightly. However, both Wenren and Su Jinjian have substantial forces backing them. To deal with such individuals, if one cannot strike decisively, there will be endless repercussions. Last time, Cheng Long's decision to plant a bomb in Wenren's car without my consent was far from wise. A bomb. Such actions are expressly forbidden by the authorities. If anything were to go awry, the investigation would inevitably lead back to me. Such a crude and thoughtless tactic. And he dared to employ it. Were it not for your esteemed position, Zhong Hao smirked, casually tossing the black piece onto the chessboard. I shall not let this matter rest easily. Rising from his seat, he removed the rubber band holding his hair, allowing his locks to cascade down. Though his appearance seemed relaxed and harmless, none would dare underestimate this cunning and venomous serpent. Very well, let us conclude today's game here. I shall return to seek you out later, Zhong Hao said, clasping his hands behind his back and flashing a seemingly innocuous smile at Zhang Ju before leisurely departing with his subordinates. Zhang Ju's expression darkened further. Ultimately, no significant words were uttered. Only a disgruntled huff escaped. Outside the Tianqi office building, Qin Ro and Zhao Cuihua, a peculiar mother-daughter pair, were huddled inside their car. Their eyes remained fixated on the direction of the building. "Daughter, your sister just received a letter," Zhao Cuihua declared through gritted teeth, clutching her phone tightly. "That good-for-nothing Chen Fan refuses to sell the formula to your sister. Was he plotting to go against the heavens? Who does he think he is?" Zhao Cuihua cursed vehemently. Qin Ruo interjected, "We have overestimated this waste of space's integrity. Initially, I thought he would seize the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. But to my surprise, he outright refuses to sell. He must have learned about my sister's company being in dire straits from another source and is deliberately kicking us while we're down. Zhao Cuihua's face twisted with malice. Such a heartless creature, having enjoyed our hospitality for 3 years without contributing a dime. How dare he treat your sister like this? Why hasn't he been run over by a car already? Mom, we must devise a plan. Qin Ruo frowned. We must ensure that Chen Fan hands over the formula. You are absolutely right. Zhao Cuihua nodded in agreement, her expression softening. Ruo, you are becoming quite sensible, thinking of your sister's troubles. Once her company stabilizes, we shall secure you a position as vice president. It is time you learned how to manage a company. Really? Qin Ruo exclaimed with overwhelming joy. For the past few years, she had yearned to join Qin Farong's company, but Qin Farong had consistently dismissed her, citing her playful nature and immature temperament. Now that Zhao Cuihua had spoken, how could her sister refuse? Thus, you must find a way to acquire that formula. Only then will your sister regard you with newfound respect, Zhao Cuihua urged. With resolute determination in her eyes, Qin Ruo nodded. Rest assured, mother, I will obtain the formula. As the mother and daughter conversed, a police car suddenly appeared in front of the Tianqi office building. Shortly after, 2 officers were seen escorting a hooded woman into the police vehicle, while a throng of journalists surrounded the scene, their cameras flashing incessantly. Ruo, that person looks somewhat familiar, Zhao Cuihua remarked uncertainly. Qin Ruo shrugged. It doesn't matter. You didn't even see her face. You must be mistaken. However, why hasn't that Chen Fan emerged yet? Surely this building does not have a back entrance. Could he have slipped away through it? Panic began to set in for Qin Ruo. If Chen Fan left, she had no idea where to find him. Without him, how could she obtain the formula? We cannot just wait idly. Let us go inside. The company that wishes to compete with your sister, something like Fanqing Beauty, is holding a grand opening ceremony inside. Wait. Zhao Cuihua's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. Ruo, do you think that Chen Fan, that good-for-nothing, might have sold the formula to that company? Qin Ruo suddenly came to a realization. She exclaimed, Mother, you are absolutely right. No wonder that worthless person summoned my sister here. It must have been to intentionally humiliate her. Not only did he refuse to sell the formula to her, but he also sold it to others right before her eyes. How could he inflict such sorrow upon my sister? This scoundrel deserves nothing less than contempt for his actions. Qin Ruo fumed with rage, her once beautiful visage contorting into a ghastly expression. Chen Fan, today, you shall witness the extent of my capabilities. You wish to sell the formula? You aspire to establish a business? Dream on. With her chin held high, Qin Ruo stormed toward the office building. Inside the Tianqi office building, the commotion caused by Qin Zaiwi's antics had little impact on the opening ceremony. An increasing number of reporters had already gathered at the scene, alongside numerous executives from large corporations and affluent ladies from Lin City, all of whom had been graciously invited. When Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua entered the building, they discovered that the lobby was already teeming with people on the elevated platform that had been prepared in advance. The host was delivering a warm welcome to friends from various sectors who had come to celebrate the opening of Fanqing Beauty. Your presence here fills us with immense honor. The host's adept opening remarks swiftly invigorated the atmosphere. Soon after, Tan Min, the assistant to the president, took the stage to outline the entire process of the opening ceremony. Upon hearing that after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, guests would have the opportunity to try the latest skincare product from Fanqing Beauty, Natural Look, many attendees, particularly women, could not conceal their surprise and began to chatter excitedly. Clearly, they had received considerable information regarding Natural Look prior to attending this opening event. Qin Ruo also received a promotional poster for Natural Look and flipped it over. She immediately turned to Zhao Cuihua and said, Mother, we were right. The effects of this Natural Look cream are quite similar to the medicinal concoction that Chen Fan previously concocted for us. He truly sold the formula to my sister's rival company. That worthless scoundrel. If I catch sight of him, I shall not hesitate to strangle him. Zhao Cuihua seethed with anger, pounding her chest in frustration. Do not fret, Mother. I have a plan to ensure that they cannot carry on with this opening ceremony. A cruel glint flashed in her eyes as she prepared to execute her scheme. With that, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Ruo. What a surprise to receive your call. A man's mischievous laughter came through the phone. Brother Zhou, I've been wronged. Can you bring some people to help me? Chen Ruo feigned a delicate tone. The man on the other end paused in his breath before responding. Where are you? I'll come with people right away. A sly smile crept on Chen Ruo's lips as she replied. I'm at the Tianqi office building. Their SA company here selling counterfeit products. I have previously used this product, and it caused my skin to break out terribly. You must bring someone to stop them at once. With that, Chen Ruo abruptly hung up the phone. Zhao Cuihua gazed at her daughter, puzzled, and inquired, Who was that? The municipal management office. Chen Ruo replied with a triumphant smile. Mother, do not forget that your daughter is a prominent live streamer on the Douyin platform, boasting over 100,000 followers. This official from the municipal management office is someone I met during my broadcasts. Once he arrives, this wretched company will never be able to commence operations. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cuihua was overjoyed, continually giving Chen Ruo a thumbs up. However, Chen Ruo had no intention of stopping there. A sinister smile crept across her face as she said, Mother, please hold my phone for me. I'm going to conduct a live broadcast exposing the truth for my 100,000 followers. Chapter 75. Can I go live? Despite Chen Ruo and not holding a conventional job, she relies on her captivating beauty and charming physique. She has amassed a considerable following on Douyin, the short video platform. As she initiated her live broadcast, notifications swiftly reached her fans, who flocked into her streaming room in droves. Observing the barrage of comments filled with concern and curiosity, Chen Ruo deliberately donned a resolute expression. She handed her phone to Zhao Cuihua and retrieved her identification from her bag. Meanwhile, in the lounge of an office building, three illustrious stars, Liu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Liu Shire, had been invited by Wenren with a substantial monetary incentive to try out Fanchon Beauty's latest skincare products. The influence and appeal of these three women in the domestic realm are undeniable. They are typically very protective of their reputations, particularly when it comes to endorsements related to skincare and beauty products, which they would not consider lightly. However, due to the profound cooperative relationship between the Wenren family and their respective companies, the trio made an exception to discuss potential collaboration. Should the experience with the Barefaced Truth Cream prove satisfactory, they would contemplate endorsing the product. At that moment, Liu Shire cautiously applied a pea-sized amount of the Barefaced Truth Cream onto her arm. In less than 3 minutes, she observed her previously treated arm transform at a visibly rapid pace, becoming noticeably fairer. The three women were collectively astonished. Liu Shire covered her rosy lips. Her exquisite visage radiating surprise. Heavens, am I seeing things? The efficacy of this skincare product is astonishing. Beside her, Yang Mi, with wide eyes, incredulously exclaimed, I swear, I have never used a skincare product this effective in my entire life. If there are no side effects, this would absolutely be a bestseller. Just as her words faded, Wenren, seated across from her, smiled and reassured, Rest assured, Miss Yang. The raw materials we use in our products are derived from the essence of green plants, ensuring that there are no side effects whatsoever. Even the most sensitive skin can use our products without issue. This is the result of countless tests we have conducted and is entirely reliable. Upon hearing Wenren's words, Yang Mi revealed a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the ethereal beauty Liu Yifei turned to Wenren and remarked, No wonder President Wenren's skin appears so smooth and radiant. It must be due to her consistent use of her own skincare products, right? I am quite curious. Why have you named your product Barefaced? Does it hold any special significance? Upon hearing this inquiry, Wenren shifted her gaze toward Chen Fan, who had been quietly observing. This question is best answered by our chairman Chen Fan, she said with a smile. The trio of Liu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Liu Shire exchanged astonished glances as they initially assumed that Chen Fan was merely Wenren's assistant. To everyone's astonishment, the remarkably youthful man turned out to be the chairman of the renowned beauty company, Fanchon Meijuan. Is this for real? Chen Fan was equally taken aback by Wenren's unexpected maneuver. However, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. After clearing his throat, Chen Fan proclaimed, Fairy Sister, the complete name of this product should be Su Yin Sun Jin Gao, the Pure Face Truth Cream. What does Sun Jin signify? I have always believed that every individual, at the moment of their birth, is in their most authentic and flawless state, untouched by the impurities of the environment. As the saying goes, clear water brings forth the lotus. Natural beauty requires no embellishment. At that time, the skin is naturally the most delicate, smooth, and innocent. It is only through the trials of life, polluted air, poor lifestyles, unhealthy diets, and various other factors that our skin deteriorates. The essence of Su Yin Sun Jin Gao lies in cleansing the skin of all impurities that do not belong to the human body, restoring it to the pristine condition it was in at birth. In such a state, who would require cosmetics or skincare products? ISNT, it's simply about embracing one's natural beauty. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Liu Yifei and the other two popular starlets could not contain their applause. "What you said is absolutely wonderful," they exclaimed. "This encapsulates every woman's ultimate pursuit of perfect skin. If one could return to their birth state, who would need cosmetics?" Chairman Chen, President Wenren, we are exceedingly satisfied with the effects of this skincare cream, and we are eager to endorse it. Additionally, we will rally our respective fan bases to support this product. Liu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Liu Shire exchanged a few whispers before resolutely declaring their intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and Wenren City could not help but display expressions of delight. Securing endorsements from these three prominent stars would undoubtedly pave the way for their product as success. Once Su Yin, Sun Jin Gao gained widespread acceptance from consumers, even without endorsements, their product would undoubtedly flourish. However, at that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and Tan Min entered with a grave expression. "President, we have a situation." "What has happened?" "Wenren see you inquired?" "Please." Tan Min quickly reported, "A surge of negative news about Su Yin has suddenly emerged online. They claim our product is a scam, a counterfeit of inferior quality. Numerous influencers on Douyin have begun to boycott our product, and have even joined together to demand an official investigation." "What?" Wenren City's brows furrowed in concern. She was not naive. The company's launch ceremony had yet to commence, and the guests had not even had the opportunity to sample the product. How could there be such an abundance of negative information? There must be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. "Have you identified the culprit?" Wenren City asked coldly. "Who dares to undermine a company under the Wenren Group's banner?" "We have traced it." Tan Min nodded, then cautiously glanced at Chen Fan beside her. Chen Fan said, "Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation." "All right." Tan Min sighed in relief and continued, "According to our sources, we have identified the individual who first disseminated the false information. It is Qin Ruo, the former sister-in-law of Chairman Qin. She is a content creator on Douyin, a short video platform boasting a following of 100,000 fans, and she is backed by a supportive agency. Additionally, she has rallied many so-called friends to her cause, publishing videos attacking our company's products. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression darkened abruptly. "Qin Ruo, that brainless fool again. She must be present on site. Otherwise, she wouldn't have access to the latest news regarding Su Yin." Chen Fan inquired. "Yes, she is." Tan Min confirmed with a nod. "We have already spotted her on the surveillance footage, but I restrained our team from taking any rash actions. She is currently live streaming, and I fear she might seize the opportunity to further tarnish our reputation." "Leave it to me," Chen Fan declared as he rose and headed downstairs. Wenren City's countenance was equally troubled. With the imminent launch of a new product, the sudden surge of negative online discourse surrounding it was far from auspicious. Although many streamers had not even attended the event and were merely seeking to ride the wave of attention, the uninformed public could easily be misled and manipulated. This situation could significantly impact the debut of Su Yan's Sunjun cream. Even if we promptly involve the public relations departments of the Wenren Group and Fanshin Cosmetics, time is too limited, and the traces of our intervention would be glaringly obvious. Should the spectators catch any hint of our involvement, it could lead to a catastrophic loss of reputation. It would truly be akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Just as when Ren Xie was grappling with her headache, Liu Yifei suddenly inquired with curiosity, "I just remembered that I registered an account on Douyin as well, but I haven't posted any videos yet. May I ask if I can go live?" Chapter 76. Chen Fan prepares to break the stalemate. Lu Yifei's words sparked a sudden brilliance in Wenren's eyes. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about you all? When it comes to the number of fans and online influence, how could those internet streamers possibly compare to the three before me? If they were to host a live broadcast promoting the natural beauty product, the results would be nothing short of instantaneous. Downstairs, under Tan Min's guidance, Chen Fan found Qin Ruo, who was currently streaming live. Chairman Chen, take a look at this. Tan Min handed over a mobile phone, displaying Qin Ruo's live broadcast. At that moment, the stream had already attracted tens of thousands of viewers. Qin Ruo, holding her ID card, declared earnestly into the camera, "Dear family, I, Qin Ruo, am here to officially report. A company named Fanqing Beauty is opening today. They plan to launch a shoddy product called Natural Beauty Seeking True Cream. Just the name alone screams of an intelligence tax for foolish consumers. And yet this product is set to hit the market. This clearly indicates how much money and connections this company has behind it. Let's all unite to boycott this product. It must not succeed in its launch." Under what seemed to be Qin Ruo's sincere incitement, the chat room erupted. Thousands of comments surged across the screen, so rapidly that one could hardly keep up. Wow, collusion between officials and businesses. Is there still any law in this society? Hold on, let's not jump to conclusions. Who knows if what she says is true? Get lost. My Ruo never lies. What she says must be true. This is the first time I've seen this lovely lady's live stream. I don't know her character, but her boldness in making a real name accusation with her ID suggests she's likely telling the truth. Boycott Natural Beauty Seeking True Cream and oppose Fanqing Beauty. The comments varied, yet they overwhelmingly leaned towards condemnation and resistance against both the product and the company. Guests attending the opening ceremony looked on in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a spectacle to unfold at someone else's company launch. What kind of vendetta was this? Zhao Cuihua was quietly observing the comments flashing on the screen. Upon witnessing the unanimous sentiment in the chat, she couldn't help but give Qin Ruo a thumbs up, feeling a swell of pride. Truly, she was her daughter, remarkably capable. With just a single live stream, she had managed to disrupt the entire opening ceremony of Fanqing Beauty. Consequently, the pressure on Qin Fan's company would be significantly alleviated. Even if they failed to acquire the formula from Chen Fan, it wouldn't matter much. At that moment, Chen Fan approached with a stern expression, accompanied by Tan Min. "Qin Ruo, what madness are you engaging in?" he coldly inquired. Qin Ruo, seemingly startled, quickly snatched the phone from Zhao Cuihua's hands and turned the camera towards Chen Fan. Amidst the clamor, a voice resounded. "Everyone look! This is the individual who has supplied this company with the so-called barefaced truth cream. He was once a useless son-in-law in my family. Due to his lazy disposition and penchant for suspicion and slander, he was recently expelled from our home by my sister. Who would have thought that he would emerge to deceive and swindle others in such a short span? He has feasted and drunk at my expense for 3 years, and he possesses no understanding of beauty products whatsoever. That absurd formula is nothing but his fabrication." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? This man is merely a slothful son-in-law. How could someone so indolent comprehend the nuances of skincare formulations? Surely, he wouldn't resort to deceit. Outrage rippled through the gathered spectators, for skincare products are applied directly to the skin. Any form of deceit here could be fatal. Quick, let us capture this on camera and expose him online. Voices brimming with righteous indignation echoed throughout the crowd. Numerous journalists present promptly instructed their photographers to set up their equipment, eager to seize the opportunity for breaking news. As Chen Fan listened to Qin Ruo's distorted accusations, he refrained from hastily rebutting. In such a moment, engaging in a heated argument could only exacerbate the situation. With a subtle smile, he remained unfazed and replied, "Qin Ruo, I do not wish to quarrel with you. Let's have a calm discussion." Qin Ruo furrowed her brow and exchanged glances with Zhao Cuihua. Her curiosity piqued. Why was this supposed wastrel so unfazed? Was he deliberately diverting attention? With this thought in mind, Qin Ruo maintained her facade of righteousness. She glared at him and declared, "What is there to discuss? With a scoundrel like you, I have nothing to say. I advise you to confess immediately while the product is still unreleased. It is not too late to halt your descent into ruin. Once the product is launched and consumers encounter issues, will you be able to bear the consequences? As soon as Qin Ruo finished speaking, Zhao Cuihua bellowed, "What responsibility do these capitalists bear? They've likely already profited immensely and moved abroad. When the time comes, who will care about our lives? We are truly suffering." As she lamented, Zhao Cuihua pounded her thigh in despair, her fervor resonating with many in the crowd. Indeed, capitalistes peces no conscience. We ordinary people are truly unfortunate, waking each day in rooms filled with formaldehyde, consuming buns made from lymphatic meat, and drinking diluted underground soy milk. When we feel indulgent, we opt for a sausage made from chicken bones. After painstakingly saving some money to purchase skincare products, we find they are nothing but counterfeit goods. Is there no law or justice left in this world? Voices of impassioned accusation rang out from the crowd, garnering increasing agreement from others. A torrent of accusations surged from all directions, seemingly intent on drowning Chen Fan in their fervor. Yet, he remained steadfast, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding him. He maintained a smile and gazed at Qin Ruo, saying, "Qin Ruo, you have articulated much. I shall refrain from rebutting for now. However, I wish to pose 3 questions to you. Do you dare to answer?" As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings and addressed the assembly. "Dear friends, I trust you are all discerning individuals. At such a juncture, should we solely heed her one-sided narrative?" Upon hearing this, the previously agitated crowd began to regain their composure. There is merit in this. In the current climate of numerous online reversals of events, we cannot afford to listen to a singular perspective. I have a sense that this gentleman remains remarkably composed. Could it be that he is indeed wronged? Uncertain, perhaps we should first hear his side of the story. Observing the atmosphere, which had only just begun to stir, being subdued by Chen Fan's few words, Qinvo felt on the verge of losing her composure. Yet, she dared not refuse Chen Fan's proposition. To do so would be a clear indication of guilt. Thus, she steeled herself and replied, "Of course I dare. Do not mention 3 questions, I would dare answer 30. Nevertheless, deep down, she had resolved that regardless of what Chen Fan might inquire, she must persist in tarnishing his reputation, leaving him no opportunity for redemption. Rest assured, I shall not ask too much, merely 3 questions." Chen Fan said with a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, causing Qin Ruo to feel a wave of unease wash over her, her heart racing. His first question was, "You just stated that I am your family's worthless son-in-law, recently cast out by your sister. Now, tell everyone, is your sister not the chairwoman of Fifen Cosmetics?" Qin Pharaoh, Chapter 77. Turning the tables, Qin Ruo suddenly froze, her gaze shifting between suspicion and uncertainty as she looked at Chen Fan. What could this seemingly useless individual possibly mean by posing such a question? Was there a trap lurking beneath the surface? Unable to comprehend the situation, she felt a knot tighten in her chest. At that moment, Chen Fan spoke again. "Qin Ruo, you hesitate to answer such a simple question. What are you truly anxious about?" His words sent ripples of murmurs through the crowd, all eyes now fixated on Qin Ruo. The whispers echoed, questioning her reticence. Could there really be something amiss? Why is she unwilling to disclose her own sister's name? A sense of relief washed over her as she recalled that she had remained silent during their earlier accusations. Had she spoken up, she might have been left embarrassed by an unforeseen twist. "Nonsense. I saw you jumping around while hurling insults." The surrounding chatter pierced through Qin Ruo's composure, leaving her pale-faced. Even the viewers in the live stream began to express their doubts. With indignation, she stood her ground, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? What have I to fear? My sister is Qin Pharaoh, so what of it?" Chen Fan chuckled coldly. "Very well, let us proceed to the second question. You just claimed that this product is a substandard 3-no product, composed solely of inferior materials, correct?" Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Ruo replied, "Indeed. It seems you're not deaf and can comprehend my words. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Ask away," she urged, now convinced that Chen Fan was merely trying to create a spectacle. Aside from the first question, which had left her momentarily baffled, the second was nothing short of a death sentence for him. How foolish to reiterate it. Chen Fan, fully aware of her thoughts, recognized her to be a singularly simple-minded individual. Her thoughts convoluted yet predictable. Very well, on to the third question. You just stated that Fanching Beauty spent a significant amount of money to establish connections for the launch of this 3.0 product, correct? Is that even up for debate? Of course, they had to pay off connections to get this industrial waste on the market. Chen Ruro snapped back defiantly. Do you think we common folk are devoid of intelligence? Do you believe our lives are so cheap that we deserve to be exploited by unscrupulous capitalists like you? In that moment, she exhibited her one moment of clarity, aligning herself with the sentiments of the masses. Her words resonated with many, igniting a wave of outrage. The crowd erupted once more, directing their ire at Chen Fan with fervent exclamations. You heartless scoundrel! May you be struck down? Leave now. You've asked your questions. Take your industrial waste and vanish far from here. Amidst the chaos, some individuals began to incite a riot, shouting for the destruction of the event. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd stirred restlessly. Fortunately, the security personnel from Fanching Beauty had anticipated such disruptions and swiftly moved to quell the turmoil. Chen Fan's eyes turned icy as he scanned the crowd, recognizing that these individuals were not allies of Chen Ruo with her limited intellect. She could never have orchestrated such a meticulous plan. However, if not her, it can only be the machinations of Kai Chenglong. This old scoundrel has lurked for so long, and he is finally ready to stir up trouble. At this moment, on the periphery of the crowd, the young male and female disciples of Zhangju are watching the spectacle with their arms crossed. The male disciple scoffed. Is this person Chen Fan? He appears quite ordinary. For Kai Chenglong to be defeated by him is truly a testament to his utter incompetence. The female disciple added, Senior brother, not everyone possesses your extraordinary talent. Although Kai Chenglong is also a disciple of our master, he is a merchant driven by greed. How much focus can he possibly dedicate to martial arts? The male disciple nodded in agreement. You are correct. In any case, let us help our master regain the face he has lost. Very well, when shall we act? Let's wait a moment. There are too many people around. The male disciple scanned the crowd. I refuse to believe he won't be alone at some point today. At this juncture, the chaotic scene was finally brought under control, yet questioning voices still emerged from the crowd. Chen, at this point, what further excuses do you have? Indeed, you have answered all the questions. Do you admit that your company's products are industrial waste? Everyone, stop wasting time with him. Let us just call the city management office. Let us see what excuses he can conjure up. Chen Fan remained unperturbed. Once the clamor subsided, he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I have posed 3 questions, and you have heard Chen Ruo's responses. Now, I would like to present a video that I believe will pique your interest. With that, he sent a video to Tanmin. On the high platform, a projector and screen were readily available for showcasing the company and its new products. Tanmin promptly stepped forward to project the video Chen Fan had sent. A tremor of unease coursed through Chen Ruo. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped her. The numerous guests present intently focused on the screen, eager to see what Chen Fan would unveil next. Soon, the video began to play. It was footage captured by the surveillance cameras in the lobby of an office building, depicting the exchange between Chen Fan and Chen Farong. The quality of the footage was impressive. Not only was the image clear, but even their dialogue was recorded with precision. When Chen Ruo beheld Chen Farong in the video, her complexion turned ashen, and cold sweat broke out upon her brow. Chen Fan, let me be direct with you. Sell me that formula. I will not take it for free. I am willing to pay. Chen Farong, are you out of your mind? Are you truly willing to spend 5 million for such a formula? If it can help Fifin Cosmetics emerge from its predicament, I would even offer 50 million. The video content was comprehensive, capturing every moment from Chen Farong's initial approach to Chen Fan to their eventual discord. Every utterance was preserved. However, the guests present instinctively filtered out the extraneous information, focusing solely on the crucial exchanges. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Fan's mouth as he coldly declared, As you all can see, just moments ago, Chen Ruo openly acknowledged that Chen Farong is her sister, who also serves as the chairwoman of Fifin Cosmetics. I must inquire, how is it that your sister intends to invest 50 million in a product created from inferior materials, a mere industrial waste? What ulterior motives does she harbor? What schemes does her thief in cosmetics intend to employ that may harm the populace? If I were to sell her the formula today, how would she manipulate her funds to secure connections and facilitate the launch of this industrial refuse? You were so eloquent, were you not? You even filed a formal complaint, claiming to stand for the people's interests. Where is your identification? Raise it high. Please enlighten us. Chen Fan's words rang out like thunder, reverberating in Chen Ruo's mind, leaving her utterly disoriented. Angry gazes converged from all directions, and a cacophony of insults engulfed both Chen Ruo and Zhao Cuihua. How shameless this woman is to exploit us. Stand back. I must confront her today. Ah, so it appears she resorts to slander and disruption after failing to purchase the formula. Such is the grotesque nature of commercial rivalry. Friends, let us report this prominent streamer. We must not allow her to escape unscathed. Chapter 78. Chen Ruo's support arrives. The air was thick with a deluge of vitriol, threatening to drown Chen Ruo. In a live broadcast room, incensed viewers relentlessly reported her, leading to an immediate suspension. Her follower count plummeted at a staggering rate of 10,000 per minute. In a mere moment, it dwindled from 100,000 to a mere 20,000. Among these, a considerable number were mere bot accounts, devoid of genuine human presence. At that moment, Chen Ruo's phone suddenly chimed. It was a call from the president of the live streaming guild she had recently joined. Instinctively, she answered, only to be met with the president's frantic, hysterical outburst. Chen Ruo, you wretched creature. Look at the havoc you've wrought. You've destroyed the carefully crafted persona we invested millions in, and your account is finished. I'm telling you, you're terminated. Prepare to pay a breach of contract fee of 300 million. How outrageous. The president's tirade concluded with a harsh click, leaving Chen Ruo's face ashen. Her hand slackened, causing her phone to crash to the ground, the screen shattering into countless fragments. Despair enveloped her as her body swayed precariously. How had things spiraled so dramatically? Did Chen Fan possess a video of her sister's attempt to purchase a formula? Had he known all along that she would cause such a scene? It was all a deliberate act. As this realization struck her, her gaze turned venomous. She glared at Chen Fan, her expression twisted with rage. Chen, you worthless fool. Why didn't you mention the video sooner? Was this your intention all along? Her frustration erupted into tears and cries. You want to humiliate me, to make me the target of everyone's scorn. Chen, how can you be so malicious? Zhao Cuihua, standing beside her, pointed accusingly at Chen Fan, hurling insults. You heartless beast, may you meet a tragic end. I command you to explain yourself. This trap was your doing, not ours. Do you hear me? Chen Fan remained impassive, ignoring Zhao Cuihua's mindless demands, as they incited the masses, attempting to leverage public opinion to obliterate the reputation of Su Yin Sun Jingao. They must have anticipated the backlash. The current outcome was a fitting retribution, self-inflicted wounds, a case of lifting a stone only to drop it on their own feet. How shameless these old hags are. They frame others and yet somehow manage to paint themselves as the victims. Truly, it's a case of the pot calling the kettle black, revealing their profound lack of integrity. They believe that those they malign should simply endure it, and anyone daring to retaliate is the true offender. The atmosphere was charged as the crowd erupted with indignation, each voice rising to condemn Chen Ruo and Zhao Cuihua. Overwhelmed by the barrage of accusations, Chen Ruo was left in a daze. Just as she contemplated collapsing to feigned death, a steady, commanding voice suddenly resonated from behind her. What is all this commotion? Silence, all of you. Upon hearing that voice, a spark of hope ignited within Chen Ruo. Her support had finally arrived. The crowd gasped and quickly turned their attention behind them. There stood a middle-aged man, clad in a jacket and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his expression stern. Accompanied by a contingent of followers, he strode in confidently. Goodness, is that not Director Zhou from the Municipal Management Office of Lin City? What brings him here? Many guests present recognized the identity of the newcomer and promptly remarked, surely someone must have called the municipal office earlier. As it happens, the situation is now clear, and the authorities can officially vindicate Vanshan Beauty. The attendees initially believed that the municipal office had come to support Vanchan Beauty's reputation. However, unexpectedly, Chen Ruo, her eyes brimming with tears, advanced towards Director Zhou. Brother Zhou, you must stand up for them. They have been terribly bullied by this group. Chen Ruo feigned a pitiful demeanor, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. The crowd watched in disbelief. How absurd! What right does she have to feel wronged? Truly, this is an egregious display of shamelessness. I am astounded by her audacity. Director Zhou, do not be deceived by this woman. She is the actual perpetrator, merely unmasked by the rest of us. Indeed, her company, unable to compete for the formula, has deliberately sought to malign and frame others. Do not fall for their deceit. Voices rose among the crowd. One would think that with such clarity in the discourse, anyone would grasp the appropriate course of action. Yet, who could have anticipated that Director Zhou would suddenly glare fiercely at the assembled guests? Silence. I will investigate the truth of the matter. Do you need to instruct me on how to conduct my duties? The crowd was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Is there something amiss with Director Zhou? The facts are so apparent. What else is there to investigate? Approaching Chen Fan with a grim expression, Director Zhou demanded, "What is your name?" Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing the hostility emanating from Zhou. It was evident this man was there to assist Chen Ruo. At that moment, Tan Min stepped forward. "Director Zhou, this is our chairman at Vanchan Beauty, Chen Fan. What transpired today involves Fifan Beauty attempting to purchase." Before Tan Min could finish, Director Zhou interrupted with impatience. "Be quiet. Did I ask you?" Tan Min's expression darkened, casting a cold glare at Director Zhou. How dare this mere captain from the municipal office act so high-handedly in front of her, the assistant to the president of the Wenren group? Director Zhou, however, was oblivious to her disdain. Fixing his unfriendly gaze on Chen Fan, he stated, "Chen Fan, I was at the entrance when you played that video. I witnessed everything. Indeed, you are quite clever, adept at obfuscating the truth. But I'm not so easily misled like those fools. Tell me, is the formula that the chairman of Fifan Beauty wishes to purchase the same as the one you launched today, the pure essence cream?" Chen Fan nodded and remarked, "Of course, it's the same product. I am keen to see how this manager intends to distort the truth and obfuscate right from wrong." "Huh, what evidence do you possess?" Manager Zhou sneered, replying, "In the video, the director of Fifan Beauty, Mr. Chen, did not state that she purchased the formula for the original True Skin Cream. You conflate the two products, taking advantage of the public's ignorance of the details. You incite so many to bully a young girl and an elderly lady. Is there no sense of justice, no law? I, Zhou Zhihao, cannot abide such scoundrels." Upon finishing, Zhou Zhihao proudly lifted his head, anticipating the guests around him to echo his sentiments. However, to his astonishment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, with no one supporting his claims. The onlookers were not naive. They had long seen through the peculiarities of Zhao, Suihua, and Chen Ruo. They would not believe a single punctuation mark related to these two. Zhou Zhihao was nearly branded with the word partiality on his forehead. Did he think everyone else was blind? Infuriated, yet hesitant to confront the crowd further, Zhou Zhihao redirected his focus to Chen Fan, adopting an overly authoritative tone. "By the way, you claim this product is flawless. Then show us the report that the Municipal Management Office approved for you." Tan Min, well prepared, handed over a stack of already reviewed and stamped reports. However, to his shock, Zhou Zhihao merely glanced at the documents before tearing them to shreds. "You audacious Chen Fan, how dare you forge municipal approval documents? Someone, apprehend this unscrupulous merchant and take him back to the municipal office. I will make him confess today." Immediately, two individuals stepped forward, expressionless, advancing towards Chen Fan. Chapter 79. Chen Fan is taken away. On what grounds do you arrest someone? Tan Min was infuriated. This Zhou Zhihao was utterly lawless. Not only did he brazenly protect Chen Ruo, but he also dared to slander their approval documents as forgeries. Now, he was even attempting to take someone away. Did he have any respect for the rules? Beside her, Chen Ruo and Zhao Suihua exchanged a furtive glance, their lips nearly stretching to their ears. It truly felt as though they had reached a dead end, only to find a glimmer of hope. They had almost believed they would meet their downfall today. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, "Are you truly intent on arresting me?" "Arrest you? Why not? What does it matter if it's true or not? Do you think I'm merely playing house here?" Zhou Zhihao commanded, "Take him away." At his order, two officers swiftly placed handcuffs on Chen Fan. Tan Min was about to speak, but was silenced by Chen Fan's penetrating gaze. This was the inauguration ceremony. Any confrontation with the authorities would only escalate the situation. In Lin City, apart from Fief and Beauty, there were several other cosmetic companies. None would let such an opportunity slip by. If they used this incident as an excuse to malign Fanxing Beauty, gaining consumer trust in the future would be exceedingly difficult. "Mr. Chen, we can hire a lawyer," Tan Min exclaimed as she witnessed Chen Fan being led away. "It's fine. The righteous have nothing to fear from shadows." Chen Fan replied, "I will accompany them, and I assure you, I will return within a day." His calm demeanor and unwavering confidence left the many guests present in admiration. Simultaneously, they began to disseminate what had transpired, thus preventing the proliferation of rumors. Seeing Chen Fan taken away, Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua could not suppress their triumphant expressions. They had no intention of lingering here, fearing retribution from the irate guests. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhou Zhihao was distracted, they slinked away. The two disciples of the Taoist sect observed this scene with furrowed brows. "Brother, what do we do now? Chen Fan has been taken away." The female disciple could not help but ask. The male disciple pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us follow them. Did you not hear him say he would be out in a day? Surely, the authorities will not neglect him. We can wait outside the municipal office. We will surely encounter him." "Very well, let us depart." The female disciple nodded in agreement. The two stealthily exited the office building. At the inauguration ceremony of Fanxing Beauty, the chairman was suddenly taken away by municipal officials. Even though most guests present were aware that Chen Fan was wrongfully accused, it nonetheless caused considerable chaos at the scene. Tan Min promptly took to the stage to calm the guests' emotions, stating that the inauguration ceremony would be resumed the following day. Such a situation would be detrimental for any newly established company. But given the circumstances, they had no choice but to postpone the ceremony temporarily. In the president's office upstairs, although Wenren did not descend the stairs, she had already witnessed the entire unfolding of events through the lobby surveillance. Qin Ruo and Zhao Cuihua. These two truly do not know the meaning of danger. If that is the case, then she shall not be blamed for returning the favor in kind. Wenren's expression darkened. She picked up the phone and reached the manager of the public relations department, Hanya, through the internal line. "Hanya, come to my office," Wenren said in a cold tone. Hanya, who had been explaining the situation to the journalists on site, hurried to the office upon receiving Wenren's call. "President, did you call for me?" she asked, glancing at the icy countenance of Wenren, her anxiety palpable. Without lifting her head, Wenren coldly issued her orders. "I have two tasks for you. First, edit and disseminate everything that Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo, this peculiar mother-daughter duo, did today at the scene across the internet. Remember, it is imperative to link their actions to Qin Fan. I want everyone to believe that this is a scheme orchestrated by Qin Fan, having failed to acquire the formula, incited her mother and sister to create a disturbance. Can you manage that? Vennen see you glunst autonya?" Her tone devoid of any emotion. Hanya, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded vigorously. "I can manage it. The second task," Wenren continued, "is regarding Qin Shiwei. There shall be no reconciliation or compromise. We must substantiate the accusation that she brought journalists into the office to film company secrets with the intent to leak them. Can you accomplish this?" "Absolutely." Undequickly affirms. She recognized the president's fury over Chen Fan's detention. Furthermore, convey the news of Qin Shiwei's impending severe punishment to her parents. If they inquire about the reason, deflect it onto the Qin Fan family. I want to instigate discord within the Qin household. Let them turn on one another. Wenren added resolutely. "Understood. Angeri played. Nothing emphatically. Rest assured, President. I will fulfill the tasks assigned. You may leave." Wenren gestured for Hanya to exit. Barely a few minutes after Hanya's departure, Tan Min knocked and entered the office. What is the situation? Wenren Xie inquired, her gaze fixed on Tan Min Fu. Tan Min took a moment to catch her breath before reporting, overall, we have minimized the impact. Fanchon Cosmetics is, after all, wholly founded by the Wenren Group, and the media understands the need to maintain respect for the Wenren Group. However, Tan Min hesitated. There are still a few journalists who are somewhat insubordinate, showing signs of attempting to raise their demands. Wenren Xie scoffed coldly. Who gives them the audacity to negotiate with me? They may have the upper hand for now, but should they refuse to comply, we shall simply acquire their editorial offices and dismiss those troublesome individuals. Once they are out of work, let us see how they negotiate. Yes, I will arrange this immediately, Tan Min responded, emboldened by the president's words. After Tan Min left, Wenren Xie received a call from Wenren Jinzhong. Haha, Wenren Xie, you're not doing so well, are you? Wenren Jinzhong's tone dripped with sarcasm. Wenren Xie furrowed her brows slightly and replied in a neutral tone. Wenren Jinzhong, if you have matters to attend to, perhaps you should take some medicine. Answering your call is merely a waste of my time. Wenren Jinzhong scoffed. Wenren Xie, your arrogance won't last long. I have reported the situation in Lincheng to the family accurately. You've spent so much money to establish a new company, and yet you refuse to let anyone from the Wenren family manage it. Instead, you've appointed a well-known good-for-nothing, a son-in-law, as the chairman, who is truly unwell here. The irony is, this Chairman Chen was apprehended by the municipal authority on the very day of the opening ceremony. Ha ha ha, Wenren Xie, you two are truly a pair of jesters. My father and third uncle are already en route to Lincheng. You might want to contemplate how to explain this to them. Click. Wenren Jinzhong abruptly hung up the phone. In the office, Wenren Xie slowly set down her mobile device, her expression having soured to an extreme. Meanwhile, on the other end, Chen Fan sat calmly in the municipal authority's vehicle, reclining against the seat, comfortably observing the street scenery. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Chapter 80. Behind the scenes along the street, amidst the ebb and flow of pedestrians, Chen Fan spotted that rascal Bai Li, clad in a leather jacket, feigning nonchalance as he sauntered past. The boy's imposing stature made it nearly impossible for Chen Fan to overlook him. Bai Li had arrived, which meant the other 6 warriors were surely lurking nearby. Or were they plotting? Surely they wouldn't attempt a carjacking, would they? Chen Fan quickly scanned his surroundings and indeed spotted several of those ruffians. Some pretended to sip coffee at a nearby CF, while others donned janitorial uniforms, ostentatiously sweeping the pavement. The most outrageous was the second brother of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, Tianjian. This old rogue had disguised himself as a Mediterranean elder, leaning on a cane, hunching over and mingling with the crowd at the crosswalk during a red light. As he crossed the zebra crossing, he inadvertently dropped a cigarette case onto the roadway. Chen Fan's heart raced. He recognized that cigarette case all too well. Wasn't it the very device he and Bai Li had concocted during their bouts of boredom? A calibrated directional explosive? The location of that cigarette case was directly along the path of his municipal vehicle. With Bai Li's prowess, the explosion could incinerate everyone in the car except for Chen Fan, while cleverly avoiding the fuel tank to prevent the vehicle from exploding. These lunatics had just returned to the country and were already orchestrating such madness? No, he could not allow them to wreak havoc. Chen Fan promptly rolled down the car window and vigorously gestured for Tianjian to retrieve the cigarette case. To his dismay, Tianjian was oblivious to his signals, as a kind-hearted young woman had approached to assist the elderly gentleman across the street. Tianjian's gaze was nearly lost in the depths of her neckline, leaving him no attention to spare for Chen Fan's urgent plea. What was he doing? He needed to sit still. Inside the vehicle, 2 municipal team members noticed Chen Fan's frantic movements and immediately admonished him. With no other option, Chen Fan declared, "Please stop the car. I need to use the restroom." Need to use the restroom? The team members shot him skeptical glances, smirking, "Go ahead, but if you dirty the car, the cleaning fees will be charged to you or your company as a fine." In their line of work, they had encountered far too many such characters. Some were even more ludicrous, so frightened upon entering the vehicle that they lost control of their bowels. Chen Fan had been quite the hotshot back at the office. How could he now suddenly be claiming a need to relieve himself? The team members remained unconvinced, interpreting his words as a desperate ploy to escape. Regardless of their disbelief, Chen Fan asserted, "You must stop the car now. If you do not, you will face dire consequences." His expression turned grave. "I'm not deceiving you. Stopping is imperative for your safety." Upon hearing this, the team members, excluding the driver, quickly assumed a defensive stance, eyeing Chen Fan warily. "What are you up to? I warn you, if you attempt anything reckless, the consequences will be severe." Realizing their misunderstanding, Chen Fan hastily clarified, "You are mistaken. I am urging you to stop for your own protection. Did you see that cigarette box? Avoid it at all costs. We must not pass by." As Chen Fan's words fell, the driver chuckled. "Kid, are you out of your mind? You want me to change lanes across a solid line? Points deducted and fines incurred would be on your head, right? Besides, it's just a cigarette box. What harm could it possibly cause? It's not like it's a bomb. Ha ha." The driver laughed heartily, and the other team members joined in the merriment. Just then, the traffic light turned green, and as the driver prepared to accelerate, a luxurious Ferrari zoomed past, eager to escape the sluggish pace of the vehicles ahead. It brazenly switched lanes, violating the solid line, and sped across the crosswalk. Soudainly, a deafening explosion erupted. Flames shot into the sky as the Ferrari was hurled into the air, tumbling before crashing heavily onto the ground. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes, bringing their vehicle to a jarring halt. All members inside stared at Chen Fan with expressions of disbelief. Chen Fan shrugged, an expression of having forewarned them clearly evident. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom. Zhou Zhihao, the team leader, was undoubtedly in another vehicle trailing behind Chen Fan's. "What on earth? How could the crosswalk explode? Is everyone all right? What is the situation?" His shocked voice echoed. The team exchanged glances, contemplating how to convey that this incident was somehow linked to Chen Fan. Yet, if Chen Fan possessed such capabilities, why would he remain seated in the vehicle? Moreover, had it not been for Chen Fan's conversation, causing the driver to delay slightly, the Ferrari would not have been able to cut in line. Chen Fan had inadvertently saved their lives. "We are fine. We also don't know what just happened," they replied. Zhou Zhihao, impatiently interjecting, asked, "Do we need to investigate?" "Investigate what?" He retorted, "Our job is to escort Chen Fan back. Why bother with such trivial matters? Let us quickly detour and return to the bureau." With that, Zhou Zhihao ended the communication. At that moment, due to the unexpected explosion, the Ferrari had performed an unintentional aerial acrobatics display. Amazingly, the occupants emerged unscathed, albeit shaken. As they stepped out of the vehicle, their legs trembled. They never imagined they would one day execute a five-star gymnastics move inside a car. Meanwhile, within the communication channel of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the second elder brother lamented, "What are you doing? How could you let others get ahead of us?" The younger sister complained, her tone displeased. The eldest brother, Tianjian, scratched his head in embarrassment. "I have no idea. Who would have thought there are still people with such low standards in the country, switching lanes across solid lines? How many points does one lose for that?" After venting his frustration, Tianjian inquired, "What shall we do now? Shall we execute the second plan?" Just then, a calm voice responded, "No need. I just saw the eldest brother signaling us not to interfere. He should have his own plan. Let us regroup." The speaker was Tian K, the third brother among the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, renowned as the most formidable intellect among the 12. When Chen Fan was absent, he typically took command of the team. Upon hearing Tian K's words, although the others felt a twinge of conflict, they ultimately relinquished their plan to rescue the vehicle. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan was finally brought to the municipal office. "Chen Fan, once inside, you must cooperate fully. This way, you might endure less suffering," whispered one of the team members before they exited the vehicle. Their lives had been saved by Chen Fan, and they could not afford to be ungrateful. Chen Fan, taken aback, remarked, "What? Are you saying that Chief Zhou intends to impose punishment on me for the sake of a woman?" "It's not about that woman." One of the team members hesitated before responding. Before receiving that woman's call, Chief Zhou was already on his way to the office. He was acting on behalf of others. Before he could finish, Zhou Jihao's sinister grin suddenly appeared at the window. "What are you chatting about so merrily? Are you not disembarking yet? Do you expect me to carry you out on a grand palanquin?" Chapter 81. The collapse of Chen Fan in nothing. The team members were startled, hastily assisting Chen Fan out of the vehicle. As they passed by Zhou Zhihao, he flashed a grin at Chen Fan, saying, "Chairman Chen, I must trouble you to wait inside for a while." Chen Fan smiled in return. "Rest assured, I shan't be long." "Ah, your word alone cannot be trusted." Zhou Zhihao replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Chen Fan chose not to respond, entering the municipal office alongside several team members. At that moment, Zhou Zhihao took out his phone and made a call. "President Kai, it's me." "Yes, he has been apprehended. Don't worry, he won TV coming out. I'll be keeping an eye on him, ha ha ha. The funds have arrived, correct? Still the same account?" "Understood." Zhou Zhihao hung up, a satisfied grin on his face. President Kai referred to Kai Chenglong, whom Zhou Zhihao had met at a banquet. Since their acquaintance, he had aided Kai in numerous dubious dealings, reaping countless benefits in return. At that moment, Zhou Zhihao checked his card balance, and indeed, 5 million had been added. Helping to capture a person could yield such a fortune. Who would refuse such a task? Moreover, it was not merely 5 million. He recalled Qinruo's flawless figure and exquisite features, igniting a heat within him. This unexpected delight was certainly welcome. Having already taken on the task of capturing Chen Fan, he now had the added bonus of a stunning beauty. It seemed he would be unable to rise from bed again tomorrow. With these thoughts, Zhou Zhihao planned to call Qinruo later, inviting her out for a late-night snack. Meanwhile, Qinruo and Zhao Suihua returned home in high spirits. They had intended to uncork a bottle of red wine to celebrate, only to unexpectedly discover that Chen Fan, who should have been at the company, was also at home. "Fan, what brings you here?" Zhao Suihua asked, a hint of guilt in her eyes as she stared intently at Chen Fan. Chen Fan had returned to retrieve some documents and was on her way back to the company. Noticing her mother and sister's unnatural expressions, she instinctively sensed something was amiss. "Mother, Ruro, where have you been?" she inquired. "We went shopping." Zhao Suihua attempted to fabricate an excuse. However, Qinruo, with her lack of discretion, blurted out, "Sister, we want to stand up for you." "What?" Chen Fan was taken aback. "Stand up for me? In what way?" "That useless Chen Fan," Qinruo declared with an air of certainty. "He refused to sell you the formula. And that company of his won't fare well either. You wouldn't believe it. After my brilliant maneuvering, their grand opening ceremony has been thwarted, and now they're facing a storm of criticism. Oh, and by the way, Chen Fan has already been taken away by the municipal office. He won't be out for at least a day or two. Ha ha ha, I truly am a genius." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt her heart tighten, the world spinning around her, nearly causing her to collapse. "Daughter, are you all right?" Zhao Suihua quickly supported her daughter. A look of concern etched on her face. Qinruo was equally taken aback, utterly bewildered by the situation. "What have you all done?" she questioned, her voice trembling as she grasped Zhao Suihua's sleeve. Zhao Suihua, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the entire sequence of events without omitting a single detail. Naturally, she embellished the tale, portraying Chen Fan as exceedingly malicious. However, Chen Fan had no time to heed such embellishments. All she could comprehend was that her mother and sister had been publicly exposed as being connected to her, and were being accused of slandering and framing Fanchen Beauty due to a failed purchase of the formula. Such a heavy accusation was thrust upon them that Zhao Suihua and Qinruo had not even considered defending themselves. Instead, they resorted to throwing tantrums, further muddling the situation. Now that Chen Fan had been taken away, it was certain that Fanchen Beauty would not let this matter rest easily. The looming presence of the Wenren group behind the company instilled a deep-seated fear within Chen Fan. At that moment, her phone chimed with an incoming call from her assistant. What could have transpired? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan inquired in a grave tone. "Chairwoman, it's bad news." The assistant's voice trembled with urgency. "There are numerous posts online that are detrimental to our company, accusing us of employing unscrupulous competition tactics to slander our rivals. They've even alleged collusion with officials to have the rival company's owner detained. What should we do?" Thunderstruck, Chen Fan felt as if a lightning bolt had struck her mind, leaving her in a daze. After a prolonged moment of disorientation, she hoarsely asked, Have you contacted those media outlets to see if they can amend their articles? No. The assistant's voice pitched with anxiety. They won't even take our calls. I've had to leverage many connections just to glean some information. They stated that this is a direct command from the Wenren group, and they can only comply. The name Wenren group sent a chill down Chen Fan's spine, a wave of coldness rushing from her heels to the crown of her head. I will return to the company immediately. You, for now, must remain calm and stabilize everyone's emotions. Do not panic. Chen Fan felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her temples, yet she forced herself to maintain composure. The assistant acknowledged her command and ended the call. The conversation had been loud enough for Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo to overhear every word. The peculiar mother and daughter exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Daughter, is the company in trouble? Zhao Cuihua asked cautiously, with a cold demeanor. Chen Fan emanated an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Upon hearing her mother's question, she erupted in frustration. Yes, the company is in trouble. And are you satisfied now? Who told you to approach Chen Fan? My meeting with him was merely a standard business interaction. Whether the formula is sold or not is entirely up to him. What possessed you to interfere? Now, with such a heavy burden placed upon me, what do you expect me to do? How can I possibly explain this? Overwhelmed by emotion, Chen Fan's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. She remained oblivious to the reasons behind her turmoil. Ever since her falling out with Chen Fan, both her professional and personal life have been fraught with misfortune. The most critical aspect is that in times of distress, it was Chen Fan who would promptly alleviate her headaches with his exquisite massage techniques. Although she often derided him for his lack of ambition, his skillful massages undeniably provided her with rapid relief from fatigue. Now, however, her head throbbed painfully, as if it might split apart, a torment she found unbearable. Yet, the one person capable of alleviating her suffering had been expelled from her life, further compounded by the betrayal of her own mother and sister, who had conspired against him, resulting in his confinement in a municipal facility. Why would they act in such a manner? Why persistently target Chen Fan? Chen Fan felt a surge of indignation as she grabbed her bag and strode out. Zhao Cuihua called after her twice, but Chen Fan paid her no heed. How could her sister behave this way? Chen Ruo felt aggrieved, pouting in frustration. We were merely trying to stand up for her, and yet she blames us? It infuriates me. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chen Ruo, her eyes widening in realization. Mom, I understand now. Zhao Cuihua, puzzled, inquired, what have you understood? Sister definitely does not want to give me an opportunity at the company. She is deliberately undermining my contributions. How wicked of her! Chen Ruo exclaimed, stamping her foot in anger. Just as Zhao Cuihua was about to defend Chen Fan aloud, forceful knocking echoed at the front door. Bang! 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 Startled, both Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo exchanged glances. Who is it? Zhao Cuihua asked. Zhao Cuihua, open the door immediately. If you don't retrieve my daughter today, I will demolish your house. A familiar and furious voice resounded from outside. Zhao Cuihua and Chen Ruo's expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be Chen Mo? What was he doing here? Chapter 82. Chen Mo and Yang Xiumei arrive at the door before Zhao Cuihua could comprehend the situation. The sound of banging on the door grew increasingly thunderous, threatening to splinter the entrance if it remained closed. They have arrived. Zhao Cuihua hurried to open the door, only to be confronted by the grim faces of Chen Mo and Yang Xiumei, who stormed in with ferocity. Caught off guard, Zhao Cuihua stumbled, nearly toppling over. What are you doing? Are you robbing us? Or did you simply come a knock? She exclaimed indignantly. With an ashen expression, Chen Mo glared at Zhao Cuihua, his voice booming, how dare you speak? Are you unaware of the misdeeds committed by you and your daughter? Zhao Cuihua was momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with Chen Ruo, both wearing expressions of utter confusion. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dirt from her attire. Clarify your words. What good deeds have we done? If it were indeed good, why present such a grim facade? You, as an elder, have sent your own brother away, only to come here and bully a widow and her child. You possess no shame. Zhao Cuihua adeptly positioned herself as the victim, leaving Chen Mo speechless. Fortunately, Yang Xiaomei accompanied him. Otherwise, Qin Mo would have found it difficult to contend with Zhao Cuihua's accusations. Stop your nonsense, Zhao Cuihua. Your husband's wrongdoing led to his expulsion from the board, not our doing. Cease your unfounded attacks. Yang Xiaomei retorted, her eyes ablaze with fury. We are here concerning my daughter. Shiwei? Zhao Cuihua responded, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. What has happened to Shiwei? Don't feign ignorance. Yang Xiaomei shrieked. While at the old residence, my daughter Shiwei mentioned her employment at Fanchen Cosmetics. You too, however, chose to cause a scene at their grand opening, resulting in the CEO's detainment. Are you aware of the chaos you've wrought? Shiwei has been implicated and is now facing charges of leaking information. The company has stated that unless the CEO is released, Shiwei will be left to face legal consequences. At this moment, Yang Xiaomei collapsed to the ground, pounding the floor in despair. Oh, my poor daughter. How has she come to have such a cousin and aunt? They will not rest until they have destroyed her. Their goal is to sow discord within the Qin family. Alas, my beloved daughter. Yang Xiaomei sobbed, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching intensity. It was then that Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo recalled that Qin Shiwei had indeed mentioned being recruited by a newly established cosmetics company, which was Fanchen Cosmetics. Panic surged within Zhao Cuihua as she realized that she had overlooked the fact that Qin Shiwei was employed there. Qin Ruo clapped her hands and exclaimed, I remember now. Mom, when we were in the car, didn't we see the police come to arrest someone? The one being apprehended, though wearing a hood, seemed familiar to me. That must be Qin Shiwei. She then turned to Qin Mo and Yang Xiaomei, saying, You mustn't speak nonsense. Before my mother and I went inside, Qin Shiwei was already taken away by the police. This has nothing to do with us. Who knows, perhaps Qin Shiwei truly committed some illegal act. Don't smear us with your accusations. Her words ignited the fury of Qin Mo and Yang Xiaomei. You're talking nonsense. Qin Mo shouted, pointing a finger at Qin Ruo. You are the one who should be accused of wrongdoing. Your vile words cannot produce anything of value. I tell you, if you do not ensure my daughter's release today, Qin Gong will never return to Lin City in this lifetime. What? Zhao Cuihua panicked. Earlier, at the old residence, old Madame Qin had already suggested that Qin Mo find a suitable opportunity to bring Qin Gong back. They were all family, after all, and it was disheartening that the second branch had been unable to reunite for years due to a single mistake. However, Zhao Cuihua was taken aback by Qin Mo's audacity to use this matter as leverage. But at that moment, she dared not voice her true feelings. Zhao Cuihua quickly interjected, Elder brother, you have misunderstood me and Ruo. You must not know that the CEO we sent in was that useless Chen Fan. What did you say? Qin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that incompetent son-in-law be my daughter's superior? That's absurd. Yang Xiaomei echoed his astonishment. They had received a notification from Fancheng Beauty, stating that the CEO had been framed by Zhao Cuihua and Qin Ruo and sent to the municipal detention center. However, they had not been informed of the CEO's identity. Really, I would never deceive you about this, Zhao Cuihua declared, her expression filled with indignation. We have no idea how that good-for-nothing got so lucky to become the chairman of Fancheng Beauty. Our protest was due to Chen Fan's prior targeting of Farong's company. We truly had no knowledge of why Shiwei was sent in. It must have been that useless Chen Fan's doing. With a grim expression, Qin Mo pondered for a moment before declaring, Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and have that worthless Chen Fan release my daughter. I assure you, my daughter's record must remain unblemished. If she obtains a criminal record, I will not let you off easily. Zhao Cuihua's expression soured, feeling reluctant. It had taken considerable effort to have Chen Fan locked up, and now to release him would be too lenient. However, if Chen Fan were not freed, Qin Shiwei would likely not escape unscathed either. In that case, Qin Gong would never return to Lin City. To her surprise, the situation had come full circle. Returning to them, with a sigh of resignation, Zhao Cuihua remarked, Very well, I shall have Ruo contact that Director Zhou. He will come to the office. As it was Ruo who summoned him. With just a word from her, Chen could be released. With that, Zhao Cuihua turned her gaze to Qin Ruo. Although Qin Ruo was reluctant, she found herself with no alternative. After all, Her father had been far from competent. Not only had he engaged in unscrupulous behavior, but he had also been caught red-handed by Chen Mo. Consequently, he had been unable to return for so many years. Now, for the sake of family reunion, she had no choice but to placate that Chen. "All right, I will make the call now," Chen Ruo said, her expression one of displeasure. Nevertheless, she took out her phone, preparing to dial Zhou Jihao's number. Chen Mo and Yang Xiaomei exchanged astonished glances. Qin Montauk inquired. Since when did Ruo become acquainted with such a prominent figure from the Municipal Management Bureau? "Oh, have you not heard?" Zhao Cuihua replied with a proud smile. "My Ruo is a popular streamer on the Douyin platform with over 100,000 fans. That director Zhou is one of her staunchest supporters. With a single call from her, he will obediently bring his team along. As for his releasing the person, that too will be merely a matter of a phone call." Previously, when they were at a disadvantage in public opinion, Chen Ruo had faced numerous setbacks, including the termination of her contract with the guild and a staggering compensation fee. However, with Chen Fan's arrest, the tide began to turn. The guild's attitude shifted immediately. They not only wished to renew Chen Ruo's contract, but also ceased to mention the breach of contract penalty. Everything began to unfold smoothly. Chen Ruo couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. As soon as the call connected, before Zhou Jihao could speak, she commanded in an imperious tone, "Zhou Jihao, this is Chen Ruo. What is the status of Chen Fan? If there are no issues, release him at once. Be swift about it. Do you understand? I lack the patience for delays." Chapter 83. Chen Farong seeks an audience with Chen Fan in municipal office. Zhou Jihao lounged in the comfort of the air conditioning. Humming a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. A recent influx of 5 million into his account had brightened his day, and he anticipated spending the evening in the company of an exquisite beauty. However, he realized he needed to indulge in some sustenance first. Without it, his performance later might falter. In his youthful exuberance, he recalled the days of unrestrained vigor. With this thought, Zhou Jihao resolved to find a fine restaurant, intending to order delicacies like oysters and bullwhip to savor a sumptuous meal. Yet, before he could place his order, a call from Chen Ruo interrupted him. "Hey, this little vixen is quite eager. Isn't she?" He smirked, answering the phone. "Zhou Jihao, it's Chen Ruo. Release Chen Fan at once. Do you hear me? Be quick about it. My patience is wearing thin." Her arrogant voice resonated through the device. Zhou Jihao's expression darkened abruptly. Without uttering a word, he hung up the phone. What an insolent wench. Did she really think she could summon him with such a tone? Did she truly believe he would be coerced into capturing someone at her behest? How absurd. Confused by the abrupt disconnection, Chen Ruo was left scratching her head. Was Zhou Jihao unwell, or was he in a meeting? Uncertain, she pondered her next move. At that moment, Chen Mo inquired, "Ruo, what did Zhou Guano say?" Of course, Chen Ruo could not reveal that she had been abruptly cut off. With forced confidence, she replied, "Everything is under control. Zhou Jihao is quite obedient. You all should head back now. Chen Shuai will be fine shortly." "That's good to hear." Chen Mo and his wife both sighed in relief at her words. Once they departed, Zhao Cuihua turned to her daughter. "Did you really manage to resolve it? Is it ever that simple?" Chen Ruo frowned. Zhou Jihao was inexplicably irritable and hung up on me without a word. I can't tell if he even heard what I said. Zhao Cuihua speculated. Could it be that he felt disrespected? Disrespected? Chen Ruo placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority. "I am a prominent streamer with over 100,000 followers. He hasn't even ranked in my top list. If it weren't for his position at the municipal office, would I even bother with him? My call to him is a privilege. You should be grateful rather than resentful." How ludicrous. Her tone was filled with pride. Although Zhao Cuihua sensed something amiss, she refrained from voicing her concerns. She couldn't grasp the significance of having 100,000 followers, but trusting her daughter's assertion, she believed everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Chen Farong arrived at the company and promptly convened a meeting with the management team. The discussion stretched on for 3 hours, yet no viable solution emerged. It was a dire situation, as their adversary was the Wenren Group, one of the 3 major conglomerates in lynching. In comparison to others, fief and beauty is akin to the distinction between an ant and an elephant. A mere breath from the elephant can obliterate the ant. "Chairman, There is but one course of action left. At this moment, the vice president of Fifan Beauty, named Leah, who was once promoted by Chen Fan and has always harbored gratitude towards him, spoke up. "You must speak," Chen Fan said, rubbing her temples, which felt as though they might crack from the pressure. "Our only option now is to devise a way to extricate Chen Fan from his predicament and subsequently invite him to dinner with you." Chen Fan furrowed her brows tightly, remaining silent. "At that time, we can invite a few media friends to capture some photographs. The rumors circulating about our alleged entrapment of Chen Fan will dissipate on their own." No sooner had he finished speaking than another vice president scoffed. "Let us not be naive. I oppose Chen Dong meeting with Chen Fan. It is essential to remember that Chen Fan was apprehended for fabricating product approval documents and producing substandard goods, which fundamentally has nothing to do with our Fifan Beauty. The chairman's interest in him is merely to acquire a formula. Who can assert that the formula in question is the very subpar product in question? This entire matter is a deliberate orchestrated smear by the Wenren group against us. Chen Fan is merely a pawn in their game. Meeting with him will yield no benefit and may lead to further attacks. In my opinion, we should disregard these rumors, focus on our products, and strive for market share through quality. That is the most effective strategy. Anything else is merely a diversion." This vice president, named Kong Jing, though also promoted by Chen Fan, has always believed that Chen Fan is unworthy of a beautiful president like Chen Fan. Instead of gratitude, he harbors deep resentment. Upon learning of Chen Fan's marital discord with Chen Fan, he was the most jubilant in the entire company. At this moment, he was even less inclined to support Chen Fan's pursuit of Chen Fan, let alone dining together. After all, they had been a couple for 3 years. It was inconceivable that they harbored no lingering feelings. Should they share a drink, rekindling old emotions, it could lead to a night of passion. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to him. "Kong Jing, you ungrateful wretch!" Leah exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and glaring at Kong Jing. "Who are you calling a dog? Do not forget your current position. It was I who advocated for your promotion against the odds." Kong Jing's expression darkened at the reprimand. He retorted with a cold smirk, yes, you, Leah, are the most grateful person in the world. But now that Chen Fan is no longer with the company, why do you not resign from your vice president position to follow him? You speak grandly, yet your actions betray you. My ascendance to this position is due to my exceptional capabilities. What does Chen Fan have to do with it? Even without his endorsement, my merit will eventually catch Chen Dong's attention. Just as Leah felt a surge of indignation and was about to counter, Chen Fan interjected, "Enough. Is this truly the time for quarrels?" Only then did the meeting room fall silent. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen Fan finally spoke. "Vice President Lei is correct. The most prudent course of action now is to reconcile with Chen Fan. His ascension to the position of chairman at Fifan Beauty is likely a result of his formulation expertise, coupled with the financial backing of the Wenren Group, leading to a collaborative establishment of a new company. His stance will undoubtedly influence the decisions of the upper echelons at Wenren Group. Thus, reconciling with Chen Fan is the swiftest and most effective method." Upon hearing this, Kong Jing, filled with urgency, attempted to interject. Yet, Chen Fan raised her hand to silence him. "While it is indeed crucial to develop our own products, we must acknowledge that distant solutions do not alleviate immediate crises. Creating an excellent product is not a simple endeavor. This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion." Chen Fan's decisive nature was evident. Once a decision was made, she would not entertain dissent. Kong Jing's expression darkened, akin to discovering a half-dead fly at the bottom of his bowl after finishing a meal. In contrast, Lei was in good spirits, humming a little tune as he exited the meeting room. Once Chen Fan left the company, she promptly drove towards the municipal office, determined to meet Chen Fan and see if she could persuade him to come out. Chapter 84. The Clash of Titans in the Lin City Bureau. Zhou Zhihao was deep in thought, contemplating how to rationalize the sum of 5 million. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Zhou Zhihao straightened his posture and cleared his throat. "Come in." The door swung open, and one of his trusted aides stepped inside. "Boss, I have something to report. Please take a seat," the aide said. Zhou Zhihao rose to open a window, allowing the lingering scent of smoke to dissipate. The aide continued. I just received a call from Su Jinjing, instructing us to release someone. Who called? Zhou Zhihao inquired, alarm coursing through him as he turned to his aide. Su Jinjing, the aide whispered. Who are we to release? Zhou Zhihao pressed on. Chen Fan, the aide replied. A chill ran down Zhou Zhihao's spine, and his expression grew grave. Why would Su Jinjing personally call to protect Chen Fan? But that's not all, the aide added. Wenren also reached out, demanding that we ensure Chen Fan is returned safely before sunset. Otherwise, we will bear the consequences. What? Zhou Zhihao was taken aback. Now, when Wenren is involved, is Chen Fan her kept man? Boss, I just did some digging, the aide said, producing his phone and pulling up a report. The investors behind the company, Fan Shin Beauty, are from the Wenren Group. Chen Fan's position as chairman seems to stem from his technical contributions. Goodness, isn't he just a live-in son-in-law? He possesses such capabilities? Zhou Zhihao could no longer remain seated, rising abruptly as if pricked by 1,000 needles. When Kai Chenglong had asked for his assistance in capturing someone, none of this had been mentioned. He had assumed Fan Shin Beauty was merely a small company without substantial backing. It appeared that Chen Fan was far more formidable than anticipated. With powerful forces lurking behind him, Kai Chenglong was indeed setting him up for disaster. Without delay, Zhou Zhihao dialed Kai Chenglong's number. Kai Chenglong, are you trying to put me in jeopardy? He exclaimed, his face contorted in distress. Yes, Chen Fan has 2 formidable allies backing him. And you want me to apprehend him? I could be utterly ruined. I refuse to proceed. I will release him immediately. I'll return you 1 million of the 5 million, and the remainder shall serve as a form of mental compensation. As he spoke, Zhou Zhihao was about to hang up, but then he heard Kai Chenglong's sinister chuckle on the other end. Don't be too hasty, Zhou. Listen to what I have to say. While Chen Fan has 2 towering mountains behind him, I, Kai Chenglong, am no easy target myself. Are you not aware of whom I serve? Zhou Zhihao paused, refraining from hanging up. He certainly understood. Kai Chenglong was one of the 3 titans of Lin City, a trusted confidant of Zhong Hao. He was also his mentor and a master among the 3 prodigies of Lin City. In terms of background, he was indeed on par with Chen Fan. But what did their prowess matter to him? Zhou Zhihao felt on the brink of collapse. This is not a battle of deities. It is the mortals who suffer, is it not? Kai Chenglong anticipated Zhou Zhihao's concerns. He chuckled lightly and said, rest assured, Director Xiao, with me around, no one dares to trouble you. Even if a significant figure were to arrive, I have my own connections to handle it. At this point, Kai Chenglong added, if 5 million isn't sufficient, I can increase it to 10 million. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhihao instantly perked up. Ha ha ha, President Kai, your words are rather formal. I assure you, as the head of the municipal management office, I will not let a troublemaker like Chen Fan go unchecked. Yes, it's still that account. Ha ha, let's arrange for a meal together next time. Click. The call ended. Zhou Zhihao was in high spirits, even humming a little tune. His confidant cautiously remarked, Brother Hao, shall we release him then? Nonsense, Zhou Zhihao declared with righteous indignation. Such despicable scum producing shoddy products deserves to be cast out for the greater good of society and the people. Inform everyone below that no matter who arrives, they are not to be released, understood? Just as his words fell, there was another knock at the door, and a female officer peeked in. Director Xiao, the chairwoman of Fifan Beauty, Chen Fan, has come to bail out Chen Fan. Who? Chen Fan? Zhou Zhihao paused, taken aback by her audacity to seek bail. She claims to do so in the capacity of Chen Fan's wife. Absolutely not. Zhou Zhihao rejected without hesitation. For 10 million. No, for justice. Zhao Zhihao must fight to the end against societal miscreants like Chen Fan. This is my duty as the head of the municipal management office, and it reflects the responsibility I bear in my position. Seeing Zhou Zhihao's firm resolve, the female officer realized there was no hope. She exited to inform Chen Fan, who was waiting outside, about the situation. What? Bail denied? Chen Fan furrowed her brows in disbelief. As far as I know, Chen Fan is merely in a state of suspicion. Why can he not be bailed out? The female officer shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. Chen Fan did not wish to argue further with a junior officer who lacked the authority to make decisions. Thus, she stated, even if bail is not possible, can I at least see him? That can be arranged, replied the female officer. It is within the protocol to allow family visits with the suspect during designated times. Moreover, the meeting will be recorded, ensuring they cannot engage in any underhanded dealings. Such matters do not even require reporting to Zhou Jihao. Follow me. The female officer turned and led Chen Fan to the reception room. At the end of the corridor on the first floor of the municipal management office stood a specially designated reception room, typically reserved for holding significant suspects. Today, however, it had been opened for Chen Fan, whose charges were still murky at best. This maneuver was well understood among all, yet no one was foolish enough to question it. After Chen Fan followed the female police officer downstairs, her brows knitted even tighter. She expressed her discontent, stating, "How can you confine someone in such a place? Once I return, I shall certainly lodge a complaint against you." The female officer remained expressionless, entirely unfazed. She was merely a receptionist attending to visitors. Even if a complaint were to be filed, she would not be held accountable, so she simply remarked, "Family visitation is limited to 30 minutes. Please make the most of your time." With that, she opened the door. Chen Fan snorted coldly and, twisting her slender waist, swiftly entered the room. Inside, Chen Fan was meditating with his eyes closed, contemplating how to navigate the situation. Suddenly, he heard the crisp sound of high heels echoing against the floor. He initially assumed it was Wenren arriving. However, the figure that came into his line of sight was his soon-to-be ex-wife, Chen Fan, clad in a professional outfit. Her beauty was striking, and her demeanor exuded an air of cool elegance. The fitted office attire accentuated her waist, creating an alluring curve, while her long, graceful legs would surely inspire admiration from countless men. Yet, Chen Fan found greater pleasure in the sense of bearing her on his shoulder. "What brings you here?" Chen Fan withdrew his thoughts and spoke mildly. Chen Fan surveyed the surroundings, her expression darkening. This environment was undeniably one meant for the incarceration of criminals. According to Chen Fan was to be arrested. It was entirely due to her amicable relationship with Zhou Jihao, who was acting on her behalf. However, if that were truly the case, Chen Fan would not be confined in such a place, nor would he be denied bail. The true reason behind this matter was far more complex than what Chen had suggested. Could it be? A flash of insight struck Chen Fan as she finally grasped the crux of the issue. Gai Zhenglong. Chapter 85. Together upon seeing the woman arrive, Chen Fan remained silent, standing there in a daze, nearly amused. Chen Fan, what brings you here? Are you here to perform a staring contest? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's fair face turned slightly pale as she hastily approached and seated herself. Chen Fan, tell me honestly, was it Kai Chenglong who brought you here? The woman's urgency caused her to lean forward slightly. Chen Fan's gaze drifted downward, allowing him to indulge in a magnificent sight, which he found quite satisfactory. Noticing Chen Fan's silence and his persistent downward gaze, Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion. Following his line of sight, her delicate face instantly flushed crimson. She instinctively covered her collar with her hand and glared fiercely at Chen Fan, indignantly exclaiming, "Chen Fan, I am discussing serious matters with you." Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Fan smirked and replied, "Serious matters? What right do you have to discuss serious matters with me? Even if I told you that the mastermind behind this is Kai Chenglong, what could you possibly do? Chen Fan, you truly overestimate yourself. I must admit, your presence here surprises me, but your sole purpose in coming here is merely to serve as eye candy for me." Chen Fan lightly tapped the area over her heart with his finger, grinning wickedly, "Just to feast my eyes. You scoundrel." Chen Fan seethed with anger, feeling deeply humiliated. Instinctively, she raised her hand to slap Chen Fan. Slap. A soft sound echoed as her wrist was effortlessly grasped by Chen Fan, rendering her immobile. "You?" Chen Fan was utterly astonished. When she entered, she had clearly noticed that Chen Fan's wrist was handcuffed. How could this be? Chen Fan released her hand with a cold smile. "If there's nothing else, you may leave." Of course, if you're willing to let go and continue to entertain me, then you might still hold some value here. Feeling wronged, Chen Fan suppressed her sorrow and looked at Chen Fan, saying so. In your eyes, I am utterly useless. Am I? I came here to bail you out. Chen Fan replied with an indifferent smile. And has the bail been successful? Chen Fan was rendered speechless. Chen Fan continued. Sometimes it is necessary to recognize one's own limitations. With a bitter smile, Chen Fan retorted defiantly, Yes, I am indeed useless. I can't even manage to bail you out. So who is of any use? That wealthy woman you were associated with? Where is she now? Why hasn't she come to see you? You can't possibly think she would care for you so meticulously, can you? Ashu. In the office of the CEO of Fanching Beauty, Wenren sneezed violently, a look of confusion crossing her exquisite features. The air conditioning was not even on. Why did she suddenly sneeze? President, are you all right? Tan Min inquired with concern. Wenren shook her head, signaling her to continue. Tan Min continued, Currently, public opinion has completely besieged Fan Beauty. Many stores have already removed Fan Beauty's product from their shelves and are demanding compensation for breach of contract. Chen Fan has already visited Director Chen at the Municipal Detention Center, presumably in an attempt to secure his release. However, she is unlikely to succeed. Kai Chenglong would never allow her to take him away. Wenren stated calmly. Tan Min was taken aback and quickly inquired, Are you suggesting that the head of the detention center is not acting on behalf of Chen Ruo, but is actually being manipulated by Kai Chenglong? Indeed, Wenren replied nonchalantly. Then why are you targeting Fan Beauty? Tan Min struggled to comprehend. Wenren's expression darkened as she replied coldly. Because that foolish Chen Ruo has provided Kai Chenglong with an opportunity to exploit the situation. Now, the Municipal Detention Center insists that the quality of the Su Yin Sunjin cream is in question, necessitating samples to be sent to the provincial capital for professional evaluation. Until the results are in, they can continue to detain Chen Fan. Wenren narrowed her alluring eyes, determined not to let the Chen family or Chen Fan's company escape unscathed, believing that both she and Chen Fan are easily bullied. Tan Min quickly grasped the situation and closed her notebook, lowering her voice to say, But President, what if Chen Fan's visit to Director Chen leads him to rekindle old feelings for her? She was acutely aware of her president's affection for Chen Fan. That will not happen. I have faith in Chen Fan, Wenren said, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. She had come to understand Chen Fan's character well. He could distinguish between love and resentment. When he loved Chen Fan, he was as humble as dust, yet upon realizing her indifference, he could decisively let go without hesitation. This was one of the qualities Wenren admired in him. By the way, how is the public sentiment regarding the Su Yin Sunjun cream? Wenren asked, retrieving her thoughts. Extremely positive. Dan Min exclaimed excitedly. Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Lu Shire, the three goddesses of the entertainment industry, have simultaneously gone live to promote our product. The results have exceeded all expectations. Although the product has not yet launched, our marketing department's hotline has been overwhelmed. We even had to add several more lines, but it was still insufficient. Our orders are already booked through the end of the year. Upon hearing this good news, Wenren allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Let us keep this information under wraps for now. We cannot let too many people know, as it may lead to unforeseen complications. Rest assured, President, I will personally ensure that it remains confidential. Tan Min assured before concluding her report and leaving with a sway of her hips. Wenren approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, her delicate brows furrowed, her enchanting eyes scanning the distant skyline while she pondered the current situation. Although Chen Fan was still detained, she felt no need to worry about his safety. The individual named Zhou Zhihao managed to withstand pressure from both her and old Su without yielding, indicating that Kai Chenglong had indeed provided considerable support this time. She found herself at a loss, unable to devise a solution. However, the barefaced truth of Sun Zhengao had been ignited by the influence of three exceptionally prominent actresses, Lu Yifei among them. The impact of these three women resonated nationwide. How could a mere head of a small municipal office in Lincheng possibly contend with public opinion across the country? It was nothing short of a fool's errand. With this thought in mind, Wenren took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaoxiu, what brings you to seek me out?" A languid and alluring voice flowed through the phone. Just hearing that voice conjured images of the other's feminine charm and grace. "Ruan, I need your assistance with something," Wenren replied with a delicate smile, feeling a tinge of bashfulness. Ruan was none other than Ruan Hongzhuang, who had graced the earlier banquet at the Wenren residence. She was a legendary figure, renowned alongside the three prodigies and the two formidable assassin organizations of lynching. Giggling softly, Ruan Hongzhuang exclaimed, "I knew it. You never come to me without a reason. Let me guess, is it about that fellow named Chen Fan?" "Indeed," Wenren admitted candidly. "Of course, if my little sister seeks my help, I shall oblige." However, Ruan Hongzhuang's tone shifted, growing slightly husker. "It has been quite a while since we enjoyed a bath together. When will you come to keep me company?" Upon hearing this, Wenren's face flushed crimson. The thought of Ruan Hongzhuang's peculiar penchant left her momentarily speechless. Yet, Ruan Hongzhuang remained silent, seemingly awaiting her response. Reluctantly, Wenren finally said, "Once Chen Fan is out of the municipal office, I will come to accompany you." "Then it's settled." Ruan Hongzhuang's tone returned to its previous languid allure. "When the time comes, you may bring Chen Fan along. I would like to meet him. If you do not mind, the three of us could enjoy a bath together." Chapter 86. "You may give a try-stop." Wenren interjected hastily. Ruan Hongzhuang truly dared to speak such words. Merely envisioning that scene made her feel flushed all over, and she could hardly bear to contemplate it further. "How mundane," she muttered reluctantly. Then she continued, "Speak up. My little how may I assist you?" "It's quite simple." Upon broaching the matter at hand, Wenren immediately perked up. She recounted her plan. After listening, Ruan Hongzhuang replied, "This method is quite commendable. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Just in time, I am acquainted with those individuals. I will call them right away. We shall reconvene during our bath, my dear Ruan Hongzhuang concluded, unhesitatingly hanging up the phone, evidently looking forward to bathing with Wenren. Within the shelter, Chen Fan trembled slightly in indignation at Chen Fan's words. She had never anticipated hearing such cutting remarks from him. Yet he was not wrong. If Kai Chenglong was the one who brought Chen Fan here, then Chen Fan had no recourse. The most formidable person she knew was Zhao Jia, who was still lying in hospital. Even if Zhao Jia were to arrive, it would be of little use. "What are you still doing here?" "Leave." Chen Fan spoke coldly, disregarding Chen Fan's pitiable expression. "Chen Fan, I despise you," Chen Fan exclaimed, suddenly rising and rushing towards the exit. Observing her departure, a flicker of intrigue shone in Chen Fan's eyes, as if lost in contemplation. Just then, the door to the shelter was pushed open, revealing Zhou Zhihao accompanied by several loyal subordinates, smirking as they entered. Two of his subordinates flanked Chen Fan, effectively blocking her escape. Chen Fan's expression darkened, and he could not help but sigh. He was too late. "Chairman Chen, what is so wrong about having a beauty by your side? Why speak such harsh words?" Hastily trying to expel her. "Are you concerned she may encounter trouble?" Zhao Jihao taunted. "What did you say?" Chen Fan's expression shifted. Disbelief etched on her face as she glanced back. Was Chen Fan intentionally saying such things? Did he fear for her safety here? The cold glimmer in her eyes faded as she regarded Chen Fan with a complex gaze. Chen Fan ignored her remark and focused on Zhou Zhihao, speaking calmly. "Zhou Zhihao, I advise you to release me swiftly. The waters here run deep, and you cannot navigate them." Zhou Zhihao scoffed. "Chen Fan, do you take me for mere child? Such words may intimidate a Navi youth, but do you think they frighten me? I am aware of the Su and Wenren families backing you. Yet I too have formidable allies. You are not yet a match for me." With a wave of his hand, one of his subordinates stepped forward, presenting an interrogation record impassively before Chen Fan, tossing a pen onto the table. "Sign here, Chen Fan. By doing so, you may spare yourself some suffering. Miss Chen will also be able to depart smoothly. Why not embrace this opportunity?" Zhou Zhihao's sinister laughter echoed through the room. Chen Fan cast a fleeting glance at the words inscribed in the record before him. It detailed his admission that the product Su Yin Sun Gao was a 3-no product, serving as incriminating evidence. Should he affix his signature, he would be conceding to his guilt, leaving him with little hope of overturning the situation. A cold smirk graced Chen Fan's lips. He would not sign. Not signing? Zhou Zhihao narrowed his eyes, a chill creeping into his tone. Then do not blame me for being impolite. With a mere glance, his confidant immediately locked the door to the holding room. Simultaneously, he produced a remote control, deactivating the dual recording devices within. The confidant positioned before Chen Fan deftly withdrew a retractable baton from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the baton sprang forth. Kid, daring to show disrespect to Brother Hao? You're courting death. He threatened coldly, towering over Chen Fan. I advise you to comply and sign. It would spare you some physical suffering. Chen Fan regarded him with a dismissive glance, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You think you can inflict pain upon me? You lack the ability. What did you say? The confidant seethed with rage. He was a bona fide veteran, having returned from the battlefield, skilled in martial arts, capable of fending off several armed men without breaking sweat. Given a suitable weapon, he could easily take on 10 foes. Yet here stood this handcuffed wretch, audaciously defiant. Truly, he was unaware of his folly. Ah Ping, stop wasting words with him. Break one of his arms first, and let us see if he dares to be so insolent. Zhou Zhihao's voice rang out from behind. Understood. The confidant responded gravely. He shook his wrist, the baton slicing through the air with a chilling whistle as he advanced step by step. Any normal person would have been terrified by now, their face paling in fear. Yet Chen Fan regarded Ah Ping with an expression akin to that of observing a mere jester. Kid, this is of your own making. Ah Ping's face twisted into a snarl as he prepared to strike. Wait! Chen Fan interjected suddenly. Ah Ping posed, and the eyes of those in the holding room turned to the woman in unison. What is Director Chen instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Zhou Zhihao's lecherous gaze roamed over her. Chen Fan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as that gaze lingered. She took a step back, her complexion paling. Zhou Zhihao, what you are doing is against the rules. Rules? At the mention of the word, Zhou Zhihao erupted in laughter, his two confidants joining in mockery. He stepped closer to Chen Fan, the smile on his face vanishing abruptly. No one told you that in this place my rules are the only rules. With that, he lunged forward, seizing Chen Fan's wrist. The phone she held was still recording. Her expression froze as she processed the situation, but before she could react, Zhou Zhihao snatched the phone from her grasp and hurled it violently against the wall. Bang! The phone shattered into countless pieces. Chen Fan's countenance was one of sheer terror as she hastily retreated, instinctively finding herself beside Chen Fan. With a resigned sigh, Chen Fan acknowledged the reality of her foolishness. It was futile for her to visit him in this place, and now she had unwittingly entangled herself in his predicament. How blind had he been in the past to have been attracted to such a woman? The rumors circulating in the outside world suggested that Director Chen held Chen Fan, the seemingly ineffectual son-in-law, in contempt and was on the verge of disowning him. Yet, the current situation painted a different picture. Zhou Zhihao chuckled mockingly. Chen Fan, if you do not sign, it will be more than just a severed arm at stake. To be frank, my temper is quite volatile at the moment, and I am in need of an outlet. What do you think of Chen Fan? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Zhihao erupted into boisterous laughter, his gaze fixated on the woman behind Chen Fan, as if attempting to see through her very soul. Chen Fan, terrified and pale, cowered behind Chen Fan, rendered speechless. However, Chen Fan shook his head, his tone calm as he replied, I find her rather unremarkable. Yet, you may wish to test that theory. Let us see who approaches her first. Or perhaps, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly turned icy, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him as he declared, I will eliminate you first. Chapter 87. The abduction of Chen Fan. You are courting death. Upon hearing Chen Fan's audacious words directed at Zhou Zhihao, Ah Ping was instantly consumed by rage. He seized his extendable baton and swung it mercilessly towards Chen Fan's head. If that blow connected, it would undoubtedly leave Chen Fan bloodied and battered. Zhou Zhihao wore a sinister smirk as if he could already envision Chen Fan crumpling to the ground, clutching his head in agony. "Chen Fan, be careful!" Chen Fan shrieked, her face ashen. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed within the holding room. Zhou Zhihao fell to blur before his eyes as a Ping's formidable frame collided with him like a cannonball. Zhou Zhihao let out a piercing scream as a Ping slammed him against the wall of the holding room, the sound of cracking bones reverberating through the air, nearly forcing up the remnants of his last meal. It was only after he struggled to shove a Ping away that he realized the Ping had already rolled his eyes back, foam spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained eerily calm, seated in the interrogation chair, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. However, Zhou Zhihao knew that this was undoubtedly Chen Fan's doing. "Chen Fan, you dare assault an officer?" Zhou Zhihao bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Oh, do you have evidence?" Chen Fan replied with a mocking smile, then rose and began to approach Zhou Zhihao slowly. Just as Zhou Zhihao was about to point towards the corner where the surveillance camera was located, a dreadful realization struck him. Upon entering, he had deliberately instructed a Ping to turn off the dual recording equipment, and had even warned the guards at the door to ignore any sounds they might hear. This meant that even if he were to be killed inside, no one would be the wiser. Even if they eventually discovered the truth, Chen Fan could simply deny it. He had truly dug his own grave. Zhou Zhihao felt tears welling up in his eyes as he watched Chen Fan approach with deliberate steps. A cold sweat broke out across his brow. "If you don't come any closer," he stammered, his complexion paling as he trembled. "This is the municipal detention center. Even if you harm me, you cannot leave without my orders." "Is that so?" Chen Fan scoffed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He planted his foot on Zhou Zhihao's chest, and before he could apply any pressure, Zhou Zhihao was already howling in pain. "Ouch! It's broken. My bones are broken." Zhou Zhihao cried out in despair. Outside the door, two guards exchanged glances, one of them expressing confusion. "Strange. Why does Chen Fan's scream sound so much like Brother Hao?" "Who cares? Brother Hao has given orders. We cannot enter regardless of what we hear. In any case, Chen Fan's fate will surely be dire. Offending Brother Hao is a grave mistake," the other replied, shaking his head with a sense of schadenfreude. "Let's not forget, Brother Hao is the head of our municipal detention center, and his uncle is a significant figure within it. Who dares to intervene when he decides to teach someone a lesson? The previous fool who dared to criticize Brother Hao met a grim fate the following day, with limbs broken and discarded at the entrance of the municipal office." As the two conversed about the brazen and unscrupulous actions of Zhou Zhihao, they could not help but shake their heads. The municipal office had become utterly chaotic due to Zhou Zhihao's influence. Yet, what could be done? After all, he had a powerful uncle backing him. At that moment, the two outside were oblivious to the reality within. The wretched cries echoing from inside belonged to none other than Brother Hao, the one who commanded authority at the municipal office. Inside the holding room, Chen Fan moved swiftly and decisively. In mere moments, he had broken Zhou Zhihao's limbs. The pain contorted Zhou Zhihao's face into a mask of anguish, with veins bulging on his forehead and his body beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Meanwhile, another loyal subordinate stood frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. By the time he regained his composure, Zhou Zhihao had rolled his eyes back, appearing on the brink of death. Gritting his teeth, the subordinate retrieved a short knife from his waistband and, seizing the opportunity while Chen Fan was distracted, lunged forward to take Chen Fan hostage. "Chen Fan, don't move!" the subordinate shouted, his eyes wide with fury. Chen Fan paused, turning to see the hapless Chen Fan, who had proven more of a liability than an asset, now held captive. The blade was pressed against her delicate neck, a shallow cut forming as blood began to trickle down. "Chen Fan, don't worry about me," Chen Fan exclaimed, though fear gripped her heart. She understood that she could not show weakness at this moment. "Zhou Zhihao is in your hands. He wouldn't dare to kill me." The subordinate's expression darkened. "Shut your mouth, you wretched woman," he growled, his face twisted with malevolence. He pressed the knife harder, deepening the wound and causing blood to flow more freely. Chen Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. While he had little concern for Chen Fan's fate, he knew that should she die before him, He would have to answer to the elderly matriarch of the Chen family. After all, she was the only one in the entire Chen household who had genuinely cared for him. Furthermore, in a month, he was to accompany Chen Fan to obtain their divorce certificate. She simply cannot die now. Looking at the assailant, Chen Fan spoke. What do you want? Release brother Hao first. The subordinate licked his dry lips, his expression menacing. Chen Fan glanced at Zhou Zhihao, who resembled a lifeless dog on the ground, and could not help but scoff. Did it truly matter whether he was released or not? However, for the sake of Chen Fan's safety, he took a couple of symbolic steps back. Now, pick up that stick and break your own leg. The subordinate commanded, pointing menacingly at a nearby telescopic baton. Are you serious? Chen Fan asked, unable to suppress a laugh at the absurdity of the demand. Stop with the nonsense. Do as I say or else. The subordinate shouted in frustration, pressing the knife even harder. Chen Fan let out a muffled groan of pain, her face beginning to pale from the continuous loss of blood. All right, I shall retrieve it now, Chen Fan responded, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he stepped forward to pick up the collapsible baton that Aping had dropped on the ground, gripping it firmly in his hand. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? With every second you delay, this woman bleeds further. Surely, you do not wish for her to bleed to death, do you? His sinister accomplice taunted, a perverse smile creeping across his face. Chen Fan, holding the baton, wore an expression that straddled the line between amusement and disdain. The accomplice, witnessing this, was instantly consumed by rage. Still not making a move, are you? If I don't show you the gravity of the situation, do you think I am jesting? With that, he raised his dagger, poised to strike at Chen Fan's thigh. In that moment of imminent peril, Chen Fan sprang into action. With a swift motion of his arm, the baton shot forth like an arrow brimming with latent power, slicing through the air with a piercing whoosh. Thud! The tip of the baton struck precisely against the accomplice's radius bone. In an instant, blood and flesh erupted forth as the baton penetrated the radius. Emerging from the accomplice's back. Chapter 88. Arrival in Lin City, a cry of anguish escaped from the confidant as he writhed in pain. The short dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Blood gushed from a wound on his shoulder. Before he could staunch the flow, a fierce gust of wind surged toward him. As he lifted his gaze, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The terrifying force erupted forth, sending him soaring like a deflated balloon, propelled by Chen Fan's kick. He collided violently with the wall,